Good morning. I believe we are now live. Live here from Normandy for this full day of D-Day coverage on this, the 76th anniversary of D-Day. So 14 hours of interesting historians coming on. We have live footage coming back from the beaches, and it's all going to be hopefully very exciting. So a few things to remember. I'm doing this all on my own. There's no one else helping me in my studio, which is in fact my office. So when I'm not looking at the screen, it's because I'm checking Twitter feeds, messages coming in. I'll be making sure that the guests are waiting in the waiting room and just trying to keep a hold of everything. So it's not a completely slick professional operation. I'm doing my very best, but please bear with me. A couple of points of housekeeping. Keep your comments coming in on the live chat. Also comment on the YouTube page. Don't forget to click and subscribe to World War II TV and perhaps consider becoming a patron of us so we can keep on broadcasting throughout the summer. And other than that, I'm going to bring my guest in very soon, and we are going to talk about air power on D-Day. One of several talks we're going to talk about bombers and aircraft and what was going on in the skies above the beaches. So joining me any second now is going to be Sean. This is our first guest. So let's hope it all works well.
Can you see anything?
I don't have video yet, Sean.
Audio?
Audio I've got for perfectly, yep, thank you. But this is Sean Claxton, ladies and gentlemen. He is a friend of mine. He's another tour guide living in Normandy, and he is currently working on a project to write about the bombers on D-Day and what their roles are. I've got your image now, Sean, so that's looking good.
Fantastic.
So we are going to be focusing a lot on the landings on the beaches during the day, but of course, up in the air, there was lots going on. And so what was Bomber Command's? Oh, good morning, Sean, first of all. Good morning.
Good morning, Paul. Morning, everyone. My little homage to this much special. Yeah.
And thank you for being the first person on. Someone has to go first, and we've got a good 50 or 60 people here watching, so it's pretty fantastic. So
no pressure.
No pressure. What was the role of Bomber Command on D-Day?
Basically threefold. You have diversionary operations. So the Operation Titanic, the dropping of the Ruperts, the dummy paratroopers, that kind of thing. The dropping of real soldiers, SAS, to cause disruption and confuse the Germans. And then the dropping of window, so like a large field of window, the little foil strips to interfere with German radar was dropped between Le Havre and Boulogne, so northeast of the actual invasion. So diversionary is the first role. Then you've got support. So, to limit the risk of interference in German night fighters, they sent up planes with jamming apparatus and also German-speaking operators who could intercept the messages between the Germans' ground controllers and their aircraft. Okay, yeah, so that's that. And then the third thing is actually their main role, if you like, is bombing. And specifically, there were 10 coastal batteries around the coast of Normandy that were deemed significant enough of a threat to warrant attention from heavy bombing prior to the seaborne landings.
And some of these gun batteries could be the sites that are very famous to all of us who go to Normandy a lot. So we're talking Long-sur-Mer, Pointe-du-Hoc,
yeah.
But going back to diversionary, sorry,
the M word.
The M word, Maisie, yeah. But going back to the diversionary thing, I think what's interesting is a lot of the operations involving the window and dropping Ruperts. That's stuff that these air crews haven't been doing day in, day out for weeks and weeks. This is all quite new stuff for them.
Oh yeah, but you had certain units who did that role. They were used to doing special duties. So they were the ones that would be assigned those missions really. The difference between the role they're performing on D-Day and their, shall we say, their day-to-day or night-to-night business, it was deemed an easier task in the sense that there wouldn't be the same level of danger from night fighters and flak. But you did have specialist units, Pathfinder units, etc., who did these specific roles and special duties units as well that performed these beyond the ordinary roles, if you like.
Super. So how large a force was Bomber Command on D-Day? Are we talking a few aircraft or hundreds?
About 1,000 actually involved on D-Day. The batteries themselves, you mentioned the couple of famous ones. So to sort of understand why we're doing this, the Germans have like a tiered layer of defense. Okay, so you have like the first layer of defense, if you like, is these coastal batteries. So they would engage shipping. It would be the first German fire received by the invasion fleet, if you like. Then you have Germans defending the beaches themselves. And then you have a large counterattacking force, normally Panzer divisions, armored divisions, who do the job of actually defeating the invasion. And each would receive its own level of attention. So like the beach defenses were hit by daylight bombers and warships, of course, just immediately prior to the landings. The coastal batteries, I'll just run through the 10. Okay, you have La Panelle, Crisbec, Saint Martin de Vareville, then Maisy, Pontioc, Long-sur-Mer, Montfleury, Ouistreham, Merville, and Hulgat. So this should work. That's Normandy. Have you got that the right way around? Like with Cherbourg at the tip of the thumb? Like that? Yeah. So if you imagine the thumb as the Cotentin Peninsula, the invasion area, if you like, is like an L shape. So you have, say, up here, La Panelle, Crisbec and St. Martin de Vareville, Maisy in the estuary of the Douve and the Vire, and then the others along the coast to the other side of the Orne with Merville and Hulgat. The Germans themselves, of course, they tend to focus around ports. Okay, so there are more defences and more coastal batteries around ports and beyond the areas near them. And if you were to draw with a compass a circle of the arc of fire of each of these batteries, the circles would overlap. So you get this continuous coverage around the coast, actually for 3,500 miles, of course, from Norway to Spain. The problem for the Allies, they have two kind of major problems. Arthur Tedder, Air Marshal Arthur Tedder, so 53 years old, Deputy Supreme Commander by this time, Royal Flying Corps veteran. He said in April 44 that they knew that bombing would be ineffective against concrete structures because they're too strong. Okay, so you have two choices. The first one is to bomb before the concrete is set, before it's ready, before they're completed. For visitors to Normandy, if you visit Long-sur-Mer, you can see an example of this. The second bunker in was hit in May 44, twice in the same place before the concrete was fully set and the roof collapsed. If you go in the bunker, the little anteroom to the right, that's bombing prior to D-Day. So that's the first thing you could do, hit them before completion, or you hit them last minute, which is what we're talking about now. So within 24 hours before the actual invasion. And this might not destroy the bunkers, okay? You know that. What it will destroy is the communication setup, maybe the optical setup as well, the sighting of the guns. It would seriously disorientate the crews. And without a crew, a bit of metal, it's useless. It could kill, wound, or certainly, make them a little bit wobbly. And also, if they were sheltering in their bunkers, there's a little factor on their mind, of course, that the bunkers are made by forced labor. So they don't know how safe they are. So that would worry them. And also when the bombing has finished, has it really finished? Do you want to come out? What's going to be waiting for you outside? So it would certainly demoralize the gun crews. Okay. So by bombing at this last minute, the other problem they have is they can't just bomb Normandy because if they do, of course, the Germans know where they're coming. So as a kind of rough guide, in the build up to the invasion, at least an equal number of bombs tonnage was dropped outside the invasion front as within it. Okay. And the list of 10 batteries actually changed. So, as in the preliminary, in the build-up, if you like, if a site was deemed no longer a threat, another one replaced it. So Maisy, for example, was not on the original list, was added later on because other batteries have been deemed kind of, rendered useless by the bombing campaign. The force itself, like you say, about 1,000. You had about 50 mosquitoes first, laying target indicators. And then the main bombing force was, in fact, 946 to be precise, took part in the raids. A roughly equal mix of Halifax and Lancaster bombers, so each 400 bombers, of course. 7-man crew of each, slightly more Lancasters than Halifax. But yeah, about 1,000. That's 100 bombers per battery.
I'm going to just hold you for a second, just for those watching. If you've ever been to an air show and you've seen the single Lancaster bomber we have flying in Britain, or when we got the two together, had them in Canada, or you've seen maybe in the States, you've seen 3 or 4 B-17s. This is 1,000 bombers in the sky. Just for a second, look up in the sky where you are, whether it's daylight or darkness where you are, and just imagine the size of bombers that big. We always talk about the massive size of the fleet coming across, which we'll be touching on many times during the day. But this is a massive, great force of bombers. Of course, they're not all in exactly the same portion of the sky, and the sky is a very large place. But I just want to get across immediately just the enormous size of Operation Overlord and how this is pushing our it's pushing our ability to do these things, because we're having to juggle all these balls, keep all these plates spinning. There's air operations, ground operations, naval operations, and of course, and you touched on it earlier, Sean, we've got to keep all this secret as well. So the operation to jam the German radar, we've got to be giving them misinformation. We're bombing the Pas-de-Calais at the same time. I just want to get across with just how mammoth this operation is, but I'm interrupting you. So let's get back to your 946 bombers.
Okay,
so that'll be how many bombs then, roughly, do we think?
But just going back to what you were saying, they weren't, I must stress, they weren't all in the sky at the same time.
Yeah.
When you consider the location of Crisbeck, St. Martin de Vareville and Merville, and what's going to happen there from about 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, you're going to have airborne landings. In the former case, American, and the latter case, British and Canadian. Okay, so those 3 sites were bombed either side of midnight. So that was sort of early on. Okay, so you want to kill as few of your own people as possible, to be honest. And so they want to get rid of that threat first. From 3 o'clock in the morning, really, is when the first sort of main effort arrived. When you're saying about 1,000 bombers as well, if you have been near the RAF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster or the Canadian one, both, or been up to East Kirkby, the noise would be absolutely horrendous. They're flying about 9,000 feet, but that's it would be a bit of a din, I reckon. Bombs, about just over 5,000 tons of bombs, mostly a mix of 1,000 and 500 pound bombs. So again, you're talking roughly 500 tons of bombs per battery. And these air raids, they're not long. They're not like an hour long. They're a matter of 15, 20 minutes, maybe. So that doesn't sound that long. But if you were in a concrete bunker or an anti-aircraft, going to be even worse, I guess, as a German, that's going to seem like an eternity. The ground would be shaking, the walls would be shaking. Occasionally there's stories of, the blast from bombs causing the doors of bunkers to warp, things like that. So you'd be trapped inside this thing. It'd be quite an intense 15, 20 minutes, I reckon. But yeah, so you had, say, 1,500 pound bombs. I'll give you an example. From 9-7 Squadron, there were 17 Lancasters from the entire Pointe du Hoc force of about 100, 17 from 9-7 Squadron. And each of those planes was carrying 11 1,000 pound bombs and 4 500 pound bombs. Okay, that's just one plane.
Wow.
So if you visit Pointe du Hoc and you see the craters, and they're not all made by this particular raid, I know, but that does give you some indication of the destructive capability that Bomber Command had. So not so much against the concrete, but against the the wooden huts, the iron huts, that kind of thing, the communications trenches, everything else like that, and the people. Wow.
So to again, I'm going to be asking the layman dumb questions on behalf of the audience today, but not that I'm suggesting my audience are dumb, but just to make sure we all are reading off the same hymn sheet. But of course, as you said quite correctly, that's going to cause a lot of din. It's going to confuse the hell out of the Germans in the bunkers. But of course, it's also going to alert the hell out of the anti-aircraft and also any German fighters and aircraft in the air. So this massive great force of bombers that are coming over several hours, even if perhaps the first wave didn't get much attention, the second and third waves later on are surely going to get a lot of attention. So, I don't want to talk about tragedies as such, but of course, some of these bomber crews may have not made it back home. Have you got any idea of how many didn't make it?
Yep. So don't forget, this is not the first night that the area has been bombed. So bombing is nothing necessarily out of the ordinary. So, what happens on the morning of D-Day? Each site has its own anti-aircraft guns, and they accounted for two planes that were lost from the Montfleury raid. But during the morning, the Germans set up reconnaissance missions. So not night fighters in the true sense, but the particular aircraft involved here were from Schnupfkampfgeschwader 10. So these guys, they were doing hit and run missions across the south coast of England. That's their job in little Focke-Wulf 190 single seat fighters. And on the morning of D-Day, they get this kind of mobile reconnaissance mission. So basically, they're being told something's going on, see if you can find out what it is. So they send up little, in pairs or whatever, flights, and just to have a look. They're getting reports of paratroopers. They're getting reports of, increased resistance activity, as well as maybe an increase in bombing rates. On the way over, there'd been other losses. It was a dangerous business anyway. One of the planes assigned to bomb Hulgat just exploded over Norfolk, with everybody getting killed before they even get, away from the English coast. 2 others with mechanical failure as well were lost. And then you had the 2 that were shot down by flak from Montfleury, and then 4 were shot down by these German fighters. There was a guy called Kurt Isola who shot down one of the planes that had been bombing Longsomere over kind of Sortersville, so towards Cherbourg, up that way. And then a fellow called Helmut Eberspacher, who shot down 3 Lancasters. So on the morning of D-Day, he's flying across the coast and on this mobile reconnaissance mission, and he sees a ship, and then he sees another ship, and then another one. He's like, so then he looks at his fuel gauge and he realizes he has to go back. So he turns around, and as he flew south, he said he recognized the unmistakable silhouette of a Lancaster. And he said, well, that's my job, you know. So he shot it down. So he shot down 3 in 3 minutes. And one near Brevant, one near Osmanville, Essigny-sur-Mer, and one near Formigny. I was going to say from those 3 aircraft that he shot down, there was only 1 survivor, a guy called Sergeant Redding. From the other 2 as well, there was only 3. So from around 43 personnel from 7 aircraft, you've got 4 people who survived from 6 aircraft. Sorry, you'd normally have 7 people on a Lancaster, of course, but it's one of these, an extra guy. So 4 out of 43 survived.
I'll come back on the cruise in a minute, but what height were most of the bombers coming in at that day?
About 9,000 feet, between 9,000 to 10,000 feet.
So that's for bomber command. That's reasonably low, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
medium to low.
Within range of medium anti-aircraft guns as well.
Yeah,
within the range of those. Yeah.
And of course, in layman's terms, the closer to the ground you are, the less chance you've got of recovering when you're hit and bailing out and things like that. The same thing applies to C-47s bringing over the paratroopers. You know, if you're hit at 300 or 400 feet, you're dead, really. Yeah. I mean, 9,000 feet sounds a lot, but when you're in a Lancaster bomber full of bombs and fuel, it's really not much fun. So, I know. You know, you're going to be very humble about what your research, but you've been working for years on identifying and working the stories out of some of these lost crews. And so, these 43 guys we're talking about, can you share some stories with us, please?
Yeah, we'll go back to Sergeant Redding. You mentioned about this inability to get out of a low flying aircraft. He was the mid-upper gunner on a plane that was shot down, the one near Formigny by one of Eberspacher's. And if you've been on a Lancaster, they're quite cramped, and even in the wider space are quite cramped. But the entry and exit door was kind of behind the mid-upper turret. He was the closest person to that potential exit point, and he was the only person to use it successfully on his plane. So he managed to bail out. He landed. He was taken prisoner. He was taken down to Commemoration, and he was put in the slate mines there. With a handful of American prisoners that have been taken up near Omaha Beach. And over the next day or two, as the US 1st Division are approaching that, there's rumors from the locals about, the Americans are getting closer and that. So these prisoners, including Redding, start working on the Germans saying, if you take us with you, we're going to be a burden, we're going to slow you down. The best thing you can do really is just leave us here. We won't cause any hassle, So they did. The Germans cleared off, just left them. Redding was liberated by American troops, sent back to England, and then kind of carries on. His pilot was a guy called Roland Gilbert Ward, who was from Coogee in Australia. The tail gunner was also Australian. He was a fellow called Malcolm Burgess, again from the Sydney area, from Vaucluse. And when the plane was shot down near Formigny, they were found by American troops, the bodies of those that had died. They were buried in Saint Laurent, so more or less where the American cemetery is now. And of course, the families get the notification. Burgess's father was a dentist called Leslie Burgess, Dr. Burgess. And they got the message that Malcolm was missing. Malcolm was 21. He would have been 22 on the 9th of June, so just before his 22nd birthday. And so they get this message saying Malcolm's been posted missing on operations. And of course, the correspondence goes on, any further news. And they say, well, we can't divulge too much. It was on operations over Europe, etc. As time goes on, they can divulge a bit more information because, of course, the invasion is no longer a secret. But he was still missing. And one of the letters that Dr. Burgess sent to the authorities finished with a really kind of fairly poignant PS. It says, if news of a disturbing nature were to arrive, please be sure to send it to my work address. Sparing his wife the pain of receiving the news that her son had been killed. And it wasn't actually till almost a year later, May 45, when they found out that they got the official news that he'd been killed. And one potential explanation, when he was buried initially, someone spelled his name Burgess with a C, not a G. Hadn't actually been, so they've been missed or just not noticed or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's only when they do investigation into some of the unknowns buried in Bay Earth Cemetery, where he'd been moved to, which is where he is today. That's when they formally identify Malcolm Burgess. So it took almost a year to find out that he'd been killed. The other thing about the cruise, which is for me personally, from my own kind of perspective, the interesting thing about Bomber Command was this international makeup. You had this kind of united front against fascism, not only the organization as a whole, but even within an individual crew. So of the 43 men that died, we had 5 Norwegians, 4 Australians, 3 Canadians, the rest British. Okay. The 5 Norwegians were on a plane, skipper was Jespersen. And you had the 5 Norwegians, 1 Brit and 1 Canadian, okay, all on the same aircraft. So not only different nationalities, different first languages as well, but all united in the same goal, the same cause against Nazism, which for me is quite kind of appealing, for want of a better word.
No, absolutely. And I want to emphasize to those watching that, of course, the nature of what people write about is a lot of our presentations today are going to be about the British, Canadians and Americans on the beaches. But of course, as Sean so eloquently put, it is an international force. And we've got people watching from the Netherlands and hopefully later on from Norway. And we've certainly got Australians watching, and hello to those from Australia watching. And maybe you don't have any ground forces here, but you are going to be having people in the air and you're going to be having people in the ships. And the very fact that they're having to communicate in upwards of 15 languages on D-Day and in the operations is just incredible. I also think it's good to just confirm again that people think about the losses beginning when the ramps go down and men running out of the landing craft. Well, of course, paratroopers have already been killed. And before that's even happened, there are already air crews that have failed to get to their targets. So it's a poignant reminder that the loss of life was all over the sky, the sea, and of course, it didn't just start on June the 6th. There'd been bombing before, there'd been missions over France, it'd all been the crossbow raids. We're going to be talking to our next guest. Well, we've got a surprise guest in a minute coming to talk about her project, but later on we've got Matt Bone coming on to talk about fighter bombers. So been some enlightening stuff there, and I think we've all learned something about the bombers on D-Day. Is there one little message you'd like to get across, Sean, what you said about the international thing, about what should we all know about bombers that we don't?
I don't know. I think it's not an unknown subject as such. There's a lot been written about bombers. When I was a kid, the first thing you make is a Lancaster bomber or a Spitfire,
of course,
and as a model kit. But this particular thing, I think, has been a little bit overshadowed. If you go to Long-sur-Mer, if you go to Pointe-du-Hoc, there's loads to see, but there is literally no mention of what went on in the early hours of D-Day at either place. Men died bombing those sites, so that what happened could happen, but they don't necessarily get the recognition. Of the men that died, I'll just quickly run. There's 9 in Bayeux. So if you are in Normandy and you do want to pay your respects, there's 9 of them buried in Bayeux, 1 in Denny-sur-Mer. In Osmondville, you have Sergeant Ashpole, from the Norwegian crew. He's in a solitary grave. There's a little memorial to them there as well, if you want to have a look there. If you were in London, of course, you've got the Bomber Command Memorial. But it's strange with the sites of memory for aircrew. You have to look beyond where they were actually doing their job, because it's up in the air. So it's memorials and things like that, and cemeteries, which is really their kind of their memorials. Yeah. Well,
I think on that note, we can't say anything better than that. So I'm eternally grateful for someone being the first off the diving board today to join me. So thank you very much, Sean. And we will be bringing back Sean on other shows during the summer. This is our mammoth long D-Day special, but I'm hoping to bring you 2 or 3 of these every week during the course of the summer. We'll be covering the battles inland from Normandy. We're looking at themes. We're going to look at the misery of soldiers in combat. We look at tanks and air power and machine guns and all sorts of things. And Sean is an absolute font of knowledge about all things in the air and German. So again, thank you very much, Sean. You've got us off to a fine, cracking start. Enjoy your day. You can relax now. I've got a little bit more to do. So thank you very much. And I'll bring in our second guest now. So thank you very much, Sean. And have a good day. Right, so that was fascinating. I hope you think. And I'm bringing in my second guest now, which is just for a short time, and it's a surprise guest in some ways. And it's always good to start with someone with a direct connection to the 1944. And our next guest is the granddaughter of General Patton, which is quite a good way to start the day. And if anyone hasn't heard of General Patton, where have you been? I mean, commander of Third Army, and there's all sorts of things connected to General Patton in World War II. And this is Helen. We can see you now, Helen.
Sorry about that. I didn't hear you.
No problem at all. Good morning, Helen. How are you?
I'm good. I was just getting my my little scenery ready.
No problem.
You. So we have our little D-Day
Nice.
table. So well, thank you so much. I'm sorry if I'm too loud. Let me know. I tend to scream in these things. First of all, I want to be looking at you. I'm looking at you now. Do I look like I'm looking at you?
No, and I don't look like I'm looking at you either. That's the way Zoom works. We all just look like we're cross-eyed for the day. Yeah. But anyway, thank you for joining us, Helen. And because we haven't got a huge amount of time, because our next guest is waiting, what have you got going on today? Because while I'm doing my thing, you're doing something else.
Well, I am actually. I'm doing my thing to promote your thing, and so it's, if you go to www.pattonalliance.org. That's our general webpage. Now, the Patton Alliance is a group of organizations that promote the life and legacy of my grandfather and the leadership principles to apply to all areas of human endeavor. So that's our basic mission. Our new tagline, leading from the front.
Right, okay.
But in this case, I'm afraid, in this case, you're leading from the front, because I had an idea. When I woke up about a month ago, I thought, oh my God, nobody's doing anything for D-Day. Well, how wrong could I be? Of course, you were already up and at 'em. So I could not hope, and nor did I want to be awake 24 hours on this day. And it was very—
I've got some good drugs. It'll be fine.
But I was so happy that you and D-Day Live and all sorts of wonderful other organizations are managing this. But I thought, well, hey, I've already now began this love affair with the idea. So what can I do? So I put together the beginnings of a virtual scrapbook. So it's called D-Day All Day. So when you go to the pattonalliance.org website, you scroll down and you go to www.ddayallday.com. And then you'll find my virtual scrapbook, which we kicked off today. Hopefully in 365 days, it will be filled. And we'll also probably change the name to D-Day All Year, but that's another thing.
Okay.
And but today's best offering, or today's premiere offering, is an interview that I made with Susan Eisenhower the other day, introducing her book, How Ike Led. And then also, of course, your amazing panel discussion, groundbreaking, hopefully, panel discussion about maybe dispelling a few myths over the German front lines. Yeah. And so we are really looking forward to you. And I began to watch that interview. I just received it, but I'm already really on pins and needles. I'm also, looking forward to the feedback. So I hope I've been clear. As I said, it's just, I wish you luck for today. I bless everyone bless everyone who is in Normandy. I'm sadly not today, but especially Paul, you and your gang, Reg, everybody.
Well, I mean, I've seen a couple of things on websites recently where people are assuming there's nothing happening here because of lockdown and COVID. And well, it is happening. There are ceremonies happening. They're not going to be attended by the public, but I just want to get across to all those watching, to anyone who thinks that the French and the people in Europe have not remembered D-Day. They are wrong. They're out there doing their things. There's a walk on Omaha Beach. There was a walk this morning to raise awareness of veterans. There are wreath layings. There are projects. There are still things happening. It's not on the scale of normal years, but it's not like we've all forgotten about it. We're just doing it in a slightly different way. And I'm sitting on a chair in front of a screen all day, but it's what I'm my little bit helping, and you're doing your bit. And of course, talking about sitting in a chair on D-Day, your grandfather was essentially sitting in a chair on D-Day because he was commander of Schuch-des, wasn't he? I mean, he wasn't really, metaphorically speaking.
Well, to that point, we do have an amazing little interview with Kevin Hymel and I describing exactly what my grandfather was doing on that day, and that should be launched tomorrow.
Brilliant.
So where was Patton on D-Day?
Exactly. So for those watching, the Operation Overlord was the actual invasion of Europe commencing in Normandy, but to protect that was the Operation Fortitude, which is the plan to convince the Germans we're actually landing somewhere else, maybe in the Pas-de-Calais, maybe Norway. And in command of the 1st US Army Group, which was a fictitious unit that didn't exist. It had the fake radio traffic and, the inflatable tanks you see in the photos, was General Patton. And it was a way of using him in a role that would directly help the invasion without really actually leading an army. Of course, he comes in later on and leads 3rd Army. But we believe now that the Germans had assumed that General Patton would lead the invasion, and
That's right.
it didn't happen. It was ended up being Montgomery and other people. But so Patton was serving a strange role.
Much to Patton's chagrin.
Well, indeed, yes. I mean, I'm sure he was not having a good day on June the 6th. Thinking, why can't I be there? But you know, he got his turn to fight. He got his turn to come. And so anyway, I'm going to let you get back to your projects. Thank you very much.
May I end with his one tagline that he created while he was in the apple orchard in Nauvoo for a whole month waiting. He said to his wife in a letter, "All I can do is remain here and be a secret weapon."
Wow, that's a good thing. So on that remark, enjoy your day, Helen. I look forward to seeing you again
You
sometime.
too.
And thank you for joining us. I put the link up to your D-Day all day, and please go and check it out, viewers. And the interview Helen referred to is a panel, including Sean, where four of us, including a German, discussed the Germans on D-Day and who they were and what their response was. And go and find it and have a look. When you're bored with me, go and look at me somewhere else. So thank you very much, Helen. Enjoy your day, and I will sign you out now, and we'll see you again soon. And thank you for joining us. Bye.
Lots of love. Bye-bye.
Bye. So it's all going very well, surprisingly, so far. 2 guests on, everything going well. So I am currently bringing in my third guest, who is another friend of mine. We've gone from an Englishman to an American to now a Canadian, albeit a one who escaped Canada, was living in England. So there's Matt Bone there. Good morning, Matt. How are you?
Morning, Woody. How are you? How are you going so far?
I'm all right. The little bit of pre-nerves I had have seemed to go away, I think. So as long as I can get a few bits under my belt, I think it'll be great. So thanks for joining us. So we're going to turn again to air power again. We've done the big, heavy stuff. We're now going to look at the slightly smaller stuff. And Matt is incredibly knowledgeable about fighter bomber operations and a particular type of model of aircraft that he gets all excited about, called the Typhoon, which we'll come up to later on. But before we get onto that, we touched on with Sean that Operation Overlord is the commencing of the landings in Europe. But of course, there have been preparations for this for months, if not indeed years. So Matt, did the Allies come up with a particular response to preparing for this invasion?
Well, they did. They took the experience from the desert. So the Desert Air Force was this highly mobile tactical force that was able to move quickly with the army, keep up with them, and provide the support that they needed. So in 1943, you have the decision to form 2 tactical air forces in the UK, one under RAF command called 2nd Tactical Air Force, and the 9th Air Force, which fell under US Army Air Force control.
Mm-hmm.
So TUTAF really starts being formed from different parts, from different groups. And that's from June, and they have a big operation called Spartan, which is a big war game to figure out how this would actually work. And then over the course of 1943, more and more units start joining it. So you have mainly medium and light bombers, so things like Bostons, Mosquitoes, Mustangs as they start coming on stream, Spitfire 9s, and of course the Typhoon force, which has already been transitioning into the ground attack role. So really the lead up to D-Day, you have this very accurate striking force preparing the ground. So through all of 1944, you have this almost perpetual buildup of ground attack throughout northern France, and this is right the way from the Low Countries all the way through to Normandy and through Brittany. So really, you've got this very, very capable mailed fist getting more effective as you go in, and then from May you have what's called the radar war. Which is where the losses start to go up because they're going up against heavily defended targets in the radar sites all across the north coast of France.
So, and the radar, tell us why radar is so important.
Well, radar is your eyes. With it on, you can see everybody coming. With it off, you can't, and that's the secret. So basically, for a month, you've got 8th of May to the 5th of June, you have constant attacks on radar and the airfield just behind it, and lots of other targets to try to confuse things. So instead of just going for that narrow stretch in Normandy, they're attacking every radar site on the coast. So by the 5th of June, you have, you know, from my notes here, you've got all 6 long-range air radar stations are destroyed. 15 others are rendered useless. And some studies have said that on D-Day itself, the Germans had between 5 to 18% coverage across the whole of the channel. So if you're bringing in the largest seaborne invasion in history, you want to keep it a secret, and that's very difficult, but it's a lot easier if the enemy can't see you coming because their radar has been destroyed.
And we're doing this in multiple ways. So we're actually trying to physically knock out the radar they've got. And as Sean said earlier, we're also then, whatever radar they've got left on the day, we're trying to block it with the little strips of tin foil dropped in the air. So we're trying to double up on everything. We use as many possibilities as we can to rid the enemy of an ability to stop this invasion, because this invasion it's this or nothing, isn't it? That's it. That's what we've got. So I'm just holding for myself. It looks like I've got one of my first live reporters out there sending back live footage. I don't know what it's going to be of. We'll just see when it comes in. This is my friend Duncan, a guide coming. I have no idea where he is, and I may have to mute him because he'll only say rude words. But we'll carry on in a minute talking, Matt. But
that's right. The
whole point of today is we're going to be talking to these experts, but also hopefully having live footage coming in from the beaches. And our first bit of live footage is coming in as we speak. I will probably just say good morning to Duncan, and he's coming in anyway. We'll wait for Duncan to come in. So you were talking about the events in April and May. It's not just radar. What else are we trying to knock out?
So we're knocking out airfields. So by this point, the Luftwaffe have been kind of pulled back a little bit from some of the more famous airfields like Abbeville and places like that. But you're going after communication hubs. You're going after HQs. So basically, if there was a chateau, it was attacked, unfortunately, as the German High Command did like their comforts. Railroad, marshalling yards, any crossroad of note was hit as well. So it was, you know, it must have been pure hell for the civilians caught in it, because if there was a point of interest, there was probably a fighter bomber or a Mosquito or a Mitchell dropping a high amount of ordnance on it. So it's really trying to minimize both communication and movement, because once the troops hit the beaches, you want to give them as best a chance as you can, and then delay any reinforcements until you have as many as your forces up on the beach and a beachhead established, as you're going to go into lots of detail later on today.
Well, that's about. Well, our live correspondent is still trying to come in. I don't know. It's probably an internet. We knew this was going to happen, and from the beaches, there's always going to be patchy internet and connections. But now,
the perils of live television.
Perils of live television. We're here. We're good. And my next guest is already in the waiting room. Stephen, talk about naval stuff later on. So that makes me a happy man, because when I see that the next guest is the next guest is already there waiting, it's good for me to relax a little bit and hope things are going well. So knocking out of radar and transport hubs and chateaus and headquarters in advance. But of course, as you touched on, that's going to result in thousands of civilian casualties. And the historians still debate exactly how many French were killed at that time. But, you know, it could be anything up, 30,000 has been suggested as a figure. And we've got another bit of live footage coming in now as well. So that's interesting. I don't know what that's going to be. So we've got Gwen is out somewhere. So anyway, we'll keep on talking. So what were the missions when we're bringing up to D-Day now for the fighter bombers and the 2nd Tactical Air Force?
On D-Day itself, are we there? Yeah.
So have we got there? I think, did we get there?
Yeah, we have. Yeah. So you've got this massive buildup, and one of the things that I spend a lot of time looking at is the losses of the Typhoon fighter bombers, and they start going up through May. And then as you hit the 6th of June, you actually have a makeup sort of, unlike some of the other forces, 2 tactical air forces got a very experienced group of pilots that are going in at this point. So on D-Day itself, you've got Boston bombers laying smoke down each of the flanks. And then as the troops go in on Gold Beach, right above them, you've got the Canadians of 143 Wing in Typhoon fighter bombers with 2,000-pound bombs under each wing, going after the strong points just behind the beaches. So at Gold, at 725, you've got 438 Squadron, Wildcat Squadron, because us Canadians do like our names, So they're flying in with a squadron emblem that's designed by Disney on their aircraft, and they hit a problem in that there's low cloud. So you've got a 2,000-foot cloud base, and the normal attack profile for a Typhoon is to dive in from about 8,000 feet and release its payload at about 1,500. So they're having to come in much lower to that to make sure that they can hit the target. So they come racing in, checking in with the command ships to make sure that they don't get shot at, which is what happens anyways, because the Navy will shoot at anything in the air. And they hit their targets, turn around, and race out again. So that's the first impact of air in Normandy is this sort of attack just behind the British and Canadian beaches.
Just to interrupt you for a second, talking of the British and Canadian beaches, Gwen, my roving reporter, is currently filming at the Grand Bunker just inland from Sword Beach. So this is what we're hoping to do all day. I've got about 6 or 7 guides out there, and we don't know what they're going to be able to get to because of connections and there's ceremonies going on. But the idea is to give you a bit of a flavour of what's happening in Normandy for those who can't be here. And that's currently the imagery there just inland from Sword Beach that Gwen is bringing us there, pictures of the batteries. But coming back to you, Matt, and the fighter bombers. So in the morning of D-Day, give us an idea of what the weather conditions were like, and did that affect the operations coming in?
Yeah, like we said, we've got quite a low cloud base at around about 2,000 feet. It's patchy, so there's gaps so that they can get through. So you've got Typhoons operating low level along with sort of Mark 9 Spitfires. Above them, you have this complete sort of fighter shield of Spitfires and Mustangs as well, looking for any trouble that could come along, which we'll talk about in a bit. But this low cloud base makes things a little bit tricky because they have to come in at a much shallower angle than they're used to. But one of the things all the sources notice is these morning attacks from about 7 o'clock onwards, they're not encountering a lot of flak because the Germans are preoccupied. They're looking at what's in front of them for the first time instead of what's above them. So the initial attacks are able to go in with quite a bit of accuracy and very light losses. A few aircraft are damaged, but they don't actually lose anyone just yet, which is quite something for the fighter bombers who are used to taking heavy losses regardless.
Wow. So I'm trying to concentrate on who's coming in because there's various feeds coming in there. So give us some personal stories involved with some of the pilots and you've researched on D-Day. Yeah,
so there's interesting things. So there's the very famous footage that's been shown quite a lot of the Typhoons taking off from Thorney Island, which is Wing Commander Brooker and 198 Squadron. And at 8 o'clock in the morning, they're tasked with flying off and providing close support. One of the interesting things is each squadron's given a target list, and as they fly over the ships, they radio into the command ships to ask if they've received any requests for help. Very few were called in, so they're going after this target list, which is HQs, transport points, and also anything else that they can see moving. So one of the squadrons, one of the pilots from 198, they attack a chateau at, I will not try to pronounce it as being Canadian, my French is worse than most people. They successfully do it, but as they race out at low level, one of the pilots whose name has been lost to history made the comment that there was more ships than sea. And they were all in a bit, the night before even, they couldn't believe just how many ships were out there. But this actually is quite interesting because as 198 race home, there's a bit of a lull in activity because as the action on the beaches is getting more and more intense, the need for close support isn't there because they've got the Navy that is able to provide that at the moment. So the decision is taken for that sort of second wave of attacks late morning going into the day. The decision is taken to send them after this sort of secondary target list with the preparation to call in. So you've got nine squadrons, so half the Typhoon force, on what they call air alert. So if anything happens, 3 squadrons could be immediately dispatched to a point. Then you've got another 8 that are going to be used for what eventually just becomes armed recce's throughout Normandy. And one of those squadrons, if if I think we're ready to get to it, it's 183 Squadron, which is sent after there's a report of some armor coming up. So at about noon, they're dispatched. They're not given any targets, so they go after this report of armor, which they find. Oh, waving people.
We're waving to Duncan there.
Hello, Duncan. Yeah.
There we are. There's something there. That's Sword Beach. So we've got 2 people on Sword Beach at the moment. So there, this is exactly what we were hoping to do, ladies and gentlemen, give you an idea of what's going on. It's all going to be fraught with technical difficulties, but this is a ceremony happening right now, going to be happening right now. Obviously, there's no big members of public there. It's just locals, the mayors, and small groups of people. So normally a place like that would be packed with hundreds on the morning of June the 6th, but there's about 15 people there. But as I said to Helen earlier, to those that think there's nothing happening in Normandy, you couldn't be further wrong. It's just happening on a small scale, but the remembrance and the honouring of those who landed is all still happening. It's just that we've been waved by Karine. That's another guide friend of mine. Valerie there. There's all people I know there, and some gendarmes. So Matt, where did we get up to? I've completely forgotten where we got up to now. It's your hauntingly good lockdown beard that's distracting me there, Matt.
It's been specially trimmed for you as well.
Oh, has it really? Good. Yeah. It's wonderful.
So it's about noon. Reinforcements are starting to move behind the beachhead as the Germans start figuring things out. So the fighter bombers are going after them. So there's a report of tanks moving up south of Caen. 183 is sent off to investigate. So there's 6 Typhoons. They're carrying 500-pounders. And as they go into the attack, they're bounced by a dozen FW-190s of 1 and 3 JG2. So this immediately puts to rest this idea that the Luftwaffe weren't in action, because they are a very experienced unit, just come from the east, under the command of, and I've to get this name right, Hauptmann Herberts Huppertz.
Buried at Lacombe up. Yeah.
Yeah, so he actually gets killed 2 days later. He gets caught by P-51s, but he leads his men in, and just as it's a perfect bounce, really. Just after the Typhoons drop their bombs, they're hit. So squadron leader Hugh Scarlett, DFC, sort of remembered it quite like this, and this was his report when he got back. He said, "I gave the order to break, and 1 aircraft was seen to spin in and burst into flames on crashing. 2 other aircraft were seen chasing 2 Me-109s, one inland. They thought they were 109s, but research has shown that they were 190s." Scarlett continued that owing to the cloudy conditions and poor visibility, it was difficult to ascertain what happened to these aircraft. I ordered the aircraft to reform, but only 2 joined me, 3 being missing. We orbited the scene of the crash, but there was no signs of the other 2 or the enemy aircraft, and no reply was received from them calling up. It was possible to identify the lead of the aircraft who'd crashed owing to the camouflage paint. So within moments, 3 Typhoons are destroyed. And I've got the names of the pilots here. So you had Flight Lieutenant Rhys Evans, who was 22. He was from Wales. You've got 2 Canadians as well, Adrian Taylor from Newfoundland, who officially wasn't a Canadian yet, as Newfoundland was not part of Canada, and of course Flight Lieutenant Malcolm G, who was also 22, from my mum's hometown of Winnipeg, and there's actually a lake in Manitoba that's been named after him, that his parents had done. So this actually continues through the rest of the day, because with the action on the beaches being confined to that, a lot of naval support, 2 TAF switches their fighter bombers from the close support role into good old-fashioned armed recce's. So what happens is the rocket Typhoons have 4 of their rockets removed and long-range tanks fitted. The Bombfoons have a bomb removed and a long-range tank added, and they go into that what becomes the classic Normandy support role, which is them flying all over the place looking for targets of opportunity. They have a target list, but that's quickly exhausted, and they're looking for any movements of troops and any concentrations of armor. And it's interesting. The stories are really quite similar. You have 609 Squadron, which James Holland follows with Ken Adam in his latest book, but they go in again south of Caen, and literally are just looking for targets of opportunity. A few of the other squadrons with the long range tanks go a little bit further afield. But for the most part, it's a very successful day. Losses are light because it's not really until the afternoon that the flak starts coming up. The Luftwaffe starts showing up in greater numbers. So there's 8 aircraft, 8 Typhoons lost during the day, with 7 pilots. But for the Typhoon force, that's actually not really considered too bad a thing, because things were going to be getting a hell of a lot worse over the coming couple months.
Well, that's when we talked about in our prep conversation, whenever it was, yesterday, the day before, that you said the next 2 or 3 months were about the worst for Typhoon pilots in the whole history of the aircraft. Is that right?
Yeah. So, but basically, the Typhoon's worst enemy was flak, not the heavy 88s, which everybody goes on about. It's the light sort of quad 20 millimeters, the 30, the 42.
Because you can't see that, can you? You can see. I understand as a pilot, you can see the big stuff, the puffs, but the light stuff, you just can't see it. So you can't avoid it. And especially when you're on a diving run, and we want to demonstrate how a dive comes in and what's going through a pilot's operation at that time.
Yeah. So the standard attack is you're at about 10 to 8,000 feet. It can be anything from sort of 3 to a dozen Typhoons. And you dive in, and depending on the CO, they would go in at anything from 45 to 60 degrees, firing bursts of cannon on the target to start understanding what the drop is going to be like. And you have to remember, this is really still more art than science. You've got unguided weapons. The RP-3 rocket is essentially a firework with a 60-pound warhead on it. So we're not talking laser precision here. And you're being shot at. So you're moving your aircraft around trying to avoid the flak. The sort of heavier stuff, the 40 millimeter, would have occasional bits of tracer in it. So you'd sort of the accounts would say you had a glowing football slowly coming towards you. And if it was moving slowly, you were fine. It's when it sped up, you knew it was coming at you. And that must have been really disconcerting.
I can only imagine how awful that was. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
There's one account which annoyingly I've got so many bits of paper in front of me I can't find it. There's one pilot was saying that the dive was slow motion even though you were doing 500 miles an hour, and for the rocket Typhoons, they tried to launch their missiles a mile up, because that's when the rockets would be going at full velocities as they hit the target. The Bombfoons would be dropping a little bit lower. But again, you're dropping anything up to 1,000-pounders or 8 60-pound rockets, and these really will be going into a target area, especially a defended one. The chances of actually hitting things, the myth of the tank buster, as we both know, that I think it's 4% of rockets would actually hit their target. So it's a terrifying event. You're being shot at the whole way in. You're being shot at the whole way out, and you're seeing your friends disappear, because the Typhoon's a big aircraft, fully loaded. It's about 7 ton. So once it's dropped its ordnance, as you pull back on the stick, you're still diving. They called it mushing. They'd lose a few hundred feet at the bottom of the dive, just as the aircraft would settle in until the Sabre engine would actually finally drag it into the sky.
Wow.
And that,
just sorry to interrupt.
That's right. What have we got?
We're talking about it's still Sorby, but as you were talking about the fact it may not have been that the Typhoons may not have caused as many knocks of tanks as perhaps the cartoons and comic books told us. The point is, it was devastating on the morale of the Germans, wasn't it? I mean, they were terrified of these things. I mean, almost certainly that more Germans were killed by artillery and mortars and heavy bombers than were killed by Typhoons. But I think it's the raw fear of seeing something hurtling out the sky towards you, reversing what the Germans did against us earlier in the war with the Stuka. It's the same kind of thing, but now taken this technology to a bigger, more powerful, incredibly more sophisticated technology. And you read numerous accounts of Germans just absolutely scared shitless by the Thunderbolts and the Typhoons. So yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. So in order to give time to talk about what your project is yourself now, Matt, because that's why another reason I brought you on. Typhoons, most people who are watching this, unless they are old enough to have seen one in the war, have never seen a Typhoon flying. Is that maybe going to change in the next couple of years, Matt?
Well, we certainly hope so, Woody. So I am the day job for me is I'm the social media manager for the Hawker Typhoon Preservation Group, and our goal.
Link below in the description of the video.
Yep,
there is a link to the down there somewhere.
Come visit us. We've got lots of fun stuff going on at the moment, but we have are very fortunate to have RB396, which is a late model Typhoon, the sort of classic one with the bubble canopy, and she was shot down on the 1st of April 1945. And we are restoring her to flight. Our target goal is 4 years from now. But that is funding dependent, of course. So if you like what I'm about to say, please
if you're
get
a
in
millionaire
touch.
watching and you'd like to have a little go on a Typhoon, there's a foundation you can donate some money to and have a little play with them.
Yes, and we can immediately take you to see all the bits as soon as the as
you
soon
can
as
even
the
help
research...
put them together.
Yeah. So we're working hard on that. Our plan is to have the aircraft airworthy. We have a 0-time Napier Sabre engine, which is the power plant that flew it, that powered it even, and it's the hen's teeth of World War II engines, and we've luckily had one that's been in a box at Cranfield since it was built, so it's 0-time, new old stock. And the reason we're sort of doing this is, the Typhoon usually gets mentioned about this time every year, and then it's forgotten. And if we mentioned it a minute ago, during sort of from the 6th of June through to the liberation of Paris on the 25th of August, 264 Typhoons are lost, but 149 pilots are killed. Because if you get hit in a dive at a couple thousand feet, you don't really have a loss of chance. And that number is 22% of the total. So in 2.5 months, 22% of the 666 pilots who were killed in Typhoons lost their life just in this one campaign.
Wow.
So we want RB396 to be that living, breathing memorial to the crews that they don't have. There's one Typhoon memorial at Noyes Brocage, which is run by the...
Just interrupting you, the Gwen down below is now showing us footage inside the Grand Bunker. So the Grand Bunker is one of the German observation positions behind the beach. In fact, it's the biggest one in the area of Normandy, and it is a 5-story building that had a big range fire on the top, and it's all got all the equipment inside it. And actually Gwen's now I'm saying that Gwen's feed has stopped. That's me. The gremlins at work there, but when it comes back, that's Gwen showing us. It may be because he's inside a concrete bunker with massive, great, thick concrete walls that his signal's just gone. It's basically we've jammed with German concrete has jammed his radar, is what we're saying.
Yeah, these things weren't built for Wi-Fi signal, were they?
No, the Germans weren't thinking that. I just wished he could get to. There's a particular mannequin in there that's got this look on his face. Every tour guide, James Holland, has posted pictures of this particular mannequin there that I think they could change now, but it gets so much attention because it's got this I've just stepped on a mouse, been startled by a ghost kind of look on its face. We've lost Gwen's feed now. But anyway, Matt, it's been an enjoy to talk to you. I could talk to you all day about Typhoons. And for those watching who don't quite get an idea what a Typhoon is, if you think about Sherman and you think about Tiger and you imagine how much bigger a Tiger is than a Sherman, if you think of a Spitfire, a Typhoon is like twice as big in all regards as a Spitfire. I mean, it is a massive, great aircraft, and it's huge, great nose. And you also mentioned Ken Adam earlier on. And for those watching, Ken Adam was a pilot of a Typhoon in World War II. He later became much more famous as a set designer for the James Bond films and many others. He designed the big volcano underground set you see in You Only Live Twice, and all those expansive, fantastic 1960s and 70s James Bond. That was, there we got a view from the top of the Grand Bunker there. So that's a view towards Sword Beach.
And the thing to remember, Ken won two Oscars.
2 Oscars.
Yeah, Barry Lyndon and Madness of George III. There you go for the film buffs.
And Matt does a film blog as well as talking about aircraft. But we were talking about doing a James Bond something rather, discussing the favorite James Bond film. But that would be another conversation for a day. So,
but next to his Oscars, he had a model of his Typhoon. So
wonderful.
That was with him for his whole life. So that was.
So I'm going to bring in my next guest, Ray, although we'll keep you on for a minute or two, Matt. Okay. We'll just bring in Stephen who's going to come on and talk about naval stuff in a minute. So, but thank you, Matt. That's been brilliant. I think we've all learned something. And we will touch on again the idea of the Germans not having an air force in Normandy is complete poppycock. There were more than just those 2 fighters you see, Pips Priller flying. There's Stephen there joining us. We'll come to you in a minute, Stephen. So yeah, there were lots of German aircraft around. If you're a decent German pilot and there's 11,500 Allied aircraft in the skies, you're going to be able to shoot 1 or 2 of these things down, and some people did. So let's
It was
forget
a target-rich
that idea
environment.
that there'd be no Germans in the air. There are plenty of Germans in the air. We had more, absolutely. We have superiority, but there's let's just put that one to bed. So, Matt, I thank you again. I'm going to bring you back on for an air power discussion later in the summer. And anytime I want to talk about that particular aircraft called a Typhoon, I will bring you back in, because, you know, we've done it before together at Chalk Valley History Festival last year, and I learned more about Typhoons in a day with you than I had by reading 4 or 5 books. So enjoy your day, Matt. Thanks for getting me off to a second good start. And my next guest is here already, so it's all coming together really well. And the adrenaline's starting to kick in now.
Super. Well, I hope it keeps going for the day, mate.
Almost starting to relax. So I will speak to you again, Matt, and I'll bring our next guest in. So thank you very much, Matt. Thank you everybody.
Thanks, buddy.
Watching.
Have a good day.
Give Matt a virtual round of applause. Thank you, Matt. Bye.
Bye.
And so we still have footage coming in for the top of the Grand Bunker, which is of Sword Beach. And that's rather appropriate, because we're going to be talking about what was happening. See that blue stuff under the sky, between the land and the sky? That's called the sea. And we're going to now talk about the naval operations that were occurring. And my next guest is Stephen Fisher, a naval historian, joining us from, where are you, Stephen? I've forgotten where you are.
Southampton.
Southampton, which would be a pretty appropriate place, South Coast.
It is, yeah.
A very busy place 76 years ago. This moment,
yeah,
I'm guessing.
Southampton was the biggest point of embarkation for troops. People often think of Portsmouth as being the sort of centre of embarkation, but really Southampton, being a well-developed merchant port, had all of the facilities. So most of the troops for Gold and Juno left from Southampton. Right,
and a pretty cool bookshelf behind you. So yeah, we've done air power. We've done 2 presentations about air power. So let's bring it down to the sea now. The naval aspect is often, I think, overlooked when it regards to D-Day, because especially when you're visiting Normandy, you're just looking at a big bit of water out there, and it's difficult to imagine what was going on there. So you go to battlefields where you can actually see pillboxes and barbed wire, and imagine troops running over and fight urban warfare and things like that. So Stephen is absolutely the guy to bring on to talk about the naval operations. So we touched on it earlier with Sean and Matt about the absolutely diverse nature of the Air Force, but we're going to come to the Navy in a minute. And there's live footage coming from inside the Grand Bunker. I'm hoping Gwen can find the mannequin with the scary smile. That would be really cool. But I'm betting his signal will go. I think that's in the middle of the position, and that's the rangefinder he's looking at. Now that rangefinder is a device the Germans had. Often they were Zeiss built from Switzerland, and that they can be up to 5 meters wide or 3 meters wide, these things, and they can be used stereoscopically to the range Gwen's hand they're demonstrating to look for shipping. And then with that you get a distance, and from a distance you can start working out elevations and ranges for guns, and the naval gun badger can start, theoretically from the German point of view, knocking out our allied fleet. But Stephen, the Navy is where it gets really, really multinational, isn't it? So let's run through a few of the countries involved on D-Day that perhaps some people watching here had no idea would be involved.
Well, for flagged ships, warships, obviously you've got the 3 big ones, and the Royal Navy is the largest maritime contingent. They dwarf all of the other navies that are present. They have 4 battleships, 2 monitors, 20 cruisers, and something like 85, 90 destroyers taking part, whereas the US Navy, which everyone presumes would be bigger, only had about 40 destroyers and 3 cruisers and a couple of battleships. But the US Navy is still big, and they're busy in other parts of the world as well, so they come in second. And then you have the Canadian Navy as well, supplying destroyers, minesweepers and landing craft. Then you've also got various other allied navies. So the Free French, they had a battleship, a couple of cruisers and several destroyers and motor torpedo boat flotilla, minesweepers. The Polish Navy had a cruiser and 3 or 4 destroyers. The Norwegians, they had 3 destroyers and a motor torpedo boat flotilla. The Dutch had gunboats and 2 motor torpedo boat flotillas that were on the lists for the operation. And the Greeks, they had a couple of corvettes that also joined the naval force. But then you also move into the merchant navy as well, and here's where it starts to get more diverse, because you have merchant ships from flagged countries around the world, but it's also really the crew that makes it very diverse. Huge numbers of people that had come from the occupied nations, including the Danes, Poles, Scandinavians, African countries. And of course, at the time, the British in particular still maintained this fleet that relied a lot on people from countries of the British Empire, Indians, Chinese, Malaysians, who worked in their ships, primarily as stokers, firemen, that kind of thing. They were called lascars at the time. And so literally thousands of those were on these ships as well, crewing them. They don't tend to get official recognition, but that, you know, when you look at the crews and makeups of the merchant ships in particular, suddenly you're looking at a genuine sort of worldwide effort. But yeah, for flagged warships, it's primarily Royal Navy, the US Navy, the Canadians, and then, as I said, the French, the Polish, the Norwegians, the Dutch, and the Greeks.
And just because Gwen, who's taken the footage of the landing craft, there is off on another assignment to do my next feature about the East Riding Army. That is a landing craft. Now, it's not a proper decent D-Day one, really, but it's representative of what these were being used on D-Day. That was one of the ones used in Saving Private Ryan. But of the various types, LCAs, LCVPs, LCVs, how many are we talking about on? Because you see different figures over the course of the 5 beaches. What's your as a naval, as my on standby naval historian? How many are we talking about?
So in total, the entire fleet of warships and merchant ships committed for Operation Neptune, there were just over 7,000 ships. Now, 3,000 of those are warships and merchant ships. The merchant ships following up in the waves the days after D-Day itself. 4,000 of those vessels, just over 4,000 in fact, are landing craft or landing ships of all different types. The most numerous is the landing craft vehicle personnel, the US Higgins boat, which is what that craft we were just looking at represents, and is very, very similar to an LCVP. I must point out, it's actually a British British boat, but it's pretty much modelled on the LCA. It's the LCA Mark II in effect, and as you can see, very similar to the LCVP. So literally several, just under 1,000 LCVPs, the American Higgins boat. But then on top of that, you have the landing craft tank, which was probably the most essential of all of the landing craft that were deployed at Normandy, just over 800 of those, plus various other ones that have been modified into the very famous landing craft rocket, the landing craft gun, landing craft flak. But yeah, in total for this operation, 4,000 amphibious assault vessels.
Brilliant. I'm just keeping messaging people. We've got some more. We've got Magali coming in. That's my other half, and Jonathan's around as well. Gwen is now heading off to do his next thing, so that's I'm gonna drop him out there for a second. The landing craft and the lack of them earlier was one of the reasons why D-Day didn't happen earlier. I mean, there was pressure to get an invasion into France a lot earlier than we ended up doing it in 44. And that's all about landing craft, isn't it? Or
pretty much, yeah. So when the United States come into the war, they start looking at an early return to the continent, maybe as early as 1942, and they planned various operations, but they were on such a small scale that when the British, who have obviously been preparing and fighting this war for much longer, said, look, this isn't going to work, the US agreed. And so then you get this whole strategy of coming up through the Mediterranean, the soft underbelly of Europe, and D-Day is delayed until 1944. Now, when that was originally planned in 1943 by Cossack, they were looking at potentially May 1943, but they were only anticipating this 3-division landing, so it had only been 3 of the 5 beaches. And it wasn't until Montgomery came on board at the start of 1944 and said, no, this needs to be much, much bigger, 5-division front. And the Royal Navy said, well, we can't have all of the landing craft you'll need for an extra 2-division front landing, and so it gets delayed to June. But that's very fortunate because the Navy were building enough landing craft. They just weren't going to be ready by May, because as well as launching them, you've got to get the crew on them, you've got to work them up, you've got to train them and get them ready to partake in an amphibious operation, because handling a landing craft is actually very difficult. They're not easy craft to control. They have no keel. They skid around on the surface of the water, and then beaching and getting off the beach is quite a skill. So by delaying from May to June, just 1 month, that really was crucial in giving the Royal Navy the opportunity to complete landing craft in sufficient numbers. And had they gone in May, they probably would have been 200 landing craft tank less, which is a significant number.
Yeah, the landing craft, that's 800 less armored vehicles, and that could be the difference between winning and losing. So
Exactly,
the footage coming in I'm not sure which screen it is. I think it's the bottom screen there. That's Magali recording right now from Ware, which is Gold Beach. And she's going to be showing us across later on to a house where a certain individual we're going to be talking about soon spent the night of June the 6th. But bringing back to Navy, how with all these different nations, and we've got a request on chat to talk about the Svenna, the Norwegian ship, so we can tie that in at some point later on. That would please. I forgot on his name is the Red Dragon wants to know about this. But anyway, with all these different languages, how on earth was this massive, great fleet of 7,000 ships organized, and who did the organizing?
So the language that was used was English. That was necessary for the communications between all the vessels. Obviously, on a French-speaking battleship, it wasn't necessary for everyone to speak English, but for their communication with the rest of the fleet, you have liaison officers, so that there is a common language across the entire fleet, so that orders can be disseminated appropriately. But controlling the Navy and this entire maritime element of D-Day, which is so significant, and as you say, quite often overlooked, but is such a major part of what is an amphibious operation. People tend to think of the Navy element as getting the troops from England to France, and it's the land bits that are important and the sea isn't relevant. But actually, getting everyone in an organized fashion across to the beaches and then landing them in the correct order so that the right troops are touching down at the right time for this assault on a beachhead to actually work. The phenomenal task and the preparation involved went on for a good year. And that was pretty much almost all organized or overseen, if you like, by Admiral Ramsay, who of course is very much in the news at the moment with the 80th anniversary of Dunkirk, which is probably the event that he's most associated with. But a lot of people don't realize that he was so successful in that and other operations that he was the first choice to be the maritime or the Navy controller for this entire operation.
Yeah.
It really was his drive and his organization that made sure that D-Day was a success.
And it sounds a trite comment, but this is all going to be organized without the benefit of any computers organizing algorithms. And you'll fill me in the details, but it's not like you're moving a Navy that all move at the same speed and have the same requirements. They have different wakes and weights and speeds, and big ships can interfere with the operation of little ships and vice versa, and vision and stopping distances and speeds and things. I mean, it literally boggles my mind when I consider just how massive that operation was. And Piccadilly Circus is the rendezvous, centrally controlling point halfway across the channel. And it has to be mine swept as well. We have to sweep for mines. We can't do it weeks in advance, because that way the Germans might see us out there sweeping mines and think, hang on, they're interested in Normandy. Is something happening there? I mean, it's just absolutely mind-boggling.
Well, the minesweeping is interesting because, of course, we were surreptitiously minesweeping the northern half of the English Channel in the days before D-Day, but it still had to be swept again just in case the Germans had managed to lay mines the night before all of the invasion force sailed.
So that Magali now is actually showing us footage. I'm going to make Mag's screen big there for a second, because she's actually showing us footage of the house just inland from Ware, where no, that's me coming big screen now. I don't know why I want Mag to come in. That wasn't what I wanted to do. What's going on there? It's an audio issue. But that's Mag showing the house where Admiral Ramsay spent the night of June the 6th. That's off Ware. So this is what we're trying to do, folks. We're trying to connect what the subject matter is with the visuals. It's not going to always work perfectly, but this is our idea. And remember, we are all just amateurs in terms of video production doing this. We're doing our very best to give you a sense of what's going on here in Normandy, and it's going to be fraught with technical difficulties. And I've got 14 hours of watching comments and getting people involved. But Ramsay is an incredible figure, and you're quite right. I think we think of him with regards to Dynamo and the Dunkirk operations, and of course he had a very sad end. What happened to Ramsay?
He was killed in a plane crash flying back over to the European continent in late, I forget the date, but before the end of the war, unfortunately. And that's perhaps one of the reasons that as a historical figure he's overlooked, because he
didn't get to write his memoirs, did he?
he didn't get to write his memoirs, anything like that. So yeah, it's a sad loss, and yeah, unfortunately, because he didn't make it to the end, there was less opportunity to celebrate him at the war end. The war's end.
Extraordinary guy, and there's another gentleman, the Sea Lord. We should remember with regards to the success of D-Day and the naval aspect. And who would that be, Stephen? He said in asking him the question they prepared to ask.
He's the third Sea Lord and controller of the Navy. And again, he's another well-known figure from Dunkirk. It's Admiral Wake Walker, who was, of course, offshore on the beaches of Dunkirk, whilst Ramsay was back at Dover. And Wake Walker, by now, has been promoted. He's third Sea Lord, which is essentially the position of controller of the Navy. And it's his responsibility to make sure that there are sufficient ships. And it was his drive in particular that made sure that there were enough landing craft before D-Day, even before the divisions had been extended from a 3-division to a 5-division front by Montgomery in January 1944. Far back as August, he had been looking at the situation with landing craft, the possibility of a 4-division front or larger. And it was his pressing of the matter that saw the Admiralty building landing craft in greater numbers, even to the extent of taking over merchant and warship yards to build additional landing craft tank. And one of those was landing craft tank 7074, which is the one that's being restored by the National Museum of the Royal Navy right now. Will hopefully go on display outside the D-Day Storey in Portsmouth later this year. The only surviving landing craft tank from D-Day. And that's one of the vessels that Wake Walker was pushing forward as part of this additional construction program. And that's why it was built in a warship yard rather than in a landing craft yard. That's how much they needed these landing craft, that they took over the facilities for building other warships. And just these additional 75 landing craft that 7074 was a part of, that caused delays to a aircraft carrier, 3 cruisers, 4 or 5 destroyers from memory, and about half a dozen merchant ships. So this drive to build the landing craft really being pushed by Wake Walker was crucial to, again, making sure that you had that fleet available for this amphibious operation.
So some more figures for people watching to go and look up and learn more about. We've got a few minutes to play with, but I think it's time and appropriate to now talk about the losses to the Navy. I mean, with 7,000 ships out there, and there are going to be mines, and there's accidents, and there's enemy action, and particularly the mines, I think. Run through, if you would, the losses of the ships on D-Day, and probably more than people think.
More than people think, maybe less than people think. In terms of warships that were actually damaged or lost in action on D-Day, it's relatively low. The British lost a destroyer and a motor torpedo boat. The US lost a minesweeper, a destroyer, and a patrol craft. Norway lost the Svenna, they're one of their 3 destroyers. And that's it. Those are the only significant warship losses on D-Day. But of course, it goes on a lot longer after that, throughout the rest of June, because this maritime operation, the Neptune, lasted for a lot longer than just D-Day. They lost 14 vessels, the British lost 14 vessels just in June alone, and then the Allied fleets, the US Navy, the other nationalities also lost an additional 10 ships. But of course, that's just warships. These are offshore, taking part in the bombardment or providing escort to the convoys coming down, or on anti-submarine duties. So it's relatively low because they are not at the very front of the action. Of course, at the front of the action, you have the amphibious forces, those 4,000 landing craft, and their losses are much higher. Preliminary Admiralty reports suggested that on the Commonwealth beaches, Gold, Juno, and Swords, there were a total of, and I've had to write them down because there's so many.
No problem.
131 landing craft tank were lost or damaged, 117 landing craft assault, and landing craft infantry, small and large, about 43. Now, in fact, the totals for June after that ended up being much, much higher. As far as I've been able to work out, because there is no real comprehensive list of all of the landing craft losses. You've got to try and piece it together from the various reports, and a lot of them contradict each other. But throughout the month of June and July, which is the main period of this build-up of forces, because of course the Royal Navy's role didn't end on D-Day.
No.
As soon as they dropped their troops off, they pull back off the beach, they go straight back to the United Kingdom, and they pick up their next load, and they bring them over. And they had this regular shuttle service taking troops back and forth across the English Channel, building up the forces in the beachhead so that they can eventually break out in the Battle of Normandy. Without this supply, without this constant shuttle service, then Normandy couldn't have happened, because we couldn't have got enough forces into the beachhead. So to give you some figures for that, between June and the end of July, there were, just in Portsmouth Command, which is the Solent and Portland and New Haven, which was the main area after D-Day, there were no less than 8,200 individual ship sailings. So 8,000 times a ship set sail from one of the ports in the Solent area, and 3,500 of those were just landing craft tank. So that's a phenomenal amount of sailings, and that got over 1,000 men, 1 million men, 200,000 vehicles, and 425,000 tons of stores. But of course, that comes with significant losses as well. And as far as I've been able to work out, the Allied fleets between them, including warships and amphibious vessels, lost 267 fleet vessels, so including the landing craft and the warships. They also lost 26 merchant craft throughout June and July. Again, the vast majority of these are landing craft, and as far as I've been able to work out, by the end of Operation Neptune, or by the end of July thereabouts,
we have the ceremony taking place, under interrupt, the ceremony taking place there in Hermanville.
Oh yeah,
that's where the monument to the Svenna is. There's also a Navy monument there as well.
That's right.
Sure,
yeah.
There's Duncan's walking over now to the 3rd Division monument. If he could possibly, I think Duncan can hear me. If you can swing round and get the Navy monument in at some point, Duncan, that'd be really good. And taking photos of other people there. I think that's the area of Hermanville where all the famous photos, we have a photo of a taken bigger photo. But the Svenna, the Norwegian ship, again, reminding ourselves of the involvement. There was a Norwegian ship there. So the Danes are up on Utah Beach. You've got Poles, you've got Russians, and this is a small ceremony taking place. So there's the naval monument there.
Yeah, that's the memorial to the Svenna. And interestingly, there is an identical memorial to that sailor handling the shell in Oslo in Norway, which commemorates the sacrifice of all Norwegian sailors during the war. But it's an identical model. The Svenna then was one of the very earliest losses on D-Day itself, as it's coming down the far eastern flank, because it's part of Bombardment Squadron K, or D, I can't remember now. Coming down that eastern flank, it was right in the path of a German torpedo boat flotilla that came out of Le Havre. And torpedo boats, we tend to think of motor torpedo boats. For the Germans, these torpedo boats were like small destroyers. But 3 of those set sail from Le Havre, and they entered this smoke screen that was being laid by the Allied warships. And as they came out the other side, they were suddenly confronted by the entire invasion fleet ahead of them. And they did what any sensible person would do. They fired their torpedoes and they ran. And they got back safely without any hits, even though they were peppered with shots from the Allied fleet. But unfortunately, their torpedoes, one of them found their mark on the Svenna, hitting it pretty much amidships, and it broke its back and sank very, very quickly. Fortunately, the loss of life wasn't huge, and I think 2/3 of the crew were rescued.
HMS Swift, I think, did the rescuing, didn't it? A lot of it.
That's right.
And do you know who the commander of HMS Swift was?
I can't remember.
He was, and I forget which way around it is, but for those watching this in Britain who like cricket, it was either David Gower's dad or David Gower's uncle. His uncle and father were both involved. One was a forward observer for an artillery unit, and one was the commander of the Swift. And I forget which way around it was, but David Gower's either dad or uncle.
You have quite a few commanders that have a celebrity connection. Kristen Scott Thomas's grandfather was on one of the bombardment ships at Gold Beach. Sword Beach. So yeah, you have all of these personalities, if you like, and some of them were famous already when they were during the war when they were commanding their ships. So it's Peter Dickens, the great grandson of Charles Dickens, who had commanded motor torpedo boat flotillas during the war. By D-Day, he was in command of a destroyer as well, and I think his brother-in-law was commanding another destroyer. So yeah, there's lots of connections and lots of well-known names associated with these warships.
Well, brilliant. I mean, this is exactly what we're going to keep you on for a bit longer anyway. And I'm going to bring in Ben Main very shortly, because there's actually an overlap between our piece here on the Navy and our next piece, which Ben's joining in. So I'm going to bring Ben in advance of his schedule. But I'm really thrilled that we are talking about the naval operations, because I think it's something that we don't talk about enough. And so Ben is coming in now. But so Ben is going to be joining us to talk about the East Riding Yeomanry coming ashore on Sword Beach. And the reason we're going to keep Stephen on, there's a bit bad audio there. I think that's, I'll mute Ben for a second there. Because who was bringing ashore? There's Ben. I'll unmute him. This is all complicated. I've got this other guy that's still trying to get footage into me. Good morning, Ben. How are you?
Good, thank you, Paul. Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. It's the realization of exactly what I've committed myself to is sort of sinking in rather than, now I'm an hour and a half in. I feel like I've done a marathon already. But Stephen and Ben, you know each other. And who was bringing ashore the East Riding Yeomanry? Can you tell us about their journey in, Stephen?
They, like all of the armoured formations and pretty much all of the units that went over to Normandy, their total formation was split across several different flotillas. So that if one flotilla encountered difficulties, if they it didn't impact the entire formation. So the East Riding Yeomanry, some of them were on landing ship tanks, some of them were on landing craft tank, but they largely arrived after lunch on D-Day. So they were one of the follow-up, not the immediate first wave landing at dawn, but a couple of hours later. And I've got the report from the commanding officer, what was his name, Lieutenant Spilsbury, of the 39th Landing Craft Tank Flotilla, who carried one of the squadrons of the East Riding Yeomanry over to D-Day. I can't remember which squadron, Ben might know, but it's quite an interesting report. Because it's later in the day, they didn't suffer significant losses. So all of their landing craft arrived and left safely, but some of them didn't leave for quite some time because, as the commanding officer reports, disembarkation was slower than anticipated, and this, in conjunction with a falling tide, caused many craft to dry out. So many of the landing craft were then stuck and stranded on the beach as the tide went out. I signalled to Lieutenant Commander Cook that I was unable to kedge off and requested that he take command of all the landing craft that had unbeached. So these landing craft then spend a very uncomfortable time on the beach overnight. And goes on to report, during the afternoon, there was a considerable amount of sniping from houses on the seafront, and a vigorous reply was made by the gun crews of the landing craft tank and landing craft infantry. So they actually were able to still contribute to the whole securing of the beachhead area, just literally using their Oerlikon guns on the wings of the bridge on the landing craft. They were able to leave, sorry, it wasn't the next day, they left at 9 o'clock that evening. At approximately 9 o'clock, several craft floated off the beach, but 2 or 3 were compelled to cut away their kedge anchors as they fouled obstructions. Then he goes on to report, just after leaving the beach, waves of gliders came in, and there was more brisk firing from the houses. Once again, the landing craft replied at point-blank range and succeeded in silencing. So as they were kedging off the beach, they saw the arrival of the entire air landing brigades that was coming to reinforce the airborne forces just east of the Orne River. And yeah, we're able to then supply covering fire to knock out some of this sporadic gunfire coming from the houses on the beach.
Well, for those watching, I mean, you clearly understand that Stephen really knows his stuff when it comes to the Royal Navy, and we'll be joining Gwen soon and Ben for our next segment. But what projects are you involved in now, Stephen? And can people, have you got a website? It's in the description below. What's your next big project?
Well, at the moment, I'm just finishing off the work I've been doing on Landing Craft Tank 7074. I'm very lucky to be the sort of historical consultant on that. So I've been writing up its history. I've been doing the archaeological recording during its restoration. But that will hopefully be on display outside the D-Day story later this year. So as soon as I finish my reports, that project is over. But the one thing that I've decided I'm going to do, and watch this space, there'll be more coming out later, I would have hoped to be able to launch something today, but I've been far too busy. One thing that's massively overlooked is the embarkation from the south coast of England for D-Day, how this organisation took place, getting all of these units to the correct point of embarkation so they can get on the correct vessels. And it's something I've talked about previously. I did that webinar on embarking the D-Day Armada, and it's something I think that needs proper attention and recording who left from where, because for many, many people, this was their last time on friendly ground. For many people, it's the last time they're even on ground at all, because many, of course, never made it to the beaches. So my next big project, I'm going to have to work out how best to do it, is to record and accurately establish who left from where, so that we've got a lasting record of exactly where everyone went to Normandy from. And it's something that's done on a smaller scale. For Arnhem, of course, you can find out pretty much the names of everyone who took off from various airfields in the United Kingdom, because that's so well studied, and it's never been done for D-Day. There is no master database of where all of these points of embarkation are. So that's my next big project. And follow me on Twitter, see Spitfires, and you'll find out more there.
And I think it's just a good reminder to people that think, you know, they've got maybe a bookshelf full of titles about D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, and think, well, we've got every bit of information we already could possibly need. Well, no, there are projects being worked on all the time. There's a huge amount of work we can still do to understand more about these events. And I think one of the things I wanted to bring with this presentation is not necessarily fall into the trap of doing a regular kind of BBC, no offense to BBC, kind of D-Day anniversary, where they would cover the same old in a very good, professional, slick, more professional than us way. But I was much keener to bring on people who are keen about their aspect of it and can bring their passion and their knowledge and share it with a wider audience. So again, Stephen, it's been brilliant having you on. We're going to have Stephen again on things during the course of the summer when we talk about naval operations in other areas, and we will do a Battle of Atlantic show at some point. And remember, look in the description of the video, you can find links to those who are going to be participating. Those who've bought books will mention their books, their websites. Please click subscribe so you can get more information coming up. Please maybe consider becoming a patron of WWII. But Stephen, we've come to our end. Thank you very, very much for joining us today. We've all learned a lot about Navy, and we're going to talk to Ben about our next exciting sequence. So thank you very much, Stephen. I will drop you out, and we'll speak again soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Good luck.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, Ben, I'm now going to give you my full attention. So you're on out in the wilds of England. We've got a bit of wind noise coming in, but where are you today?
Yes, I'm actually down in Gosport, and it links quite nicely in with what Stephen hopefully has spoken about, and he touched on briefly at the end there. I'm at Gosport Hardway, where some of the LSTs, the landing ship tanks, loaded here on the 1st of June before then moving out into the Solent before heading across to Normandy on the evening of the 5th of June. I will just show you, and hopefully you can see, Stephen may have mentioned it, they're trying to do archaeological work and document what still remains of these loading embarkation points, and you may be able to see the chocolate block stonework that is behind me that is still on the Hardway here at Gosport. I've come down to the marshalling areas, area A, in the Portsmouth area for the day. It's the closest, obviously, we can safely get or be as close to Normandy as we can at this time, and it felt right to be here today to pay respects, remember, and give the opportunity for people to see some of the locations that were used. So I've come into my car, so the wind noise should have gone now.
Brilliant. So for those watching, Ben is a tour guide, filmmaker, wearer of many different hats, as I am, literally in my case. And we're going to be talking today about the East Riding Yeomanry unit that Ben has done a lot of work on. And what we're going to do, we've got Gwen, our roving reporter, and he is going to follow with Ben the story of the East Riding Yeomanry coming ashore and beam back live footage, so to try and recreate for those sitting wherever you're sitting in the world what they were. So where they were. So who are the East Riding Yeomanry, Ben, and what was their role, what was their mission, what vehicles did they have?
Yeah, the East Riding Yeomanry, you could class them as a junior unit as such. They formed one of the 3 regiments of the 27th Armoured Brigade that were attached to the British 3rd Infantry Division that would come ashore on Sword Beach. So the East Riding themselves, they were originally out in Dunkirk. Only a few of the men managed to return from Dunkirk, and as with many of the units, all their hardware, what tanks they did have, did not come back from France. So they then had to refit and retrain from 1940 and prepare for the Operation Overlord, the Normandy invasion for 44. The men themselves, they had to bring in new men to make up their numbers. Again, with the regiment, the 1st East Riding Yeomanry, you're looking at roughly around 500 to 600 men. The training that they'd undertake initially was done using Valentine tanks, and that was around 43. They knew that an assault would come at some point, and as part of their training, these Valentine tanks were adapted so they would DD Valentines. So at Fritton Lake is one example. The East Riding Yeomanry were going and launching into Fritton Lake, practicing for amphibious landings.
That's Suffolk, isn't it, Fritton Lake?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. Yes. The private land now, but some of the facility and the ramps still remain there at this time. In 43, they then get told that they're going to be issued with Sherman tanks, and they begin to start to train and prepare for exercises. Exercise Fabius, for example, where they get their hands on these Sherman tanks and begin to train ready for Operation Overlord itself. One thing with the Shermans that they are to be issued, which the veterans I've spoken to were quite grateful for, was that they were going to be using the diesel variants. And it wasn't until they saw what were happening to other Shermans, the petrols out in Normandy, that they realised that these diesels were quite a bit of a saviour for them. Yet they could still explode, but they were not as combustible as the petrol variants, and would give crews a bit more time to escape and get clear of tanks. So they were quite grateful of that. The hards that we're at today, as Stephen's mentioned, you had a squadron depart from here, so roughly 20 Sherman tanks from here, and then 1 troop of B squadron that would be 4 Sherman tanks from here that embarked 1st of June, then headed across to Normandy to get ready and prepare to land just after 2 o'clock on the 6th of June in the afternoon.
So by this time of the afternoon, and we're going to be, during the course of the day, we're skipping back and forth during the timeline. We can't bring you all these events at the time they were happening. And so later on, we're talking about the assault on Sword Beach with Adam and Neil and the East Yorks, and later Norfolk. So this is later in the afternoon. So this is part of what I'm going to refer to repeatedly during the day is the leapfrogging nature of the invasion. So someone lands to secure the beach, then they hold, then someone lands behind then who take the next mile or two, and then they leapfrog their way through. So we're with a division with 3 brigades, you have like 2 in advance, 1 behind, or 1 in advance. They leapfrog, and it goes down to regiment and battalion level, so that we're constantly maintaining a push, but also holding what we've got. So for those who want to know what the footage is where we have beaming in, Gwen, who's an exceptional tour guide, who's being one of my roving reporters, is in a field just inland from Hermanville, and we're looking at a crop there of wheat, I guess, and that would have been what it would have been like 76 years ago. Wheat 18 inches, 2 foot tall, and the landing at 2 o'clock. Obviously, by that point, the beach itself was fairly done and dusted. Not much going on there. What tell us about that field? That's what happened there.
Yeah, it's around 14:40 hours in the afternoon, so close to 3 o'clock, that The main elements of the East Riding Yeomanry have now landed either by the LCTs, or those who are on the LSTs have been brought to shore by the Rhino ferries. Quite quickly, they can clear the beach and they come to this position where Gwen is there for us. This was the forming up position for the East Riding Yeomanry. So A, B and C squadron were to filter into this field where they would then de-waterproof the tanks before moving on. So this is effectively the assembly area. From the reconnaissance that had been carried out in the lead up to the 6th.
Seeing whether Gwen's too windy there. Gwen, just sorry to interrupt you, Ben. Gwen, which way is the camera facing now? Which way are you facing?
So at the moment, I'm actually facing north, and the sea is about 1.5 kilometers from there, a mile up north. And then if I swing by, this is going to be the south, right there, all of us.
Yeah. That's great, yeah. And from the reconnaissance photos, the south of the field where Gwen is pointing towards now, it was known that there were 4 concrete emplacements in that field. The leading waves that would come ashore should have cleared this area, but if they were still occupied, the Lincolns who would come ashore, the infantry, would push through this field and knock out any German resistance in these 4 emplacements, with the support of the East Riding Yeomanry coming in just behind them into this field. It was known that once they were ashore that these 4 emplacements were not fully constructed, they weren't complete and were unoccupied at that time. However, the tanks of the East Riding Yeomanry, when they did begin to form up in this field, did take mortar fire and also were open to small arms fire, especially from the village across to the western side of the field, Lyons-sur-Mer, which, yeah.
Gwen is pointing. I've switched off Gwen's microphone because it's a little bit windy there. But yeah, this is what, for those watching, this is how we're going to try and achieve it during the day. We're going to try and have the roving reporter follow the lead of our historian. And remember, we're all amateurs doing this. We're doing this on our phones. We haven't got camera teams. We haven't got galleries and assistant directors controlling. This is us doing it all on our own. But hopefully those watching are enjoying what we're doing. And I'll let you continue, Ben. So the camera is showing just what Gwen can see. They can't see me and you for the moment, which is not a bad thing. So just carry on telling the story, Ben, and I'll let you direct Gwen as you move the story. And for those watching, we've got some pretty amazing stuff coming up. So over to you again, Ben.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, this field, the forming up position, the initial plans for the East Riding Yeomanry were, once they're de-waterproofed, they had the intention of moving south towards Caen. There were 2 variants. The early planning, again, Gwen is pointing towards the direction of Caen for us. The intention was initially to head down towards the western side of Caen, moving through Saint-Contest, and then pushing across towards the Bretteville-sur-Laise area, where they would hold position and then do roving patrols across the area of Bretteville from the east to the west. The second plan that superseded that was that then the East Riding Yeomanry would enter Caen from the west. They would push through the centre of Caen and then towards the canal bridges around Mondeville. We obviously know now that that did not happen on D-Day itself. The East Riding Yeomanry in this field, I'm just going to hopefully show you a photo of one of the men who was present on that day with the East Riding. This is Benjamin Talbot. He was 29 years of age when he landed. And what I'm trying to do is try and give you a bit of the personal story as well. Thank you to his family for this. And this is probably the first time it's been shared outside of the family as well. He wrote a letter home roughly around a year before the landings would take place, but he knew what was coming. and I'll just quickly read an extract from that letter that he sent home to his sister. He says that I am 28 tomorrow, so I am getting on now, don't you think? I hope I manage to see more than another 28 of them, even if the day of dawning when we shall see the coast of France coming in to meet us. Cheers for now, yours as ever, Ben. And that's a letter that was sent home in 43. But Ben knew that the invasion would take place at some point, and he had a role to play. It was in this field that Gwen's now left that a squadron had come into the area and were de-waterproofing the tanks, and Ben, as he was exiting the turret of his Sherman, was shot in the stomach and wounded. Ben was immediately removed from the field and taken back to a aid post on Sword Beach itself for treatment. And this is one of the few men that were initially wounded in the landings. We said, and Stephen said earlier, that the East Riding Yeomanry themselves encountered very little issues and landed safely onto Sword Beach and were able to get into their concentration area, ready to then begin de-waterproofing the tanks and moving out. One lieutenant was also injured on that morning. He had exited his tank and gone across to Major Matthews to speak to him, to communicate. And in doing so, he was also hit and taken back to an aid post on the beach. That lieutenant, I believe, was actually sent back on a LCT across to back to England due to his wounds. And it's a common occurrence that you do hear of, whether it's infantry or other tank commanders exiting their tanks and then going to speak to others, which doesn't really seem that sensible to do when you probably have wireless communications in the tanks to communicate between each other as well. So possibly a needless casualty and wound, especially to a lieutenant who was needed on that day.
So, just for watching, Gwen is now driving up to the cemetery in Hermanville. Now, we're not sure if he's going to be able to get in because there's a ceremony taking place there later on, but we're hoping so. Yeah. This is all live, so, you know, we're fraught with these potential things happening, but I think we're good to go. I'll just make you the... It's on the camera's on you again, Ben. So, okay, assuming that Gwen can get to the cemetery, where are we in the story now? So it is it's 5-6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the East Riding Yeomanry are beginning to they've de-waterproofed the tanks. They have taken some mortar fire, possibly some small artillery fire, with small arms fire coming in on the tanks themselves. They are pretty protected, and they the casualties are minimum, as I've said. Ben Talbot was one man who was wounded, and then the lieutenant evacuated back to England. But it's from this field that the tanks then begin to move out. B Squadron move off to the west to Lyon-Saint-Mer, and they start to begin to probe into the edge of the town and encounter some of the men from, is it the 726th Grenadier Regiment that are in the village, the town still, and manage to take some prisoners with no losses or damage to the tank or casualties. The rest of the regiment, A and C Squadron, begin to push south and head towards the area of the Perrier's Ridge, where they'd need to crest to then move on to try and push towards Caen itself and get as far inland as they could. But overall, the movements of the East Riding on D-Day itself are not massive, and we'll pick up later on towards the end of the day where they pretty much settle for the evening.
We can see that Gwen's now just into the Hermanville War Cemetery.
Just while we're getting the questions, we had one question from the Red Dragon saying, what does de-waterproofing mean?
Yes, good question. Yeah, the tanks that were not DD tanks, they'd still need waterproofing. The hatches, the escape hatch on the underside of the tank would be sealed. The driver's hatch, the co-driver, the gunner, these hatches would be sealed. So then when the tank would exit the LCT or off the Rhino ferries to the beach, that they would not end up taking on water. The actual gun itself would have waterproofing, a canvas screen, a small one around the pivot to prevent water coming in through those parts as well. This all needed to be removed before the tank could effectively be a fighting tank, especially with the gun, so it could elevate and depress, because that would have restricted the movement. Some of the tanks did have small charges that they could blow, that would blow off the waterproofing itself. Others, I have spoken to veterans that said they needed these small charges, didn't remove the waterproofing, so they had to get off and scrape it away and remove it themselves, so their tank would be effective and ready to fight.
And we've also had a request if you could re-show the photo, because it was on spotlighting on Gwen. So if you're now the full screen, so if you could re-show the photo that you had earlier, that would be great.
Just so people know, these photos and the extracts from the letters will be on my Twitter account later at Battlefield Ben, if anyone wants to have a look. But this is Benjamin Talbot, who was wounded in the stomach and evacuated back to Sword Beach. So with Benjamin Talbot, sadly, even though they'd got him to the aid post, the wound couldn't be treated and he lost his life. He was the first to die on the 6th of June for the East Riding Yeomanry at 29 years of age. And we have Gwen here at his grave. The family obviously wanted to know the circumstances of his death, and I think it was August 44. Finally, they received a letter from Major Holtby, who wrote back to the family to inform them of what took place. And again, I've got a small extract which I'll put online, but the letter basically says at around 6 o'clock on the 6th of June, as he exited the tank, he was shot in the stomach and wounded, and sadly, even receiving treatment at the aid post, he lost his life. The family, obviously not nice to hear the circumstances, but that may have brought some closure and understanding as to what happened to their son and their husband. And again, the family have provided me a photo some years later.
Hang on. I've got to put you on spotlight. Right, yes.
Okay, I have a photo of his wife and his mother returning to the grave some years later. You can see the original headstone marker here on his grave to pay their respects.
We couldn't read the epitaph. Have you got the epitaph there? You could read us.
Yes, 1 second. No, sorry, the photo I have of his grave, it's cut off with a rose. Okay. But again, I will post that online, so anyone that is interested to read that, I will post that.
Oh, we've got it there clearly now. So our thoughts and love are with you always, Ben, dear, loving wife and mother. And for those watching, it's the British and Commonwealth cemeteries, unlike the American cemeteries, there is space for an epitaph from the family if the family want to have something. I'm going to go to gallery view again because we've got some more footage again back at the ceremony at Hermanville. So this is exactly where, or very close to where the East Riding Yeomanry came ashore. We've got Gwen doing the feed of the cemetery, and then there's in the top corners. So I believe Gwen has got to move on now to our next stop because we're running short of time. We've got our next segment starting at 11. So Gwen, I think, can you move on now?
I'm heading my way.
Okay, I will mute you for a while, and I will just warn the next segment we might be a little bit late. So Ben, one of the things when we're putting this together, and tell us about where Gwen is taking us to now. He's got to get back to his car first because we've got about 6-7 minutes to go.
That's fine. So as I mentioned, A and C Squadron begin to move south, and they push through Hermanville before then moving towards where they would go just south of the Hillman Bunker complex towards the end of that day. As A Squadron have begun to push down and move through Hermanville, they have encountered some resistance as they've moved through, and one of the tanks from A Squadron is hit by an anti-tank round. The round enters the Sherman tank in the area of the hull gunner, the co-driver. So if you were to stand at the front of the Sherman and look, that is to the left-hand side position of the tank. The veterans accounts, which is available on the IWM audio archive as well, details what happened during that incident. But the round penetrates through the hull gunner's position and hits Trooper Barton, who is in the hull gunner position. The round then carries on through, and the trajectory takes it up, and it wedges in the turret of the tank itself. The crew are able to withdraw and then bail out from that tank, which is now knocked out. The second casualty that day is Trooper Barton, and they himself and Benjamin Talbot are the only two men to die on the 6th of June for the serving in the East Riding Yeomanry. Trooper Barton is left in the tank. The crew withdraw, and it's not until the next morning where they're able to return to the tank. But that's one of the last pieces of actions, roughly around 8 o'clock in the evening on the 6th. For the East Riding Yeomanry. So you can see that they've only really penetrated maximum of 2 miles inland with resistance encountered along the way, and that falls short of the objectives in the planning of trying to either reach or reaching beyond Caen itself and to the south to hold positions. So being they are effectively the reserve, they're the 3rd Armoured Regiment to come ashore for the 27th Armoured Brigade. They're not penetrating far inland, similar to the Staffordshire Yeomanry and the 13th, 18th Hussars as well.
Brilliant. Well, the live footage there is Gwen is driving through the little town of Hermanville and going to the location. We'll bring this piece to a close shortly, and in advance of when we get to the next bit, thank you very much, Ben, for joining us. And this is exactly what I had ambitions of when I had this foolish idea of doing this, is trying to bring something a bit different and bring these people on who know their subject intimately. And Ben is prolific on Twitter and involved in other projects as well. World War II Talk, isn't it? Well,
World War II Nation.
World War II Nation, that's right. Yeah.
Assist with them. Yeah. But yeah, Gwen is effectively following the route of A Squadron on the afternoon around 7, 8 o'clock in the evening on the 6th of June. With Trooper Barton, just while he's driving to the position, I was able to research back to work out the story behind this, but the next morning the tank crew returned to the knocked out Sherman where Trooper Barton is still inside, and this is the harrowing part and the realities of war, really. They realise that they need to remove him from the tank, and they begin to try do that, but sadly rigor mortis had set into his body, and one of his tank crew, one of his colleagues, graphically says that they had to cut his body in two to sadly remove him from the tank so they could give him a burial, a fitting burial, which no doubt lived with that tank crew for the rest of their lives. The war didn't just end in 45. The mental side to it, they were constantly fighting a battle afterwards as well. And it's here in this garden, just close to this wall. I think Glenn may have the photograph as well.
Yeah, he's good. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just trespassing. We have permission to go in this garden. But this, I was so excited about this. This is Gwen now is holding up a photo taken. Ben will describe what was going on there.
Yeah, at the back, the man alone is a padre, and he stood at the head of the grave for Trooper Barton, and the 4 men around are the tank crew that went back and removed him and then gave him a burial in this back garden. It was recorded by the Commonwealth War Graves position as this location, and I think it was in 46, I believe, he was exhumed and then laid to rest in Ronville War Cemetery. But this was a field grave as such, where Trooper Barton was laid to rest by his friends in this back garden of a house in Hermanville.
And I think we'll be bringing this to a close fairly soon. And again, thank you very much, Ben. And there's nothing more poignant, I think, on this, the 76th anniversary, to end with just the loss of one person, because people come and they attend the big ceremonies. They go to the big cemeteries where thousands are buried, but sometimes it can just be, one guy that's important. And we've also already got our next feed is coming in soon. Colin's having a cheeky cigarette there, but we'll come to Colin soon for our next segment. This has been fun. He's waving to us now. We caught him having a crafty one. This is exactly what I want to accomplish. There we are in the very garden where a tanker was buried. And thank you, Gwen, for doing this. It's been fantastic. That's the owner of the property there. Say to the family, merci on our behalf, please, Gwen. And thank you, Ben, for doing this. It's been brilliant. We'll be bringing Ben back in other shows later on in the summer. And hopefully, we're getting comments in saying people that are loving this. So this is exactly what he wanted to do. And I know it's a bit of pressure, live TV, and none of us do this all the time. But it's been brilliant. So thank you very much, Ben. And we'll let you get back to your day out in Gosport there. And that story was amazing. I'm really chuffed a bit. So we'll say goodbye, Ben. Any closing statement you want to make?
No, just thank you for allowing me to come on and share these stories. The families who have allowed me to share the photos and letters, they'll be posted online so you can look in more detail. But thank you, Paul, and keep up the good work yourself.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll say goodbye to Ben, and on behalf of our audience, thank you very much. We'll speak to you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so now coming in, I'm going to thank you very much, Gwen. I'm going to put you back into the waiting room, and we'll speak to Gwen is doing more stuff for us later on. So we'll see Gwen again later.
See you later.
Thanks, Gwen. Thank you very much. And coming in now should be our next historian for our next segment. We're just about on time. The Neil Barber, and already in place up in a location which he will tell us about shortly, is Colin Taylor with Matt, his cameraman, who are my friends and fellow tour guides here in Normandy. So just waiting for Neil's video to come in. And this is another going to be exciting segment. And there we are, Neil. There's Neil. Good morning, Neil. How are you?
Morning, Paul. I'm fine, thanks. Yourself?
I'm all right. It's a little bit stressful. I'm just going to hold up. I've got people's books here, and you'll find these links later. But this is one of Neil's books here, The Pegasus and Orne Bridges. He's written one on the 9th Parachute Battalion as well. Links below. Neil is absolutely, without question, the authority on the British 6th Airborne Division in Normandy. And anyone who disagrees with me, you're wrong. Okay. There's no one does it better. And Colin is going to start us off here. Colin, where are you right now?
Right. Morning, Neil. Morning, Paul.
Morning, Colin.
I am at the gatehouse at Vareville, which is where, of course, Canadian paratroopers will find themselves on June the 6th. It's situated within the Deep Valley. Aircraft going overhead. We've had jeeps flying past most of the morning as well, which is nice to see. And this will be held by the Canadians. We have German gun positions, if you can still hear us, for aircraft. Situated through the trees. It's very overgrown now compared to what it was in 44. And the Germans will put a shell from that gun position, situated on the T intersection, which Matt's showing you now on the camera, right from the second story window, which is on my left as Matt comes back round, and that accounted for 6 Canadians, killed them outright, including Major McLeod. The reason Vareville is important is its location in the Dee Valley. It's all about defending the east. To my right, some 20 kilometres, about 12 miles, is the city of Con. To my left is about 5 kilometres, so 3 miles, we have the coast at Cabot. The Menil Crossroads, another defended position, is approximately 6 kilometres, 3.5 miles. Also to my right, in kind of that direction, we've got the Breville Ridge, one of the main defensive positions in the east. And then behind that, of course, we've got Pegasus Bridge. And behind that, we have Sword Beach. So that's where we are. We'll let Neil talk and let you have some shots of here, and we'll walk around the location. And then we'll head off to the Devet Bridge, which is one of the bridges the airborne forces had to destroy in the Dee Valley to prevent the German forces coming into the east. It's all about holding them up and protecting the flank of this invasion. So I'll hand over to you, Neil, and you can give the adoring public your wealth of knowledge on the British Airborne.
Well, thanks for that, Colin. Crikey, where do you start? Obviously, first of all, the 6th Airborne was being dropped in that area because the most vulnerable area for the proposed beachhead was the flank. So it was their job to kind of act as a buffer. Within that, they were positioned, in effect, on the Breville Ridge, the 3rd Parachute Brigade, where you are in particular, around that area. It was their job to delay any German movement towards Pegasus Bridge from the north. The obviously, with the German armour being to the west and the east and the northeast, it was vital to buy time for the bridgehead, and so that's why these 5 bridges needed to be destroyed. So it would force the armour to go all the way around to the south, give them a longer journey, and obviously it would buy time for the 3rd Parachute Brigade to get into position on the Breville Ridge. Why that was so important, because that ridge overlooked the whole area to the south, the southern part of the defensive perimeter, which 5 Parachute Brigade and 6 Air Landing Brigade, the other 2 brigades of the division, would be taking up position. Of course, the ridge also overlooked Pegasus Bridge, which naturally was vital to both sides. If the ridge was lost, it would have been very, very difficult to stop the Germans actually getting across the bridges.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. I'm hoping that later on, when we've done the story of the bridges, when Colin is driving back towards Sword Beach, I'm going to ask Colin to perhaps stop, if he can, at the Chateau Saint-Combe at Breville, to try and show us that view of the area inland from Sword Beach from the ridge. Because I mean, when we're talking about ridges, we're not talking about, mountain ranges. We're talking, 30, 40 meters above sea level, but a distinct ridge that runs sort of north-south on the east of the Orne Canal and Orne River. And I think with the 6th Airborne Division, if people are aware of what their operations were, they think of Merville Battery and Pegasus Bridge, but that accounts for, but a few percent of the division. And what we're covering this morning, again, I said during the Ben Main presentation, we're trying to bring you the slightly less well-known, the stories that the BBC, I'm not going to pick on the BBC, wouldn't necessarily be following. They'd be doing the Pegasus Bridge and Merville Battery. So these 5 bridges over the River Deve and the Devet are vital, as Neil was saying there, to be destroyed, to delay the Germans coming from the east. And if you're following this on Google Earth or Google Maps, because I've got too much to do to try and show images up, it's difficult enough coordinating all these guests, but you can see the threat we're talking about of Germans coming in from the east. So Colin is heading off now towards our next location. So he's heading off towards Vareville Bridge. Neil. So Neil, tell us a little bit about who was assigned with taking out this particular bridge.
Well, first of all, obviously DZV was surrounded the chateau and the gatehouse, and the 9th Parachute Battalion and 1st Canadian Battalion were due to land there. The problem they had initially the Pathfinders of 22nd Independent Parachute Company, 2 sticks of them, were meant to go in and set up their Eureka beacons that would guide in the main force. Also, C Company of the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion were going to be dropping with them to secure the area, the DZ, and take out that strong point that Colin mentioned. 1 or 2 other things.
In fact, that is exactly where Colin is. Hang on. Where Colin was a second ago was where that gun was. But okay. We'll carry on with. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Neil. You get.
That's all right.
Sorry.
But just to give you some perspective on it, that was all.
Yeah. It was just there. That where we're looking now. That's where the gun was. Just in front of that bar there, and then if Matt pans back down there, so that's back towards the gatehouse over there. So the gun was basically where the camera is there, covering the 3 approaches to that junction there. It was a 50 millimeter gun in placement, and the bridge is off down the road there that Colin is off to now. So yeah, forgive for jumping in and out here. We're doing our best to give you this live information here, and they're off to the bridge now. So I'll put you back on a gallery view so everyone can see all our pretty faces.
Yeah, because of there was a lot of flak, and so the Pathfinders didn't get a chance or much time to set up the beacons. 1 or 2 were destroyed. C Company was spread all over the place, and so they weren't able to actually attack the strong point. I mean, they only had about 30 men out of the whole. There were 10 sticks in Albemarle, so around 110 men. The actual platoon that was meant to take out the strong point was dropped near WWII, John Madden's platoon, somehow. So that gives you an idea of the setup before the main drop came in. Before the main drop came in, there was a bombing raid on the Merville battery, which went askew, nearly wiping out all the recce parties. But he left a huge dust cloud. That was the legacy of it. So, of course, the main drop had massive problems with V. And, of course, it's only about a minute or so from the coast, so there was little time for adjustment. And so the 9th Battalion and the 1st Canadian Battalion got spread all over the place. And so the numbers required to do the jobs they had to do was minimal, really minimal. But anyway, C Company did send a small party towards the Devet Bridge. Sergeant Gordon Davies, he got there. There were Germans in Varreville, and little skirmishes were going on. Lieutenant Sam McGowan took his platoon in there and set up his headquarters in the churchyard, and also put some men up in the church tower itself, obviously for observation purposes. And as Colin mentioned earlier, that terrible event at the gatehouse, what had happened was Murray McLeod, the officer, about 15 of them went in there into the gatehouse. They didn't actually realise that there was that size of a gun in the strong point. It fired an armour-piercing shell, it went straight through the wall and out the other side. That decided McLeod to have a go at it with the Piat. And he got a chap called Winslow Oikel to fire the Piat at the gun. Unfortunately, it landed a bit short. The next round from the strong point was an HE shell that went into the room, exploded, and also set off the Piat charges, Piat bombs that Oikel had. Mm. So it was quite a terrible event, and set the Canadians back quite a bit. But they managed to suppress the strong point, and there was a stalemate until later in the day. And I'll talk about a bit when we go back down that road.
So there is the Devet River. I mean, it's not a particularly large, wide. It's not the Lower Rhine or anything. But this little bridge here, and obviously this is a modern bridge to Colin's right there now, because the bridge on June the 6th, as we will find out, was blown up. But it's not exactly an expansive Remagen-like bridge. No. It's a concrete slab over a narrow waterway. And we must also remind people that the fields around these areas were mostly underwater. The Germans, much like they had done up in the western sector, up where the American Airborne were, had closed off all the lock gates to allow these areas to flood. to hinder a potential glider landing. So the Dee River normally is about 10 foot wide, but with the flooding in place on the morning of D-Day and had been there for weeks before, you're talking about a floodplain of several square miles. And of course, Neil will fill us in about the fact that they're landing in water, they've got to find their drop bundles and their equipment, and it took an inordinate amount of time for these units to actually assemble, let alone actually achieve their missions. But that is the river there, that's the bridge. And I know that the quality isn't always perfect. You know, these camera phones are trying to focus and what have you, but the idea is to get a flavor of what's going on there. So I'll hand back to you, Neil, to carry on the story. And very shortly, I believe Colin's going to head off and start driving off for our next stop. We're going to go off to one of the other bridges. But that's been fantastic. This is all working. It's almost like we planned it, really. And we did plan this. But you know, as I will say this many times during the day, D-Day didn't work perfectly. It worked pretty well, but there were little hiccups and things. And if we will get hiccups, and we will just do our best to overcome those hiccups. And so Colin's off now, so I'll put it back on gallery view again. So carry on with your story, Neil. I'm sorry for interrupting the flow.
No, that's all right. Regarding Vareville, as I said, Gordon Davies got there with a couple of Canadians and sort of secured the bridge as such. The 3rd Parachute Squadron engineers who were also landing on the DZ, like everyone else, was spread all over the place. And there was a group that landed to the north of the DZ, led by an officer called Jack Inman. And he and about 6 or 7, or about 7 or 8 actually, were walking down. They were going to Robon. That was their target, the Robon Bridge. And they were walking down the road, the main road south of Vareville, and they bumped into a chap called Ted Bailey. He was with 3 men. And Ted Bailey, it was his job to blow the DVET bridge. And Ted Bailey had nothing. They'd lost all their equipment. They'd no charges, nothing. So Inman gave them 4 of his men and a trolley full of explosives. And Ted Bailey headed off to the DVET while Jack Inman went towards Robon. Ted Bailey got to the bridge without any problem, actually set up the charges. And I've recently found that there was unfortunately, a group of Canadians, about 10, 12 men who went beyond the bridge to kind of secure it, to make sure. And I think there was an MG nest a bit further up the road. And they agreed there was some problem. There was something went wrong, but it was agreed that a signal to get them to come back would be a red flare. Unfortunately, the red flare happened simultaneously with the explosion. And so those Canadians were stranded on the other side. And most of those ended up being killed or captured, which was pretty unfortunate. Just one thing about why they chose that bridge rather than the one further out over the actual Dee. It was just, Brigadier Hill thought that was just too far out, that those men would be on a limb. There was no real, it's quite open ground to the east there, and being able to withdraw there would have been very, very difficult.
So Colin is now driving, or Matt and Colin are driving south again. So they're heading towards Caen, and they're going to get to a certain point where they're going to turn left at Le Mesnil, and Le Mesnil is the French for windmill, for crossroads. So, but these are the flat area. This is drop zone V we're driving through now. So imagine some of these fields underwater, not particularly these ones to our left and right now, but further to left, maybe 600-700 yards to the left, they would be underwater. But this is a major artery. Behind Colin, where he's driving, is Carbourg, and further ahead is the city of Caen. And over to the right, a few miles away, is Sword Beach. And while we're driving along now, and Colin makes the turn, Neil will tell the story which is the most dramatic of the bridge stories, which is the Troarn Bridge, which is the furthest away. And it's the furthest east we'll be going on any of our broadcasts today. And reminding people of the scale of the invasion, from the furthest points east at Troarn right to the furthest points west where American paratroopers are, you're talking in the region of 95 miles or something. When people look at an encyclopedia map of Normandy and see the beaches themselves are 50 odd miles, add the airborne drop zones and their objectives, 95 miles. So it's incredible size of operation. So I'll hand back to you, Neil, and if you can tell us anything about what we're seeing as we're driving south. We're not at Mesnil yet.
Well, Le Mesnil was kind of a beacon for all those all paras that have been scattered far and wide of the 3rd Parachute Brigade. They all knew that brigade headquarters was going to be set up at that point. And that's exactly what happened over the next day, particularly. And in fact, over the next couple of days, people were still filtering back to brigade headquarters. That line, the crossroads, was really the front line for the next, 2.5 months. And it was, how can you put it, it wasn't a quiet area, let's put it that way, particularly early on, because the Germans knew how important this road was, because obviously it leads down through into Ronville. The fighting was absolutely ferocious here, particularly until about the 12th of June. As you mentioned about the Chateau St. Com, a bit further west, where the 9th Parachute Battalion ended up. And at this crossroads, it was absolutely ferocious. The Germans threw everything at them to try and break through the ridge and get down, in effect, onto the landing ground behind. There were sort of several important things that happened, obviously, here. The Canadian HQ was set up. There's a brickworks, as you know, just down the road from the crossroads. Canadian HQ was set up there. The actual brigade HQ was a little bit further down on the right-hand side, and that's where the main dressing station was set up as well. 224 Parachute Field Ambulance set up there. Like everyone else, they were scattered. They had little equipment. Some of the surgeons were actually using razor blades to perform operations initially. So it was it's a busy place. There was men all lying in the ground, on the ground.
It's turning left now, so we're not going to have time to stop, but there's monuments over to the right to the 3rd Parachute Brigade. There's a monument to the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion there. We're just going past that as we go because we've got lots to do and we've got to carry on down the road to Troarn. But that is the Menil Crossroads. And I urge people watching this, when you come back to Normandy again in the future, there's way more places to see beyond Pegasus Bridge. Head out east, go to Breville, go to Chateau Saint-Combe, go to Robon, go to Vareville, go to Le Menil. You'll see plaques there, you'll see monuments there, and you'll find out more about these stories and read, of course, Neil's books. And you're working on a book now about the bridges. This is why this is fresh in your mind. You're working on this right now.
That's right. Yeah. I'm probably about another year away. I've still got quite a lot of digging to do. But it's been very interesting. It's always interesting. You never know what you'll find, and it's nice to get beneath the skin of these things.
Well, as we can see, Colin is now heading off down the road towards Troarn, and we're going to try and just follow it in real time. So Neil, carry on with the story about Troarn Bridge.
So would it be okay for Colin to stop at the triangle for a minute or two?
If you tell him where it is, yeah.
Okay, so it's that junction that he'll come to with the road that goes straight on.
I know the one you mean. We'll keep an eye out for it. So I'll put Colin's audio on. Did you hear that, Colin or Matt? I'm not sure. Well, carry on the story, Neil. Anyway, I think they can hear us.
Okay. Well, the drop, there was another drop zone. Well, there are 2 other drop zones, of course. The DZK was where the 8th, Lieutenant Colonel Alistair Pearson's 8th Parachute Battalion were going to land. It was their job to protect the engineers, to blow 2 bridges at Bure, and as you say, the one at Troarn. Like everyone else, although they're Eureka beacons, the Pathfinders did get their Eurekas going now. But the flak and the bombing of the cloud, the dust cloud of the bombing, caused problems for the 8th Battalion aircraft. And although their drop wasn't quite as bad as the 9th and
is this the junction now? Is that the T, the V?
I can't see any. I can only see me. I couldn't mean
that's the one, isn't it?
Yes, it looks like it. Yeah.
So tell us about that junction now. We're there now. They're going to turn left. Tell us about the story there.
Well, what happened here? You've cut me short a bit with the
sorry.
Drop, but again, that's all right. Again, the engineers and the 8th Battalion were dropped very wide. There's about 150 on the 8th Battalion DZ. Many of them dropped on DZN at Ronville. One of those that did drop at Ronville was Tim Roseveare, who commanded 3 Parachute Squadron Royal Engineers. He gathered all these engineers there that had landed with the 8th Battalion on the DZN and started to move off towards this place, the Triangle. A Jeep had turned up, which was supposed to have landed on DZN. That was carrying medics, 3 medics, all sorts of medical equipment. That joined them. There were 2 other groups, 8th Battalion groups, that had been dropped on in. They had actually met at the brickworks and come along the road that we've just travelled along towards that triangle and stopped there. Major Roseveare came up the other road, met the 8th Battalion parties, and that's where he split his force. He sent off one party under Captain Tim Jukes to go to Bure and do those bridges. And this is a route that Roseveare took. It's debatable actually whether it was 9 or 10 men on this Jeep and trailer and came roaring down this road. One interesting thing I always find quite funny, they requisitioned the Jeep, and you always read that's it, they just commandeered the Jeep, but they actually told them to get off the effing Jeep and take you with you all this medical kit. So it's quite funny really. But what was ironic, the corporal, the medic, he still had his job to do. He had to get all this plasma to the main dressing station. So he gathered some prisoners they'd got and some bikes, and they took this plasma to the MDS that we just talked about. And that was all they had for the next 2 or 3 days. So that was vital what he did. But just carry on with Roseveare, he went roaring down this road. They reached a bend at a level crossing and ran into I think it's about here by the looks of it, ran into a barbed wire fence. It's really tangled up the Jeep. And Lance Sergeant Bill Irving was given the task of getting under the Jeep and cutting it free. And I always remember him saying he didn't appreciate Roseveare shining a light on him to help him at the time. But anyway, after 20 minutes, they managed to get free of the wire and then head off down the road. I mean, now we're just entering Troarn. And about 100 yards from the crossroads, which we'll be approaching very shortly, Roseveare stopped the Jeep and asked Bill Irving and Lieutenant Breeze to go forward to see what the area was like. And Bill Irving, there was nothing there. So Bill Irving was just about to say all clear when a German on a bike, push bike, just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And almost as a reaction, Bill grabbed him, pulled him off, and the officer actually shot him with his Sten. So that was kind of, the game was up. And Roseveare then rushed up, got everyone on the Jeep, tore up to the crossroads, literally apparently on 2 wheels going around the bend, and literally jumping over the German or riding over the German and starting off going through Troarn, as we can see just here. I mean, roaring down here as far as they could, or as fast as they could. And when they reached, there was a bend in the road. Am I recognising this right? Still trying to reckon up. I'm trying to recognise where we are, Paul. Can you recognise that? We're not actually in Troarn High Street, are we?
We're not at the main centre. We're coming up to the main square.
Oh, here we are. Yeah, this is, yeah. There was a bend in the road, and when they got to the bend in the road, Germans appeared from doorways and started firing out of all these windows.
Well, that's where we are now. Here's the bend.
That's right, yeah.
For those watching, we are recreating this for you live. This is a Jeep full of 10 people or more, Roseveare, Jeep and Tray, they requisition, heading down to a bridge, and they're under fire from these very buildings that we're driving through now. I'm loving that it's all working so well at the moment.
Yeah, on the trailer was a Bren gunner called Peachy, and he was doing good work with that. Must be on that point really. A German machine gunner ran out to try to set up his machine gun to fire. and they just went straight for him. So he wisely got out of the way, but then he ran back out, set up and started firing. And the only thing that saved them was this dip in the road, because he couldn't obviously depress his gun enough. And Roseveare had his chin literally on the steering wheel as the tracer was flying over his head. But as they come down here, he's driving pretty fast by now and zigzagging about. And unfortunately, they didn't realise it at the time. Peachy was thrown off the trailer. He ended up being taken prisoner. But when they got to the bridge, which is just coming up not too distant from here, fortunately, there was no guard on the bridge itself.
Yeah, we're coming up to the bridge very shortly. And we're getting lots of comments coming in saying people are enjoying this. There's Andreas from Sweden. There's Nick Aston, another Villa fan. No, he's West Bromwich Albion watching it now. There's Terry Wooden, my old friend Spike. People are enjoying this stuff. So we're pulling into the monument now. I might hand over to Colin for a bit to give us a bit of orientation of where we are. So I'll carry on talking for a second here. I'll bring Colin in a minute.
Okay. So Roseveare, obviously they got to the bridge. They had these general way charges, which were hollow, sort of cheese-like hollow charges, and started placing them. They had about 39 of them, placed them across the centre span. I've got a photo actually of the bridge somewhere here. That's actually the bridge itself.
Hang on, I'll put you on spotlight. Hang on. Yep, there we go. Should come in now for those watching. Just hold it there for a bit. There we go. Brilliant. This is all working.
Yeah, they put it across the centre span, the charges, and the spare ones they put in the trailer and then wheeled the trailer onto the bridge itself. Bill Irving himself lit the fuse. He came off the bridge. The Jeep started moving up the sort of northwestern side of the river. And Bill, just as he lit the charge, realised he'd left his Sten on the wall of the bridge. So he ran back onto the bridge to try and find his weapon. Couldn't find it, began to panic. And he looked up and saw Roseveare waving the Sten at him about 20 yards away on the Jeep. So he then went tearing after the Jeep, rather like trying to catch a bus. He couldn't. It was one of those instances where you feel like you're never going to catch it. But anyway, he managed to get on board, and the bridge did go up with a mighty bang, a huge dust cloud. And contrary to what a lot of people say, they didn't actually check, as you might expect. They'd done their job. They didn't have any more explosives. They couldn't do any more. So they just got away. They didn't realise that they'd actually succeeded in blowing the bridge.
And I'm going to step in and say, for those watching it, just get a map out and see how far away Troarn is from Saw Beach. I mean, these guys have jumped out of aircraft. They've wrecked in the Jeep and they're driving off deep into enemy countryside, basically. And I was here in April last year with James Holland filming for his TV show, and he loves this story. And they got French and American, British flags flying there. So I'm going to bring Colin in now, if I can, and see if we can get a little bit of a view from Colin. Can you hear us, Colin?
I can, yes.
Well, we'll let you say a couple of words. You've been doing the driving. I like the maroon jumper.
Yes,
there.
I have marooned up, especially for today. Yes.
Yeah, you
hard
have
to
got
hear you because of the traffic. It's very busy in Troarn. It is just an incredible thing. If you look at the topography, we're in the ball of the Dee Valley, and these guys landed in the middle of nowhere in the dark, scattered as many were, got into small bands, knew what they had to do, and did it. It's just absolutely incredible that they managed to do that. And a lovely story about the guy flying off from the Jeep. We've got paratroopers hanging up in the church there in the crypt from the Germans, which you can just see at the top of the road there. We'll be going out that way so you see the church again. But it's just a set of amazing stories. And everywhere you go, this is just, if you look at D-Day as an oil paint, this is just one small brushstroke on the canvas. And it's no more or no less important than all the other brushstrokes that make up D-Day. It just happens that this is the bits that I like the best. And you've got Neil on there who knows the British Airborne better than anybody else. I doff my cap to Neil for his knowledge. It's absolutely incredible. And I enjoyed every book he's written. And I really look forward. And I heard you comment that it's about a year away, Neil. Work harder. That's all I've got to say. So I'll pass you back, Paul, because we're going to head back into Airborne territory again towards the bridges.
Brilliant. Thank you, Colin, for doing this. It's all fantastic. And we're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. This is really great. So, yeah, we've got pretty much got the dream team here. I mean, Colin is and Matt, they're two exceptional tour guides. Neil is the authority on 6th Airborne. I like to think I know a few things as well. So with this, I'm hoping those who are watching this are really getting a sense of what we're doing here and trying to keep it going. So I've got a question came in earlier, Neil, from the Red Dragon again, and he asked, I've got to find the question again. Where is the question? He says, on June the 12th, Dwight Green, a sergeant in A Company, 1st Canadian Battalion, states they were under attack from Panzer IVs. Was there significant presence of 21st Panzer on the Bois de Bavon?
As their actual designation, I don't think they were 21st Panzer, not coming from the north. They wouldn't be 21st Panzer coming from the north, but certainly Mark IVs were coming down with the German reinforcements from the Le Havre area. And yeah, 12th of June was the worst day. That was the day when they actually threw everything at the 9th Battalion, the commandos that had taken up position in the Amfreville-Hauger area over to the west of the ridge. I mentioned the 9th at St. Com. Several Mark IVs were knocked out at St. Com. The 13th, 18th Hussars lost 3 Shermans in quick succession on the driveway. The whole battle there was just horrendous. I would say that the 9th Battalion had the worst on that day, along with the 51st Island Div, who had come in and gone through an attack the previous day, which was horrendous, and lost 200 men. One thing I only recently, well, about a year ago, we found out that just as they thought the battle was over, really, the 9th Parachute Battalion, the Germans were going to make another attempt at about 9 o'clock from the direction of Breville. And heaven knows what would have happened if that had actually come to fruition. Of course, why that didn't happen was because Gale had decided that Breville had to be taken and tasked the 12th Parachute Battalion and a company of the Devons, 1 or 2 other little units, to attack Breville and take it at all costs. And then again, that was another horrendous battle. I hope that answers his question.
Yes, that was a church we just went past there in Varaville. There are a couple of graves in the Varaville church. Is that right? Am I remembering that correctly? Commonwealth War graves?
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
Who's buried there, Neil?
I can't remember. There are 8 Parachute Battalion.
8 Parachute. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, Colin is driving back the way he came, essentially, and we'll just keep on. We've got Neil on for another 20 minutes or so before our next guest. And again, I'm just going to do a bit of housekeeping here. Please remember to subscribe. Please comment in the. We've got lots of chat coming in. I can't answer all your questions. Go to Neil Barber's website. You'll find the website link in the description below. And coming up in 25 minutes is Andrew Roberts, our next guest, a very distinguished historian who'll talk to us about Churchill and other things concerning the leadership of D-Day. But right now we're back to Neil and telling us about the 6th Airborne Division on D-Day. So back to you, Neil.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Just one other thing about the Troarn Bridge. It's rarely mentioned, but there was a second attack on the bridge later in the day. Alistair Pearson hadn't been informed. I mean, a lot of people didn't know whether the bridge had actually been blown or not, and he wanted to make sure. So he sent a company in later in the day, I think it was the early afternoon, and they successfully widened the gap. They actually fought their way into Troarn, down the hill again, held an area of Troarn itself, while the engineers went down, blew another gap, widened the gap as such, and got back safely. So that I'll try and be adding more detail to that, hopefully later on. But Yeah, it's often overlooked that. Obviously, the 8th Battalion, alongside doing that job, were at doing part of their job as well was to create a defensive area in the Bois de Bavon. Also in Bavon, of course, you had the 2 Bure bridges. They were successfully blown. The engineers, I mentioned that Tim Jukes had been sent off from the Triangle when Roosevelt split with them. They literally pulled all their explosives by hand on these trolleys from DZN, and they now had to do it all the way through the Bois de Bavon. But they got to the bridges. There was no defence there at all. One was a footbridge. The other one was kind of a steel girder rail bridge. Both were successfully blown, but slightly later than they wanted, because the situation was complicated because a glider had actually landed quite close to the railway bridge and literally had one wing in the river. One of the pilots was still in there, and he'd been very badly injured. He had crushed both his legs very badly. The Jeep and the anti-tank gun was still in the hawser, so they were desperately trying to get the hawser, the anti-tank gun and the Jeep out of the hawser. Unfortunately couldn't. Eventually they did manage to get the poor glider pilot out, and hopefully, I haven't been able to pin down his name as yet, but hopefully with perhaps help some glider pilot experts, I might be able to trace who that was. It will be very interesting to find out who that was. One funny thing, I mean, they did obviously bridge. They blew the railway bridge first, then came back across this small stone footbridge, and a farmer had his farmhouse on one side and his cows on the other. So he asked what the officer if he'd mind getting his cows across the bridge before they blew it. And wow. Of course, being British, we allowed him to do it.
Of course. Well, I was talking to Mike Peters last night on Twitter, and I think we can definitely do a gliders special at some point. Just talk about their operations and their development and their use. It'd be something we could do. And yeah, we've had another question come in. So again, it's the Red Dragon. He is hogging our question line, but at least someone is. And he says, the 6th Airborne had paradogs when it was a dog. I've heard from your talk on this channel about the tragic tale of Emil Corteil and Paradog Glen. Have you discovered any other stories about paradogs? So if you want to just quickly do the Corteil story and then answer the question, please, that would be great.
Okay, yeah. It's not something I've specifically followed, apart from Emil Corteil, because of my association with 9th Parachute Battalion. But yeah, Corteil, it was a tragedy because what had happened, Glenn, his name was Glenn the dog, he actually loved parachuting. He had his own special parachute and they'd just throw him out. But on the night, of course, with the flak coming up, he was hiding under the benches on the aircraft. So literally had to be dragged out before being thrown out. They landed wide. Oh, just stop. These are the memorials to the 8th Parachute Battalion when they Billington and Platt.
Yeah,
they were part of the 8th Battalion's advance party, and they were obviously dropped away from the DZ, and the Germans executed them, shot both of them in the back of the head. But there's a lot more to that story. I think Ben Main, actually, who we talked to earlier, had followed the story of those two. I think it was Ben.
I think possibly, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, terrible incident.
We've got some more footage coming in from the beach now. So that's my guide, Roman, who's out there reporting somewhere. I think it's coming in a minute, but carry on, Neil. So I think...
Yeah, just to finish about Glenn and Emil Corteil. Yeah, they'd been dropped wide. They got to Varaville, the RV eventually, but the 9th Battalion party had already left for the battery. So they joined a group led by Brigadier Hill, who commanded the brigade. And he decided to go to Merville to see how they got on. Unfortunately, they got about halfway there. They were just east of Gonneville when they saw some friendly bombers coming towards them. And normally in French fields, that area, you've got some very handy ditches to dive into. unfortunately, they didn't have ditches, and they were waving these yellow Ceylonese triangles to try and show they were friendly, but these aircraft started bombing them. And of around about 50 men, there were only a handful of survivors. And that's how Churchill and Glenn were killed. And obviously they're buried in Ronville Cemetery.
So the feed we have coming in the bottom, I'll just put that on the pin that for a second. That's from Courcelles. That's the DD tank there at Courcelles. So that's Roman, another guide there, beaming that back to us. So this is what we're trying to do all day for you folks, is bring you live footage from things going on. We won't put the sound on there, but that's a ceremony taking place right now at Courcelles on Juno Beach. That's the Sherman DD tank that had sunk and was brought up a few years or 30 years after war. So this is brilliant. I'm hoping you're enjoying this, watching this, that we're trying to bring all this stuff in. We've got people saying that they're currently reading The Day the Devils Dropped In by Neil Barber. That's Frank Goebbels over in the Holland, Netherlands there. So this is working well. So I don't know where Colin is still driving down the road. I'm hoping Colin's got just a quick moment to stop in at Breville-les-Monts and show us a view across towards Saw Beach so we can get an idea about why this ridge was so important. But I'll let you talk again, Neil, and wherever you were in the comment. I'm losing where you were, but please continue.
Yeah, they obviously they were saying there were very few survivors, and Churchill and Glenn were killed. Brigadier Hill had an amazing survival, really, because he dived on top of the mortar platoon officer of 9th Battalion, Lieutenant Peters, and when the bombing had finished, he looked into the road and saw a leg in the road, and he knew he'd been hit because he could feel it on his backside. And initially thought it was his own leg, but then he saw that it had a brown boot on, and the only person who wore brown boots against his orders actually was Lieutenant Peters, who was under him. So somehow that, Brigadier Hill had lost most of his left back side, but Peters underneath him had actually been killed. But Hill, being the man he was, just carried on, he followed the route of the 9th Battalion to Amfreville and ended up at Ronville, where he was operated on. But he refused to be evacuated and commanded the brigade right throughout the campaign. Just to further answer the question about dogs, there is one. The 13th Battalion had one called Bing, and there is a book about him which can be, I think that's quite easily available. But I think the 13th had 2 dogs. I can't remember what the other name was, but certainly Bing would be worth reading about.
For those watching again, this is the kind of detail you get from Neil that you don't get from other authors. The stories about boots being blown off and recognizing the color of the boot. That's just amazing stuff. And Collins is turning back left on the road at Carbox, so he's maybe 3 or 4 minutes away from Breville. So maybe he's got to hop in there, but he's got another piece he's got to do. We've got half an hour with Andrew Roberts, and he's back on Saw Beach to do our next story. So Colin is up against it in terms of traveling for us, and I'm sure he and Matt can hear this. And again, we're going to be thanking them on behalf of the viewers watching this, because people are loving it. We're getting great comments coming in. People are absolutely fascinated by this. We're getting lots of brilliant copies and comments. And someone said it's the Red Dragon again. He's obviously our groupie here. He said, were the 3 gliders supposed to land at the Merville battery attack, supposed to land in the battery?
Absolutely right. They were. Yeah. It isn't true. You'll read in a lot of books that they were supposed to take their wings off between the casemates. But of course, that's not true at all. I spoke to the glider pilots about that, 2 of them, and they said that's not true at all. It would have been impossible. Well, it was difficult enough finding the battery, let alone being that precise. But it was interesting that I'm sure he knows, one, the tow rope broke and landed back in England. One landed at Gonneville on Auge, which was very fortunate, because of course a German patrol was coming up from that direction and would have been able to attack the 9th Battalion from behind. But what was interesting is it was only really about 3 years ago that a photograph appeared that actually showed Gordon Newton's glider, i.e. the glider it was supposed to be 4 miles away, but it was actually just to the northeast of Gonneville itself.
So Colin is now at Chateau Saint-Côme. So up that driveway there is a chateau where, well, I'll let you talk, Neil, but that's where the 9th Parachute Battalion were engaged for in the later on or after D-Day. And it's Colin's going to walk, I'm hoping, in a minute over across. There's monuments all around this area here. There's a monument to the 51st Highland Division. There's a monument to the Dutch. That one there in the camera is to the Dutch Princess Irene Brigade, who came ashore in August, and they battled their way up the coast towards Le Havre, taking out the places like Deauville and Trouville. So there were Dutch were involved in it. I know we've got viewers watching from the Netherlands. Frank is watching, so that's a little mention to the Dutch there. Tell us about this monument we're looking at now, Neil.
This is the memorial to the 9th Parachute Battalion, set up in the 80s, recently refurbished as well. This was you are on the front line here, because the actual chateau in effect was in no man's land, and Colonel Lotway, the CO of the 9th Battalion, he arrived here with so few men that he decided that he would take up positions. You can see here in this wood, this line of the road was virtually where the battalion is, down one side here, and then over just to the right there's a sunken lane, and they were in there as well. But he tried to deny the chateau to the Germans by sort of constant aggressive patrolling. And they arrived here during the evening of the 8th, sorry. And the fighting gradually got more and more intense until, as I was talking about, the 12th of June, when it was absolutely horrendous. And why that Highland Div Memorial is there is because over to your right, I know you're going to show that view down towards the bridge and the DZ. The Highland Division the 5th Black Watch actually attacked across the ground to your right here towards Breville. And whereas they'd done brilliantly in the desert, when they got back, they hadn't trained in effect to adopt warfare. In Northwest Europe, they were still using desert tactics. But this is a field here, yes.
Well, this is the view.
Yeah, they walked.
This is the view across. So, I mean, I'll hand over. I'll ask Colin to tell us where he is. So, hang on. We're going to unmute. Hang on, Colin. I can hear you now. So,
yes,
point out the features for us, please.
We're on the top of the Breville Ridge. Behind us, or in front of me, should I say, is the Chateau Saint-Côme. We've got headquarters just next to where the Black Watch memorial was. Down there. See the tall chimney?
Yep.
Germans are observing from that factory point there. In the field below us in the dip, that's going to be the main glider landing zone. That will come in at 3:20 and then at 9 o'clock in the evening. Storey Beach is over there, along the coast. The bridges, can't see them, but they're down there. The village of Romfield is just down there. You can see the church tower sticking up, of course, with the cemetery for the Commonwealth Forces next door to it. Just below that is Bass Romfield, where Forts will make these gate headquarters. And actually, the Oxen Box, to go back to there, we took the bridge. Then the Bass Romfield is very windy here. We've been to Bass Romfield to defend that from counterattacks on June the 7th. That's why this ridge is so important. It dominates the area. It's a high ground. It means we can hold German attacks. It's quite incredible what they did here at home, because they had so few men. And one of the things I love about AVRE, apart from the fact we said we're Irish and we're paratroopers, mounted the Vickers machine guns onto the jeeps and drove them up and down that hedge to convince the Germans we had more firepower than we actually did. And it worked.
I'm going to stop your audio, Colin. It's really not good enough to understand. The wind is too much. But thank you very much for the footage, Colin. That was fantastic. And we're going to bring everything to a halt fairly soon, because our next guest is in the waiting room, ready to be on. The other question we had, and this question comes in from Joe Balkowski, who is the writer about the books about 29th Division. And we will have to tackle it pretty quickly. But he asked, was there any possibility that the 1st Airborne Division could have been committed to Normandy in the immediate period after D-Day? I know Monty considered another drop after D-Day.
Yeah, they were certainly ready to go if required. Yeah, they were all prepared. As far as I know, that's if they were required, they were ready to go. Yeah, absolutely. Where he would have dropped them, I don't know. That might have been a problem. The bridgehead was so small, it would have been, quite very dangerous operation. Maybe they could have done it at night again. That would have helped.
I think my question is the reverse. I'm always wondering why we didn't take some of the specialist glider assault troops like the Ox and Bucks out of Normandy earlier and move them into 1st Airborne Division and perhaps brought some gliders down right near the bridge in Arnhem. But that's another question for the day. We could start off on hours of conversation about how they could improve the Battle of Arnhem. And we may do that in September. If this is popular, we may carry on and do stuff later. But we're going to bring things to an end fairly shortly. So I'm reminding people again, please find Neil Barber's website. Neil is absolutely one of the best historians I know, and he knows his subject about the 6th Airborne Division and commandos, and it's this detail you get about the men behind it. And his research doesn't just take a few weeks; his research takes years to get these books out, and it is a privilege to have people like Neil on these shows because, again, we're bringing in the historians that perhaps don't get the work on the BBC, they don't get the work on the big History Channel shows, but I'm thrilled about to bring these people to you because these are the best of the best. I was explaining to my stepdaughter a couple of days ago about the lineup we have today. And I was using like rock bands as an equivalent. We've got the equivalent of Metallica, Queen, Prince, Bruce Springsteen, everybody on today. Andrew Roberts coming on in the waiting room now. I mean, we're talking about the absolute peak of military writing and history writing. So I'm thrilled that there are people that are joining me on my humble little channel here to bring D-Day to people. So Colin is driving off right now through the drop zone. This is where, the landing zone, I should say. This is where gliders landed. And imagine by the end of D-Day, you're going to have, how many gliders came down on that landing zone, Neil? Remind me. Is it?
There were 72 at 0320 hours. And of course, you had a couple, there was, I think, 3 of those that were supposed to land on K earlier at 10 to 1 actually landed on N because at 10 to 1, there weren't any gliders supposed to be landing here. But say Laurie Whedon's was one of them. They got the medic jeep off. It's over to your left there. That's where Roosevelt gathered all his men, the Lamarique area of Romeville, before setting off for the Triangle.
Bearing in mind, Colin is doing this in a modern vehicle, not a jeep. He's not in danger of being ambushed. But this is Ronville we're coming through now. But I'm going to say goodbye to you fairly shortly, Neil, and bring Andrew Roberts in any moment now so we can talk. But we'll keep this while Colin and Matt are driving. We'll keep this footage going. And again, during various points during the day, when there's live footage coming in from the beaches, we'll bring it in, even though we're having discussed about other things. Because I think people are enjoying seeing where we are. And we're going to be driving over Pegasus Bridge in a few yards down the road. This is Ronville, where there's an airborne cemetery. So, Neil, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you on. And I'm grateful that people like yourself signed up for this right when I first thought of it, and then the other names came on later on because someone had to say yes first. And I know you find like I do the live presentation, it's all a bit nervy, but you've been brilliant, you've been fantastic. We've all learned something today, and I'm hoping we're going to highlight some of these lesser known operations of the 6th Airborne Division on D-Day, and people will go out and learn more about it. So any closing remarks for us, Neil?
Well, just to further to your question, just thinking about if you meant the total glide, there was 250 obviously landed at 9 o'clock later in the day, split between that DZ and W. But no, not really. Just thank you very much for your overly kind words, and thanks for inviting me. It's upsetting not to be able to be there, and
I know, yeah,
it's the next best thing.
Well, again, thank you very much, Neil. We will speak again, and I'm going to say goodbye to you. Andrew's coming in now, so I will speak to you again as soon as another time for another show. And here comes Andrew. So thank you very much, Neil. We'll see you again. Yep. And I'm sure people love this segment. So brilliant.
Okay, pleasure. Bye.
Good morning, Andrew.
Hi, Paul. How are you? How's it going today?
It's so far so good. I don't want to tempt fate, but everybody's come on. Everything's going well. People are loving it. We're getting great comments coming in. So yeah, I can't complain. So again, thank you for joining us. And we have footage coming in all the time. So Colin is still driving off from the Airborne sector off towards Sword Beach. So he's going to drive over Pegasus Bridge any moment. So I'll get to talking to Andrew in a minute, but keep your eye on the screen there because there's things going on all the time. So anyway, Andrew, thank you for joining us. We've been talking about the absolute bottom end of the operation now, men in jeeps going up and blowing up bridges. We're going to move up the scale now and up through divisional level, up through to the absolute top, the leaders involved in this. And I think Andrew is an eminent author, and his book, Churchill, Walking with Destiny, is one of the best on. There are a plethora of books about Churchill, big ones, small ones, and Andrew is an absolute expert when it comes to the Prime Minister. And Eisenhower, everyone knows his role. He was in command of Operation Overlord, and I think he comes out of it very well. But I think the general public have a very mixed idea of where Churchill sat in this. And, there's some suggestion that he wasn't keen on D-Day and he was nervous about it. So let's cut the myths and talk about where does Churchill fit in with Operation Overlord, Andrew?
Sorry, can I just say we're just about to cross the bridge now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. There's the bridge. Yeah.
Very exciting. Yes, there's a lot of, as you say, myths about Churchill and D-Day. The fact is that he was always in favour of a cross-channel operation taking place at some stage. He always knew that was going to be the knockout blow that was going to deal the death knell to the Nazis in the West. But he didn't want it to happen too early. He recognised the extreme danger, even actually on D-Day itself, of course. There was no saying that it was necessarily going to be the great triumph that it was. And so he wanted to make sure that we had two things in place before it took place. The first, of course, air superiority, and the second, total superiority on the ground when the actual day dawned. And so you couldn't be certain of that really until May 1944, which is when he and Roosevelt wanted it to start. And any earlier than that, he feared you might get that terrible situation that you got when the Americans landed in North Africa in Operation Torch, where the actual landings were a success, but then after that there were defeats dealt by an extremely well-trained German army. So the thing to remember about Churchill and D-Day is he was always in favour, but he wanted to discuss the timing an awful lot more. He preferred it to be an awful lot later than the Americans wanted it.
He's also not just dealing with the military side of things. He's dealing with all the ministers involved with what's available in terms of shipping and landing craft. And when we had Stephen on earlier, I mean, we simply can't do D-Day a year early. We don't have enough landing craft. So he's jostling with the finances, with the departments of the defense and things to balance it all. So I'm sure on some level he'd like to just go in and kick in the door and start getting in towards Germany. But there's a much bigger picture that he's involved in. So
well, that's right. Yeah. And you also, of course, see, right from the time of Dunkirk, when we were actually forced off the continent in late May, early June 1940, that even in June 1940, days after Dunkirk, he started writing messages to the chiefs of staff talking about what became the Mulberry Harbours, for example. He knew that you needed the pipeline under the ocean, Pluto, from the Isle of Wight to Normandy to fuel the forces, the tanks, the trucks, and so on. All of this had to be done with, and some of these things took years. And the winning of air superiority literally took years because we didn't have the P-51 Mustang to shoot the Germans out of the sky until 1944. We didn't have many of the things that were necessary. We would never have been able to have got an armada of 6,000 vessels together any earlier than 1944 either. So I think it's a great myth that Winston Churchill was supposedly opposed to D-Day. He wasn't. He was just opposed to an over early, dangerous, over risky D-Day.
And that it's not that he's being cautious. He's also just he's pragmatic and realistic. I mean, of course, the Gallipoli experience of the First World War is going to be looming large in his mind. I mean, an amphibious landing can go very, very badly wrong. And you want to make sure.
In fact, if you look at the whole history of amphibious landings, which I know you have done, Paul, going back 200 years, going back to the ones that we were doing in South America in the Napoleonic Wars, but certainly lots of other ones, overall, they do go badly. And in the Second World War, they'd gone badly. Neither Salerno nor Anzio were big successes. There were others that were, but those weren't, and they were the most recent ones. And so they're easily the trickiest kind of operation that the military ever have to undertake, especially, of course, when they have to be done at the same time as I mentioned, air superiority. So it really is a very complex operation, and one that if we had got wrong, if we had been flung back off the continent, if D-Day had been a disaster, it would have extended the war in the West, at least, until long after the Russians had captured Germany. And
on that subject, and I think that's a fascinating thread, because on a military level, if the invasion fails, yes, we're in a pretty tricky wicket. But the public would have questioned the leadership as well. People like Churchill and Roosevelt over in the USA, their political careers would have been on the line as well. I mean, what would have happened to Churchill, do you think, had D-Day failed? I mean, it's hard to speculate.
It doesn't bear thinking about, because there were lots of other people who were waiting in the wings, who could have stepped in. As it was, he was leader of the Conservative Party, but a lot of the Conservatives didn't like Churchill and were constantly backbiting him about him all the way through the war. Who's to say whether somebody like Sir Stafford Cripps might not have come in and taken Churchill's place? But ultimately, of course, that is as nothing as compared to the strategic catastrophe that would have taken us. Because overall, it meant that we wouldn't have been able to have liberated even France, perhaps, because when one thinks of the enormous Russian advance up to August 1944, they captured killed or wounded or captured 510,000 Germans in August 1944 in the Operation Bagration in Belarus. I mean, they would have just swept forward, and we would have wound up by 1946 or 1947 with a completely Soviet-dominated Europe. And we'd have been in much the same kind of strategic situation as we had been in the previous 3 years with Nazis.
And I mean, how much do you think in the chess game that Churchill is playing? Obviously, the first move is Operation Overlord, but several moves ahead is a potential war against the Soviets, isn't it? I mean, he's that's in the back of his mind already, isn't it? Surely.
Yes. Well, we know that, of course, from the Unthinkable documents, as they were codenamed. Understandably, very good code name, that Unthinkable.
Unthinkable.
In a sense, of course, psychologically, it was unthinkable for us ever to go to war against Russia at that stage. However, actually, politically, it wasn't in the slightest bit unthinkable, because we did not want Western Europe to fall into the hands of a totalitarian power like Joseph Stalin's USSR. So that is why the timing of D-Day was so crucial and fiendishly complicated, and also why he wanted, in a sense, to sort of blood the Americans to ensure that the army they landed was one that had learned from defeats like Kasserine Pass in 1942, and the slog up Italy and through Sicily in 1943. That's the reason that they didn't launch D-Day until after the day after the fall of Rome, because they wanted to be sure that the American army, which obviously was much larger than ours at D-Day, was up to it.
And I think it's with Churchill and indeed Montgomery, who's a controversial figure. The British and our Commonwealth and our empire have been leading the way in defeating the Nazis for a couple of years, but we know we're going to have to sort of hand over the reins during 44 to the much larger US Army. And that must be difficult on a personal level to kind of the child you've been raising, you've now got to hand over to other parents. A strange analogy there. And so there's lots of things going on in that year that are in Churchill's mind. I think when I think about Churchill, I think it's very complex. You know, people like to put Churchill in a very simple black and white. He didn't like this, he did like that. And he's an incredibly complex figure, as you more than anyone else know. And everything is levels of nuance.
Complex as well. And also, of course, evolving all the time. They were learning, as you pointed out, they were learning from the First World War with the Gallipoli disaster, which meant that Churchill never overruled his chiefs of staff in when all three of them agreed on something in the Second World War. He never overruled them. But they're all learning. It's a huge learning curve in 1940, 41 and 42. And so you can understand why they didn't want to take a mad risk. I mean, General Marshall, the US Army Chief of Staff, wanted to cross the Channel as early as the autumn of 1942. Well, that would have been the most extraordinary risk to have taken, because if we were flung off, it would have been disastrous. The Americans have for a long time, American historians at least, have for a long time considered Churchill to have been almost, they've highly criticised him about when the attack took place. But actually, you also have to factor in FDR, of course, who also did not want the D-Day operation to take place until the 1st of May 1944. And it got pushed back because, as you mentioned, the landing craft and then the weather, of course, for the last 24 hours. But he didn't want to undertake this operation either until they had done everything in North Africa, captured 250,000 men in 1943, and then moved on up through Italy.
Well, so we're getting questions in all the time, which is wonderful. So Joe Balkowski, again, who asked earlier, he's the American historian who writes about the 29th particularly. He is saying, can you talk a bit about Churchill's relationship with Monty? Because a pivotal moment in the D-Day history is the meeting between Monty and Churchill on New Year's Eve 1943 in Morocco.
Yes, absolutely. He was, of course, ultimately, it was a difficult relationship because Churchill, although he admired Monty as a soldier, he did appreciate, as many American historians point out, that Monty could be cautious and overcautious. After El Alamein in particular, he had a problem with Monty also being a huge self-publicist. And no politician really in a democracy wants a general to self-publicize to the extent that it actually muscles out other politicians, including Churchill himself at one point. He used to, when he would talk to Alan Brooke, General Sir Alan Brooke, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, call him your Monty this, your Monty that, which annoyed Alan Brooke. But nonetheless, it shows that Churchill wasn't exactly totally au fait with Monty's actions. However, ultimately, both in that meeting that you're referring to in Morocco, the Casablanca Conference, and also, of course, later on, and primarily, of course, at the meeting at St. Paul's School on the 15th of May, 1944, he did see eye to eye with Monty, and he very much understood when Monty's left flank got bogged down after D-Day and taking so long to capture Caen. He was highly frustrated about it, but then so was Monty, so was everybody. And he supported Monty, and ultimately it was a fruitful, if at times somewhat clashing, personality connection.
Well, I mean, of course, there of course there's going to be clashes. You've got egos the size of small countries in these people. Churchill, Montgomery, de Gaulle, Eisenhower, they are all by nature center of the room people, aren't they? And when you put them,
and that's before you've even brought in Patton, George Patton, and Omar Bradley, and
yeah, exactly.
And actually, Brooke himself, you see, Brooke had huge rows with Churchill, not over the timing of D-Day. He agreed with Churchill over that, but over many other strategic issues, where he said that Churchill had 10 ideas a day, 9 of which he had to get rid of. One of which was good, but it was bloody hard work getting rid of the other 9.
Yeah, no, and talking about other conflicts with other people, what about his relationship with King George VI leading up to Overlord?
Well, I mean, I found it very difficult in my book not to refer to this as almost a sort of comic interlude, really, where they both wanted to be on the battleship to watch the attack took place. They talked to each other. They talked each other up into both going. And of course, the whole thing was kiboshed entirely by the King's private secretary, Sir Tommy Lascelles, who pointed out that you couldn't have the head of state and the head of government on one ship in a battle only moments before this this great invasion was taking place, and he stopped it all to Churchill's intense fury. But anyway, it's all in chapter 30.
And going back to the meeting at the school, and psychiatrists and psychologists would read a lot into why he even had his headquarters in his old school. There's a lot going on there with Montgomery, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was in John McManus's book I was reading a little while ago about, because that meeting was essentially lots and lots of people giving their bit they'd worked on, naval guy this, ordnance guy that, and it was all, this will happen the way we are doing it. And it didn't, at the end of the meeting, when people were almost packing up to go, didn't Churchill sort of go up and say something at that point about, let's not expect it to all go perfectly? I forget what it is now. If I'm wrong on this, then please correct me.
No, yeah, exactly. No, you're right. Yes, he didn't have, everybody else, of course, was pretty gung-ho. The King had given a good speech about it. Monty and Eisenhower had both spoken as well. And Churchill's was downbeat, and Eisenhower wrote in his, or at least Harry Butcher writes in Eisenhower's diaries, that he noticed Churchill's downbeat assessment of this, because he'd seen what had happened, as I say, at Salerno and Anzio and so on, and he even told his wife Clementine the night before, on the night of the 5th of June, you know, we may well wake up tomorrow and find that there are 20,000, you know, dead bodies in the surf. That was his sort of downside, and they were all worried about this. You know, so was Montgomery. You'd have to be insane to think that an operation on that scale against that kind of level of opponent was automatically going to be a huge success. It would have been, you know, these people had been already fighting 5 years of war, and they had seen terrible reverses at the hands of the Germans, who were a formidable foe. And to assume that any kind of doubtfulness is somehow unpatriotic is wrong.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I like the timing of the fact that Churchill left it to the end of the meeting, because it was sort of staff officers and things, and just giving people that reminder that, yes, by all means, we need a plan. We need to have the plan worked out. We need to have all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, but let's just accept the fact that it may not go wrong correctly, and we'll have to adapt. And I think leaving that seed of just reality in these officers would have been a really great thing to have done. And you know,
it's part of leadership, isn't it? You know, yes. It's part of the proper civil military connection that the Prime Minister urges everybody on to that last double checking, treble checking the plans to make sure that some appalling, dreadful reverse does not take place.
So what other, as our resident Churchill expert, what other myths would you like to dispel with regards to Overlord, or anything with regards to Churchill? Because he's very much used in sort of soundbite. Churchill thought this, Churchill thought that. And I think, you know, as I said earlier, he's a much more nuanced, complex figure than we think. So what would you like to correct?
Well, I think it's very important to see each of the conferences in their proper chronological order. You can only really understand somebody's decision-making process when one looks at it all in chronological order. And I think it's not fair to say that at the Tehran conference in November 1943, by the time that they knew that it was all going to happen, that Churchill and Roosevelt fell out with one another. I don't see that happening until actually after the landings in 1944. Until about the autumn of 1944, they do start to have not a catastrophic falling out, but there are an awful lot more telegrams from Churchill to FDR than there are replies from FDR to Churchill. But I don't think it's fair to say that Tehran was the moment that happened. Equally, actually, after D-Day, with at the Yalta conference, it's quite clear that it's a myth that Churchill automatically knew that Stalin was going to rip up all the agreements, and that FDR didn't, and he was somehow blinkered or naive. I think they were both quite blinkered or naive, and they were just putting the best possible gloss on a terrible situation where effectively you had to trust Stalin. So there are lots of myths. I go into all of them in Churchill Walking with Destiny. Another one, of course, about the percentages agreement of October 1944 with regard to who was going to get what in the post-war world. There are lots of myths about that. Winston Churchill was not an alcoholic, or he was not a manic depressive who had black dog depression and therefore thought that D-Day was going to be a catastrophic disaster. This
We're
is
referring to a particular film there, aren't we? That I despise that film.
Terrible, terrible movie.
Awful.
Yeah,
Awful.
Churchill with Brian Cox, where he is an alcoholic depressive and goes down on his knees at one point. Do you remember, Paul? He goes down on his knees at one point and prays that D-Day is going to be a failure.
I mean, that's ridiculous. You know, I mean,
just utterly ludicrous. It's easily the worst Second World War movie. I love Second World War movies. I think I've seen pretty much all of them, and that is the worst, undoubtedly.
I like Brian Cox. It's such a shame because I think he does good work, but that was just a
great actor, but totally terrible screenplay. And actually, I had to review it for an American website, and so I took a piece of paper and a pencil, and I noted down 120 factual errors in the course of that 2-hour movie.
That's fairly damning. That is.
It they average at one every minute.
And I think, you know, with Churchill, it is so easy just to jump into the cliches, and I've got a little book someone gave me, Churchill in quotes, and I think, well, actually, I don't think all of those are even his quotes. I mean, when I used to do pub quizzing, and it was a quote I wasn't sure about, I used to always either say Churchill or Andrew Jackson or some of that, and you had a 50-50 or Thomas Jefferson. If you threw one of those names in, you're likely to get it, but half of them weren't even his quotes. And
no, well, what you need. Actually, what you need to do if you need to check a Churchill quote is get a book by Richard Langworth called Churchill in His Own Words. And that book has every single one of his best quotes, but also it has about 20 pages at the back called red herrings of things that he's claimed to have said, but he didn't say. I'm afraid he didn't say, if you're going through hell, keep going. In fact, there are so many that he sadly didn't say. But the wonderful thing about Winston Churchill, and it's my 5th book over the last 30 years that I've written about Churchill, is that you never get bored because there are always unusual quotes. You only have to read about 3 or 4 pages to come across some wonderful quote that's not in any of those books of anthologies.
Yeah. And I think it's okay with someone to be like Winston Churchill. Like in my own case, I can completely admire him and yet realize that there are errors he makes along the way, and they're part of his career that aren't. But you don't have to put him on some kind of pedestal to still respect him. He's like the rest of us. He's a human being.
Terrible mistakes. You're right. I mean, blunder after blunder. He got the gold standard wrong. He got women's suffrage wrong. He got the abdication crisis, the black and tans in Ireland. You mentioned earlier the Gallipoli catastrophe. That was a disaster. You know, you're quite right. You know, you've got to see him in the round and appreciate that, that like any politician, especially a politician who's right at the top of his game in the House of Commons for nearly 2/3 of a century and always speaking about every major issue, he's going to get things wrong. But the key things, the things like the warning about Adolf Hitler and the rise of the Nazis, or the Kaiser before the First World War, or of course Stalin after the Second World War, the really 3 most important things of the 20th century, he got right, and often he got right and nobody else was getting it right at the time.
I mean, I think that's a perfect summary of the man. And you know, it's as I say, it's okay to disagree with some of the things that he was involved in, and he was the right guy for us in World War II. And I encourage people to read to read your book and other books on Churchill, because you can not possibly know enough about the man. The more you read, as you just said, you know, there's other avenues, and it's easy to just put him in a you know, he was a drunkard, he was a this, and it's, you know, incredibly complex human being. And so what's your next project? What are you working on right now? Because you're busy in the word mines.
King George III. Next. Yeah. Who was not, a bit like Churchill, there are lots of myths about him. He was not the tyrant that Thomas Jefferson, who you mentioned earlier, made him out to be in the Declaration of Independence, and he wasn't the villain of Hamilton the musical.
Ah, right. Yes, of course.
I haven't seen that. He was a much more interesting and nuanced man than both of them. So that's what I'm working on at the moment.
And just for people watching this, we're going to be coming back and discussing Churchill right at the end of the show at 11 p.m. French time, because we're going to be discussing Churchill's House of Commons address on June the 6th and compare it and look at it with regards to what FDR was saying back in the USA. And just summarizing, I hope Andrew will agree with me, sort of the USA kind of felt that they could have a moment to stop and pray and maybe acknowledge where they were. Churchill's very much, no, we can't take our foot off the accelerator now. We've got to keep on going. And it's interesting where our countries were at that point on the same day. We've got a shared experience, but Churchill, you know, knows that it's not one of his classic performances, is it? His June the 6th. It's not in his top 10, is it? It's no. Okay, but it's,
yeah.
I think the stress of the last few days, I think, has been weighing on him. It's to the Houses of Commons rather than it being a speech for the public anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got to remember that Caen doesn't fall for another 6 weeks or so, you know, or 3 weeks at least, isn't it? So, you know, the battle is still continuing. It certainly, there's nothing at that point that that they had to celebrate beyond the fact that they had created the beachhead.
Yeah,
let me just go back to one thing that you mentioned earlier, which I think is very important and right, and that is the way in which the Americans, by June 1944, had the preponderance of certainly material, not necessarily men if you factor in the British Empire globally, but obviously preponderance on D-Day in Normandy. But in the calendar year, this is for me is an absolutely essential statistic. The calendar year 1944, when the British produced 28,000 warplanes and the Russians and Germans produced 40,000, the Americans produced 98,000 warplanes. So almost as much as the whole of the rest of the world put together. And that is the reason why they can ultimately choose the commander for D-Day and overall, you know, have the preponderance of power after D-Day.
And what did Churchill think of Eisenhower? I mean,
he admired him. Yeah, he liked him.
Yeah,
very much. Yeah, he got to know him, of course, in the discussions in April and July 1942 in London, and by the time of Operation Torch, the success at Torch, he had got to know him well, and of course at the great conferences, particularly Casablanca, and he recognised, which was the key factor, of course, was that Eisenhower had the full, as a protege of Marshall, had the full support of the US Chiefs of Staff, and he was going to be there for the duration, and that really is the point, because Churchill always, as a politician, of course, had a really keen sense of where power lay. Yeah. And he understood that power lay with Eisenhower. So even if he hadn't liked him personally, which he did, he'd have still had to have pretended to.
And Eisenhower was absolutely, I mean, the perfect person for the role. And you could question his tactical prowess and strategic prowess if you want, but as a handler of egos, I think he's unsurpassed. And just being able to, I mean, colonel to 5-star general in 3 years or something, I mean, absolutely astounding. An ability to, if you can keep the reins on Patton and de Gaulle and King George VI and FDR and Marshall and I mean, amazing talent.
Well, and that's just in this region, you know, I mean, they also have to think about what Marshall is doing. He has to keep the reins on MacArthur out in the Far East, which is, that's also a gargantuan ego.
Another subject for another day. Yes. So anyway, we're going to bring things to end soon, because it's been absolutely Pleasure talking to you, Andrew, and I can't thank you enough for joining us, because I like this mix. We're going from small battles up to the big picture and back again, and it's only by the kindness of people like yourself agreeing to take time out of your schedule to join this ridiculously ambitious endeavour that's working quite well so far. I can't complain. So Andrew, on behalf of everybody watching this, there's loads of questions coming in. I'll send them off to you in an email. And someone said they did like the Brian Cox film, so you know. Whatever, we're all different. If we all like the same thing, it'd be a boring world. Thank you, Andrew. Get back to your word minds and George III, and we'll go on to our next sector. And again, Andrew's book, Churchill Walking with Destiny, it's a fine book. Get it, read it, and enjoy it. Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thanks a lot, Paul.
Thank you. Bye.
Enjoyed it. Bye-bye.
So we're going to bring in our next guests now, and we are pretty much on schedule. Well, we are on schedule, and I'm hoping people are enjoying this. So we're back to Sword Beach again. Is our next subject for the next is it hour? I forget where we are. I've put my glasses down. I can't find my glasses. Lost my glasses. Never mind. Oh, there they are. So we have joining us. I'll explain in a minute who we have joining us. I'm just checking my thing. Yeah, we're on for another hour with our next sector. So we're waiting for Neil's video to come in and.
Start my video, it says.
Yeah, so today we are back talking about Sword Beach again. So, Matt, you need to put your camera back in non-selfie mode, though you're very handsome in your shades there. There we are. So we're going to go back to Sword Beach. We did with Ben Main earlier, the arrival of the East Riding Yeomanry later in the day, the armoured support pushing inland. We're going to go back to the beginning of the day on Sword Beach, and joining us are two friends, one I've known a long time and one I've known less, but I like them equally, and they've both got amazing facial hair that makes mine look like an embarrassing milk stain. So in joining us and I've been practicing saying his name, I'm still going to get it wrong, is joining us is Adam Schuch-des and Neil Storey. And Adam is going to talk about the 2nd Battalion East Yorks and other East Yorkshire regiments that come into the conversation. Neil, my old friend of God knows 25 years, Norfolk born and bred, and for those watching this outside of Norfolk, there are no subtitles available.
Thank you.
For his broad Norfolk, and this is proper Norfolk, not the Norfolk they do in BBC shows, which is just Somerset, you know, proper Norfolk. So, gentlemen, thank you for joining us, and we have Colin and Matt again, our erstwhile roving reporters, who are live on Sword Beach for us. And we're going to talk about the landings there. So, gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the show. So, thank you for taking time to join us. So,
it's a pleasure to be here.
The 3rd Division. We've just been talking with Andrew about Churchill and indeed his relationship with General Montgomery. Well, Montgomery, of course, had commanded the British 3rd Division that were to land on Sword earlier in the war. So they are kind of often called Monty's Ironsides, the iron sides of the 3-pointed triangle with the black and the red, and we'll see a monument later on. How long had the 3rd Division been training for D-Day?
Do you want to take that one, Neil? Oh, well, you've got to consider a very important factor. After Dunkirk, everything changes for Britain. The most important thing is to protect our island. If we don't protect the island, then we've got nothing to fight from. Once we start to realize that maybe our island is safe for a little while, then we can start thinking about fighting back. So the training for D-Day itself is kind of an evolution. Myself and Neil were talking about this the other day. It's not something that starts hard, right, we're going to train for D-Day, because D-Day hadn't been invented yet. But the idea of an amphibious assault starts to generally creep in little bit by little bit. So I don't know you could put a hard date on that. What do you think, Neil?
Well, from the 1st Battalion Royal Norfolk Regiment point of view, is that when war broke out in 1939, they were out in India on the, you know, they'd done their service on the northwest frontier. They are regular soldiers, and they're brought back. And as you say quite rightly, they're put into the defence of Britain's scheme. They're not on the coastline. They're in the Wimbledon area of London as part of what were known as the Brown Line defences. And there they are. You know, the invasion doesn't come. So beyond that, what's going to happen to them? Well, they have a short period with the Guards Independent Brigade. So it looks like they might be getting involved with something infantry, mechanized, doing something a little bit different, but that doesn't emerge. So it's from the first Norfolk point of view, it's really the late 1943 period when they said, right, let's get you up north. So they start a short while in Northumberland, and then they spend the Christmas period in Lockerbie in Scotland. And this is when they start learning more about amphibious landings. The officers are going through forms of early outward bound training. The men start the amphibious landings. So I think from the first Norfolk point of view, it's really that late 1943 period when they really start to think we're involved with something different, a combined operations, absolutely top secret. So over to you, Adam, from there.
Well, yeah, I would agree absolutely with you, Neil. The same thing applies because we're talking about the 3rd Division here landing on Sword Beach as an assault wave. And the subject I'm going to be talking about is the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorkshire Regiment. And the same thing applies. 43, you start to see people, again, we go up to Inverary, and it's very important at this point, I think, to remember that the majority of the assault companies being involved in battalions, being involved on D-Day, train at the combined operations facilities. They're trained by combined operations teachers, the same people who train the combined operations later on, if you want to think of commando. So certainly from the East Yorks point of view, I'm not so sure about the Norfolks, but it turns out that the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorks probably did more commando training than the majority of the commandos, around 6 months of actual training up at Inverary, jumping in and out of assault craft and such like. And whereas we hear an awful lot about the command, and I'm not demeaning commandos at all, but we hear an awful lot about the training of the commando, and we get this false impression that the assault wave are cannon fodder. Just send them ashore and they'll all be killed, and then we can send in the good ones later. And it's very, very misleading. The 3rd Division at this time really are, in many cases, more highly trained than the people who are going to follow on later on. And they've got the most advanced equipment. They've got the cutting edge of the supplies. They've got the new boats. The 2nd Battalion, for example, were issued at one point with the battle jerkin, which was a new idea, so you didn't have to wear all the webbing and such like. And quickly in training, they realized that if you wear a battle jerkin, you will drown and die. So they rejected that, but they were allowed to because this is very much a developmental concept. Nobody had really done this before. The only example before that was Dieppe. And I see we're going around the monument at the moment.
A bit earlier than we said we were going to, but that's fine. This Colin is very excited and eager, that's why.
Well, I assume
Colin,
this
can you go back to the beach and show us the beach again, surely? And then we'll come back and do the monuments again, because I think we're going to come up to the assault landing. Look, he's actually obeying me there.
That's remarkable.
I know.
I have to say, Matt and Colin, what a fabulous job you're doing, boys.
I'm bribing them in Guinness.
What are you bribing us in? Yeah, this is, again, one of those very misleading things. The 2nd East Yorks, in particular, are sort of ignored and lumped in with that idea that I'm sure the Norfolks get the same rap of being something like cannon fodder. They're stupid. They just get thrown at the guns and thrown away. And this monument that we're on at the moment, this is the exit for the 3rd Division, the official exit. And the East Yorks weren't here. They're that way. Can you swing left a little bit there, Matt?
Matt, if you go east a bit, head that way.
That way. So down there, quite a long walk, is where the East Yorks came ashore, the 2nd East Yorks at Strong Point Cod. So while the memorial is the thing we're looking at here, this isn't where they came ashore. A little bit further along as well, you'll see La Rue de la Rose Blanche, which isn't where the East Yorks came ashore. Where the East came ashore, the closest monument is to Kiefer's Commandos, who were a little bit later, shall we say, to be generous. I don't. Do you want me to keep talking about him, or do you want Neil to get his bit in?
I think you'd call me eating a Pringle.
I have to say, Woody, my two favourite moments so far have been you eating a sandwich. I liked that part. And the part where we're likened to some hybrid rock band. In that case, could I request either to be Prince or the bass player, specifically Bernard Edwards from Chic, if that's at all possible?
That's absolutely fine. Yeah.
Super, thank you.
I'm going to be Captain Sensible because I'm going to wear a silly hat. Anyway, so yeah, I think we should run through while we're on the beach now the assault wave and how the East Yorks tackled the beach and talk about the casualties and we should also talk for the benefit of the whole audience is that depending on your criteria, the Sword Beach is the most heavily defended of all the. I'll get you into your map there, Adam. I'm going to spotlight your video there. Omaha arguably has the worst terrain, in certainly the widest beach, but in terms of concentration of German defenses, there's more guns, more gun batteries, more machine guns, more barbed wire, and more minefields on Sword Beach than any of the other sectors. And yet the British 3rd Division is not by any means the largest force. So Adam, run through, if you might be so kind, the assault by the 2nd Battalion East Yorks.
Oh, well, I'll stand up. It's easier that way. You can see me better. Right, well, this, you can see the entrance to the Orne River here. And this part here, this is Strong Point Cod. It's also known as 0880. To say that a lot of the strong points on D-Day are given a code name as long as a code number. And most of the strong points have the code name of a fish. Now, the East Yorkshire Regiment, obviously being predominantly from Hull, are very often from trawling stock. So I think somebody in the south, probably in Whitehall, thought it was oh so very funny to give the East Yorkshire Regiment the strong point of cod. Very funny. And I'm sure the lads thought it was very funny as well. Now, cod, as you said, is probably the strongest held part of one of the strongest held beaches in the entire front. And the idea here is for the thing that Woody was talking about earlier, to leapfrog, constantly leapfrogging. One will take while the other outflanks, and then they leapfrog and outflank and outflank and outflank constantly. So the plan is, first of all, for the 13th, 18th Hussars, the Royal Hussars, to come in their DD tanks, soften it up, and that's only at D minus, I think it's 5 or 7. At a little bit later, only a couple of minutes later, you've got the AVREs to go in and try and take away the obstacles, because if the obstacles are there, we can't get the LCAs ashore. If we can't get the LCAs ashore, the whole thing is a washout. So first ashore, DD tanks, 13th, 18th Hussars, followed by the AVRE, the Royal Engineers. Next we come in is the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorkshire Regiment at at H+5. I said D plus or D minus before, it's H, obviously. H for hour. So H+5 is when we get A Company and B Company of the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorks. We've got Major King in charge of A Company. Now, Major King is a very significant person. We may mention him a little bit later. And Major Sheath in charge of B Company. The idea is here, A Company with the South Lancs, 1st Battalion South Lancs a little bit further across, will land pretty much in the center of Strong Point Cod, pretty much face on to the strongest part of the most heavily defended beach. Meanwhile, B Company will land to their left. Now, you've got to remember that when you view it from the CN, from the attacker's point of view. So B Company are going to land to the left of Strong Point Cod and swing east. Meanwhile, A Company are going to land pretty much in the middle and swing west. The idea being one or the other may be able to break through and attack from the rear. Now, as it turns out, a lot of the engineers who were supposed to land in advance and take care of a lot of the obstacles weren't there for various reasons. Also, the FOB couldn't be found for a very long time. So a lot of the coordinated support that they were depending on just wasn't there. So there was an awful lot of improvisation going on. But having said that, Major King, who's in charge of A Company, we think of 3rd Division being a newly trained division, whereas Major King, he'd been in since 1925 in the same regiment. He'd fought in India, in China, he'd been on a trip to Tibet, he'd been fighting for several years with the Sudan Defense Force. This is an old soldier, he knows what he's doing, and he's been with the same regiment all this time, so he's fiercely loyal and very experienced. He really is the spearhead of pretty much the whole of Sword Beach as far as this hinge point is concerned. So he gets bogged down quite quickly, but he's a very aggressive soldier. Meanwhile, B Company do manage to get a little bit of foothold, and they do manage, with the support of 13th, 18th, to get some purchase onto that beach. Later, only 25 minutes later, we're going to get C Company and D Company are going to try and sweep through A and B Company. So A and B are going to take care of the beach. C Company, their objective is to just sweep straight through to this lateral road behind the beach. So the beach is here. This is the lateral road behind it. There's an area just behind Cod, which is called Pike. And this is kind of a congregation area, a reassembly area. There's also a wood a little bit further up. So there's an area between Cod, Pike, and Wood, which are referred to several times. D Company, also coming ashore, are supposed to sweep through B and then turn and go inland directly. They're not supposed to stay on the beach at all, unless A and B haven't got off the beach yet. Unfortunately for D Company, a mortar bomb lands right in the middle of their HQ. So their company HQ is taken out on the beach, and an observer actually says that he saw torsos and limbs being shot high into the air. So from that moment on, as soon as they're on the beach, D Company are very disorientated. They've lost all of their company leaders, all in one fell swoop, in one bomb. Luckily, King is a very experienced and very aggressive leader. Some other chaps who are trying to get off the beach find him. And once you know that his nickname is Banger, by the way. So once you know Banger is here, it's going to be all right. Banger coordinates a breakthrough with Captain Oates to get through the only exit. There's supposed to be 3 exits opened up along here. They haven't managed to open up any. So they're still stuck pretty much on the beach. Only infantry managed to get it through, and not many at that. But with Captain Oates manages to get a Bangalore torpedo. There's only one they've got left, so they split it into a couple of bits. They get some Cortex, throw it across the barbed wire, Bangalore torpedoes going across the wire. There's a minefield further on. All of this is mined, and they manage to smash through those defenses. In the meantime, the beach group, who are part of the people supposed to be coordinating the beach, are hidden behind the beach wall and are taking casualties. So if they stay there much longer, they're going to lose their beach group, they're going to lose the advantage of the attack onto the beach in the first place, and we're going to lose Queen sector of the entire beach. So if we don't get off, it's all over, and it's going to be Omaha. Very, very problematic for them, but they do manage to get through. Sorry, did we say something?
Colin and Matt are now showing the area, the lateral road. They're showing that area now with those houses behind the beach. So they're
fantastic.
Showing,
yeah. There are 2 significant chateaus which are still there. You can still see them. There's a big lump of house on Strong Point Cod, round about the left side of Strong Point Cod. A big lump of concrete which is now part of a house. So it's still there, very, very heavily fortified, but they do manage to get through. At one point, Banger, A Company's leading commander, officer commanding, receives a piece of shrapnel or a bullet. It's very hard to tell when they're going past you, apparently, but it hits the front of his helmet and slides down toward his face. So unfortunately, Major King receives a wound on the side of his nose, so he's bleeding. Captain Oates, who's the man who manages to get through that exit to the beach, he blasted open with the Bangalore torpedoes. He's already been hit with shrapnel from mortar bombs, so his arm is very badly wounded. He's hit again. He, at one point, drags one of his men out of the water to try and save him, and that man is hit a second time while he's being dragged, and Oates is hit again in the arm. He gets hit a bit later on again, some more shrapnel as well. Now, they do manage to get off and congregate at Pike. Now, the job of A Company is to stay at Strong Point Cod and hold and clear Cod. Meanwhile, B Company are going to swing further along to the edge here of Roger Green. This is the easternmost flank of the assault, but they're going to hold this area called Skate. It's around about here. And their job is to hold Skate, well, take Skate and hold Skate until number 4 commando can arrive. So again, we get this image of the commando assaulting the beach and driving through. In reality, it's B Company of the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorks holding this position to protect number 4 commando, Kiefer's commandos. They then will come through, and it's not until the commandos have moved through the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorks that the East Yorks can then leave that part of the beach. In the meantime, D Company have fallen apart. It's very difficult to get them off the beach, but they do manage to get round here to Pike, the consolidation area, and Banger starts to bring them all back together. For a short while, Captain Oates is put in charge of C Company. Oh, it starts to be a real mess at this point. Everybody's looking after everybody at this point. It's absolutely desperate. The commanding officer of D has gone. He's not there anymore. We do manage to send some of D Company into C Company, who have now become so depleted that they're not really functional. So D Company reinforce C Company. In the meantime, the remnants of D Company move directly inland, and they're heading toward the 2 bridges, Rugger and Cricket. Now, here's another the poor East Yorks story. Everybody's heard of Pegasus Bridge and the marvelous job that the paratroopers did, and I'm not demeaning that in any way, shape, or form. Fabulous, incredible work. Also, we've heard about Kiefer's commandos going along, marching along and rescuing, etc. Bill Millin coming ashore, all that sort of thing. Lovett's commandos coming in.
Some commando stories coming up with Giles Milton next, by the way. So
fabulous, and what an incredible
job. If you ever
job
shut up.
if ever. Now, in the meantime, D Company go over to Rugger and Cricket directly. Has anybody heard about the East Yorks being at Pegasus Bridge? No, nobody. So that's basically the beach. I'll stop there because there's lots to get through already. But that's the East Yorks just coming ashore.
Brilliant. Well, I think we're going to bring in Neil very soon. I'm not sure where Colin is going right now because I think, is he driving inland already? I'm not sure what they're doing right now. But Neil, so the East, Adam, the East Yorks, what casualty rate have they? How many men, how many boots on the ground? What kind of casualty rates right now?
Just on the beach, it's by the end of this one day, we've got a total of 209 casualties. That's 5 officers, 60 other ranks killed, 4 officers wounded, 137 other ranks wounded, and 3 other ranks missing. So 209 just on day one.
That's a battalion strength of what, 900?
Yeah, approximately.
Yeah. So I mean, this for those who are thinking all the losses are on Omaha, or all the losses are, the losses were across all the sectors, all the beaches, all the drop zones. No one had it easy on that day. Some people had it less shit, but no one had it not shit. It was just levels of shitness,
degrees of shit.
And I can swear because it's my own channel and there's no rules. So Colin is back on the beach bit now again. So I think he's going to just briefly show us the East Yorks Monument, a third of it, and then we're going to bring you in, Neil. There, sitting there, patiently waiting to do your bit. It is a team effort. We're coming to you very shortly. But no, that was an amazing presentation, Adam, and I'm hoping that when the Americans join us, because they're still asleep at the moment, and they start this off, they'll have all learned something about. Well, Joe Balkovsky's with us, because one of the premier historians over in the States, he's been asking very clever questions. We're going to go back to this leapfrogging nature. So the East Yorks have got the beachhead at high cost, great cost. Then there are going to be reserve brigades coming ashore, and their job is to push through the assault waves and push on towards as far as they can get towards Combe and in fact, Lebacy Wood. So Neil, the Norfolks have been sitting on boats while all this stuff is happening with the East Yorks, waiting for their crack, and they don't come ashore till what, 10 o'clock?
It's 9:50 when
9:50.
One Royal Norfolk hit Queen Red sector off Sword Beach. And we mustn't forget that all of these men, they've been in these landing craft. The landing should have been the day before. So that they're feeling, they've been sick, they've been horribly ill. And when talking to the veterans of the campaign, I sort of say, when you get to know them, and you relax with each other, maybe share a few drinks. You know, what were you feeling? Well, number one, any man that said he wasn't scared is a liar. That's absolutely number one. Every man is fine, and part of that is converted to an adrenaline when you hit the beach or you encounter action, as any soldier will tell you. So when the men looked back on landing in the second wave on D-Day, they could see from the landing craft the pools of smoke going up on Sword Beach. There were wrecked tanks on the beach. There's the sound of gunfire. There's explosion. You've got to remember, these guys, one Royal Norfolk, some of them had been at Dunkirk, and transferred. So some had some battle experience. For a lot of these lads, they're not all Norfolk boys. You've got to be clear about that. By the time we get to 1944, there are a considerable number of lads that have come in from the London area. So there's Cockneys, people like Basher Bates that would go on to get the VC at Parvis sort of all. So there's it's a brave regiment, a regiment with a wonderful history. Brave lads ready to go. They're keyed up, but they've had this terrible experience on the boats of being sick. They're under fire. And so when they looked back on their second wave landing, a lot of the men said, yes, we were frightened, but we were pleased to get off the boat because we were feeling so ill. We wanted to get in and do our job. So when the landing traps go down, there's still firing going on, but nothing like the first wave had encountered. One of the lads, in fact, a number of them, they'd look back on the time and think, we got off the landing craft, we're trying to shed all this waterproof clothing, and some have got these different type of respirator, you know, the lightweight respirator. They ditch that, get this off. And when they're trying to get it off on the beach, of course, it's shot and shell and stuff getting caught on your kit. And some of them would look back and say, my God, you know, I could get killed without firing a shot. And you're trying to move up the beach. The tapes are down, so you know where you're heading for. You're heading for the beach road. So, I mean, there was dear old Ted Shepherd. He was Lance Sergeant at the time, big, tall fella. And as the shot and shell was coming in on the second wave, he didn't like the look of that. So he said he always swore he went over the side of the landing craft with a couple of other lads. Most of one Norfolk had pretty much a dry landing onto that beach, but Ted said we went over the side. And there's quite a famous photograph of one of the landing craft there with some men beside it, and Ted Shepherd always swore, I'm one of those. So I'd never doubt the man, he was there and I wasn't. So some of the Norfolks, they're up to the necks. Ted always said, went over my head, but I made my way forward. So they've got the shot and shell of the beach, but they're not meeting an absolute hail of fire like the first wave, and they get off that beach as soon as possible. And they're heading, they've got a target area. They've got to try and get towards Hillman. You know, they've got Hillman and Rover.
Your audio is breaking up a little bit.
Cars.
Okay, we're back.
Got your fish on the beach.
Neil, your audio has gone a bit weird for a second. Adam, can you point out? Have you got Hillman and Rover on your blackboard there, or are they further off?
Not really. I can tell you about further objectives if we're getting onto those.
Well, we'll do it in a minute. We'll just see if Neil's audio has gone a bit weird.
I'm rather liking this. It's a bit like the Zap band.
Neil, you're sounding like some techno.
So there.
No, you're back in again now. We have you again.
You went.
Do you want to try that again?
Yeah, no. I think because in fairly sure we're going to have to start. I think making our way inland a bit. We're halfway through our segment now. Just for those watching, I've had some questions saying where are they? They're on Hermanville, so they are in the middle of Sword Beach. It extends to the further west to Lyon-sur-Mer and further to the east towards Ouistreham. But they're at Hermanville right now. But the thing about Sword Beach, it was quite urban then. It's quite urban now. So there's lots of houses, and some of these houses you see in the famous photos. So it's not perhaps the same when you're visiting it for the first time. It doesn't get it doesn't have the same sense of standing somewhere like Omaha Beach, which you can feel this sort of majesty there. Sword, you have to be a bit more imaginative to picture what was happening there. But there are some cracking photos they have on information boards there showing the event as it was. But so let's try and bring things to organizing. Colin and Matt, can you hear me? I'm not sure where you are now, but I think we're going to start making our way inland, and yeah, they can hear me, towards our inland objectives now, because and we're going to go back and forth between Neil and Adam, and indeed myself, because my great uncle was in the 3rd Division as well in the Royal Ulster Rifles, and I'm letting these guys talk about it because frankly I'm doing enough talking today, but we'll do some Royal Ulster Rifle stuff at some point in the future. And he was wounded at Troarn, my great uncle, where Colin was earlier. Anyway, so Colin and Matt, I think we can start thinking about heading off towards the inland objectives on the road there, and perhaps stopping where we said at the side of the road near Hillman, then going on to our objective. But so Neil, take it from the point where the East Yorks are holding. There's lots of wounded, there's lots of missing guys, there's dead, there's casualty clearing stations, there's all that going on. The Norfolks have had some trouble getting ashore, getting wet and seasick, but now they've got to put how far inland is their objective?
Well, you'll know the territory far better than I. They've got.
Can you move the microphone a bit closer to your mouth? You're quite.
Hello, how's that? Is that better?
It's a little bit better.
A little bit better. How about that? Is that better?
It's okay. It's manageable. Yeah, we can hear.
You can hear it. So their objective, they've got to head towards the Hillman and Rover area, which means they've got to get the other side of Hermanville. And they're going to the western approaches of Beeville.
Good pronunciation. That's good. Yep. So they're heading that way now. And Adam, the objectives of the East Yorks. We talked about the bridges, but there's our.
Well, I can show you on here if we.
Yes, please. I'll pull you up into
switch me over.
Spotlight. There we go.
Right. So Cod was our landing point. Pike our assembly point with Wood down here and Skate. The next objective is all the way down here. So the instructions are to travel on the axis of the attack. So pretty much through the saturated areas and on cases up to waist deep in marshes, traveling on foot to travel behind this first objective, Seoul. A Seoul is an observation point, a machine gun bunker. So it's vitally important to get this. And it's actually C Company who have moved through and managed to attack Seoul, later followed up by A Company who managed to consolidate. After Seoul, it's just off the map here. Now, I'll show you a little bit on this. Here is Cod. So we move through this saturated area. And of course, wouldn't you know it, typical for the East Yorks, the bit that we want to know about is just underneath the key to the map. It's like a magnet for the East Yorks. They're always the bit just off the map or underneath the key. So just near Colville, here is the second attack. So Seoul is about here and Daimler is here. Now Daimler has 4 155mm guns, captured French guns, obsolete French ones, but they can fire on the engines to the port, onto the beaches and onto the ships up here. So it's vitally important. The thing is, the people who arrive here to recce Daimler, the commanding officer and all of the company commanders, come under a salvo of fire from a nearby artillery battery. And the commanding officer on this occasion is wounded in the arm. So just outside Daimler, the commanding officer of 2nd Battalion East Yorks is hit, Hutchinson. He has to go out. So because the second in command is still on the beach, making sure that the tracked vehicles can get off and move up to support them, the third in command, Barber, takes over. So we're losing commanders hand over fist by this time. So they put in the attack on Daimler with A Company and remnants of B Company and C Company. So the 3 companies work together. And they do manage to take it with very little loss, but they take 70 prisoners just on that one strong point and send them back. This is a little note, a little bit earlier, when some prisoners are captured from the observation tower on Cod. I think it's Davies, Private Davies, is put in charge of taking the prisoners back to the compound. And he says he was relieved of his prisoners by some French commandos. And apparently he was very concerned as to the welfare of those Germans. So they are being transferred constantly back to the beach, these prisoners getting transferred. The next place is to go through to the very large village, Albany down here, but it's empty. It's been bombarded to pieces, and that's been emptied of Germans, and they consolidate that. Meanwhile, the rest of D Company remain detached at Rugger and Cricket. The bridge is down here someplace. Captain Oates, who we heard about earlier, who'd been wounded in the arm, he's now beginning to feel very weak, and his arm is bleeding very badly, even though he's carried on. Banger has already had his wounds sorted out at the RAP up here. So we're getting a lot more wounded. And Oates talks about walking into Wistrom, which is pretty much deserted. There are flags and dead paratroopers and commandos everywhere. And he visits a church at one point and puts a little bit of money in the contributions box before he wanders off again. Has a look now near where the gliders are. Probably sees D Company, but doesn't realize they're there. Those are our objectives for the day. So Cod, followed by Seoul, which is about here, and then Daimler about here, and the village over here. After those have all been taken, they are relieved by King's Own Scottish Borderers, and they retire to about here, near Hermanville, Perrier Ridge, if you happen to know where that is, in a wheat field, which we saw earlier. So that waist high or 2 foot high wheat, that's where they finish up. So they start at 5 minutes after H hour. They've got into the boats at 04:30, and they finish digging in by midnight. Quite a long day. Over to you, Woody. You having another Pringle, mate?
Sorry, no, I had just been with something else, actually.
All right.
I have accomplished now with much relief. So no, Colin is going to stop on the way in and show us. He's pulled in now, I think. There, we're now a few hundred yards off the beach, and Colin's going to leap out. I think we had to change to Colin's phone from Matt's phone because I guess Matt's out of battery, which is going to be happening during the day. So that we're going to look at the view. I'll put it on spotlight video. So that's the view around the area inland from Hermanville. So I want you to show the water tower in Colville at some point, Colin, because that's where Adam was talking about the objectives of Daimler and that being. Can you see the water tower? Should we to the, which I'm not sure which way you're facing. I've lost my sense of bearings right now.
Well, there's a water tower at the end of Colville, at the south end of Colville, and it's used as a reference point. So both.
There we are. Can we see it?
Is it on the left-hand side at the end of the track? Is that
there
it?
We are. That's the water tower there. He's
pointing his fingers over it.
It's not perfect to see on the mobile phone, but we're doing the best we can. So this is fantastic. So this is when we're going to bring the Norfolks back in again, and bring Neil in, who's been wonderful being patient while we're rabbiting. So Neil, tell us about the Norfolks as they push inland. It must have been fairly they're on a deadline, but they're being cautious because it's unknown territory. The thing is, as Adam so correctly said about the assault wave, we know a lot more about the defenses on the beach than we do about what's inland. It's one of the lackings of reconnaissance. So when we're pushing inland, and it's hard to see on the mobile phone image, but there is a ridge of highland a couple of miles inland. It's much more of an unknown quantity. We've been talking about Hillman, and Hillman is a position, and I'll briefly sum up. We had misunderstood exactly how much that was there. It was a coastal observation position, but it also had machine gun cupolas, it had some artillery, and it was sitting on high land that had fantastic views back to Saul Beach. And the forward observers had been lost, as Adam said. We weren't getting much naval support, and the attack on Hillman didn't go very well. The Norfolks, in fact, have to go past Hillman, and when Colin carries on later on, we're going to get to a position just left of Hillman where the Norfolks, where he's showing us the wheat field there, or he's going in the field for something else. Maybe he's doing what I was doing a few minutes ago. I don't know. Never ask a Geordie where he's going with a shovel in a field. But Neil, carry on about the Norfolks pushing inland, please, for us.
Well, they cleared the beach in very, very good time. But as they're pushing inland, they're seeing the ruins of the houses around them, and they're seeing the detritus of the fighting that had gone on before them. One vision that haunted many men were the dead bodies. of the fallen British soldiers ahead of them. There were some Germans, but they were seeing men just like them, the same sort of battle dress. They're seeing men of the 1st Battalion, the Suffolk Regiment, insignia that they knew, men that they had trained with. They're seeing them dead in the area around there and on the road. And one vision, we're all grown-ups, that haunted a lot of these men was one particular soldier in the road who had been run over by a tank. And that haunted these men, probably above all others at this moment in time. That's what they were going into. So they were under no illusions. This is a deadly fight. So once they clear Hermanville, and they're heading into those fields, which are just beside to the left, as we'd be going in to the left of
that
Hillman.
is a machine gun cupola there. Colin's just stopped at. This is not on the script. We didn't discuss going over to the concrete bunker, but well done, Colin. He's being all adventurous. He's getting all above his station. I love Colin.
If that's the one I'm thinking of, that's part of Daimler. It's in the middle of the field, and it's in the outskirts of Strongpoint Daimler. So if you look back to the woods there, directly behind that Tobruk, no, the other way, the other way.
The other left, Colin.
Yes, that one. Yes, you're right. That woods there, that is Strongpoint Daimler.
Well, this, folks, this is exactly what we're doing here. This live. Oh, it's Matt filming. That's Colin. So Matt's just following Colin.
Thank you, Matt.
I think, guys, we should need to push inland a bit more towards the machine gun position.
To the left of Hillman, if we can.
Yeah, we're going.
And then you can see the height of Hillman as well, the command that it had of that area, and the lower height of Rover, which is where One Royal Norfolk ended up.
Yeah, I think they're on their way back to the van now. Put your thumb up in front, Matt, if you're comprehending the instructions. Yep, that's his thumb there. He's very attractive. Brummy
I have to
thumb
say, this
there.
is pretty much the route that the 2nd East Yorks took toward Daimler. They came in from the south. So they outflanked and came in from the south.
And when we have Giles on next, he'll be talking about the commando. So we've got various phases going inland. There's these movements inland happening over several hours. Some are tasked with seizing objectives. The commandos have got to go on to reach the Airborne up where we crossed earlier on Pegasus Bridge. It's all this, I keep saying it, this leapfrogging nature of different forces overlapping each other to keep getting up, pushing our way inland. And I'm very much liking the fact we're covering.
I think the weather conditions are also important today. It's a slightly better day, but I think it gives us a flavour for what it was like on that day.
Yeah. And also remind people it's not just about the beaches. The beaches are incredibly important, but a beachhead to enable us to bring in the supplies and the reinforcements over the next few days, we need space. And that space is only going to be taken if we can push inland and get ourselves an area big enough. Just for those watching, try and imagine how much space a squadron of tanks needs, how much space we need for airfields, for supply dumps. And that means pushing them. That's the church tower, I guess, at Colville over there at the left. So I guess it's about a 3 or 4 minute drive for Colin next. And we've got two more locations to do in this segment. We've still got another 18 minutes, so we're doing all right. So
and think about the men too at this time. You know, the PBI, the poor bloody infantry. You know, these guys, they're coming off. Their boots for a start, they were saturated with vomit. They've got wet on the beach. A lot of the men, they're wearing battle dress. Now, for those from all around the world, battle dress is made from wool. It's woven. It's hard-wearing stuff, good old stuff, hard-wearing. But it gets wet. It's a fairly warm day. You're wearing it. There we are. There, Adam's holding his up there, and
keep up, mate.
it's a warm day. You've got wet. Then on top of that, you've got all of your kit. You know, you've got your fighting kit on there, the 37 Patton webbing. You've got your ammunition that you'll carry in that. So it's heavy, it's weighty. There you see the good old Tyne Tees division, good old East Yorks.
Let's not forget it's 50 Div, eh?
Let's not forget 50 Div, because that's Gold Beach. And you know that the lads of the Green Howards did particularly well. That's where Sergeant Major Hollis received the Victoria Cross for a remarkable charge at what is now known as Northumbrian Avenue, up to the village there. An incredible piece of work. When you stand on that beach and you see the advance that they had, that's wonderful. There's your white rose.
Well, as a little note about this flag, I really wanted to mention this. when the East Yorks were waiting to embark, they were stationed at Waterlooville, just near Portsmouth. And they got on very well with the locals. And the ladies of Waterlooville, the Women's Association, Women's Institute, donated some of their ration for blackout material and made 4 approximately 2 foot by 1 foot rectangles with a white rose embroidered. So they had 1 per company HQ. When they'd been working so closely with the 2 ships that they were launched from, HMS Glennian and Empire Battle Axe, all through the training up in Scotland, as I'm sure the Norfolks did as well. But they launched from those 2 ships. So they'd done all their training up in Scotland and then launched from the 2 ships. So there was a great camaraderie between those naval personnel and the East Yorks. So whilst on the ship, the captain of Glennian presented this, well, not this, but very similar, anchor to be sewn to the battalion HQ flag. Also, now, this is a bit confusing. There's a story that says the Royal Marines who are on board Glennian presented the battalion with a pike, which has attached to the pike head the Royal Marines cap badge. But that's only partially true, because the pike was actually purchased by the commanding officer of the 2nd East Yorks, Lieutenant Colonel Hutchinson. So the mean old Marines, they only gave a cap badge, and it was actually attached to the pike head on board the Glennian.
I don't think there's anything mean about giving a Royal Marine cap badge.
Oh, you're quite right. I recant my Catholicism. You're absolutely right, Neil. But there is a very small piece of film that you might be able to see. It's only a few seconds long of, this is a replica, obviously, of this banner coming ashore on D-Day. So there is film of HQ Company's flag coming ashore. And it actually appears in the orders that the 2nd Battalion of the East Yorks will be signified by a black rectangle with a white rose attached to it at all times, that they are not under direct fire, aimed direct fire from small arms. So even if you're being mortared or artillery, you've got to have the flag up. And this is a replica of it.
Carrying colours in action.
Oh,
my word.
Banner. Oh.
My word.
Get in, lads. Oh.
Well, it's about keeping that camaraderie, but also amongst the identity of a regiment. It's all part of building. Why are we doing this? Well, we know that we're doing it for the liberation of Northwestern Europe. You're doing it for the honor of your regiment, but the regiment is embodied in the men. And if we're really honest, you talk to anybody who was there. Why did you do what you did? Why did you do it? For my comrades. I did not want to let my mates down. And that was the key to it, that you built all of this, the regiment, your country, and above all, your mates that you're trained with, you'd served with. This is your time. And every single soldier that I have ever known will say with his hand on his heart that at some point, at some time in action, it has been thanks to one of his comrades that he got through.
Absolutely. It's a curious thing you say, Neil, about the camaraderie. And I know we talked about this before. Henry V, there was a very popular film at the time. You get everybody going, and it's all very political. However, we're looking at the bunker there. That's not one of ours. That's one of the ones that has been dug up, as opposed to everything from the East Yorks, which hasn't. Anyway, not that I'm bitter. Now, on board Empire Battle Axe, we have Banger King, officer commanding A company, and you may have heard stories of an officer reading Shakespeare to his men. Well, that was Banger King on board the Empire Battle Axe. And of course, what did he read? We have to remember that the East Yorks have a history as the 15th Regiment of Foot, who wear black, hence the black on the flag, because of the memory of Wolfe at Quebec. And the 15th of Foot were with General Wolfe on the assaults of Abraham, the attack on the Heights of Abraham. And apparently Wolfe read Shakespeare to his men in the boats on the way to the attack on the Heights of Abraham. So any good officer knows his regimental history. Banger chose to read over the tannoy, would you believe it? Gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed that they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap. Whilst any speak that fought with us this day upon the day of St. Crispin's. Oh,
Now I think we're up at Hillman at the moment.
We are, and
we must pay tribute to the bravery of the men of the 1st Battalion, the Suffolk Regiment, that confronted this. It was a stronghold. It was impossible to penetrate immediately. You couldn't just run up and take the darn thing. And I believe there's plaques to remember on the side there of Hillman to the brave men and the sacrifice of the men of the 1st Battalion, the Suffolk Regiment.
Absolutely.
There. And we must pay tribute to those. You know, there's a lot of talk about old county rivalries, and that's all part of the camaraderie and the jokes that you'll get. But we mustn't forget in both world wars that the Royal Norfolk Regiment and the Suffolk Regiment, they're often brigaded together, they serve together. And yes, there's inter-rivalry, but my God, you cross them from another regiment and you'd know all about it with fists from both, I'll tell you.
Right, well, I'm going to send a message to, I think we need Colin and Matt to move on to our final stop at Norfolk House at Rover now, because we've got 10 minutes before we bring dials on.
As they're doing that, you'll see that this area it's high up at Hillman, so it had a great command of the area all around them. Now, the soldiers that were able to push through first this was as we came in from the beach to the left of Hillman. They seemed to get through. That direction
there, that's east. That's behind the. We've got to drive on now, but that's east. It's those fields there over to the left where the Norfolks move towards their objective.
Now, you've got to look at the height of the corn, or if it's got barley or whatever you've got in there at the minute. It was cornfields when one Royal Norfolk were going through there. And the companies that were to the far left, 2 companies, they're okay. It's the ones that were closest to Hillman that they get this terrible machine gun fire. And its trouble is it's not
there.
It's not just from the front. You've got attacking forces firing at the Hillman area, so that it's coming from behind them and it's coming from in front of them as well. So that men like dear old Lance Corporal Ernie Seaman, known to his mates as Cocky, a wonderful old boy from Flitcham, a true Royal Norfolk. And here's to you, Ernie. He was great. And he was there. And I remember Ernie saying you had to get so low, you've got to keep your head. He said this is very much like the Norfolk field. You think of this flat area around here. So the Norfolk boys didn't feel too alien. And Ernie had to keep his head down because he said, if you get above those ears of corn, you'd hear the bullets zipping above your head. And as you moved through, you were moving over. There were bodies, there were all sorts. It was a dreadful place for those boys to be pinned down. But they did keep pushing on. The approach to the western outskirts of Beeville, to their right of the attack, they also came in from fire there, but they've got to push on. They've got to try and get to Rover and to live there. They want to get to Libisi Ridge and to Libisi Wood.
So brilliant. We're coming up. We're going to have to bring things to a close fairly soon because Giles in the wings waiting, and we're using up an hour, us 3 wittering on about 3rd Division. It's been fantastic stuff.
It has.
We're going to
get little time.
Our final monument now and our final stop, which is a charming monument to 1 Royal Norfolks. And so Adam touched on the casualties that the East Yorks faced on the beach. And Neil, the Norfolks lose, was it 1 on the beach or 2 on the beach or something?
There weren't many fatalities on the beach.
Yeah,
there were a number of the lads got wounded.
But by the time we get to where we're going now, so it has taken Colin barely, if he hadn't stopped, 5 minutes to drive inland, and he's already there now to make this same journey through these wheat fields, through these cornfields on D-Day. We're talking a casualty rate.
150 Norfolk lads.
Well,
209 East Yorks.
So there we are. There's a lovely monument there. It's on. Should be on.
It's beautiful. I remember that the 1st Battalion Royal Norfolk D-Day veterans would go and lay their wreath there, and it always choked them to think that they'd done so well on the beach and to be cut down amongst that cornfield to make this little piece of land, this corner of England, this corner of a foreign field, that will be forever England.
And Matt is going to show us the view in land towards Caen now. This is the rather ambitious objective of the 3rd Division, as stated by Montgomery, was to take the town of Caen, but it's a good 9 miles away. And I'm going to gradually bring it to end, pointing to it. That's the hospital building, the Schuch building in Caen. So
it is. For
those watching in the USA particularly, I'm not picking on anybody here, but I think a lot of American historians have looked at Sword Beach as a failure to get to Caen. Now, that's another story for another day, and I'm going to come back and do some specials about the taking of Caen in the future. But Sword Beach is an incredibly successful landing against very, very fortified positions with lots of Germans. And to think of it in any terms of failure is just really an insult. And I think I encourage more American and Canadian viewers to pick up books and read about the British on D-Day and read about the British on Sword Beach, because it wasn't a cakewalk. It wasn't. It was a successful attack, and we got ourselves several miles inland, but didn't get as far as Caen itself. So, any final words on that in terms of its perception of Sword Beach from you two gentlemen?
The reason the Battle of the Hedgerows was deadly. It should never be forgotten. And if you wonder why we got gummed up, well, if you come against a brick wall, you cannot run through it.
There are 2 points I'd like to make. One is, we talked about the multinational feel of this entire invasion. There were many Canadian officers with the Sea Storks, about 6 on and off. They
the
changed,
Canlones, yeah.
Yeah, the Canlones.
We had some in the Norfolk regiment too.
There were an awful lot of them. And there was Private Wood, while they were on the boats before they got in, said to his Canlone Lieutenant, Leonard Robinson, he said, I believe he was only a Hull lad, this Woodhead. He said, if you lead, I will follow you anywhere. That's a British person to a Canadian. And the last thing I'd like to say is, if you go to the 3rd Div Memorial, I have a look there, you'll see a plaque about this big behind the bushes on the wall. The last time I was there, you had to literally part the bushes to find it. But it's a very small plaque. I was there for the unveiling of it, to the East Yorks, the 2nd and the 5th, who were on Gold Beach. And it says they landed there, which they didn't, but it was near there. I asked the curator for the museum, Steve Kennedy, Major Kennedy, at the time when it was being opened. I said, why is the plaque so small when the memorial's so big? Why is it such a little plaque? And Steve Kennedy said, well, we wouldn't want to be ostentatious, would we?
And I think that sums it up very well. We're perhaps not as good at pushing our own stories as we should be. It's the British nature to underplay rather than overplay.
Needs not words.
I've thoroughly enjoyed this hour. I'm well into the swing of it now. I'm even getting quite quietly confident about the rest of the day now. And we have more amazing stories coming up with Giles Milton very shortly, who's patiently waiting. Gwen is out to do some more footage again, and I'll keep Colin on for as long as his camera works, that he's got to go and have lunch. It's been an absolute joy to have you two on this show. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Neil, you know, we go back a long way. Your passion for the Royal Norfolks is amazing. I could detect the little chin wobble in your voice there, talking about the lads. And Adam, your presentation was superlative. So I think we've done a lot to highlight the actions of the 3rd Division on D-Day and get across what a fantastic job they did against some terrible defenses. So it's been a pleasure to have you on.
It's been a pleasure to be with both of you, both Adam and Paul. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for the invitation, Woody. And I'm really looking forward to Peter Caddick Adams and James Holland later.
Yeah, well, click subscribe. And if you would consider being a patron of this channel, please do so. Share, tweet about it, talk about it, bring people involved. This is something new we're doing here live. World War II TV on the 76th anniversary of D-Day, live with the best historians in the world and the best beaches and locations to beam these stories from. So I'm going to bring Giles in very shortly. Thank you very much, Neil. Thank you very much, Adam. This is not the last time we'll all talk together. We can come back on and do the taking of Caen. That'll be lots of fun. So
good luck.
Put you in the waiting room and bring Giles in. So it's been fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day.
And my wife. Hi.
Yes.
All the best. Cheerio.
Your wife has been giving lots of wonderful praise. So thank you.
Fabulous. I love it a bit.
Bye.
My neighbor Gino, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Right, so here we are again. Next guest, we're in fact a minute early. I'm impressed there. I'm waiting for Gwen to connect with his footage and for Giles to come on. And Colin and Matt, you may head off and have your lunch if you wish, but please give us continued footage. Fantastic. I'm waiting for Giles's video and Gwen's video. There's Gwen, there's Giles. Where are you, Gwen? You're back at Sword Beach again. Good. So we're at the Commando Monument. So with us now, and I've got to find the right book to hold up, is Giles Milton, who is the author of this wonderful tome, Giles Milton, D-Day, The Soldier's Story. Link, clicky linky below in description. Wonderful book. And Giles, like me, has a French other half. So there's lots of content in there about the French civilians, which I particularly like, and my French friends here, because sometimes the French get rather overlooked in the D-Day story, and integral to Giles's account. So, Giles, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, how are you? This is really your longest day, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. It's I'm well into it now. It's everything is working well so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm actually enjoying it. Did you watch any of that last presentation?
I was watching it earlier. I didn't see the last one because I was in a waiting room, so I couldn't watch it. But anyway.
So Giles, you're going to tell us about some of the soldiers' stories, and one of the things we discussed in advance that you particularly want to talk about is the commandos, and we have been talking about all the various waves on Sword Beach, and we're getting live footage right now. I'll put him on spotlight there from the Commando Monument at Sword Beach, which, as you can see, what those watching, there's already been some laying of wreaths there already today. So anyone who thinks there's nothing happening in Normandy, yes, we've got coronavirus. Yes, we've got restrictions, but there are still ceremonies taking place. They are just much smaller. And Gwen is panning a camera west towards the towards Juno Beach, essentially. And this is the area of Sword Beach where number 4 Commando came ashore. And I'm going to let Giles talk now and tell us one of your favorite stories about the commandos on the, that's the 88 or 75 millimeter bunker there that's now been converted into the Surf Club, I believe it is now. I forget. So Giles, please tell us one of your stories.
Yeah, well, thanks, Paul. I guess my sort of point of departure was really that so much that was written in the aftermath of the war about D-Day was written by the generals and the officer class, and the sort of voices of the young conscripts and those who went in the first wave tended to be drowned out and not heard. So I wanted to go back and look at kind of individual stories of those who actually landed, who did the hard fighting up the beaches. And just to sort of set the scene a little bit, meet Cliff Morris. He's one of the commandos. He's going to be going ashore on Sword Beach, which everyone can see on their screens right now. He describes the atmosphere the day before in Portsmouth Harbour. They have a bit of a send-off. Lord Lovett, the commander, flamboyant commander of the commandos, more on him in a minute, but he wanted to give his men a real send-off. And listen to this from Cliff Morris. He says, everyone was on deck laughing and shouting. The radio was playing away with swing music. What a feeling, he said. I never loved England so truly as at that moment. That was the 5th of June. By the time he's crossing the channel, Cliff Morris is in his LCT, and the weather, of course, in the channel is appalling, incredibly heavy seas. And he says, you know, instead of just tossing and rolling about, he said, our vessel was being lifted clean out of the water and landing back with a dull thud that shook every beam and threw all its occupants from one side to the other. Now, Paul, you'll know this probably. Before they set sail, Cliff Morris, like so many others, he'd been given a hearty meal of thick, meaty, glutinous stew, a big brick of chocolate, and pints and pints of strong tea. Well, of course, they set sail across the channel. What happens? They are all violently seasick. I mean, so badly seasick that some of them are almost out cold. And these are the guys that are going to be fighting against Hitler's war machine. So, the commandos, as I said, were led by Lord Lovett, the 15th Lord Lovett, flamboyant aristocrat, very colourful character. Only Lord Lovett would decide to land with his Highland bagpiper, Bill Millin, famously playing the bagpipes. Only he would land with a hunting rifle, with a monogrammed shirt and all this wonderful stuff. Now, Lord Lovett's mission and the mission of the commandos was to land at Sword and make their way to Benneville Bridge, better known as Pegasus Bridge, and Ranville Bridge. They were there to relieve John Howard and his men who landed in the night and pulled off this fantastic coup de main operation to capture those two vital bridges. You know, without them in Allied hands, if the Germans retook them, they could sweep their panzers into the Allied beachhead and drive it back into the sea. So Lord Lovett's task was to do this with his commandos. And he gave a very colourful account of what happened as men like Cliff Morris stormed ashore. He said, in typical Lovett language, he said, they sliced through the enemy defences like a knife through butter. And according to Lord Lovett's account, written account, he really led the vanguard towards the beaches, fighting his way inland. And famously, and this is the scene was made famous in the movie The Longest Day, which I'm sure so many people will have seen. He famously arrives at the bridge, strides onto the bridge, shakes John Howard by the hand and said, sorry, old boy, you know, we're 2 minutes late. It's a sort of fantastic, wonderful moment, iconic moment. But
absolutely,
according to some of the commandos, they said it wasn't quite like that. And one of them, whose account I found very interesting, was Stan Scotty Scott and his men of 3 Troop 6 Commando, who landed on Sword Beach. They successfully fought their way off the beach. They assembled their folding bicycles, which they had with them, and they began a fighting advance towards Pegasus Bridge to relieve John Howard and his men. And he gives, in his account, he gives a very vivid account of what it was like fighting through the French countryside. At one point he says, there was rounds hitting from all sides. There was rounds ricocheting off and splatting and hitting. Campbell was just the unlucky one. He got clobbered. He got hit through the neck, fell down in one big lump, him, the bike, and all that. Well, Stan, according to Stan's account, they were the first to reach the bridge. They got there before Lord Lovett and his group. And he says it was a very different welcome from the one that Lord Lovett wrote about. He said there was no bagpipes when we got there, no apologies for being 2 minutes late. He said a lone paratrooper, wounded, looked up at me and said, and I'll tone the language down here, where the F have you been? And I think that sort of somehow rings true. Yeah, he said none of the bagpipe playing and any of that crap, he said. So Stanley Scott, he felt aggrieved for the rest of his life, really, that him and his men of 3 Troop 6 Commando had been written out of the story and certainly written out of the film The Longest Day. And it's interesting, Paul, to note that The Longest Day, who was one of the historical consultants for The Longest Day on that episode about Pegasus Bridge, it was none other than Lord Lovett himself. And you can see, I don't want in any way to denigrate at all what Lord Lovett did, because he was a masterful commander and led his men, trained them brilliantly and led them brilliantly. Yeah. But I also wanted to tell the other side of the story of the young lads like Stan Scott.
Well, thank you very much. And I've heard rumours that he actually crossed the bridge twice, Lord Lovett, once and then a second time for the cameras, which is fine. That's okay, but yeah, an interesting figure. And Stan Scott and we had Neil Barber on earlier, of course, who knows all about 3 Troop 6 Commando. And yeah, they were across the bridge earlier than Lovett, and it's all part of the same force. We all know it's not a competition. Everyone's got their job. Just certain people ended up with slightly better PR than others. That's, I guess, is how it goes. So with your commando stories, I wanted to ask you to talk about the French a little bit. I mentioned that in my introduction. You're a francophone like me, and you like France and the French. I get questions of so was there resistance in France? But so let's talk about some of the stories you tell in your book about the French people involved.
Yeah, well, one of the fascinating ones, and this kicks off before D-Day, is a chap called Guillaume Mercader, who I met in 1994, and I think you've met as well, haven't you? Yeah. So Guillaume Mercader was a champion cyclist, and he was also a very charming. He was imbued with Gallic charm, and he used to train up and down the coast road along the Normandy coast, which, for obvious reasons, had been placed out of bounds by the Gestapo because they did not want anyone going up and down that road looking at their coastal defences. But such was the charm of Guillaume Mercader that he persuaded or convinced the local commandant to allow him to continue training up and down this road. And every single day, he was covering about 60 or 70 kilometers going up and down the road. And of course, he was noting down every single bunker that was being constructed, every machine gun nest, troop movements, etc., etc. And all of this was then being sent back to SOE in London, from whence it was then handed over to Eisenhower's headquarters. So within sort of 24 hours of Guillaume Mercader cycling up and down that coast road, London was in receipt of incredibly useful and detailed intelligence, which was going to save, you know, many lives on D-Day itself, because they knew exactly where the defenses were. So he was one of, you know, a whole network of resistance agents, operatives, spies, who were really collating evidence, intelligence for the Allies. Crucial things, which, you know, they sound small things, but noting where the anti-glider poles were being placed in fields, etc. This was going to be so important for the glider-borne troops who were coming into land on the 6th of June. So that's sort of one element. There's another element, which is SOE, Special Operations Executive, was dropping weaponry and explosives into northern France, into the hands of the resistance, who where on the night of the 5th, 6th of June, were tasked with blowing up key railway bridges, key elements of infrastructure, anything basically to stop the Germans being able to come pour into the Allied beachhead and drive the newly landed Allies back into the sea. So this was an incredibly vital part of the operation to basically safeguard the beachhead from inland before the Allies were securely ashore. So that was one key role of the French on D-Day. But the stories really that I find get completely written out of D-Day are the stories of the French civilians. You know, many of the viewers watching this, and in fact we can see here, this coast is heavily populated. There are villages, there are hamlets, there are farms, there are buildings all along the coast. Now, these are about to come under the heaviest naval bombardment and aerial bombardment, you know, in the history of warfare. And they had very, very little warning about when exactly this was going to come, because of course the Allies couldn't drop leaflets days in advance saying, you know, you better get out of your houses, you're going to be bombarded. So the warning was very, very shortly before it all happened, which meant that countless families got trapped inside this bombardment. And in my book, I wanted to tell the stories of simply what it was like. And of course, it was absolutely terrifying. And D-Day tends to be a very male story, but it was very interesting telling the story of the civilians, because I was able to bring French women into it, children into it, who were there. There's some very interesting stories of French civilians being the first to look out of their windows in that pre-dawn half light and see this massive armada. They'd been waiting for this for years or more, and they just simply couldn't believe the scale, the size of what was coming towards them. And I interviewed again in 1994. I interviewed some families of some men and women who were children at the time, who just their tears welled up in their eyes when they told me these stories. It was such a profound moment for them. So including their stories was a really important part of my narrative of D-Day. And the last thing before I hand back to you, Paul, is of course the bombing of Caen, which took place at about midday on D-Day. Huge aerial bombardment. And again, I want to tell the story of what it was like for the French civilians who lived in the town of Caen to come under this immense bombardment. And of course, it was absolutely horrific. They had no warning again, or very little warning. And they were just, you know, they'd be sitting in their houses and suddenly bombs would be raining down on them, their houses collapsing in on them. They were buried under rubble. It was horrible carnage, basically. I mean, and a very important part of the story to be told. Sorry, over to you.
There's that great story, isn't there, of Andre Heinz, who was going to visit, was his sister he was visiting, and he's soaking bed sheets in the blood from people victims of the bombing to try and make a red cross to put in the yard to try and alert the Allies that there's a hospital. I mean, This is amazing stuff. And not only at D-Day, of course, we've had all the bombing in April and May to knock out the vital hubs. So there's, you know, and historians disagree over how many French were killed, but, you know, let's say 25,000 French have been killed and wounded in the months before, and yet they're still welcoming invasion. And yeah, it's often forgotten as the French casualty rates.
It is absolutely written out to the accounts, and I think also it's worth mentioning that, of course, many of the French on that coastline, they were desperate for the Allies to come, but they were also extremely worried because they all knew what had happened in Dieppe, with the disaster fiasco in Dieppe, and they were worried if they were seen by the Germans to be actively helping these soldiers coming ashore, and the invasion failed, and the Allies were pushed back into the sea, then they would be in big trouble. And so that's why we have, you know, very different accounts from very different places. In some places, they welcomed the Allies with open arms. In other places, they were wary, they were cautious. They just didn't quite know what to make of it.
Well, I think definitely, and I think the people like to group the French into either brave resistance or collaborators, and both of those extremes exist. But the great majority, I think, are in the middle somewhere, just trying to stay alive, trying to feed themselves. They've kind of got used to the status quo of the German occupation without necessarily liking it, but you're just kind of better the devil you know in somewhere. And then there's this prospect of an invasion that if an Allied soldier gets taken prisoner by the Germans, he's probably going to go to a POW camp. If a French civilian is assisting an Allied soldier, he could be shot, she could be shot, and their families could be shot. So the risks are huge, aren't they? And the same applies to Belgium and the Netherlands as well, of course. So what would be your favorite? I mean, if Guillaume Mercadar was great. I like your stories behind Omaha of the French talking about the bombing and just, as you say, the buildings shaking with the bombs coming in and the dust and things like that. Is there a favorite story of just the enduring of it? Not necessarily a hero, just someone enduring the invasion.
There's so many stories. I mean, there's some lovely ones that come from around St. Mary Clees. There's Marcel Hamel, a young school teacher, who is, she gives this incredibly vivid description. She's in her bed that night, and she doesn't know if she's asleep or awake or dreaming or whatever, but she starts to see these strange shapes floating around outside her bedroom window. And she doesn't know what it is, and it goes outside, but there doesn't seem to be anything, goes back to bed, but then there's more of them coming down. She goes back outside again, and then that's where she sees her first Allied paratrooper, who's actually sitting on her garden wall. He's twisted his ankle, like so many of them when they landed that night. He's in trouble. He again, like so many of them, he has absolutely no idea where he's landed, completely lost. And he's begging her for assistance. He's got a map and he's saying, where the hell am I, basically? She spoke fluent English, as I say, she was a teacher, and she helped him. And there's so many those little just snapshots of people's lives where they first realized what was happening. Actually, not just the French, but it's fascinating when you read the German accounts as well. German, when they first realized, my God, D-Day is actually happening. You know, that this sense of shock that they all knew it was coming, but they didn't know when it was coming.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's the certainty of there being an invasion is there, but where and when is much more in debate, and it could be anywhere over 3,500 miles essentially. It looks like there's actually a piper on the beach now. I might unmute. There we are. The sound is a bit windy. I'll mute that there, but that was a bit of atmosphere for us there to prove that there are things happening, as I said, in Normandy, and it's not been forgotten this year despite COVID. So, I mean, we've still got a few minutes.
Can I just say something? Can I add something there? That when Bill Millin started playing his pipes, his sergeant slapped him on the shoulder and said, "What are you effing playing at, you mad bastard?" Yeah,
no, Bill was a legend. My funny Bill Millin story that he told me, I'll just do it very briefly, is he said, of course, he was wearing the kilt correctly with no underwear. And he said, when he jumped in the water, he said, that cold channel water hit my old fella, he said. It shriveled up inside me. I didn't see it for a week, he said. So that his vivid memory was actually, if there's that Seinfeld episode where George goes swimming and everything disappears, and that when Bill told me that, I could never get that story out of my head of him jumping in and the cold water affecting a part of his body. But we won't cut to the sound again now because it's too windy down there. But yeah, we've got time. Just keep telling stories, Giles. You're on to people are loving it. The comments we're getting in, people are thinking it's fantastic.
I mean, just to add on that story as well, of course, the Germans could quite easily have shot Bill Millin, but they just thought he was completely mad, which is why they didn't. They couldn't believe this guy was walking up and down the beach playing Road to the Isles.
And apparently that is Bill Millin's grandson. The comments are coming in saying that's Jacob, Bill's grandson. So there we are. That is a Millin there. So amazing. That's the wonders of technology. We're being informed by our public.
Fantastic stuff. I don't know if you've touched at all on the German viewpoint as well, because this was something I very much wanted to convey this a bit in my book as well. That what was it like for the Germans on D-Day, and of course, you have the hardened professionals who are, they battled hardened soldiers, but you also have in many of the bunkers in the first line of defenses, you've got teenagers, conscripts, who are as terrified as the Americans, Brits, Canadians, and what have you coming ashore as well. And in my book, I've got soldiers, people like Franz Gockel, who I think you met in the past, and Heinz Severloh and people like that, describing being in their defenses on the beach and looking out to sea that morning and thinking, holy Moses, this is the big one, and being absolutely terrified. I had an account of a very interesting account by a chap called Karl Wegner, who he describes that he'd been trained, for this moment for several years, but when he actually sees the troops coming ashore, he freezes. He actually can't fire his gun, and it takes his commanding officer to smash him on the head with his pistol butt to actually, he said, it brings me up sharp and I start firing. But, it's very interesting that just to be able to juxtapose the two stories. And on Omaha, I was able to have the men inside WN62, which included Gockel and Severloh. And then I was able to find accounts of the Americans like Jack Ellery, who were actually attacking WN62 as well. So to have the two sides of the story, the attacker and the defender, makes for a very powerful sort of narrative.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll just see how good Gwen's sound is, whether we can get the pipers in again. I don't know how it is. It's very windy there. Not that I want to interrupt your flow, but just a few seconds of that maybe.
All right, I'll try to get to the other side to get the wind on the max.
Okay. Keep on talking, Giles, and we'll see. We'll have both streams at the same time.
Windy, isn't it?
We think that's Bill Millin's son and grandson is who we think. And they've stopped. Wonderful stuff. So that's wonderful. So
talking of the Germans, Paul, my German father-in-law was on D-Day as well. He was a Morse code operator, and he said two things that are of interest is that the number of non-Germans who were in the defences on serving in Rommel's Atlantic Wall. Shall I stop while I play?
Yeah, keep going. We can have both, yeah.
The number of non-Germans who are fighting, such as Caucasians, Georgians, Ukrainians, any number of nationalities who were serving in the defences. And he said that was one thing that struck him and his men. And the other thing he said was that as soon as the aerial bombardment begun that day, he said him and all his comrades, they knew the war was lost. He said it was so unbelievably intense. They'd never experienced anything like it. He'd been on the Eastern Front before as a 17-year-old conscript. He said there was nothing he saw on the Eastern Front that matched what was being chucked at them on D-Day. And in fact, his job, his role, because he was a Morse code operator, he was always right in the vanguard. He had to go right forward and report back on what was taking place. And he in fact got caught inside the beachhead on Utah, and then got attacked by American aircraft from the sky. He for the rest of his days, he said, every day I remember the graphic scenes of all my friends being torn to shreds, and he could never eat, as the French normally enjoy rare meat. He could never eat rare meat after that. It sort of horrified him, brought back too many bad memories. Yeah, and then him and his men, as I say, unwilling conscripts, all they wanted to do was give themselves up. They knew the war was lost. They didn't want to die, but giving themselves up to the Americans, as it happened, because he was at that end of the landing, was extremely dangerous as well, because if you were caught by your own commanding officer, you would be immediately shot. So it took them some time before he and his men, a small group of them, were captured. They were then transported to Britain. They were in prisoner of war camp briefly in the UK, and then they were transported off to Oklahoma, and he spent the next 2 years in the prisoner of war camp in Oklahoma. So, and I must admit, until I started talking to him and researching my book, I had no idea that so many of the Germans captured in Normandy ended up in America working on cotton farms. And it
was 500,000 or something, wasn't it? It was a huge number, wasn't it? Yeah,
extraordinary number. Yeah, and they couldn't believe his description of arriving in New York Harbor, because they were taken over the Atlantic by ship. They'd been in a blackout for 5 years, and he remembered arriving in New York Harbor, and the whole of New York was lit up, and they had not seen this for so long, that it was extraordinary. And just he said the wealth, the amount of food, they couldn't believe it when they arrived in America. I think a lot of them just wanted to stay for as long as they could.
Well, some did, didn't they? Some stayed there. I mean, they found themselves in the same areas that have been settled by the German troops, German peoples before. So Michigan and the cities like Philadelphia, and saw lots of German immigrants stay there. Because if you were from the part of Germany that was East Germany, what was there to go back to? Communism for another 30 years. So yeah. I can completely see why they wanted to stay in America with all its prosperous, wasn't it, after the war?
Exactly. Tell me, Paul, have you touched at all on the story of Malcolm Brannan? Because that's quite interesting.
We haven't yet. We might do later on. I'm waiting for Peter Caddick Adams to appear, hopefully imminently. He got an email a while ago. I mean, briefly, tell us. We've got a couple of minutes. Just if you want to tell the story now, we've got time. Just briefly. Because I think this shows how personal initiative on the account of some young men played a key role in victory on D-Day. And Malcolm Brannan was one of these. He was dropped into Normandy in the night, parachuted in, and he was like so many of them. He was completely lost, had absolutely no idea where he'd landed, where he was. But he'd lost all his comrades. They just completely disappeared. So he gathers a small group of men, and they decide to try and find a local farmhouse, knock on the door, and ask with their maps where on earth they were. So this is exactly what he does. They walk for some 10, 15 minutes, and they come to a farm. And they knock on the door of the farm, and they ask, the farmer opens a door, and they ask, where they are, and the farmer points to the map and shows them. Now, as they are doing that, they hear the sound of a vehicle, and they realize that there's a German headquarters quite close by, and this is quite likely to be a senior German in a motor car. And, quick as a flash, they just decide to have a go, to attack. And as the car comes around the corner, it's still the half light of morning. The car's big carbide headlamps are burning through that early morning gloom. As they do it, they all open up with their guns. They disable the car. The car crashes into the wall near the farmhouse. The driver spills out of the car. And the occupant in the back seat is still alive. And he crawls out of the car, which is now stationary and wrecked. And his Luger, his gun, is on the road. And Malcolm Brannan is watching him as he crawls across the road. He's trying to get to his gun. And Malcolm Brannan is looking, thinking, if he gets that gun,
well, it's either him or it's me. Pulls out his gun and shoots this chap through the head and kills him. Then he goes over and picks up the chap's cap, and it says Fally on it. And what he does not realize until sometime later is that he's just got the scalp of the first German general to be killed on D-Day. And it's an interesting story because it shows, as I said, that initiative was everything on D-Day. These guys, they were lost. They had, absolutely no idea where they were. They'd lost their comrades, the guys they trained with to fight together. They'd lost, but they nevertheless formed themselves into little groups and carried out really key actions. And that happened right across the entire stretch of the Allied beachhead that day. Yeah, and you've just made the day of Thomas Clonis, who's watching TC, who's met you because Malcolm Brannan is his favorite story. So he's been he just said, yes, Lieutenant Brannan, great story. That's the one place he gets to every year about 10 times. He knew the Lagouche family very well. So that's, well, Paul, I have to say, very happy. If Tom is watching, well, I have to thank Tom because he got me a lot of that information, and I'm deeply grateful to him. He's a fount of knowledge, a brilliant resource on D-Day. He just said he knew Colonel Brannan. Of course, we got someone called Defending Normandy, because there is debate about this, saying the crawling guy was possibly Major Bartutz, and then there's Fally. There's lots of different versions. There's Jack Schlegel. So some people say Fally was in the car. Some say, who will really know? The lady who owned the house told one version, Jack told another, Brannan told another. That is, as you know, untagging these stories, the big deal with trying to put the truth together. There is no single truth. All there is a version of the truth. So Peter's in my waiting room now. So we've come to our end of our 30 minutes. This has been absolutely extraordinary, Charles. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll have you on again for something else. And again, for those watching, please buy Giles's brilliant book, and not this. There's the what's the one? The Gentleman. I never know the title. Churchill's Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare, which is all about sabotage and guerrilla warfare in the Second World War. Brilliant, and that's another fine book. And forgive me for forgetting the title now. I'm getting a little bit flagging now. I'm in my midday, need a bit of an energy boost. Giles, it's been extraordinary having you on. Thank you very much. It wouldn't be possible unless people like yourself came on and did this. So it's been absolutely extraordinary. Enjoy your life down in Burgundy, another Englishman living in the glorious country of France. We'll speak again soon. I'll drop you out the meeting and bring Peter in. So thank you so much, Paul. Thanks for having me on. It's been no problem. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. So we're bringing in our next guest now. Peter's audio is coming in, his feed coming in for our next section. And so those watching, are you enjoying it so far? We're getting some lovely comments coming in, and remember, click subscribe, and if you can care to be a patron of what we're doing here on World War II TV, that would be great. We'll try and remind you what's coming up later, what we're doing later. We've got Peter Caddick Adams with us for the next 45 minutes or so, and then we have a wonderful feature about armored.
C'est un direct.
Sorry, Mag. I had to mute Matt, and the footage on the church at the bottom is Magali there. We're just waiting for Peter's audio to come in, a video to come in. Can you hear me, Peter?
I can hear you very well. Can you see me?
We are just, your image is coming in. I've got a red
Yes, I can hear you.
I've got a plain red screen. All I can see is red. There we are.
How's
hello. That? Good, it's afternoon there. Good afternoon, Peter. And again, thank you for joining us. We're a few hours in. It's all been working remarkably well, really, which is quite extraordinary.
Okay.
So you can hear me okay?
I'm fine. I can hear there's a little bit of delay going on, but all is well. Yep, I'm
good. So Giles was asking us in our last section, are we going to be covering the German response? And we haven't really covered the German response yet. There's only so much you can fit in, but Peter's going to come and talk to us now about a particular German unit that responds up in the Utah Beach sector, and a figure that I find fascinating. When I was discussing with the historians who and what we're going to talk about, this was a subject Peter said he'd like to talk about. So we've got footage to remind you watching. We've got footage live from Sword Beach in the top right corner, and that's the bottom left corner is Saint-Côme-du-Mont, which is going to feature in our story coming up, which is a little town just on the old N13 highway running north from Carenton up to Cherbourg, the vital road that
comes down the Cotentin, and in that area there was the unit Peter is going to talk about. So Peter, who are we going to talk about today?
Okay, so we want to look at the German dispositions in the Cherbourg Peninsula, and particularly the Fallschirmjäger, the paratroops. So Giles has just given us great story about the 91st Divisional Commander being in the wrong place at the wrong time and being killed by the paratroopers of the 82nd who've just landed. And to his south, and in fact under his command, is the 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment, a brigade, if you like, of 3 battalions of really hardened, well-trained killers. And they're commanded by an old Bavarian aristocrat, Friedrich von der Heydt, who's a very interesting character, and we'll talk about him in due course. But we're looking now at the church. You can see with its very distinctive steeple there is the church in Saint-Côme-du-Mont. And this is one of the highest places. You can see the steeple there, and you can see the platform all around there. And this comes into our story because the German colonel, or in fact major as he was then, Friedrich von der Heydt, once he gets reports that the D-Day landings have taken place, up there he goes. He climbs inside. There is no one around. He gets the key from the local key holder who lives opposite. He goes in there with his aide, and he climbs up to the top to see what is going on, because he realizes he needs that overall context. There are pictures, word pictures coming in to him from all around that the Allies have landed. This is early in the morning of the 6th of June. His headquarters is down the road in Carentan, and the old N13 road, it's now a busy highway, but the old road still runs alongside and through this little village of Saint-Côme-du-Mont. And those of you who've been to Normandy will know that just down the road is the Dead Man's Corner Museum. And the key house where the museum is, von der Heydt had set up his headquarters. That's forward of Carentan. But he realizes with reports coming in, most of his landlines have been cut during the night, either by the paratroops themselves or by the early morning shelling of the fleet who are off further to the east, off the coast of Utah Beach. So von der Heydt does exactly what a good commander does. And he goes to the sound of gunfire, and he goes to get a sense of vision of what is going on. So you can imagine him walking down the path through the door there on the right with the key to get into the tower, to wind his way up the stone steps to get up to the top. And he sees the most incredible view of what's going on. And it's something he wouldn't have otherwise seen. But what he looks over in the distance is that he can see the invasion fleet. He can see the blue of the ocean. He can see small ships shuttling to and from between larger ships and the coast. He can see still a pillbox bunker complex on the beach that's holding out. And then he said, and then I realized I had to make my way back down, because even as I looked, I could see groups of Americans coming down the road towards me. So that's the really important aspect that he offers, and he's the first German commander with any sense of what is going on. The rest are all in their headquarters buildings or rushing towards them, like Wilhelm Falle, who of course never gets there. So here we can imagine the German Fallschirmjäger major coming back down, rushing towards his motorcycle combination, the fastest vehicles that he's got, and with that he goes back down the road to his headquarters and issues his orders. Now what he's got is he's got 3 battalions under command, and he's actually one of Germany's most distinguished and experienced paratrooper officers. He's taken part in the landings in Crete in 1941, for which he was decorated with the Knight's Cross. He then fought in Russia, in Italy, and he's now been sent to Normandy with this crack unit of about 4,500 men.
And just to interrupt you for a second, Peter.
Yeah.
He taught at Columbia in the USA, hadn't he? So he knew Americans a lot better than your average Prussian commander. He would have much more of a sense of their industry. And there's his photos on screen now. So there, Mag is showing the photo of
there we are,
Major
absolutely,
there in Normandy with his distinctive Fallschirmjäger parachute helmet, which is very similar to the British one, and caused indeed some confusion. And also for my viewers, we've also got live footage coming in from Long-sur-Mer down there as well, which is the gun battery between Gold and Omaha Beach. So this is exactly what we were hoping to achieve when I planned all this. The world's best historian's talking to us about the stories with live footage coming in from the beach. If you can't actually be in Normandy this year, this is about as good as you're going to get. So I'm hoping you're enjoying this. So back to you, Peter. There's the photo of the church as it was at the end of the battle, when you can see the whole tower has been completely clobbered there. And the priest, I'm interrupting, I'll get Peter talking, but the priest still wears a robe in Saint-Commodore made from American parachute camouflage silk. And it's on display. So it's all the green. It's the only religious robes I've seen in green, yellow, and brown. It's made of a camouflage T5 chute. And that was one that was draped over the corner of that church on the morning of June the 6th, that the town still used for their priest. But back to Peter and this fascinating story of this German response.
Well, I didn't know that, Paul. So, I mean, that's absolutely fascinating. And it just shows you, you never ever stop learning. There's so much about Normandy and D-Day. It's the gift that never stops giving, really. But just going back to those Long-sur-Mer photographs, imagine those gun batteries bristling there with guns. The battery there is the only one that remains anything like how they would have all been on the morning of the 6th of June. And this is the great worry. This is the great fear of all the coastal defenses that the Americans have. This is one of the reasons why the paratroops have been dropped early, and particularly with Utah Beach. So just to the east of the village there, and we're only talking about 10 miles away, we've got the coast. And it's long and it's flat for those of you who've been to Utah Beach, and those of you who haven't. There is almost no height coming in from the coast, the beach, all the way, and there's a very gentle slope going all the way up to places like Saint-Mère-Église and indeed Saint-Côme-du-Mont, and that's why you've got such good observation. Rommel has flooded some of the areas behind the beach, and it was the real fear, and this was absolutely fascinating when I researched this, the Americans had, was that their problems would all be on Utah Beach, not on Omaha Beach. And they thought that Utah would be the real killer because behind the beach, very flat, was marshes. And behind there were all these gun emplacements, looking like that one at Long-sur-Mer, and the bunkers are still there, but the guns have now gone. And that is why there are two whole American airborne divisions dropped behind, 101st further down in the area where we are now, and the 82nd further up north towards Saint-Mère-Église. And of course, they all get entangled with each other because of this really rough weather that is around through the evening of the 5th of June and then into the morning of the 6th. And I have to say, I'm talking to you from rural Wiltshire, and we've got pretty D-Day weather here. It's dull, it's overcast, it's really windy, it's not great for paratroop operations. The visibility during the morning, and so up to about the sort of time we have now, has been quite cloudy. In the afternoon, it begins to lift, and so you get a much better sense of what is going on. And so most of the aerial photographs that we now use today are ones taken in the afternoon because you can really see what's going on. In the morning, this is when you've got problems.
For a second, Peter, because we're getting we're getting questions coming in, and I think it's a good point to bring it up. There's two people, Lloyd, who's a guide in Normandy, defending Normandy. They're saying, what's Peter's take on the version that von der Heydt was watching from Saint-Marie-de-Mont? I mean, I've always said it was Saint-Commodore, but I have read in books, as you have, it was Saint-Marie-de-Mont. Where do you think the mix-up came from?
Well, I have to say now, in my my book, which is Sand and Steel, which came out last year, which is the new history of D-Day, I put down, there we have it. Thank you very much. I had actually said Saint-Marie-de-Mont as well. And I did that on the basis of two things. I've been up the church tower there and it gave very good observation. and it seemed to make sense with what von der Heydt had said. And since then, having been to Saint-Côme-du-Mont, the observation is even better. And what really makes sense, of course, is it's just down the road from his headquarters.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have time to spare. So it's easy to have confused the two. And I think the confusion originally came from him when he said Saint-Mary-du-Mont rather than Saint-Côme-du-Mont. But I think now, I'm pretty sure in my own mind, having been up the church tower of both, and the fact that where we are now, Saint-Côme, is just down the road from his advanced headquarters, it makes more sense that he was there with the weight of responsibility, with the weight of time ticking against him. He wasn't going to zoom off for probably a 20-minute drive, not knowing where the American paratroopers were, with the fear that he might get cut off. So for me now, correcting my own book, I'm going to opt for Saint-Côme-du-Mont.
Well, I mean, the version I heard, and this was from Monsieur de Vallivier from Brecourt Manor up near Saint-Marie-du-Mont, is that von der Heydt was invited in, I think, the 1960s to make a documentary, and it was up at the Saint-Marie-du-Mont church tower. He was taken for that documentary, and therefore he started referring to that village again. And then certainly for a non-French speaker, you've got Saint-Martin-de-Vavel, Saint-Marie-du-Mont, Saint-Côme-du-Mont, Saint-Marie-Église. It's very easy to get your Saints and Mares and mixed up. So I think that's part of where it came from. And there's also the story of an American paratrooper being up the church in Saint-Marie-du-Mont, who probably would have noticed a German major standing beside him had they been there at the same time. It is exactly. It is the one. We're talking with Giles about the Malcolm Brannan story. Yeah. If we ever resolved any of these stories 100%, we'd have nothing to keep on researching. The fact there are still debates and mysteries is what certainly gets me out of bed in the morning. If I thought I'd read the definitive book on D-Day, what would be the point of carrying on the work? We've got to keep on working to get the stories. But anyway. So we're back to, we've established that it probably was the Saint-Côme-du-Mont church. He's got his Fallschirmjäger in Carenton, and there are 101st Airborne paratroopers and maybe the odd 82nd guy all around him. What's his next move?
Well, so he's now got some kind of clarity, and that's what a commander on the ground always needs to have. He's got 3 battalions under his command. He can't get through to Wilhelm Fally's headquarters. He doesn't know what's happened to Fally, and notionally, Fally is his superior officer, although von der Heydt is far more experienced and far full of far better sort of practitioner of initiative. So he's not going to worry if he can't get through waiting for orders. He's just going to go with his own sense of what's going on, and he can see where the Americans are, and he knows he's got paratroopers all around. So 3 battalions. Generally speaking, down in the Carenton area, he's going to send one up towards Saint-Mère-Église. He's going to send another towards Angouville-au-Plain and Turqueville, where there's a battalion of Georgians who are under attack from the 82nd and all around them. And then he's going to send another off in the direction of Utah Beach, towards Saint-Mary-du-Mont. So he's going to keep a lot back in reserve as well. But essentially, there are 2 or 3 thrusts. And he's really the first person who makes any kind of concerted, forward, proactive military attacks in any fashion against the Americans, whether they're paratroopers or the troops arriving by day. And this is the important thing to note. The whole story of D-Day is of a well-prepared German force. And what dislocates them is their commanders in so many cases are away or just have no clarity and understanding of what's going on, and so don't act quick enough. And this is the whole key of about D-Day. It's being able to act decisively with a really good picture of where your enemy are and what they're up to. And time after time, we find that the German commanders on D-Day are either dead, they're isolated from a good battlefield picture, or indeed they send their troops off in completely the wrong direction. And we see this with the 352nd behind Omaha Beach. A third of that division are sent off on their bicycles, chasing paratroopers, because the seaborne threat was not yet known about, and they should have just been directed towards the beach. So this isn't a guaranteed Allied win, whether from the sea or the air. It's we do particularly well because the Germans are induced by all sorts of different reasons to send their troops off in different directions. And this is all about divorcing the headquarters from the troop intelligence picture of what's going on. And into this, we need to insert Operation Titanic. And Operation Titanic is very small groups of British Special Forces, SAS personnel who are dropped, and in some cases with loudspeakers and gramophone records, which they play of troop movements of vehicles, but particularly of weapons. And they set these up in small groups for the Germans to hear, and the Germans are then lured into sending reinforcements to areas where there are no Allied paratroopers at all, except these small groups with their gramophone records. So it's a great concept of deception, and it works superbly well because if you're sending pretty much a brigade of 2 or 3 battalions of the 352nd away chasing other people, they're not going to the beaches, which is where they really need to be. And by the time they realize their mistake, it's well into the afternoon and it's too late for the Germans to do anything. And von der Heyd is the only one who really demonstrates his fitness for command, and this all comes from his experience. And as you said, he'd been in America before the war. He was a professor of law, and later on, after the war, he becomes a very distinguished senior German professor of legal matters. But he's bilingual. And this is one reason why he knows he gets on so well in Crete, because he's able to interrogate the New Zealanders, Australians, and Brits who are captured. And Patrick Leigh-Fermor, the well-known writer, who is a Special Forces officer on Crete in 1941 himself, wrote in his memoirs of having toured Austria before the Second World War and of meeting this dashing young Austrian aristocrat cavalry officer called Friedrich von der Heyd, who he gets to know extremely well. And when he sees his name on a list of Germans in 1941, he realizes it's his old pre-war mate, and they met, they discussed in English and in German before the war. So he was this dashing blade, and no combat was too strenuous for him, and he's absolutely the right man in the right place. And just going up that church tower, it's a tiny little thing, but it just shows you what Germany really needed in Normandy in 1944 on that first day was lots of little von der Heyds. And Wilhelm Fally, really no experience of combat in a comparable sense. And if you go along the front, there's almost no one else of von der Heyd's experience and knowledge. And with all his brother officers, he could have made an enormous difference. But let's examine that a little bit more. The average age of his soldiers in the 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment is 17 and a half. So they're very well led, very experienced officers and NCOs, but the actual soldiers themselves, very young, very few have actually parachuted, although they're a parachute regiment. And they've been well trained, they've well rehearsed. Martin Propelled, who's a company commander, wrote a memoir after the war about remembering the run-up to the D-Day invasion. And on the 5th of June, they had an exercise. They'd rehearsed all their dispositions, and as Martin said, we broke up amid laughter, unaware that within a few hours all our plans would be put to the test.
Wow, yeah.
So they're the only people who are really, really well rehearsed. I spoke to several people in the 91st, the Luftland division that Wilhelm Fally commanded, and Rommel, of course, had visited them. In the Chateau de Bernaville in the middle of May. And you can go there now and stand on the steps of this wonderful chateau. It's now owned by the Normandy Institute. They'll be very welcoming to you there. You can pose with a cardboard cutout life size of Rommel on the steps exactly where he was. But when he visited the 91st, he said, don't expect the Allies to come in good weather. They will come in bad weather when your guard is at its lowest. Always maintain the watch at all times and expect the Allies when the weather is least good. And of course, on the evening of the 5th of June, the weather is very rough, as we know. And what happens? The 91st are stood down because my friend, who Ernst Flöter was his name, he went to America, having been a captive in Normandy and made a new life there. But he said, on the evening of the 5th, the sky went down blood red. I then had an early night because we were told no guard duties. The weather is too rough for the Allies. So even the 91st reneged on Rommel's own advice, which is that they couldn't possibly come. So you can sort of see there's no consistency in amongst the German defenders. They're all playing or reacting to the idea of impending invasion in very different ways. But I'm glad we had a look at the church, because you saw the flags fluttering away there, and you could see the wind in Normandy. Now that would be too rough for good paratrooper operations today. But yesterday, that was pretty much the wind that was ripping across the Cotentin Peninsula and elsewhere in Normandy. And Hans von Luck of the 21st Panzer Division, right at the other side, said he remembered the reports coming in of really rough weather in the Channel, strong winds in the skies. And this is the one time they knew the Allies would not land at all, because the weather was so appalling. And so people were off their guard that evening and the following morning. And of course, we are undertaking this great invasion with the weather conditions just barely permissible, because we've not got to think of so much of all the aircraft towing gliders across the Channel, and some have to ditch, and heavily armed troops from the airborne divisions in gliders are going to last 2 seconds before they're pulled under with all the weight of things. It's more the small craft, and some of the landing craft going across the Channel are overwhelmed by the waves.
Definitely.
So, this is, we forget that the Allied planners were expecting 20,000 deaths on D-Day alone, 10 to 15% of which would have been caused by drowning. Now, we're very lucky because the National D-Day Memorial in Bedford, Virginia, are doing a tally of how many people were actually killed on D-Day, and their tally is 4,418. So not even 5,000, much less than we ever had a right to expect in terms of casualties.
Yeah, I always made that point.
Far lower than the general supposition. People equate that sort of figure to Omaha Beach alone.
But it's the confusion of the word casualty, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So we're talking about killed here. We lose 4,400.
I mean, I want to come back on something you said a second ago about
go on.
The Germans being on alert. And I think one of the mistakes I see they make is, I think the human mind cannot stay on alert indefinitely. And they've been on alert now essentially for months, if not for years. And they should have had a system where it's like category A, B, C, and relaxed it and as news was coming in, because you can't just stand on the coast with a 5-shot Mauser rifle poised like that for months on end. And so after a while, the reason for being on standby is lost, because you're keeping that alert too long. What's your take on that? I think.
Okay, so there are a couple of points there. In the middle of May, Army Group B was warned by the German naval forces, the Kriegsmarine, based in Cherbourg and Le Havre, that the conditions were right for an invasion. The moon was full, the tides would be right. And so Army Group B issues an invasion alert. Rommel doesn't happen to be there at the time. So everybody is put on alert. And of course, the invasion doesn't take place. And the weather in the middle of May has been absolutely gorgeous. And this is another of the contrasts between why the Germans had expected us earlier, but certainly not the evening of the 5th, 6th of June. They couldn't understand why, in a period of really good weather, the Allies didn't take advantage. So Army Group B, which is the armies, both in Normandy, the 6th Army and the 15th Army in the Pas-de-Calais, have been put on alert. Nothing happens. They're stood down. Rommel is furious and says, right, this isn't going to happen again because we're going to be put on alert every other week at this rate. So no more alerts unless I say so. So, that's the first point. So when the first warnings happen, and this is because of intercepting the radio signals and the broadcasts from the BBC of the famous Verlaine poem, the 15th Army do go on alert, but the 6th Army in Normandy don't. And why is that? Sorry, 7th Army in Normandy. And the answer is because they've already been through this alert status earlier. So they're going to wait until they've got confirmation of exactly what's going on in the skies and on the coast. And of course, what you then get are lots of sort of contradictory, different reports coming in of paratroopers. Then some of those are contradicted by saying, well, the Allies are dropping dummies, not real paratroopers. And then some of those are contradicted by saying, well, these are crashed bombers because there's been a heavy raid on Caen. In fact, then they're contradicted by saying, well, some of the bombers, they don't have engines, they're gliders. So with all of that coming in, people reacting on a minute-by-minute basis, it's very difficult to make sense if you're the Corps commander in Saint-Lô, if you're the Army commander down in Le Mans, or if you're in Tourcoing with the 15th Army. Very difficult to make sense of whether this is the real deal or whether it's not. And even when all these reports are collated, they're sent to Berlin. We know Hitler is asleep while all of this is happening until late morning. Berlin themselves, and Hitler is actually at Berchtesgaden in the Bavarian Alps, everybody is reluctant to make a move because eventually it's quite obvious there's an invasion in process. But what the Germans are not willing to stick their necks out until they're sanctioned by Berlin is to agree whether this is an invasion or the invasion. And this is where the whole notion of, well, this could be a deception and the Allies could be planning to attack us further up the coast in the Pas-de-Calais. All of these sort of arguments come into play. And what you've got here is commanders who are afraid to act without having the top cover of their superiors agreeing with what they're doing. And mid-range to senior range commanders all the way through the Wehrmacht are hugely nervous about contradicting Hitler or contradicting the Nazi party. And if they put people on alert too early and Berlin doesn't like that, then their own careers are in jeopardy. And a very good example of this is in Normandy. So the panzers are originally warned to move. And this is von Rundstedt doing this. Berlin actually countermands that order and says, no, you can't move until we agree it, and we don't, because we're not really sure what's happening, and therefore we don't want the panzers to move. I mean, complete nonsense to us now, but I think one of the reasons why the Germans were always bound to lose on the day itself was not because they were taken by surprise, was not because they had inferior manpower and resources. It was because their command chain was so convoluted, with so many different rival organizations, Panzer Group West, Army Group B, so many different rival personalities who all hated each other. Von Rundstedt wouldn't take any orders, didn't like Hitler. Rundstedt and Rommel, both field marshals, had tensions between the two of them. All of this, that's what's going to slow the German war machine down. It's the fact that the chain of command has not been simplified, and there are too many tensions within the German machine.
Well, absolutely. I think we want to make the point, if you read your book, Sand and Steel, the Allied command is thoroughly organized. Everyone knows exactly where their responsibility begins, where the next person ends, and that's all in control. And the Germans, to this day, we still don't know exactly who's in charge of what. And then you add the fact that Hitler's changing his mind like he's changing his socks. So he likes this guy one day, he likes the next guy the other day, and they simply don't coordinate themselves as best as they can. So we've got live footage coming in the, which screen is it's going to be? The bottom left-hand corner. So Mag has now moved to the we call it the Leadership Monument. So on the road between Sainte Marie de Mont and Utah Beach. But she's there to show us really the view across towards Utah, the view that von der Hayt had in a better way from the church tower at Saint-Côme-de-Mont or possibly Sainte Marie de Mont, whichever one it ends up being. But if Mag, you can show the camera towards the view, towards the beach a little bit more. We're not talking about a massive great ridge of high ground of hundreds of feet. We're just talking about 25 meters or so, but enough to make a difference. And then it drops down to the floodplain, the inundated areas behind the beach. And as you said, we've lost Mag's feet. I know we've got to get back again. I've always read that it was Utah that everyone had the worries about. It's isolation from the other 4 beaches, 12 or 13 miles by sea, but about 25 by road, the floods behind it, and the potential of the 91st Division to counterattack. I mean, the force at Utah could very easily have been cut off and wiped out. So Mag is walking across now. I'm going to show, well, there's the view towards the beach. If you can you zoom in a bit, Mag? And I don't know, Roman is bringing us other footage. I'm not sure where Roman is right now, but that's other footage of somewhere. Oh, it's Lonesome Area.
Okay, so there we got the bunkers on the high ground, slightly higher ground, just overlooking Utah Beach.
Yeah, so
and you can see them. The Germans have invested in an awful lot of concrete.
Hang on. We've got Gold Beach in one. We've got Lonesome Area, Gold Beach, then Mags at Utah Beach. But these are both on ridges. There's a ridge behind both of these areas. But yeah, that's the view on the bottom left corner. There is Mag showing Utah Beach. By the way, we've got another couple of questions coming, and Joe Balkowski this comes from. So we've got historians coming on later, watching it already. And Joe says, Peter, given that von der Hayt was a refined person, do you know anything about his relationship with the SS? Because as you know, the 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division moved into the area in a few days and the war got ugly. And then someone answered that. Alexander Braun, a German historian, said the CO of the 17th SS, Ostendorf, wanted to court-martial von der Hayt because of the loss of Carenton. So I guess the relationship was rather strained, he said. So, even between 2 commanders in the same theatre, things aren't exactly perfect.
That's a very good point to make. So this is much later on, a couple of weeks into the campaign. And the 17th SS are a much later Waffen-SS division. Their commanders are not nearly so professional, not so well experienced. And there's this sense of superiority that the Waffen-SS have. They're the Nazi element. They do feel superior to all the German army organizations. And von der Hayt, Bavarian Catholic or Austrian, I think, to begin with, aristocrat, is not a Nazi. And in 1934, he got into a fight with a Nazi whom he punched and knocked out. And to avoid criminal charges, he went into the German army as a reserve cavalry officer where they couldn't get him. So he has form of being a pretty active anti-Nazi. And what's interesting is his cousin is Klaus von Stauffenberg, who's going to leave his briefcase accidentally on purpose in the Wolf's Lair on the 20th of July. So von der Hayt is close to all the sort of anti-Nazi elements. He's an extremely good soldier, and he brings out the tension that we all wonder about. How can you serve the Third Reich if you're not a Nazi? And the answer is there are people who take pride in being professionally good soldiers and leaders of men. Because von der Hayt turns up in our stories of the Second World War in the Battle of the Bulge later on.
And talking of leadership of men, we're now getting footage of the leadership statue that's incorrectly called by some the Dick Winters statue. Yes, it does represent the image of Richard Winters, Easy Company commander after the loss of Thomas Meehan, but it is honor of all the leaders on D-Day, small unit leadership. What you were saying, Peter, about the command and control, we have excellent leaders at every level. We have them at the top, and we have them right down at platoon and squad and section level. We have great leadership. And Mag, can you show us the steps under his feet there that honor the other units? Because each step under his foot honors other units. We've got the Ranger Battalion. There's the 90th Infantry Division. Of course, they fight in Montcastre and up towards Cherbourg. The 1st Division, the 29th Division, All these units are part of it. All of them had their own wonderful leader. 4th Infantry had Teddy Roosevelt Jr. and George Mabry. The 1st had incredible commanders as well. And 5th Corps, 7th Corps. I hate it when it's referred to as a Dick Winters statue. I don't think he would have liked that either. It's the leadership statue.
No, I mean, he was a very, very humble man. But perhaps we ought to turn to the story of his superior, Thomas Meehan, who, of course, is in a separate C-47 that's brought down in Bouzeville-au-Plain, which is literally just round the corner. And Winters, of course, doesn't know that his company commander has been killed. All he knows is that he's been posted missing, and he assumes the role running the company, assuming that Thomas Meehan III, as he was, will appear. And of course, he never does. And no one knows what happened to him and that crew, that whole plane, until 1952, when the wreckage is discovered and they're all uncovered and repatriated and buried in a mass grave in St. Louis, Missouri. But Meehan writes a letter home to his wife, which he hands to one of the ground crew just before his C-47 takes off that evening. And it's a lovely little note that we still have. And he writes, "Dearest Anne, in a few hours, I'm going to take the best company of men in the world into France. We'll give the bastards hell. Strangely, I'm not particularly scared, but in my heart is a terrific longing to hold you in my arms. I love you, sweetheart. Forever, your Tom." And of course, he never makes it. But in Bouzeville, there's a little monument to him and his crew and those, the air crew and his stick of paratroopers. And to some of the other C-47s. One of the local farmers retrieved the engine from one of the planes, and it's there. So just outside this tiny little Norman church is a memorial to the guy who should have been standing there, Thomas Meehan. And that's just the accident of combat.
Well, this is
and in
an
fact,
aside to that. I did a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and we had as one of the guests Jason O'Mara, who played Tom Meehan in Band of Brothers, a wonderful Irish actor who's also in Siege at Jadotville, which is another great film. And just at the end of his scenes, he was only in those 2 episodes. He was told by one of the crew that there was a ceremony taking place in Bouzeville-au-Plain. He hopped with his mate over to Normandy and was there at the ceremony for the unveiling of the monument in 2001, that would have been, and was taken to the field by the mayor. And they had just done a dig there. And Jason, who played Meehan in the show, held Thomas Meehan's signet ring they found in the TM scratched inside it, and they gave him a 30 caliber bullet from the crashed aircraft. And Jason O'Mara, who lives in LA now, being all Hollywood, and he's the voice of Batman and lots of he was George Washington in Sons of Liberty. He has a bullet from the crashed aircraft that killed the guy that he played in a TV show. So the actors who played in that show have huge respect for the men they played. And it's a little aside there to the stories. This has all been fantastic stuff, Peter. And that's amazing. I don't know how it's flown by this 45 minutes. We've got 2 or 3 minutes to go before our next bit. We're going to talk about AVREs, Armored Vehicle Royal Engineers, and anything else you want to say about the Germans on D-Day, Peter? This is your.
Well, I mean, just picking up on the actors who were in Band of Brothers. I got to know Shane Taylor very well, who plays Doc Rowe, and his
Salt of the Earth.
Starring role, of course, is in the Bastogne episodes, but he's here all the way through. And he wasn't able to meet Doc Rowe, who died before he ever got the role and before the mini-series was conceived. But he's got to know the family extremely well. And this is one of the hallmarks, I think, of Band of Brothers. They still meet as a band. They come over to Normandy. They have reunions. And they've all got to know their opposite numbers, the descendants of the real families. And you couldn't ask for anything better than that. It's not just that the band have stayed as a band in historical memory. We write about them. We love the miniseries we see. But even the actors who play them have become part of this wider band. And it just shows you really what combat is all about. And the field there is, behind the statue is where The gun line
That's a bit further around. That one field over to the left. It's a bit further to the.
It's a bit further over to the left then.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
But,
I mean it's where the original assault on those 4 guns.
Yeah, Mag is.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, down the track.
So that way, the Brecon Manor is over kind of the far hedgerow now is kind of Brecon Manor. But yeah,
that's right. That's right.
It's been extraordinary.
But I mean, a very important place for us now. And I think, you know, the final point I would make, I first went to Normandy in 1975 as a schoolboy, age 14. So you've got my age straight away. And there was none of this. You only went there if you were a veteran or a member of a veteran's family, or you were a Normandy sort of nutcase, as I was even in those days. And what's happened over the years is all these signs and statues have popped up, and there are more, the British Memorial at Gold Beach, for example. And it helps us all enormously, because actually the Normandy countryside is one place that's never really changed. And so for those of you listening who've never been to Normandy, have this desire to study it more wherever you are in the world, please go, because it's the most beautiful countryside, and it's so easy just to walk the fields and relive these massive events and all the tales and stories and anecdotes that you, Paul, and I have picked up, and all our sort of fellow guides and enthusiasts, because you don't have to reach out very far before you're touching walls still with bullet holes in them. You can see the hedgerows, you can see the depressions in the ground where the foxholes were. I mean, it has hardly changed at all. And therefore, it's very easy to put yourselves in the footsteps of these brave men, Dick Winters, plenty of others whose names we know, Friedrich von der Heydt, the German paratroop commander. But there are an awful lot whose names we'll never know. They did their bits, but they died somewhere along the way. But this is the story of Normandy, and it's a fascinating place. And we'll always, every year, every month, we're uncovering some new little bit of history, and that will always be the case. And you're lucky because you live there. You're in the middle of all this.
And I just want to say, you know, books are amazing. Without books, we wouldn't, you know, I couldn't live without books. But if you walk a battlefield, and Peter, you've walked all the battlefields you've read about, it's the feeling of, imagine walking through that wheat field and you feel the wheat against your hand and you can feel the wind, and it's the smells and the sights. And if you're in a place like the Church of Angevillot-Plan where there's blood stains on the pews, you're at Ronville Church and you see all the bullet holes across there. It makes reading a book come alive. Books are incredibly important. Documentaries are important. This is what we're doing today is quite good. But actually, if you can, get to the battlefields themselves and just feel it. Just stop talking, look around you, and just embrace all those souls that fought there. So I'm going to say thank you very much, Peter. It's been extraordinary having you on. My next guests are waiting in the waiting room. So thank you very much for sharing us about the
time's flown. Thank you very much indeed. That's great, Paul.
And I will speak to you again. We'll do more of these through the summer. So get back to the Word Minds on the next project, and we'll speak again. It's been lovely having you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So we're all carrying on. Nothing is changing. We're going to carry on. Are you all enjoying it? Those watching this, I hope you are. I'm enjoying it. We're not quite halfway through yet, but we're getting there. Oh, my voice is taking a bit of a hammering there. Excuse me. So our next segment was a hastily organized, like last night, a few hours before I went to bed, to replace one that didn't happen. And sending out my warm regards to Jules Hudson. Hopefully he's watching this, who had some issues that he had to attend to and couldn't join us. So we are going to be talking about armored vehicles now of a particular type. And my two guests joining us, say thank you for joining us at last minute. Jonathan Ware, who I met for the first time back in, was it February?
Yeah, Normandy Club.
The Normandy Club, which is held in London, which will start again when social distancing is all over, and Gareth Davies joining us, and you've got a funny your virtual screen behind you is doing something odd there, Gareth. There's light, or so you've got half an image behind you or something.
Well, anyway. Yeah, can you spot what it is, Paul?
Not really, no.
I think it's the back end of a 1RTR Cromwell in 1945.
Okay, and. Anyway, we're going to join and talk about assault vehicle Royal Engineers. So this is our opportunity to look at armour again. We were talking with Ben Main earlier about the Shermans of the East Riding Yeomanry, but the British have some other stuff up their sleeve for D-Day. These specialist vehicles, the funnies as they were called. So, and it's interesting we just had Peter Caddick Adams on, because in fact I should have kept him on for this bit. I've just realised I should have kept him on for this. So I've got a quote from his book here. I had to put my glasses on to read this. And Mike, if you Mike's my roving reporter. I need your video. If you're going to show, I need you to start your video. I've got your. I can't hear. I'm Duncan. I've got the view of the American cemetery there coming in. I may.
Charlie 1.
Yeah, and turn your camera sideways, please, Michael. If you could. Right, the quote, this is from Peter's book here. We're going to bust a couple of myths about the assault vehicles. So I'll come to you in a minute, Jonathan.
Yeah.
So here we go. It is suggesting here the traditional D-Day narrative is that Eisenhower and Bradley had observed displays of Hobart's inventions. These are the funnies. On the 27th of January and 11th of February 1944, but Bradley declined all for his US forces save the DD tanks. This is incorrect. The fact Bradley approved the use of the 79th Division vehicles for Normandy in a letter of the 16th of February to the British War Office, requesting the support of British manned AVREs in addition to ordering 25 Sherman flails and 100 Churchill crocodile flamethrowers. The War Office agreed and responded. Bradley's initial idea for 5th Corps at Omaha suggested these tanks go in first, followed by engineers, then Churchill tanks with their engineers, and then our infantry comes in at H+25. The truth is that US forces used both armored bulldozers and 105 dozer-bladed Shermans, but there was simply no time, despite every intention, to supply more specialist armor to the Americans and train their crews before the invasion. So one of the long, can you turn your camera sideways, please, Mike? We're looking like we've got Charlie 1 falling off a cliff. Can you hear me, Mike? It's these Dutchmen, honestly, they're I'll message him. Right, so the myth you'll read in lots of books is that the Americans refused the use of armored vehicles, specialist vehicles on Omaha Beach. Well, from Peter's work there, they didn't refuse them. They wanted them, but it was considered too late to train up the crews for them. But Jonathan, you've got some other information about this. Oh, sorry, I should say Gareth was a serving Royal Tank Regiment officer, and Jonathan is just a guy who knows a lot about Normandy, and he's big, prolific on Twitter, reassess history, debunking myths all the time. I wish Mike would turn his camera sideways. I've messaged him. Anyway, Jonathan, what information have you found out?
So this is, there you go, one sort of half the right way around, you know, with its famous flying dustbin, just sort of threw together. I was digging at Q for stuff on Churchills in Normandy generally because I go to weird files. And before they changed their document ordering, you could order tons of really cool odd files from 205, 208. And I was looking for the odd things about how to drive tanks, how to maintain them, the stuff they would have told the crews before, when they were being trained, but before they saw action. The sort of stuff that an instructor would know because they've gone to the courses, doesn't always make it to the manual. But in Q was a file regarding the beaches, and it was the data from the COP parties and stuff that came back. And they said that you couldn't use Churchills on the American beaches because the sand wouldn't support the weight. Now, the weird thing is, Churchill's tracks, which you can probably see when that sorts itself out, unlike this one, they're scooped. And there were problems with Churchill, which didn't quite come from, wasn't quite encountered in Sherman. Despite it's got very low ground pressure, it could, in conjunction with the track guards and stuff, kick up lots of dust and stuff. So I wonder if these scooped tracks caused the problem. The earliest tracks on Churchill also could warp the vehicle, almost rip it apart. Lots of those, yeah, there you go. Had suffered serious damage in the Mark I series. So it appears probably the Americans were keen to use them to a point, but then there's no point using the vehicle because it's just going to bog down on the beach the second it gets there. So that's from COP at Q.
Right, and Gareth, you've played with these vehicles, and give us some of your background with regards to these vehicles and their use, and give us some of your expertise, please.
Well, the first thing to say is that, of course, they were manned by the Royal Engineers, not by Armoured Corps personnel, but the relationship between those two was pretty close. And the man in charge of 79th Division, Percy Hobart, was a tanky, and the chap who ran the trials section, Henry Dinham Drew, he was a tanky as well. And I think it's fair to say that the RTR and the Royal Engineers have interacted ever since the birth of tanks, and you could, if push, say that the inventors of tanks were Royal Engineers, and certainly a number of the early evangelists were sappers. So whilst they are engineer kit, assault engineer vehicles. They are armoured vehicles with a crew that train together and go into battle together. And so there's quite a lot that compares with going into a tank. And actually, it's interesting, there's been a change over the years. Nowadays, assault engineers, or armoured engineers as they're now called, the specialist vehicles, the AVREs and the bridges, they would be crewed by soldiers and NCOs, but the young officer in charge of a troop and the major in charge of a squadron, they don't get their own vehicle, their own assault vehicle. They would sit in a command vehicle. Back in 1944, the troop commander and the squadron commanders, they were very much in the turret of their AVREs as well. And at least one of them was killed, one of the squadron commanders was killed on D-Day fairly early on. So I think there's quite a lot of similarity between how a crew did business back then and how they do business today.
And Jonathan, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, to reiterate the points really, in many ways, what they did was they took a tried and true proven chassis, which was Churchill, which when it entered service was absolutely awful. It was so bad that Vauxhall sent letters to units saying, hey, this vehicle is terrible, don't, you know, but together we'll improve it. So army fitters were quite lucky. So they sent them to Vauxhall. Vauxhall also paid them. So they ended up on double pay, and a lot of Vauxhall staff covered their drinks on expenses and stuff, all quite cheeky stuff. But by the time, obviously, you got 43 to 44 comes around, the vehicle has become a lot more reliable due to the great rework scheme. All the fitters know what they're doing. But throughout the whole time, there is a shortage of this chassis because you need it for a gun tank and you need it to be for your specialist engineering vehicle. Sherman, the Americans, when they do sort of bring their Sherman Crocs and stuff out, it's never quite so adaptable in 44, 45. But we do obviously see post-war with the Israelis really doing astonishing things with their Sherman chassis. So yeah, it's a really good little vehicle, well, good 30-ton little vehicle for cracking through defences. And you've got the, 290mm speed motor on here, which is effectively a giant version of what you've got on the Pier. I know that's a massive factoid, but whatever. And it fires an 18-kilogram shell and can reduce most opposition with fire. Of course, the US tended to favour infantry for doing the same job, which didn't play out too well in the end on, obviously, the American beaches.
So let's just run through the different types of vehicles. I think, you know, we went into a bit of geeky detail at my request there, but these vehicles, it's a whole array of vehicles for doing specialist jobs to get off the beaches, clear the beaches, move inland for the beaches. So one of you, Gareth, we want to run through the various types, and if you want to do some visual demonstration with your hands as to what they do or something, I don't know. I wish I could get some images up, but I can't. So I
can maybe share a screen in a minute and get some pictures up that I've got some here in a PowerPoint. But
that would be fantastic.
I mean, it's probably worth saying why the Churchill.
Yes.
And Jonathan covered it quite a bit there, but I think there are a number of reasons why the Churchill is the ideal platform for you to use for an assault vehicle Royal Engineers. It's got lots of protection. I mean, that's why it's designed that way as an infantry tank, so that it can go toe-to-toe with the enemy. It's got a lot of frontal armour. And I think in this situation, it is the frontal armour that is going to come up against the German threat. It's got mobility. It's not fast, but it can plug away, and it's very good up slopes. And this comes into play much further on in the Normandy campaign, but it's very good at moving over difficult terrain. It's got a door. Let me see, can you... I don't know how to share a screen here because that's beyond me. How do I do that? Share screen. If I share that, I know people know what an AVRE looks like, but I don't know if you can see on the left-hand side, it's got a door. That's an escape hatch as much as anything else. But it does mean that you can get out from inside the vehicle without coming out the top of the turret. And if you have to place manual charges, and that's what the 6th crewmen had to do, the DEMS NCO, it's really quite useful having a door on the side to get in and out of. It's got quite a lot of space inside. They weren't encumbered with all the gubbins we have nowadays in a tank, all the fire control systems, all the extra protection systems. So there was quite a lot of space, so you can carry stuff like demolition charges, because there are quite a lot that do that. And finally, the firepower, and Jonathan covered that very well. Essentially, it's a Mark III or a Mark IV with the standard gun removed and that spigot mortar put in place. It's an interesting design, and Jonathan covered the statistics in terms of caliber and amount of ammunition, but amount of explosive. But what is quite interesting is to load it. It doesn't work in the conventional way. You don't load from under armor. What you do, you pivot it through 90 degrees. I haven't actually got a photo to hand of that. So the muzzle end is tipped up into the air so that the breech end sits above the driver's hatch, or co-driver's hatch. He opens his hatch, shoves another round in, closes the breech, as it were, quite the same as that, and then swivels it back round so it can be fired. So that's the basic version. And I say it brings all of those things: protection, mobility, space, a way of getting in and out, and the firepower. Let's see what else I can show you. There's the spigot mortar close up, and you can see on the right-hand side here, on the left-hand side, the pivot point. And there's a round from it. I'm not an expert on spigot mortars, but 20 plus kilograms of high explosive landing on you will cause you a bit of damage. Okay, so next one up, and there are a couple of bits to look at in this photograph. The first thing is that not the roll on the front, but actually on the side, on the exhaust panels. All of the Churchills coming in were waterproof, so that they could weigh to a depth of 6 foot 2 meters, and those are taking air intakes and exhaust fumes out of the water. That bit on the front, the bobbin, to put down a trackway that other vehicles could move over, predominantly wheeled vehicles, because if you start putting Shermans and other Churchills over the matting, it's probably going to churn it up. But basically, it just unwinds like a, well, as the name suggests, a reel of cotton. And there it is in action during trials. And I'm guessing that chap on the left is Colonel Henry Dinham Drew, who was an aside, who was the trialsman, who was an aside 80 years ago today. He was commanding 5 RTR in that very unknown little action down on the Somme, and would start withdrawing back to Cherbourg. We fixate on Dunkirk for all the obvious reasons, but there's still quite a lot of British forces in France and quite a lot of fighting to do. The fascines used in First World War to go into enemy trenches. Trenches perhaps less so, but for natural obstacles, just bung that bundle of wood in and drive over. Very straightforward. That's a Mark 7 AVRE, because that doesn't have the spigot mortar. That's got a 165mm gun, and that caliber of gun continues up. In fact, they had that gun on Centurion AVREs in the first Gulf War in 1991. So an almost 50-year lifespan of that weapon system. This is a cracking little series of photos from the history of the 79th Division, and there you've got a small girder bridge that has been laid by another AVRE, and the second AVRE is going up with its fascines on, and it lays the fascine to line down on, but as you can see, it hasn't been laying very well, and that will have hurt. That will have hurt a lot. What else we got? Plough. To plough through a minefield. That's a track width plough. The spikes you can see sticking out the tines, they go down in the ground just in front of the tracks, and so you clear these 2 thin paths up through the minefield, and all the other vehicles follow behind, which is great if you're in another Churchill, and probably okay in a Sherman. Less of less fun if you're in a wheeled vehicle, hoping that it fits the trackways that you've just covered. The double onion charges. Those are explosive charges on the front. Go up to a wall, and there are 2 ways of doing this. It can be used as it is, but actually attach them to the defense you want to blast, reverse off, press the button, bang. And finally, the crocodile, which I didn't know this slide was coming up. I didn't really want to talk about crocodiles because they're not really in use on 6th of June. So I think I'll go back to the double onion and stop sharing my screen for now. actually, sorry, if I may, Paul, I'm just going to go back to one more. Hold on, and because and that's the bridge, the small box girder bridge, and again, just a series of pulleys and wires attached to the back of the gun tank. It can lay the bridge, which can be used to cross rivers or whatever. Also can be used to cross bogged in AVREs, which is exactly what happens with 1 Charlie. So that may be the link to get us back to 1 Charlie.
Mike's camera has gone. That's why he was stuck at the rotator's gone or something. So that's why we're losing images of Mark. But we've got footage coming in from Juno Beach now, but that's for our next segment. There is that's another part of it. He's the wrong side of the. No, he's not the wrong side of the. Anyway, but we're not going to have any more images of AVREs. But Jonathan, the Americans didn't have them on Omaha Beach. And Gareth as well. Do we think if they had them on Omaha Beach, it would have made a difference? I mean, probably yes, but I mean, not enough probably to suddenly turn it into a easy success.
Oh, Jonathan, you go first. There, that was really.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, it's tricky. I don't do counterfactuals, so yeah.
Okay.
But what I would say is, we have other engagements in Normandy where the Germans have their Stupas, their Sturmpanzer assault tanks. They center them in 217 Sturmpanzer Battalion, which I've actually probably said wrong, but whatever. And what's interesting there, they never have these tanks because they're centralized in a battalion in the right places. And actually last night I was talking to a mate of mine about 10 attacks you look at in Normandy, where if they had the Stupa's 150mm gun, they would have got through quite a bit easier. This is just a lot of firepower. It can reduce a lot of obstacles. And the biggest problem you've got is your first, if you're hitting this tank, it's like you're hit 5 times before you'll be probably KO'd, or 3 times in a Churchill. The first shot's probably going to hit you at close range due to the sheer amount of kinetic energy and really wreck your day. But if they could have got a few of these off, then they would have probably cleared more obstacles. It would have probably made things more easier. It's really hard to say, though. There also, someone pointed out to me, there's 1 or 2 parts of the beaches they would have had problems getting off with them anyway, for some reason I can't recall now. But yeah, it would have probably made it a bit easier on a few points. But at the end of the day, we've got the German tactical studies in Normandy where they don't have them. They're best when they're parceled out. You don't centralize them as massive waves of these ridiculous dank assault tanks.
I mean, we had the discussion last night when we did the prep for this, that the American military by this point of the war is much more streamlined to single model vehicles, they've got interchangeable parts between the Jeeps and the Dodges and the GMCs and what have you. And we by necessity over the course of the 5 years of war have had to use things from everywhere: Guyants, Fordsons, Watts, Morrises, Leylands, so we are perhaps a little bit more okay at using a variety of specialty equipment, and that's nothing against the America, just a way of our necessity. So I can completely see if what Peter Caddick Adams worked out there, that it was too little time to train the Americans to use something that was, fundamentally different, and not just the Churchill tank itself. So they'd have had to learn how to use the Churchill tank, then or use them with their own crews or whatever. But it's a lot of technology to bring in March is what that letter was talking about. That's not very long to get everything running smoothly before June, is it?
Actually, that was the WASP thing, wasn't it? So the Canadian WASPs, and I think they arrive in March. A WASP, actually, I don't have one lying around here as I normally do. WASP is a universal carrier, but with a flame-throwing attachment. You just pop in. People say it's an original WASP. Anything could be an original WASP. Just had the fittings at some point. The problem was they had them in March, I believe, or April. They weren't happy with using them on 6 June for whatever reason. And we don't see the use of that vehicle until people are happy enough with it, until about the 28th of July with 55.3 diff. Actually, maybe about the 23rd. But the point is, it still takes months to get this kit in, even training with it and get familiarising it. So to take derpy British vehicle, which I love, Churchill is so derpy. It's a crazy little vehicle with interesting quirks all over, and familiarise your US crews who aren't used to it. It's again all those complexities. British crews running them would have been fine with, no doubt.
I think that's absolutely spot on. I don't do counterfactuals either, but I think would they have had a better time if they'd had AVREs on Omaha? Well, yes, but not necessarily, because what do they have? They had they didn't. How many tanks did they have? I can't remember. That's right. They had 2 battalions of tanks going in. One of them launched 29 DDs, and I think 27 of them foundered.
Yeah.
So only 2 swam in, and I think there were another 3 that launched from LCTs direct on the beach. And the other battalion, 743, they all launched from LCTs. What would an AVRE have brought to the party? Well, it would have brought that extra firepower, the 290 spigot mortar. And so it might have replaced some of those 27 tanks from 741 tank battalion that didn't make it onto shore. Would its extra bits and pieces, the scenes of the bridges and so on, have helped? Yeah, probably. But the Americans did have bulldozers, armored bulldozers on the
absolutely.
beach.
Yeah, they have their own stuff that's different to ours, don't they?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So they weren't without specialist equipment for clearing the obstacles. So I would say it's the firepower. If those 27 tanks DDs hadn't foundered, the 741 tank battalion, if they'd had all of those, I think Omaha would have been a very different situation.
I mean, the spigots, though, the spigot tanks, if they were, I mean, we shouldn't be doing the speculation stuff, but if they were on Omaha, they've got to be in the right place to better use them against the right to a bunker. There's whole swathes of Omaha Beach where there's nothing that spigot could engage.
Yeah, and a spigot mortar.
Whether they'd have to have driven maybe down the beach a mile or so to get anywhere near the right place. So would they have survived that? Would they have got that way? There's lots of stuff to speculate on, I think. Before we bring in Mike Bechtold for our next sequence, we've been talking about people as well. What do we know about Hobart, the commander, other than the fact he has the middle name Claghorn, which I think is a name, if people are watching this wanting to name a child that's coming, there's lockdown babies coming. I think the name Claghorn should really come back into vogue, really. I mean, really, come on, little Claggy Claghorn. It's just Percy Stanley Claghorn Hobart. What was he like? I mean, he looks a little bit Montgomery-like, a little bit tweedy and mustachioed, but I've got to cover biographies from the point of view of our viewers. What was he like as a person?
Well, I used to defend. I used to think he was brilliant because of the funnies, but the more I look at it, and I look at the period before that, he was deeply flawed. Not that that's a criticism. Lots of us are deeply flawed. But I think he got it wrong in his ideas about what an armoured division should be and do, or do and be, in terms of organisation. He got a bit armour evangelist. None of that infantry needed around here. We can do it all with tanks. Well, clearly he was wrong. And that was one of the reasons that led to him being ditched. I think the 2-pounder gun, he should bear some blame for us going into war with predominantly 2-pounders in our tanks rather than anything bigger. It's not all his fault, but I think he didn't help us in that area. So I've become a little bit jaundiced. And the other thing was 79 Division as a whole did a cracking job, as did almost everybody on D-Day. I'm certainly not trying to take anything away from what the boys of 79 did. In terms of the funnies and innovation, it was a very neatly bounded problem. Get across the sand, including over the obstacles that were under the water, get up across the beach wall and destroy some bunkers. And that was very neatly bounded. And
that's neatly bounded by our constraints, isn't it? We have to use 20, I'm using it as an figure, 20 things to do a specific job, whereas the Russians and Americans might use 100 not ideally suited things to get the same job done. But we don't have to steal the people or the resources to throw volume at. So we have to, it's square pegs, square holes for us, isn't it? Whereas some of the other armies, it's more bash big thing through hole. So I think, when I'm on my tours, I always talk about the funnies as being quintessentially British, include warts and all. It's both of our brilliant engineering, although a little bit kind of ugly. Some of them. I don't mean it they're not streamlined and gorgeous. They don't look like but they work. They absolutely work. And it's that fitting of you have a problem and you have an exact solution to that problem, and that's that problem dealt with. But we carried on. We used them for the crossing of the Seine. We improved and developed, and it was a continuity of improvements over the course of the war.
And we create our own version of 79 Division out in Italy in 45. We take 51st RTR and put them together with some sappers to create a new organisation. 25, is it 25th Assault Engineer Brigade Regiment? I can't remember. Brigade, I think it is.
And for those watching, we're going to be doing some other shows in the summer where we discuss at more geeky levels armored divisions use, the types of tanks, the myths of Tigers, Shermans, that kind of stuff. We're going to address a lot of that stuff over the course of the summer, and I'm hoping both Gareth and Jonathan and others will be joining me for those things there. But we've got Mike in Canada patiently waiting to come on, so I can only thank you again for stepping into the breach to fill in this gap. And I think it's been interesting, and I'm liking the blend of things we're doing, and Giles with his personal stories and us talking about tanks now. So it's been extraordinary talking to you, gentlemen, and I'll bring in Mike very shortly for his next segment. So I think we've learned a little bit about the vehicles that were used by the 79th Armored Division, and people watching this in America hopefully learn a little bit about the British beaches again. We've got the American beaches coming up later, and if anyone's watching this and wondering why the American beaches are coming up later, it's because the American historians will be up out of bed later, because it's still the middle early morning for them there. Although Joe Balkowski, who's come not on for another 4 hours, has already been online for 3. So I'm hoping he's got enough energy left when he has to come and do his bit. But I like the fact that historians are watching other historians. That shows us that we all continue to learn all the time. None of us know everything. And I admired the fact that Peter changed his mind about the church during the course. So that's being humble. That's admitting that none of us know it all. There's always room to learn. So anyway, thank you very much, gentlemen. That's been fantastic. I will close you out and bring in Mike. And we'll talk again soon. Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. So those of us who are still here, we are going to bring in Mike now from Canada, and we're going to talk about Juno Beach for the first time today. I have to sip of water there. So are you enjoying it so far? There's Mike. They're looking very dapper. I'm going to have a swig of water.
Good morning, Paul.
Good morning. It's morning for you. It's afternoon for me. But I'm over halfway, I think now. My math's not very good. But so we have not really touched on the Canadians yet in this show. We've mentioned the Canadian Parachute Battalion in passing a little bit. We've referenced the Canadians slightly in our presentations on Sword Beach. But now, because Canada is up and awake now, we can bring in Canada. And we're bringing Mike Bechtold here, who is a PhD, you name it, history, fellow of this, fellow of that, prolific author. This is one book I'm holding up here, the Canadians in the Battlefields of Normandy, the Canadian Battlefields of Normandy, which Mike co-wrote with Terry Kopp. And there's other books as well, and we'll talk to Mike about what he has been doing for the last few years. But we are going to talk about a particular unit that Mike is interested in. And so Mike, welcome to the show. And who are we talking about today?
Thanks. We're going to talk about the Royal Winnipeg Rifles. I was lucky enough to be in Normandy last year for the 75th anniversary. It was quite a different occasion than the subdued anniversary this year. But one of the great pleasures I had was meeting a veteran of the RWRs, Jim Parks. And Jim is still alive today. He lives just north of Toronto, and he's just an amazing guy. I crossed paths with him a bunch of different times as we traveled around Normandy last summer, and every time he said to me, "Are you stalking me?" It became kind of his joke, because it was kind of a way of saying hello. But he was with the support company of the Winnipegs, landed on the 6th of June, and had quite an interesting war. And the Winnipegs in general had a really interesting day on the 6th of June. So I thought what I would do today is talk a little bit about the Canadians, about how the Canadians came to be at Normandy, and then go in and talk about the Winnipeg's specific experience on D-Day, if that works for you.
Well, we're all ready and waiting, and we've got Colin on the beach there, who's going to kind of follow your lead and show you the area where the Winnipegs came ashore. Before we do that, although Colin is ready, yeah, you're quite right. Talk about the training. And for those of us who don't know Canada's geography terribly well, where exactly in Canada are these guys from?
Yeah, so Winnipeg is kind of in the center of the country. It's part of the West, as we refer to it, but it's the near West for us in Ontario. It's Winnipeg is not the prairies. It's not Ontario. In the province of Manitoba, most of the guys that are coming out of there are going to be not office workers. They're going to be farmers. They're going to be woodsmen. They're going to be sort of those tough and rough guys that get things done. and they had a long wait to get into the war. Many of them joined up in 1939, 1940 when the war started. Had a period of training in Canada, but then they were sent over to England in August, arriving in September 1941. And between then and June 1944, they basically sat in England preparing for war. They were part of the Canadian forces that were integral in defending the United Kingdom in the aftermath of Dunkirk. They were part of the 3rd Canadian Infantry Division, and they spent a lot of time training. They went to the north of Scotland to prepare as an assault brigade, and they had a lot of time to get ready. So I find it really interesting, and we'll talk about this more when we reconvene to talk about the Puto battle. But there's a lot said about green troops versus experienced troops versus crack troops, and you have to remember that virtually every single Canadian that landed on Juno Beach on the 6th of June was green. They hadn't experienced combat. It was their first time under fire. They were learning as they went, but they performed pretty well and I would say exceptional in many cases. So the idea of green troops being less than more experienced troops probably has a kernel of truth in some aspects, but on Juno on the 6th of June, it really wasn't a factor at all.
I mean, I think we touched on it with Neil and Adam talking about the East Yorks and Norfolks and Sword Beach. Is your training for 3 or 4 years essentially? It's maintaining the sense of urgency when there's nothing actually happening. I mean, you could keep running around and over obstacle courses and doing your range work and your tactical work, but without knowing when you're actually going to be deployed, it's all. I know, of course, they're not in any danger, but I think if I was in that situation, I'd rather actually be in combat doing something than just sitting, waiting and waiting and waiting. What in your research? How have the officers been able to keep these guys' morale up and keep them feel that they are going to be used at some point? It's a long time to wait.
Oh, it absolutely was. And I mean, if you look through the soldiers' personnel records, there's very few you find that won't have some sort of demerit on their record, coming back late from leave, drunk and disorderly, things like that. So these guys had to blow off steam, and they did it, and they were sort of sanctioned for it. But that didn't change the fact that they were generally good soldiers. During our prep, we talked a little bit about DEP, and there's some stories out there that the Canadians were the sacrificial lambs in that operation, that the British didn't want to commit their own troops, so they sent the Canadians in to die, and that's not true at all. That's not how it worked. And in fact, the Canadians wanted to go. I mean, we're talking August 1942. It had been over a year, sometimes 2 years for the Canadians that had been in England, and they wanted to go to battle. Their generals wanted them to go to battle. McNaughton and Crerar wanted them to get into the fight. And our Prime Minister, Mackenzie King, who is generally seen as a little wishy-washy, wanted to avoid the carnage of the First World War, wanted to make sure that the Canadians didn't pay that same price in blood early on in the war, had tried to steer our contribution into the British Commonwealth Air Training Plan and the Navy and things like that, that maybe wouldn't see soldiers committed to the fighting in Europe. He was behind that operation because he saw that his public opinion was faltering, that the Canadians back at home were getting anxious to have our troops in battle. The Brits were fighting, the Australians were in battle, the Indians, the New Zealanders, everybody was into the fight except for us. And why was that the case? So they wanted to go, and everything that applied to Dieppe in 1942 played doubly so for Normandy in 1944.
And how would I mean, the Winnipegs would not have been involved, of course, in Dieppe, but they would have known about that, and that would have been a big a shock, but also a boost to the let's get on and get some revenge. So I mean, when we get to Normandy, these guys may have been green, but they have seen within their nation a landing fail. The British, who perhaps had been at Dunkirk, had been pushed back from a beach, but they had not seen a landing unsuccessfully. Dunkirk was a very different situation. So Dieppe is deep in the Canadian psyche, isn't it, about that getting back to Normandy and making sure we stay this time. So volunteers, you say they've been 4 years waiting, so they're going to be a little bit older average age because they've just aged 3 years since they enlisted in the first place. Do they, within the Canadian 3rd Division, and you have the 3 brigades that are involved, the 7th, 8th, and 9th, are they all training for the assault with the actual roles being given later on, or do they know very early on there's going to be an assault brigade and there's going to be 2 in, 2 assault brigades and 1 in reserve? Do they know that? How does that work?
Yeah, I think the entire division is being trained as an assault division. Obviously, at some point, it was decided that certain companies of certain regiments would be the ones to lead the way. So it was the Reginas and the Winnipegs and 7th Brigade. The Canadian Scottish, for the most part, were follow-on troops, though their C Company did land with the Winnipegs. But everybody was preparing for that. And there's a couple points that I think is worth making. One is that, yes, they trained for a long time. Yes, they were anxious. Yes, you would have had trouble keeping them focused. But the other side of that is that these guys knew each other better than virtually any other troops in the world. We talked a lot about the motivations for why troops fight. And yes, there's king and country, and yes, there's democracy, and yes, there's the fight against Nazism. But I think when you get right down to it, they were fighting for the bloke on their left and the bloke on their right.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It was all about those personal relationships. And these regiments had become families over that time in England. And the guys would do pretty much anything for their mates. And I don't think you can underestimate the impact that had on their performance in battle. And I mean, B Company, we'll talk about in a few minutes, took really heavy casualties to the point where they had to bring in almost 100 reinforcements on the night of 6th of June. And you can't say that B Company was as strong, as resolute, as effective as the one that had landed 24 hours earlier. So
yeah, you lose the continuity, you lose the esprit de corps and what have you. So let's talk about the landings on Juno Beach. And for those who are watching who haven't been to Juno Beach, it's the odd fish in some ways, because it's quite a wide landing sector, but the way the coast curves, you can't see one sector from the other. It's not like Omaha Beach, which is the crescent moon shape. So if you're at Saint-Aubin-sur-Mer over on the east, you can't see the Bernier-sur-Mer. You can see Courseulles from Bernier-sur-Mer. It's very urban, but it's not the urban behind Sword Beach where you have quite wide roads built for tourism in the early 20th century. It's very narrow medieval streets behind Saint-Aubin-sur-Mer and Bernier. So the Allies would have perceived, I always say, Sword and Juno as being almost identical operations, but the terrain behind, although broadly similar, is actually, when you get there, distinctly different. So let's run through, well, I'm going to let you run through, as they're training for the landings on Juno. Well, for a start, why did do we know why the Canadians got Juno? Because it would seem logic, really, if you're going to have 1 Canadian landing and 2 British, you had to not have the Canadians in between the 2 British. It seems logical to me that you'd have the 2 British together. But I mean, do we know why Juno was assigned to Canadians?
I don't know specifically why the Canadians were given the Juno assignment. I've heard some speculation that it had to do with their embarkation areas, that it was easiest to send them straight across the channel and
could make sense.
Craft, tangling as they crossed. But I don't know if that was the full reason. The Canadians had been designated early on as one of the assault forces for Juno, for the Normandy invasion. And in fact, in the early stages of the planning, the 1st Canadian Army headquarters was supposed to be the main headquarters on the 6th of June, not 2nd British Army. That was changed at some point. And in fact, that had a bit of a play in the air support that was given to the Canadian and British armies, because 83 Group of 2nd Tactical Air Force was more than half Canadian squadrons, and they were supposed to be supporting 1st Canadian Army in the field, whereas 84 Group was going to be assigned to 2nd British Army. However, when the switch of 1st Canadian and 2nd British Army came, it turned out that 83 Group was much more advanced and ready for the spearhead role in the attack. So they stayed with 2nd British Army and then supported them for the rest of the war. And the Canadians received air support from 84 Group, which was primarily British. So kind of a bit of a quirk in the way the Overlord planning went, but interesting to see how that all developed. One thing that's worth talking about with the Canadian assignment to Juno is that, and Mark Milner has pointed this out really clearly in his fabulous book, Stopping the Panzers, is that the Canadians, because of their geographic location, were assigned the main role of destroying the German panzers in the invasion. Because if you look at the maps, you know the train in Normandy, the sort of that broad plain between Caen and Bayeux, there's really only one avenue for a major German counterattack to come, and that's sort of in that gap, and that's where the Canadians had landed. So right from the early stages of the planning, the Canadians were given the weapons to deal with that. So if you look at the order of battle, you see that 1st Canadian Army, 3rd Canadian Division is very artillery heavy. They've got extra field regiments, they've got extra medium regiments, they've got the British 62nd Anti-Tank Regiment attached. So they've really become a designated panzer killing machine. And their D-Day plan was to land at Juno and advance all the way to the Caen-Bayeux Highway, and then establish themselves there, at which point the fields south of that would become the killing zone for them. And it didn't quite work out that way on the 6th of June, but by the 7th, 7th Brigade had advanced to the Oak Line, which is their objective.
And as you brought up that, I think that's, well, I'll come back to it in a second. I think we talked about Montgomery and Caen this morning. I'm not going to go off on a massive, great Montgomery thing, but I think that Montgomery promising Caen on D-Day was, I can see why he did it. It's you know, you don't tell people you're going to get knocked out in the first round in football. You say you're going to get to the cup and win the final. So you can finally win the cup. So you set ambitious targets because it's good to set the bar high. But realistically, getting inland, 10 miles and but the Canadians, 3-phase lines. And I'll let you explain more. But it's like we should get that one. We might get that one. If all goes well, we'll get that one. Which means if you're setting yourself realistically targets to achieve rather than one big one that you end up not quite making. So do you know where the decision, and I'll let you explain more, but why did the Canadians get these 3-phase lines more than the British did?
Well, I think the geography lent itself to it much more in terms of advancing. You set Elm as the intermediate objective and Oak as the ultimate objective. I think Elm was always supposed to be a checkpoint on the way to the final objective, but it ended up that's sort of where they dug in and stayed on the end of the 6th of June. That whole question of why wasn't 3rd British Division pushed harder to get into Caen is, to me, a big red herring. And it's one of those things that Dempsey did exactly what he needed to do on the 6th of June. And that when those German tanks got themselves within sight of the coast, everybody had to stop and dig in, because an encounter battle with German tanks is not a good thing. We know we can kill German tanks quite easily if we're dug in, prepared. We have the artillery zeroed in. We have the anti-tank guns brought forward. It's really easy to kill German tanks when they come at you then. However, if you're on the move, everything is much different. And you can't risk the invasion. You can't risk the chance of a battle going the wrong way and you getting pushed back into the sea. So the fact that Dempsey ordered everybody to dig in on their intermediate objectives was absolutely the right thing at that point in the battle. And anybody who criticizes him, I would argue, doesn't really understand what was going on in Overlord.
And we haven't learned at this point, I mean, I'm going a different side, we haven't learned this thing that we learned later on in the Battle of Normandy, that if the Germans will counterattack and that, we push a bit and they think they're doing well, so then they come out and then we can get them. We haven't got to that point yet. Neither have the Germans. It's still, we're planning this based on the theory of what we think the Germans going to do, because we have not engaged them in Northwest Europe in this way before. So the lessons we have learned even just a few days later, we've learned an incredible amount about how armored warfare is going to go in Normandy. But June the 6th, we've got to stick to what we think is going to work based on 4 years of assessments of manuals and what we've learned in the desert. And it's very much by the book, isn't it? And it's let's try and keep it steady and with what we've learned already, rather than being a bit more bold, perhaps, that we would get there in the battle later on. But anyway, we're digressing there, and people correcting me, saying it's Dempsey more than Montgomery. But I'm saying from the layman's point of view, it's Montgomery and Caen. And yes, of course, Dempsey is much more involved, but most people think about Caen and Monty as being completely entwined there. But anyway, let's bring it back to the particular assault. The Winnipegs, and we're going to get Colin and Matt, who are busy. They're waiting for us because I've sent them out somewhere. So I'm going to have Matt walk out more towards the beach, I think, and then we can perhaps start talking about those landing craft coming towards and what the Winnipegs were actually supposed to do and what they were up to on that day. So I'll hand over to you again, and give Matt instructions of where you'd like him to go.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, of course, the landing of the infantry was only supposed to be the last part of the invasion. If everything had gone exactly right, the hope was that the infantry were going to step ashore, walk up, and take possession of the German positions without having to fight at all. That was the dream. That was the hope. And for some, that was the expectation based on the amount of firepower, the tonnage of bombs and shells that were being directed at the German defenses. We talked, or not we, but earlier on in your show, you were talking about the bombers that were targeting the German defenses early on the morning of the 6th of June. But that was just one part of an absolutely massive bombardment that preceded the infantry landing. The heavy bombers targeted the batteries, the RAF heavy bombers targeted the batteries. The U.S. Air Force was supposed to come in just before the troops touched down and bomb the beach defenses, supported by the medium and light bombers of 2nd Tactical Air Force. And then the fighter bombers were supposed to come in with their bombs and rockets. While all this was taking place, you had the enormous Navy contribution that was in the channel just off the coast, throwing their weight ashore. The battleships, the cruisers, the destroyers, the landing craft with rockets, the landing craft with guns. The amount of firepower that was being directed at these German defenses was absolutely enormous. And there was some hope that it would absolutely devastate the German defenses. And of course, as we know now, it didn't, and that was unfortunate. And it's interesting to look at the Royal Winnipeg Rifles' response to that, because when they were writing their war diary, there was a very explicit entry that put it very clearly what they expected and what actually happened. And I'd just like to read that for you quickly. It said that in spite of the air bombardment failing to materialize, the Royal Navy bombardment being spotty, the rockets falling short, and the DD and AVREs being late, C Company of the 1st Canadian Scottish Regiment under our command landed at the junction of, as well as the Royal Winnipeg Rifles landed at Mike and Love beaches, and they all set down within 7 minutes of one another. And then it goes on to say, the bombardment having failed to kill a single German or silence one weapon, these companies had to storm their positions cold, and they did so without hesitation. So I think that's probably a little bit of exaggeration. I'm sure the bombardment did kill some. I know the Royal Navy was successful in destroying one of the bunkers on the C Company of 1st Canadian Scottish Regiment front. But the bombardment hadn't eased the way for the Canadians, and everything that happened once the troops sat down was down to their training, was down to their courage, was down to their skill as soldiers, and they had to go in and fight to gain those positions, to winkle out the Germans and take possession of it. So at that point, it became not a fight of overwhelming material support. It wasn't about brute force, as John Ellis liked to say. It was about the skill of the individual infantrymen, and the Royal Winnipeg Rifles were as good as anybody landing on the D-Day beaches that day. Sorry, I seem to have lost you.
I think I want to add a bit about terrain here, because a lot of you at Juno Beach, particularly towards the west at Saint-Aubin-sur-Mer and Bernier-sur-Mer, you come off the beach to an immediately urban environment with a seawall, and the seawall varies in height from 5 foot up to about 8 foot in places. Often there's much more sand there these days than there was at the time. But we're on a section of the beach on the western side of the Searle River, coming out in Courcelles, Courcelles meaning the course of the Searle River. So the terrain is slightly different now. And it's one of the areas where the beach is wider, isn't it? The Winnipegs had a broader beach to cross than some of the Canadian, because Juneau, over its 4 miles, it does change a lot, much more than other beaches. The way the stones are and the actual topography of the beach is very different. So Colin is now showing us the area of the beach which we're talking about, and it's not quite low tide right now. It's about half tide, if my memory serves me correctly, but it's a big beach. The coefficient is big today, so we're talking sand dunes behind the beach more so than there would have been seawall. And we also must point out that a lot of the German bunkers are missing that were there now. There's a few there in front of the Juneau Centre, and the other side of the river in Courcelles, where there's now a carousel and a hotel. The big bunker was there, have got long since gone. But
yeah, and they're behind the sand dunes now, when before they would have been in front.
Exactly. So yeah, runners, we're now facing the shore now. This is the view landing craft would have had approaching the beach that day. They wouldn't have seen Colin standing there, but please continue and run in do the run into the beach.
Yeah, so of course the landings were set up for low tide, and that was done intentionally so that the German beach defenses were exposed and wouldn't wreck the landing craft as they came ashore. But in the Juneau sector especially, this made quite a long run for the men to get from the water's edge, or actually in many cases they were being dropped by landing craft 100 meters, 200 meters from the water's edge. They had to get dropped off into sometimes water over their head, then ended up soaking wet. They had to struggle until they reached dry ground, and then they still had hundreds of meters of open sandy beach that they had to cover before they got into the dunes and the relative protection that offered. There's a great passage from Corporal Wilford Bennett, who landed with C Company, and he says that I came in on the first wave with C Company on D-Day, and the beach was pretty nasty. We came in at about 7:30 a.m. The water was very, very rough, and on our LCA coming in, we'd sit on top of a high wave crest and then plunge straight down into a huge hole in the trough. Quite an experience from a boy from the Midwest. So these guys have been in their ships for probably 48 hours now. They've crossed the channel in very rough conditions. Many were very seasick. There's an unfortunate story of a rifleman, Murch, who was probably a little more seasick than most, and he ended up going and climbing up on sort of one of the top decks of the landing craft because he was so seasick and just couldn't bear to be down below with the rest of the guys. And when the LCA hit one of these big waves, he was thrown off and subsequently drowned. And he was probably the first Winnipeg that was killed on the morning of the 6th of June, and it had nothing to do with enemy fire. But these men have, they're tired, they're wet, they're seasick, they're probably cold and hungry, and yet they still have to come ashore and do the job. One rifleman remembered that he was dog tired. He'd jumped off the bow ramp of the landing craft into the water, and it ended up being up to his neck, and he had to wade through that water to get to dry land. And just as he was getting to the sandy beach, he was absolutely exhausted. He thought he had no more energy to take him any farther. And then one of his pals just to the left of him took a machine gun bullet in his chest. And he said, all of a sudden, I had more energy than you could imagine. And he got up and he ran across the beach to find some sort of cover. But the first waves of these guys, I mean, the pictures we're getting from the beach right now are blue sky, gently rolling waves. That wouldn't have been the situation on the morning of the 6th of June. I should have mentioned earlier, I posted a number of photos on my Twitter feed. If you just search up Mike Bechtold, you'll find maps and air photographs and other stuff about some of the things about the Winnipegs that I'm talking about today. But it was a rough day, and the men had to fight not just the Germans, but they had to fight the conditions. So the two assault companies for the Winnipegs were B Company under Captain Phil Gower, which landed on the eastern side, or the side closest to the Soule River, the port of Courcelles, and D Company under Major Lockie Fulton that landed further down the beach away from the port. Gower's company had probably one of the toughest missions on D-Day. the German strong point that he was assaulting had 3 big guns, 2 75 millimeter and 1 50 millimeter, or maybe it's the other way around, 1 75 millimeter gun bunker and 2 50 millimeter gun bunkers. I think Matt or Colin is pointing to one of them right now on your screen. And there was quite a number of other concrete positions, 6 machine guns, a couple of Tobruks with mortars, not to mention the minefields and barbed wire and everything like that. And Gower's company was set down right in front of that strong point, and they started taking fire from the second that the bow ramps went down. And in at least one case, they had a situation of very similar to what you saw in Saving Private Ryan, where the bow ramp went down and the German machine gun fire just targeted everybody within the boat immediately, and not too many emerged from that. However, Gower's men plunged on. Gower is said to have been a relatively short man, and they said that when he stepped out of his landing craft, he immediately sunk down to the bottom over his head. He lost his helmet in the process, but he managed to struggle and get ashore. And his actions on D-Day are considered directly responsible for the success of the company. All the stories talk of him disregarding German fire, that he was walking around all morning, not taking cover, no helmet, seemingly impervious to the German bullets flying around his head, directing his men and making sure they got to their objectives. Because what B Company had to do was not just get across the beach through the sand dunes in the initial minefields, but they then had to assault what's known as the island. And if you look at an air photo or map of that section of Juno Beach, you'll see that there's a sort of a bend in the Soule River that sort of goes around the port. And there's what's referred to in the documents as the island of Courseulles that had to be attacked. Jonathan and Gareth just before me were talking about the AVREs, and the AVREs landed at Juno to support the Canadians here. Unfortunately, instead of landing first like they were supposed to, they were delayed and landed after the assault troops. They did have some role to play in knocking down the German defenses, but perhaps one of the most important things was that one of the AVREs had attempted to get onto the island and ended up bogging down in the water, but and became useless, except for the fact that it became a sort of a makeshift bridge that greatly aided the Canadians in getting over that water obstacle. The Winnipegs were also supported by a squadron of the 1st Hussars that landed with them. It was Major Dud Brooks, who was the squadron commander, and he had 19 duplex drive Sherman tanks that were coming ashore to support the Winnipegs. Again, they were supposed to have landed before the infantry and to have started taking on those bunkers, but they were delayed partly by the weather, partly by misdirection, and so they landed either with the infantry or after the infantry. There was one LCT that landed 5 Sherman tanks dry that immediately got into the fight. There were, just want to make sure I've got my numbers right, there was 10 more that were launched off the beach and were set to sail ashore. 7 of those tanks made it ashore. 3 of them either swamped or were hit by machine gun and shell fire, which collapsed their screens and ended up sinking. And there was another 4 that never made it ashore during the initial battle because the bow ramp of the LCT was damaged and they couldn't get out of the landing craft. So the Sherman tanks did play an important role, especially in helping B Company and knock out at least one of the bunkers that had a 75 millimeter gun in it. So they did play the role that was assigned to them. Lockheed Fulton's D Company had a much easier job, partly because all the attention of the German defenses was focused on B Company, which was right in front of the main defensive area, and partly because D Company was down the beach a little more and not right in front of the main German defenses. So Lockheed got his company across the beach and into the dunes very quickly. At first, they were trying to find a way through the minefield, finding the mines and clearing a path. but they quickly realized that was an almost impossible task, and they didn't have the Bangalore torpedoes they needed. So they ended up just crossing with fingers crossed that they weren't going to get blown up. Most made it, some didn't, but that was the risk they had to take at that point in the battle to carry on. They quickly got their objectives and moved on to the village of Grey-sur-Mer, which was behind Courseulles and sort of their first objective on the day, and they caught that. The follow-up companies were A and C companies, C company coming in behind Gower's B company and A company on the right flank with Fulton's D company. They came ashore a little bit later and didn't have too much problem. C company was especially involved in clearing the island and moving through, but by a relatively early stage in the battle, I'm not sure the exact time, but probably by about 9 a.m., the initial German defenses had been breached, and the Canadians were off the beach and moving to their intermediate objectives, Grey-sur-Mer, Banville, Saint-Croix-sur-Mer, and they were encountering limited resistance at that point. Of course, there were snipers, some in church towers, that were having to be dealt with, but for the most part, once the Canadians were off the beach, they were through the main German line of resistance, and the Germans didn't have much behind to deal with them. So
Colin and Matt have just moved up over the dunes now, so they're in the area between the sea and what's now the Juno Centre and then the town beyond it. So to summarize where we've got to at this point already, and I know it's very hard when you start playing the casualty comparison rates, but Omaha is of course regarded as the beach, the bloody beach of D-Day, but it all depends on how you quantify and your parameters for your statistics and your data gathering, isn't it? Because a much larger force landed on Omaha Beach, so therefore there were more fatalities. But I've always, depending on how you work it out, you can certainly say that in terms of fatalities, Juno Beach had at least at the same, if not more, percentage-wise than Omaha Beach. I mean, where's your take on that? Not that we're playing competition there. It's just to get across to people who are watching that there's losses on all the beaches, and Omaha was tragic, and we'll talk about that later on with Joe and John late. But Juno Beach has equal claim, not that it's a claim you want to have, to be the bloodiest beach of D-Day.
Yeah, and I agree with you there. Gower's B company took really heavy casualties of about the 120 men that stepped ashore on the morning of the 6th of June. By the end of the day, there was only 26 men left standing.
Wow.
So this company was virtually obliterated, really, really high casualties. But they got the job done. And your point about comparing casualties is very well taken. Yes, the Americans certainly had more casualties in terms of absolute numbers because they committed more men. But if you look at ratios in terms of men committed and percentage of casualties and men killed, the Canadian casualties are right up there. The Omaha casualties, we don't have quite as much detail as we do for the Canadians, but I mean, we can say that there were 340 Canadians that were killed on Juno Beach, or, well, no, that's not quite true. 340 Canadians who landed on Juno Beach were killed by the end of the 6th of June. The vast majority of them would have been killed on the beaches, though certainly some of the men were killed as they moved inland. I don't know what the exact numbers are for Omaha. 2000.
Well, we think around 900 killed in Omaha.
So 900 killed.
Joe will be on later. He's done the most work in this, but Utah, they're still debating it. It's more than we used to think. It's about 87, but it's more than that now. They reckon it's 150 or so now. But yes, it's comparing these things is not really fair. We're in a world, unfortunately, where we're having the 10 best tanks, which is the best this, which is the best that. And you can't compare machine guns. You have to look at the way they're used, the doctrine, the tactics behind it. So saying this was the worst beach or this was the most defended beach, it's all, there's so many variables. It's how good, what's the caliber of the troops? How much ammunition have they got for the guns? How well trained are this? So there's so many factors to take into consideration before you start saying this was worse than this one. But for those who aren't as familiar with the Canadian story, I mean, most tour guides in Normandy will tell you their favorite sector is the Canadian sector because you feel like you're slightly heading into uncharted waters that's less familiar. And also your army landed in one place and went in one direction. It's pretty easy to follow. If you're doing a 2-day or 3-day Canadian tour, you're just heading on the road towards Falaise, more or less. Whereas if you're doing British Army, you've got to go off to the eastern bit, the western bit, the Goodwood, Epsom. American Army, let's go up to Cherbourg, Saint-Lô. So the Canadian Army is nice to follow. You could get that real sense of development and progression as you go on. The battles inland, and we've got Mark Zuehlke on later on, who's another great contributor to Canadian history. Colin is now behind the beach, so he's now going to this bit behind that you were talking to earlier on, where there's sort of a half a Bailey Bridge left, kinda across the little tributary of the Searle River. There was a Bailey Bridge there at some point, and it kind of is still referred to as a Bailey Bridge, but doesn't look much like a Bailey Bridge. But this is the area inland of the dunes now, and I can't really speak to Matt and Colin very well because they say that the wind is so bad they can't hear what we're saying, which is interesting. But anyway, that's there behind the beach. Now, I can't actually which way they are they there because they're going towards the no, that's the back towards the beach now. I think they're going to turn in. So there we are. There's that little bit of water.
Yeah, and then across that water is the island that B and C companies had to capture before they could move on.
Right. So we've got another sort of 5 minutes or so to carry on talking. So what points would you like to make for this international audience that we have got, and the people who are going to watch this on catch up when it's all and I will watch it again and try and look at how many times I went because I'm getting tired now. But what points would you want to make to the international audience about the Canadian involvement?
Yeah, I think that the national experiences across the D-Day beaches was very different. The Americans at Utah had one experience. Omaha was very different, and everybody thinks that's definitive because they've all seen The Longest Day or more likely Saving Private Ryan, and for them that's what D-Day was like. The Canadians had their own experience, and I think one thing it would have been great to play today is that famous film footage of the North Shore Regiment landing just west of Saint-Aubin, between Saint-Aubin and Bernier, where the men are coming off the landing craft. And I think for me, that footage, I'm sure everybody's seen it, or maybe they've seen it and don't know that it's Canadian troops, but it captures one of the quintessential moments of the experience of Canadians that this camera has captured all the Canadian soldiers coming off the landing craft. And at the end of the line, just as the film is about to stop, you see this hand reach out from sort of off camera and grab one of the soldiers and pat him on his shoulder, and he kind of looks back. And Mark Milner and some others have done some fantastic work, and we now know that soldier that looks back is Private George Baker, and he survived the 6th of June. He survived the war and lived in relative anonymity in Nova Scotia. But there's just this sort of human moment between the man who's off camera and Private Baker, where he kind of it seems like he's the more senior, more experienced guy. You can see there's a wedding ring on his finger, and he just seems to be reaching out and saying, it's going to be okay, you're going to be fine, we're going to get through this. And it just is, to me, showing the humanity of what was going on. It shows how these guys had got to know each other and were there for each other to make sure that they all got through it as best they could. And I just think that if we think about the Canadians on D-Day, that's a pretty good place to be.
Excellent point, well made. And I can't add much to that, although we've got a couple minutes. James Holland is not in the waiting room yet, but I'm sure he'll be here presently. It's
stretch it out.
It's been fascinating talking to you. And when I put this together, I just started asking people I knew, people I didn't know very well, people I knew really well, and it's all coming together quite well. And I'm very pleased. I'm trying now, as I'm into it, to try and link the segments together and try and make reference to things we've talked about before and things we'll talk about later. And the conditions on Juno Beach, I always think were pretty grim. The seawall, and you've got the current caused by the Searle River, leaving that little sort of sandbar off the shore there that affected the use of the DD tanks. You're up against some fairly nasty Germans the next day, and we'll come on we've got to talk about our June 8th show. And those watching it, this is the long mammoth 14-hour. I'm not doing one of them again. Well, maybe not this year, not for a while. But I'm planning to do these sort of hour and a half, 2 hours every couple, 2 or 3 times a week during the summer, a vast range of topics. And Mike's going to come back on and talk about some of the actions inland, because, you know, we all must make the point that D-Day, it's not over. It is by no means over. We have got our foot in the door, but there's a massive, great, well-prepared German army waiting for us. And the British and Canadian armies particularly take on the brunt of the German armor over the next 2 months. That's not saying that what the Americans are doing wasn't very important. They're pushing up the Cherbourg. They're going for Saint-Lô. But for the armored battles over the next few weeks are where we really have to earn our spurs. Because D-Day, there's so much got into it. So the vastness of it, we're not likely really to fail. I mean, it's easy to say that with hindsight, but we put a lot into this. But the Battle of Normandy is much more of an unknown quantity, I think, because we're going to have to deal with a German army that's going to be reacting to us, and we're reacting to them. And so anyway, we're going to be bringing it to an end soon. And Mike, it's been extraordinary to have you on. What are you working on right now? What projects? Where can our viewers find out more about your work?
My book, my most recent book, is a book about a guy named Raymond Collishaw, who was a Canadian First World War fighter pilot, but then he stayed in the RAF and ended up being one of the senior RAF commanders in the Western Desert in 1940-41. So my book looks at those battles in the Western Desert between the British and the Italians and then the Germans. And it's really a study of the sort of almost the genesis of Allied tactical air doctrine in the Second World War, and sort of how Collishaw had an integral role to play in the development of RAF air support doctrine before Arthur Conyngham and Montgomery got involved and stuff like that. So I'm spinning that off into a full biography of Collishaw, because I think in many ways he's kind of I look at him as kind of a Forrest Gump character, in that he has all these amazing experiences between the First World War, the interwar period, the Second World War, and he crosses paths with all sorts of people that are of great interest, and you can sort of tell this big wider story using Collishaw as the intro into that. So I'm working on that. I'm working on a book of air photos and maps for the Normandy campaign that has been stalled, but will hopefully be out at some point. And
you are a cartographer as well by trade, because one of everyone's historian's pet hates is books that don't have enough maps, and the maps that are in them are awful. And one thing you can't say about your books, the guide books have always got lovely maps in it, which is clearly your influence there.
Yeah, I started drawing maps 25 years ago when I was the editor of Canadian Military History, because authors would come to us with these articles that needed maps, and they would say, "Oh, can we use the Xerox from the official history?" And I'm like, "No, we really can't." And so I started drawing them myself because nobody else would. And the first ones were really pathetic. I kind of shake my head when I look back at my first attempts, but it's now developed into a pretty professional skill that go in my books, and I work on contract for other people that need cartographic maps drawn.
On that note, I think we'll bring it to an end, because James is now ready and waiting to come in. So thank you very much, Mike. Enjoy your afternoon. I'm not quite halfway through yet, but it feels like it. Thank you again for being part of this. It's been extraordinary to hear from you, and I'll be bringing you back on again if you'd like to come on again and do some more stuff about inland and air power. And on the subject of air power, we've got James Holland talking about air power next. So thank you very much for Mike. I will remove you from the feed, and we'll speak again soon. Thank you again.
My pleasure. Thanks, Paul.
Right, so are you enjoying it, everybody? It's all good fun. So should be joining us now from England is James Holland, and there we are. Everyone's doing the face when they're connecting, and waiting for his audio to come in. Colin and Matt have finished their live coverage of Juno. They're going to go off and try and recharge their batteries, literally and figuratively, and have some lunch, I think. So I'm not sure we've got any live footage coming in right now. My guides are still out there attending things, but if any live footage comes in, I will, of course, beam it up. But right now, good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, James. How are we doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Thanks, Woody. Nice to see you. Good backdrop like that.
Yeah, it's good.
How's it all been going? Is it already feel like a marathon?
It's all right, actually. It's all, everyone's turned up when they're supposed to. I've not run out of things to say yet. I've got a bit of cotton mouth going on. I've got a bottle of water here, but it's all good. So
very good, very good.
Yeah. So air power is going to be our little subject now, and we'll have a little bit of a chat for a minute, and then I'll let you talk for a little bit on your own while I go and feed my cats, and then I'll come back and talk again. We've got sort of 50 minutes to play with, but thank you for taking time out of your busy. We have ways of making you talk, series of podcasts and things. So you would normally be in Normandy this on June the 6th, I guess, really.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I've just spent the last 2 days sort of talking about the virtues of going to Normandy and visiting it and walking the ground and all the rest of it. You know, it's a kind of well-trod line for me. But, you know, everyone's just going to be patient, aren't they? I mean, it is all sort of calming down a bit. And it looks like it's calming down a bit more in France than it is over here.
Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, I mean, I'm worrying a bit of a spike coming in later on, but we'll see how it goes. I think well, fingers crossed, it'll be okay. But anyway, we're going to talk about air power. So for those who are watching this, I'm trying to plug everyone's books. Not that James needs any plugging, but there it is. There, James Holland, Normandy 44. We had Peter Caddick Adams on earlier, Giles Milton. As I was explaining earlier to those watching this, I was explaining to my stepdaughter about exactly the array of historians we've got on here, and she doesn't really know the names of World War II historians, but I said, if this was a rock concert, we've got Queen, Metallica, Bruce Springsteen, you know, we've got the very best here. So I'm very grateful that they've chosen to take some time out to come and talk to me. So we started off today with Sean Claxton talking about Bomber Command and their role on D-Day. Then Matt Bone came on and was meant to be talking about 2nd Tactical Air Force entirely, but just talked about Typhoons for half an hour because it's
well, good idea. Good idea.
But James, please, you know, you always, if I remember correctly, come back to the winning factor of the Battle of Normandy being air power, and it's you know, tell us about it.
Well, I think it's a bit more than that. It's I think the key thing to understand it is that we look at Normandy, the war, full stop, from a very, very land-centric point of view. And all the comparisons are kind of, you know, the Germans have this amazing machine guns, amazing anti-tank guns. They've got Tiger tanks. They've got amazing tactical prowess, all that kind of stuff. You know, Wittmann comes up in the conversation as soon as you start talking about Normandy. And you know, just the other day, Max Hastings was saying, you know, man for man, it's official. You know, Germans were better than Allied troops, and so on and so forth. But you can debate all that. I mean, obviously, I completely disagree with Max on that one, but you can debate all that all you like. But you have to see that the Allies are fighting a war on 3 planes. You know, it is, as Field Marshal Alexander said, it is a brotherhood of air, land, and sea, of Navy, Air Force and Army together, and that is very much the Allied way of war. You know, it's part of this bigger strategy, which is steel, not flesh. It is to use mechanization, global reach, industrialization to do a lot of the hard yards for you, so that you don't get in a situation like we did in 1914 to 1918, where a whole generation of young men are getting slaughtered. Now, obviously, if you're unfortunate enough to be in the kind of coal face, if you're in the infantry or armor, you know, your chances of getting through unscathed are actually worse than they were in the First World War. But fortunately, the way the Allies have developed their way of war and the way they've developed their kind of war machine is that you don't have very many infantry and very many in tanks. It's, you know, for British Second Army in Normandy, for example, that figure is 14% and 8%. So in other words, you've got this incredibly long tail. And a big part of that, and a big part of Britain's strategy right from the word go, and ditto America's, is to have air power and invest a huge amount in air power and get air power to do a lot of the hard yards. So in 1935, when Neville Chamberlain is Chancellor of the Exchequer, he resists the calls from the army to rapidly increase the size of the army. He goes, no, we're going to modernize the Navy, and we're going to build an air force, you know, much bigger air force, and we're going to build our own air defense system, which becomes a Downing system, which obviously is in place by 1940, etc., etc. And that was undoubtedly the right decision. You know, once it's clear that France is going to lose by the second half of May 1940, the first thing Roosevelt does is go, we need to produce 50,000 aircraft a year. You know, it's absolutely top of the list. So air power is absolutely at the heart of the Western Allies' air strategy. And it becomes incredibly important for Normandy, because although you've built up this vast amount of material in Britain itself, millions of troops, you know, huge fields stored with stacks high of ammunition and supplies and Hershey bars and tanks and guns and all the rest of it, you know, that is an overwhelming amount of material compared to the Germans. The problem you've got a very great bit of sea in between, and you've got to get it across, and sea crossings are, generally speaking, slower than they are going by land and obviously by air. So how do you, so the issue is what happens in the build-up? You know, assuming that D-Day is a success and you actually land, then the race is on, because suddenly the cat's out of the bag. The Germans are going to know that the D-Day is the landing, even if they don't twig on day one and think it's a feint. They're still going to, they're going to know where they are within kind of 48 hours at the absolute latest. You've then got to kind of build up that you've got to build up that supplies quicker than the enemy can, and they've got a much shorter trip to the front than the Allies have, coming all across the English Channel. So how do you do that? Well, you do that by destroying their own transport system, and making it as hard as you possibly can for the Germans to reinforce Normandy anytime soon. Well, how do you do that? Well, you do that by bombing, blowing up bridges, blowing up marshalling yards, shooting up locomotives. The Germans are incredibly dependent on the Reichsbahn, which is the German railway system. And that's because they haven't got much fuel in terms of oil, but they have got a fair amount of coal. So the railway system, which is powered, you know, steam powered and powered by coal, is very, very key to how they move their war material from A to B. So you destroy the railways, you destroy bridges, you make it impossible for them to get across the River Seine, you make it very difficult for them to come up from the south, you make it very difficult to come from the east as well. All those main arteries, roads as well, you kind of shoot them up, blow them up, do whatever you can to destroy them. You also destroy their radar network as well. And it's very, very interesting that back on the 12th of August, 1940, the Luftwaffe under Reichsmarshal Goering's command, you know, they go, right, okay, as a precursor to Eagle Day, launched the following day, the 13th of August, we're going to destroy the British radar system. They make one attempt on that day, the 12th of August, aren't very successful, and then Goering goes, oh, well, who cares? You know, we don't need it anyway. Let's just crack on. And of course, it's a terrible mistake, because radar enables the Allies, the RAF, to know when the Luftwaffe are coming. In the run-up to D-Day, destroying the radar network that is now protecting the Atlantic Wall is absolutely crucial to the Allied strategy. So how do they do that? Well, they do it by bombing at a very low level. And bombing at low level require, you know, you have to do it at this low level, because that's the only way you can be accurate enough to destroy something as small as a railway or a bridge crossing a river or whatever it might be. You know, these are very, very small targets, you know, from the kind of heights that strategic bombers would be operating from. The trouble is with going low is that makes you very vulnerable to any enemy fighters that might be defending that particular airspace. So the answer, of course, is to go back even further and try and destroy the enemy over that airspace. In other words, a prerequisite for D-Day is to actually make sure that you have complete air superiority over much of Northwest Europe. It's not just about having air superiority over Normandy itself. It's about over much of Northwest Europe. And that is a much tougher thing to achieve. And it is something that preoccupies the Allied planners throughout the autumn of 1943 and into the first part of 1944. And one of the big problems is, so one of the plans is Operation Point Blank, which is actually put forward and agreed in June 1943. And Point Blank is to kind of attrit and grind down and destroy the Luftwaffe. And they're going to do that by hitting aircraft factories, assembly plants, parts that are made for the Luftwaffe, like ball bearing plants, which are key parts of the engine and turrets and all sorts of stuff that you need in aircraft. And also engaging them in the air as well. The problem is that most of the aircraft factories are deep inside the Reich into Germany. And to get there, that means the bombers have to attack by daylight unescorted, because there isn't a fighter in the summer of 19 and in early autumn of 1943. There isn't a fighter that can do that. Well, there is. The Spitfire could do it, but it hasn't been adapted specially. And it's not until the arrival of the Mustang, which is brought forward at breakneck speed with its new Merlin engine and extra drop tanks and all the rest of it, that suddenly you have a fighter plane that can escort bombers all the way to Warsaw and back. And that is the big game changer. And that is these Mustangs, which are attached to the US 8th Air Force based in Britain, come into start playing an active role in middle of December 1943, and gradually increasing in number. And a crescendo of this effort to destroy the Luftwaffe is Big Week, which is the fourth week of February 1944. And it's a massive, massive air battle. I mean, this is an all-out effort around the clock, bomber command by night. The 8th Air Force and 15th Air Force in Italy by daytime, supported by hundreds upon hundreds of fighter planes. The advantage for the Allies by this point is that their fighter planes are superior to the Germans, who are still struggling with sort of trying to upgrade the Messerschmitt 109 and Focke-Wulf 190. And they've just got vastly superior pilots, because the pilots are reaching, frontline squadron with maybe 350 hours on their logbook, something like that. But they're not then immediately flung into the battle. Far from it. They're then probably sent on a milk run, an easy trip across the channel to northern France or something, where they can sort of learn the ropes and kind of stick close to the kind of the squadron commander. And they'll be also taken up with more experienced men, and their experience will be passed on. And only once they're kind of really polished will they then be flung into kind of a trip to Berlin or Bremen or wherever it might be, somewhere more dangerous. Whereas by this stage, the Luftwaffe fighter pilots, because of the shortage of fuel, because of the shortage of absolutely everything, they're reaching their frontline squadrons with kind of 90 to 100 hours. So it's just a total mismatch. And once they get there, they've got absolutely no chance to practice whatsoever. So they really are lambs to a slaughter. So this attritional air battle just grows and grows throughout the first part of 1944. And by middle of April 1944, air superiority has been achieved over much of Northwest Europe. And they continue to hammer it. And then from that moment onwards, total control of the air forces is handed over to Eisenhower, who is the Supreme Allied Commander, and Eisenhower is then in charge of what targets should be hit. And Doolittle, who is the commander, General Doolittle, who is the commander of the 8th Air Force, and Montgomery, who is Commander-in-Chief of Montgomery. What am I talking about? Harris, who is Commander-in-Chief of the of RAF Bomber Command. They just have to do what they're told, basically. And so there is the transportation plan, and there is the oil plan, which is put forward by Tui Spots, who is the overall commander of strategic air forces, US strategic air forces in European theatre. And although there was a bit of a debate about what should take priority, in actual fact, they do sort of run concurrently, although the transport plan takes the initial priority, and then the oil plan comes later. So the transport plan is to destroy the bridges and roads and marshalling yards, just as I was talking about earlier on. The oil plan is to hit oil refineries and synthetic fuel plants and all the rest of it. And that just continues actually until pretty much to the end of the war and throughout the summer of 1944. And very successful it is too.
So James, just to interrupt you for a second. Air superiority, air supremacy, those phrases are often used as if they're interchangeable. It's not the same thing, is it?
No, air superiority is where you have, I mean, it is literally what it suggests. You are the superior air force in that skies. So you haven't completely rid the enemy of air forces. Air supremacy is where you really have carte blanche to do pretty much what you want. And I would say that by the 6th of June, certainly in terms of daylight operations, they have supremacy. There are still Luftwaffe, but what's really interesting is that by the end of May, 28th of May is a really, really heavy day. And the nearest aircraft that is destroyed on the ground, so the nearest airfield, which is shot up on the ground, is 500 miles away from the invasion beaches. That's the closest. So in other words, they've done it. They've done exactly what they need to achieve. Now, once D-Day happens, there are forward airfields that are brought up around Paris and so on, and which are much closer than 500 miles from Normandy. But such is the dominance of Allied air superiority and indeed supremacy by that point, that they're able to kind of hammer them before any of those planes can really take off. I mean, the classic example of that is the Mortain counterattack Operation Lüttich, which the Germans launched in the kind of first week of end of the first week of August. And Woody, you and I, we spent all that time last year going around Mortain. Hitler had promised 1,000 Luftwaffe fighter planes to support that operation. Not one made it over the the airspace over the battlefield, and that's because they were hammered before they were, they even sort of barely got airborne. So it is an incredibly important success. And to put this in some perspective, in the entire Blitz, 18,000 tons of bombs were dropped on London, and yet in the 9 weeks leading up to D-Day, 197,000 tons of bombs were dropped on France alone. So that doesn't include targets in Holland and Belgium and obviously particularly Germany, just in France alone. I mean, it is incredible, and you look at the kind of sort of this sort of growing crescendo. So they all got different jobs. 19th and 20th of May, for example, Bomber Command is simultaneously hitting Boulogne, Orléans, Amiens, Tours, and Le Mans on that one day, that one night. 20th of May, so the following day, 8th Air Force operating by day hits Orly, Reims, Liège, Brussels. 22nd, 23rd of May that night, Bomber Command's hitting Le Mans and Orleans again. 25th of May, 8th Air Force hits the same bridges and Luftwaffe airfields again. It's just relentless. Then there's things like Operation Chattanooga Choo Choo, which is a focus on locomotives, destroying locomotives and trains. So not just the marshalling yards, but actually locomotives as well. And this is typically, cannon firing, bomb dropping, rocket firing fighter planes like P-47 Thunderbolts and Typhoons. And they're just shooting up anything that they see. And on the 21st of May, 91 locomotives are destroyed just by the 8th Air Force alone.
I mean, that's incredible.
These are really big numbers. And perhaps the most important figure of all is that 76 out of the 92 radar stations are put out of action, which gives the Germans on D-Day a 5% radar capacity. That's 95% knocked out along the Atlantic Wall. And that's mainly done by rocket firing Typhoons, who your friend earlier on would have been very happy about.
He was indeed. He enjoyed talking about Typhoons. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it? I think, Giles Milton on earlier was wanting to get across the idea as well of this is all, you're talking about this purely in terms of the achievements for a military, but the loss of life amongst the French civilians in this time was horrendous as well, of course.
Well, yeah, it is. And one of the big concerns about the transportation plan, i.e. this destroying bridges and all the rest of it, is the loss of life. And Churchill was incredibly worried about it. He's saying, how's it going to look? We're supposed to liberate these people. We go sort of destroying their towns and shooting them all up. How's that going to be? And Eisenhower actually just he trumps him. He just says, well, it's got to be this way. It's better that than the invasion fails. And that's how critical it is. I mean, I've got the figures here. 712 French civilians killed in March 44, 5,144 in April, 9,893 in May. So, it's a lot, but it's still not as many as being killed by COVID, I suppose.
No, but I mean, that's an interesting way of putting it. But it's getting across to French civilians who are getting limited information coming in from limited radio that their death is actually quite small on the grand scheme of things, and actually this is saving the country. It's a very odd way of looking at it, but the air power is something that I think we all find fascinating, but it's very hard to relate to when you're standing in Normandy, where you can't really relate very well to things happening in the air, but you can see Hillman or you can see Mortain or Hill, and you can kind of come to terms with that very much easier than you can something in the air. But I think it's an important thing aspect to cover. And beyond just the air power thing, I mean, you're always on about your big war, and I think that is key to this. That we are, and Peter Caddick Adams on earlier talking about the German command and control is screwed for a start. They haven't got the resources to control, even if they could control it. We've knocked out their communications, so they can't communicate to the forces they haven't got in strength, at least on D-Day until the better units get here later on. and we're just building up this massive great army. So to explain for those who haven't read your book, and please read it if you haven't got it, and why haven't you read it, and your new series that is out now, your description of the restrictions, the poverty, the freedom of poverty and the restriction of wealth. I love that.
Yeah, so this is constraints of material wealth and the freedom of poverty. So we've all been very, historians for the last sort of 60 years have been very, very dazzled by the tactical prowess of the Germans, and the speed with which they can sort of develop battle groups, Kampfgruppen. My argument on this is that a battle group is actually a sign of weakness. The fact that you're having to cobble together units very rapidly means that your units are diminished. And of course, the reason you can do it quickly is because there isn't an awful lot to organize. You haven't got to factor in offshore naval guns, and you haven't got to factor in squadrons of Typhoons, and you haven't got to factor in strategic air forces either. All you've got is, okay, right, this half company that's been decimated over there, you're now in this group of Panzer Grenadiers, this kind of half company of Panzer Mark IVs, you're now doing this, you're all together, the most senior commander is now in charge, because they're all very disciplined, because they're from a militaristic totalitarian state, they'll do what they're told, and suddenly they're off. Whereas a major Allied operation, the whole point, don't forget, is to try and save lives as much as you possibly can, is to defeat the enemy with the minimal amount of loss of life. So you've got this huge tail, you've got this huge support network, and from the ground alone, you've got mobile repair stations, light aid detachments and all this kind of stuff. You've got ammunition dumps, you've got trucks ferrying more material up to the front line, you've got artillery that you've got to coordinate, huge amounts of artillery. I mean, artillery, defeated the Germans in 1918 primarily, and the British and the Allies and the Canadians and the Americans don't see any reason why huge amounts of firepower shouldn't do it again in this current war. And you've got to coordinate that. Then you've got to coordinate, certainly the first part of the Normandy campaign, you've got to coordinate offshore naval guns. Then you've got to coordinate the tactical air forces as well that's supporting you, and sometimes strategic air forces as well, who are operating obviously from England. They've got to come over. It's all got to be timed. It's all got to be coordinated. It's got to be a little wiggle room for kind of vagaries of weather and, whatever, potential cock-ups. I mean, there's no GPS then. There's no signal. There's no WhatsApp group for everybody. I mean, this is all pretty primitive. And of course, it takes time. And that's why, Operation Epsom, Operation Cobra, whatever it might be, these are big undertakings that take an awful lot of time and energy to organize. And it's not something you can just click your fingers and go, right, everyone in it for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, let's go. It just doesn't work like that. And so that is why the Allies sometimes seem from a distance to be a little bit methodical. But actually what they're doing is getting their ducks in a row, making sure they've got enough of everything before they start so that they're not caught short. And for me, that's a really good, sensible way of going about things. The problem, of course, is that, and I should also say that the whole basis of this plan evolves around the conceit that the Germans will always counterattack, which they always do, incidentally. I mean, it's a kind of sort of Pavlovian response to being attacked, is they then counterattack. The problem in Normandy you've got is all around Caen, as you know, Woody, it's kind of big open fields, and then suddenly there's woods and little kind of very steep gullies down to rivers and all the rest of it. Great places for hiding guns, great place for hiding men, all sorts of cover you could want. But from an attacking force, it's an absolute flipping nightmare, because at some point you've got to get up and walk across a big field, which is incredibly exposing, and your enemy can see you coming. Further west, you've got the bocage system, this kind of tight network of lanes and meadows and all the rest of it. And you've got these hedgerows, which offers the Germans enormously flexible defense in many ways, because you've got machine guns behind the end of one field, behind a hedgerow. Beyond that and the next field, you've got your mortars. A couple of fields beyond that, you've got your artillery. And at such point that you need to pull back, everyone effectively goes back, moves back 1 or 2 or whatever. So this is also incredibly difficult to attack through, because again, you can't see your enemy, and they can see you a hell of a lot sooner than you can see them. So for the infantry and the armor, the tanks and the infantry advancing, this is lethal stuff, and this is why leading rifle companies and tank units just get absolutely decimated. It's not because their equipment's rubbish or is not as good as the Germans or anything. It's just that it's incredibly hard to attack. And whenever the Germans do attack the Allies, they get absolutely decimated. But the point is the infantry and the armor are supposed to be the carrot. They're supposed to be the kind of the bait to lure the Germans to counterattack, so that you can then hammer them in turn with vastly superior firepower than the Germans can ever possibly throw onto you. And so that's the whole point behind it. So it's very costly in terms of your frontline troops. But as I was saying earlier on, the point is to kind of make sure that you don't have very many frontline troops, and that there's a comparatively small number. So but the constraints of material wealth are this problem of it just takes a bit longer to organize it when you've got so much material, and you can understand why. Whereas the Germans have the kind of freedom of material poverty, which enables them to move and operate faster and quicker than the Allies sometimes do. But don't be kidded into thinking that's a sign of strength. That is a sign of weakness.
Well, it's like that's an analogy would be like when a hurricane hits the USA and perhaps Puerto Rico, or the poverty areas recover much quicker than the industrial areas, because they're putting up a shanty as opposed to putting up a high rise. And there's a sort of comparison like that. But I also want to bring it back to the terrain as well, because it's a bugbear of mine, because hedgerows, open fields, when people talk about the hedgerows, and they, of course, they are a feature of Normandy, and of course they affected the campaign. But when people say, of course, those hedgerows, that's what caused all the problems, I always say, okay, choose a terrain you would like that would be perfect for us. What would you choose? I mean, we've battled so far. Well, we've done jungle, we've done tundra, we've done desert, we've done open wheat fields, we've done hedgerows. The point is, we have to best a German army that is wherever they're going to be. And I can't honestly think of a terrain that would suddenly make everything okay. I mean, we're always going to have to bash our heads against the German army. So whether it's hedgerows or fields, really, what difference does it make? They're there. We've got to best them, and it's going to take some time. And your latest film, that Germans blunting their blade against our front, I think is a very good point. And all those German tanks that were
it's always depicted, isn't it, that it's the British and Canadians banging their head against a brick wall of Panzer divisions. Actually, it's completely the opposite.
It's the other way around, isn't it? Absolutely,
It's the Germans banging their heads against the brick wall of British divisions and Canadian divisions. I mean, it's I just don't buy the criticism of the Allies. I mean, I've just been doing all this work in Sicily, Woody, and it's fascinating. The Allies actually get criticised for not winning Sicily faster and for allowing 39,800 Germans to get away. There's 3 days during the Dunkirk evacuation where more British men escape than the total Germans escape over 5 nights in Sicily. So, that one's just a completely kind of false argument. The second thing is that if anyone's ever been to Sicily, it's flipping difficult countryside in which to operate. I mean, as is Con, as is the jungle, as is the desert. But obviously a big killer is mortars, and they're particularly bad in the mountains because, of course, you've got very thin soil. Because and that means that when the mortars hit, you're not just being hit by fragments of the mortar, you're also being hit by fragments of razor sharp stone, which are being chipped out by the explosion, which you get less so in the open fields of Con, of course. I mean, mortars are still absolutely lethal in Normandy, don't get me wrong. But my point is that trying to advance against a well-dug-in enemy with guns that you can't see, machine guns you can't see, mortars you can't see, over open ground where the soil is incredibly thin and where a single mortar shell could effectively wipe out a section or a squad. It's very, very difficult. And I would challenge anyone to stand up in Normandy or indeed Sicily or anywhere else and just go, God, those Allies were slow. And you just want to go, well, you try doing it then. I mean,
it's. I'm so pleased we're in an era now, largely led by people like yourself, that is just rubbishing all this stuff written in the 70s. That was we were so crap.
Just
and they
bollocks. It's just
time, isn't it? It's about
time. It's amazing. I mean, just a sort of complete. I mean, so much of that narrative just it totally ignores you know, again, I know it's something I bang on about, but they completely ignore the operational level. They never ever try and put themselves in the position of those who are doing the attacking. There's lots and lots of stuff, accounts of what it's like being in a foxhole and all the rest of it, how grim it is and how awful it was. And somehow it always seems to go back to the generals about how ghastly they were and how awful and how stodgy and how risk averse and all the rest of it. But, you know, these guys have got an incredibly difficult job. They're trying to kind of sort of marshal their men for the, you know, try and win against the Germans with the least amount of casualties over incredibly hard terrain. And, you know, when you slag off the Allied effort, what you're actually slagging off is not the generals. You're slagging off the infantry and the armor and the attacking forces that are actually having to kind of take that leap of faith and advance through a very narrow field where there might be a machine gun at the far end or mortars, or across an open space of wheat fields, sort of, you know, somewhere to the kind of sort of west of Caen. I mean, it's an insult to them, frankly.
Well, I think we're going to bring it back to air power now, because Roman, my guide, is now in the Museum of Utah. So we've got a B-26 Martin Marauder there, which is one of the assets we Allies have that is doing considerable damage within the 9th Air Force on D-Day. Yeah, I mean, we can share some stuff about the B-26. I mean, one of the things we'll talk about Omaha with Joe and John later on, about the bombing on Omaha not working very well. 8th Air Force bombing at high altitude, Utah Beach 9th Air Force, Tactical Air Force bombing at low altitude, flying down the beach. And the B-26, the force that came down the morning of D-Day, were incredibly low, like 1,200 feet, which for a bomber force is kind of on the ground almost.
Yeah.
And
it is for heavies, that's for sure.
Yeah, the bomber force on Utah did considerable damage, taking out a number of the emplacements up and down the coast, which didn't happen on Omaha, happened with mixed success elsewhere. But tell us about, well, we can talk about the B-26. What any stories about the B-26 you want to bring in?
Well, it started off having a really bad reputation. You know, it was known as a sort of widowmaker, and people sort of dreaded it. But they kind of, whatever technical issues there were with it, they sorted it out very quickly, and it was incredibly versatile aircraft. You know, medium bomber, it was pretty quick. It was pretty, you know, it was pretty well armed. You know, and casualty rates on B-26s were considerably less than they were in B-17s. But having said that, one of the main reasons for that, of course, was because, you know, air superiority being achieved over that, and, you know, you're not operating over, you know, over Berlin in a B-26. So, you know, that's why we're just looking at some PSP. I mean, I think the other great miracle of D-Day and Normandy is that the speed with which airfields were made, and you know, the first one was operational behind Lawrence-sur-Mer, you know, just behind Omaha Beach on the evening of the 7th of June on D+1, and I think it was within 5 days. Was it by the 12th of June? I think there were 5, and by the 20th of June, so just 2 weeks, there were 12. I mean, that is really going so. And of course, that's a huge advantage, because what that means is, instead of fighter planes having to go all the way back across the channel to England to refuel and rearm, which massively limits their time over the battle zone, suddenly they can now refuel and rearm there in Normandy. So their time persecuting the Germans on the ground is far greater than it was beforehand. And that's just a force multiplier. You know, time on target is a massive force multiplier. An incredibly important part of what they're trying to do. And it just means that the Germans, even more so now, just simply can't move without being shot at in daylight. And of course, the fact that it's midsummer means that the nights are incredibly short, the hours of darkness is few. And it means that any German troops moving by daylight are incredibly vulnerable. And it dips morale. It causes huge material loss. It's just a complete pain in the backside. Everything about it makes life awkward. But, you know, we're looking at this B-26 here. I mean, B-26s, they were really, really very, very good aircraft. I mean, you know, nothing wrong with them at all.
No, certainly.
Mainstay of the tactical air forces, you know.
And, you know, you look at the mission tallies of guys in the 9th Air Force. I mean, racking up 70, 80, 90 sorties, which in the 8th Air Force in the heavies was not unheard of. But, you know, you got to 20, you've done really well in the 8th Air Force or Bomber Command. But 9th Air Force, you know, there's some with incredible tallies, which is just fantastic. And of course, with air power, it's not just the physical damage; it's a psychological effect as well, isn't it? I mean, Matt Bone was saying this morning, you know, we can only attribute something like 4% of knocked out armored vehicles to typhoons, but that tell that to the average German, because they were terrified of Typhoons and Thunderbolts, weren't they?
Well, yeah, but also, you know, Tigers and Panthers only operate if you've got the support to keep them on the ground. And you know what the Typhoons are very good at doing, and there's absolutely no dispute about this whatsoever, is destroying the soft skins. You know, so what do we mean by soft skins? You know, we're talking about trucks and fuel trucks and ammunition and supplies and spare parts. I mean, you know, what is really, really interesting about tank maintenance in Normandy for the Germans is that they just don't have enough of anything. You know, they don't have light aid. They do have a system of sort of equivalent of a light aid detachment. They do have kind of mobile workshops and all the rest of it, but they just haven't got enough kit. So they can't really repair them. And once a Tiger or Panther gets knocked out, that's it. Whereas unless a Sherman tank has been completely destroyed, it'll be back in action within a couple of days, you know, if not shorter. So it is a completely different kettle of fish. And a lot of that is to do with that inability to maintain their effort at the front is down to the effects of air power. Even though Typhoons are not, and Thunderbolts are not actually knocking out that many Tigers themselves per se.
No, but they're not. Yeah, but they're knocking out the support for them. So, and
Exactly.
it's the same thing with this. The idea that the British are not as good and the Canadians aren't as good as the Germans. It's this myth that all our stuff, our equipment is rubbish, and all the German stuff is brilliant. Is just completely not the case. It can be the case on some cursory level, but it's the support, isn't it? It's the repairing.
It's the whole package. It's the whole package.
Maintenance. It's the supplies. It's the familiarity. It's everything.
Yeah, maintenance of the effort is just second to none in the Allied armies and armed forces. I mean, really, it's incredibly impressive. And so, you know, I mean, again, you know, you look at all the tanks that come out, all the Sherman tanks and half tracks and all the rest of it. What you don't sort of get a sense of is, you know, just how many bulldozers they're sending over and graders and all the rest of it. I mean, you know, bulldozers are almost as ubiquitous as a Sherman tank is. I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenal. And all this has been thought through really, really clearly and really carefully. And there's plenty of accounts of Germans being captured and then sort of seeing, you know, passing through the kind of huge fields full of kind of lorry parks and, you know, the huge mountains of stores and supplies and all the rest of it, and sort of breaking down in despair and just realizing what they've been fighting against. I mean, you know, it's also just absurd to sort of criticize an army because it's well supplied. I mean, you know,
yeah, it's crazy.
Which also sort of seems to be part of the
so
deal.
yeah, we've got about 10 minutes to play with, but I mean, with regards to our perception of the campaign in Normandy, you know, we are changing. The page has turned. I think we're now starting to look at our performance as being something to celebrate and be proud of, and you know, and we are coming in under schedule and not with casualty rates within what we were completely accepting. So I think it's about time to reevaluate, and I wonder what the next stage of reevaluation will be again. But it's amazing watching the journey of how historians have. I mean, the Canadian involved, those depressing books back in the 60s and 70s about the Canadian army. Well, we weren't very good at this, and thank God people like Mark Zuehlke and Mike Bechtold are telling the Canadian story properly. Finally, now it's about time we kicked ass and we can be proud of it. You know, we absolutely broke a German army here. And
well, the Canadians on D+1 have this incredibly important battle, don't they? When they come up against the 25th Panzer Regiment of the 12th Waffen SS Panzer Division, and you know, at that point, the 12 SS are bristling with weaponry. They're incredibly motivated. They're fanatical young soldiers. They're all well disciplined. They've got lots of guns, lots of tanks, lots of armored fighting vehicles, and all the accompanying kit. And they're absolutely up for it. And their job is to push the Allies back into the sea. And on that day, they come up against a battalion and a handful of Sherman tanks and Sherbrooke Fusiliers, and they basically get stopped in their tracks. I mean, I think they push the Canadians back about 1.5 miles, don't they, from sort of from Buron or from Oti to Buron. I mean, it's not a big distance, and you know, that tells you something. I mean, it tells you either that the SS weren't as good as the 12th SS weren't as good as everyone makes them out to be, which I think is probably not accurate. I think they were pretty good. Or it tells you that the Canadians were a hell of a lot better than they've been cracked up to be, which I think is certainly the case.
Definitely.
And it also just tells you just how hard it is to attack in Normandy. But you can't sort of go, oh, the Germans are all marvelous, and then kind of look at when they attack how not one of their attacks succeeds, and then criticize the Allies for being thrown back by the Germans. I mean, it's just an absolute nonsense.
And look what happens.
It's double standards, and it's fetishization of the Wehrmacht and the Waffen SS. Which
but that first week after D-Day, particularly leading up to Villa Bocage, so much focus has been on the small gains, comparatively speaking, the Germans made. Wittmann halting, the whole Allied advance in Villa Bocage, Meyer halting the Canadian Army. Yep. They don't talk about the next day, June the 8th, when the Regina Rifles in Bretteville-Lorgueille's knock out 3 Panthers in one day, then 5 the next day, none of which they can replace. The latter stages of June the 13th after Villa Bocage, where we absolutely clobber the German armor there. It's always this focus has been on these little gains made by the Germans, which actually do nothing. Do they actually stop us?
No. This is again where people are confusing small scale tactical chutzpah with something much bigger. I mean, Villa Bocage is not going to win. It's not even going to win the battle, let alone the war or the campaign. I mean, it's a minor engagement which has been completely blown out of all proportion.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember saying to you when I was writing my Normandy book, I'm not going to spend more than a page on Villa Bocage.
I know you did. Yeah. I mean,
I absolutely didn't. I just refused to. I'm not going to have a whole flipping chapter on Villa Bocage. It's absolutely meaningless. They thought they were in the clear. By complete fluke, Wittmann happened to have his Tigers there the night before. It was totally opportunistic. He careered in with no infantry support or artillery support whatsoever, lost loads of Tigers over the next 24 hours, recklessly so, didn't achieve anything really in the big scheme of things, and knocked out 20 odd armored fighting vehicles. But I mean, bad luck for them, but I mean, in the big scheme of things, it had absolutely no dent whatsoever. I mean, everyone forgets that on the 26th of June, the Sherwood Rangers alone shoot up 13 enemy tanks for, I think, loss of 1. So there's lots of these small little engagements. Why isn't that celebrated?
Yeah, why haven't our British stories been made sexy like the German ones?
I don't know. I just don't know. I have no idea.
I was talking to someone the other day, and we were talking about, they were comparing the Battle of Normandy to the American West, about these little successful attacks the North American Indians got, where they would manage to attack one fort. But there's this big drive of massive, great American technology moving west that is going to roll over these poor tribes. So one little victory is not actually stemming the tide at all, and that's exactly what's happening with Meyer and Wittmann and these other guys. And they always get too confident. They always end up, Wittmann in August just ends up, believing his own bullshit and careering up the road towards Caen, killing himself by whoever it was who killed him. So, no, it's been extraordinary stuff, and I'm doing more of these things during the course of the summer, and we're going to have some big topics of armor and tank battles and Goodwood and Epsom and all these other things. I've got lots of people lined up. Mark Milner.
Excellent. Well, Mark's great. He's written that book about, what's it called, Stopping the Panzers or something.
Yeah, cracking book.
No.
Yeah. So
he's great. He wrote a very, very good book on the Battle of the Atlantic as well.
Yeah, I'm bringing him on to talk about that as well. Yeah. So
as an introduction to the Battle of the Atlantic, I think he's pretty spot on, to be honest.
So, we got 4 or 5 minutes left. Anything else? What key things on this 76th anniversary? What would you like to get across about perhaps our misunderstanding of the Normandy campaign or D-Day? What should we be focusing on that we haven't been?
Well, I think as always, Woody, I think the deeper battle I think is really important to understand. I just wish people would sort of appreciate the whole package of the Allies. So even now we spent half the discussion talking about land operations, but it's also the Navy. The Navy is just second to none, and the Allied air forces and the Allied navies by this stage of the war are just leagues ahead of everybody else in the war. And you can argue the toss over kind of land tactics and whether Germans are better or not from the Allies, but in terms of air power and sea power, absolutely not. The Allies absolutely rock it. And one of those operations I think is really, really important, is completely underestimated, is the mine clearing operation before D-Day, because 7 miles out to sea, there were just between 7 and 10 miles, there was these incredibly dense minefields that the Allies had to get through, had to clear passages through them to get to the beaches. And this was an amazing operation with 255 minesweepers involved. And they did it. They pulled it off. And you can only do that if you've got skill of the absolute highest order and planning that operational level at the highest order. So it's tactical skill, operational skill. And they pull that off with just bells on, and no one ever mentions it. It's just the kind of forgotten episode of D-Day. Yet had those minefields not been cleared, there would have been no landing, of course, because everyone have just been ending up sunk and sitting at the bottom of the channel. So there are quite a lot of aspects of D-Day and of the wider battle itself, which are just, I think, have just sort of just been lost in the kind of constant regurgitation of the story about Omaha Beach and Pont de Hoc and, you know, Pegasus Bridge and all the rest of it, all of which are kind of outstanding operations and are, of course, really important to the whole thing, but they're not the whole story. You know, it's a much bigger topic than those smaller episodes. And I suppose, you know, my wish is to try and sort of get people to kind of understand that bigger picture.
Well, absolutely. It's that thing I was talking at your festival last year about the people of Normandy have listed these, whatever it was, 51 sites they consider important to do with invasion, and all bar 2 are on the beaches. And you go, okay, what about all these inland battles? What about, you know, Schuch and Mortain and Saint-Lo, and the list goes on, and the tourists go up and down the coast, and that's all they seem to do. So anyway, well,
it is a shame because these places are just so good. They're so rewarding, aren't they? I mean, when you do get to Montormel or you do stand on that peak that you showed me at Mortain, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, absolutely, you know, it's incredible, breathtaking. I mean, literally.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So, well, this has been extraordinary. We could talk all day, and I am talking all day, but I'm over halfway through. That's my feeling.
Well done, Woody. An epic.
So it's been great. So we're going to talk about field artillery on Gold Beach next. So thank you very much for joining us, James. And
good to see you, Woody.
And again, tell our viewers where your latest TV series is available.
Yes, so you can look at that, of which you play a prominent part, Woody.
Thank you very much.
A key player in that TV series. You can see it on normandy44.info. That's the website, normandy44.info. And it's a 3-part documentary series where we really do go and rove around. Well, not all of it, but a larger part than most people do.
We covered a few miles, didn't we, in your old Citroen there? Anyway, brilliant. Yeah. Thank you very much, James. We will talk again. It's been wonderful to talk to you. I always enjoy talking to you.
Yeah, lovely to see you, Woody.
Thank you very much.
Right.
We needed your support to make this work, and all the people joining us. So I will try and sign you out, and we'll move on to our next guest. So
well done. Cheers, Woody. Bye,
James. Cheers. Bye. Right, we're going to be carrying on. We've got more to do, and hopefully we're going to have some footage coming from Gold Beach soon. And joining me now is another old friend, Chris Woffenden, who's up in the northeast of England. And we're going from a big story of air power, and James talking about the big story, bringing it down to a much more a smaller but absolutely vital role of artillery on Gold Beach. So welcome to the show, Chris.
No, thanks very much for having us. It was lovely listening to James there. He debunks so many myths. I love listening to him.
Yeah, he's extraordinary, isn't he? So we have Mike, our roving reporter, who's cured his sideways camera image from earlier and is showing us a Royal Artillery monument there at Ware. So Chris, let's cut the chase because we've only got 10 minutes with you because, you know, you're a big international man of mystery. You've got things to do.
This is it.
What was your father doing on D-Day? Who was he with?
My father was with the 90th Field Regiment. So you'll see his regiment up on that monument there. So they're basically self-propelled artillery. So he'd be arriving on the beach in a Sexton self-propelled gun along with 3 other regiments that day. The 50th Division, a really experienced division, brought back to the UK to spearhead the D-Day on Gold Beach. Experienced soldiers, really needed for this sort of task. Up there on the monument, you've got the 74th Northumbrian Field Regiment, the 86th Herts Yeomanry, the 90th City of London Field Regiment, the 124th Northumbrian Field Regiment, and the 147th Essex Yeomanry. Of those field artillery units, 3 of them are SP or self-propelled. The other regiments on there, such as the 74th and the 124th, they're what we probably think of as traditional artillery units, in that they're limbered and dragged by a tractor with a limber and the gun behind. So not really extremely practical when you're trying to assault a beach. Self-propelled artillery, something that's the 25-pounder gun mounted inside what appears to be a tank chassis, but we'll go over the road and take a look at that.
Mike is going there now, I think.
It's much, much more practical. So the 90th Field Regiment, that's the integral unit of the 50th Northumbrian Division that landed in this sector, which we're in Versailles, right in the middle of Gold Beach. The 86th and the 147th, they're Army Group artillery. They're assigned to replace the 74th and the 124th for the landing period. Those 2 other towed regiments will land much later in the month, but these vehicles are going to spearhead the invasion. They're ideal because they can keep up with the supporting infantry, and they can provide direct support and also be prepared to counter any German counterattack because they're sort of lightly armoured or semi-armoured. So the vehicle you're looking at there is a Sexton self-propelled gun. It's a 25-pounder gun, a standard 25-pounder, mounted inside the chassis from either a Ram tank or a Sherman Grizzly, a Canadian-built Sherman tank, if you like. It's an open-top superstructure, carries a crew of 6 in there. There's a driver, a gun layer, a commander, which is probably a sergeant, and 3 gunners. When the vehicles landed, they looked slightly different to this, as they'd have a waterproof tower fitted to the top of them, which made them probably looked a little bit like a submarine coning tower, just to give them a little bit more height, so that if they went into the water when leaving the landing craft, they wouldn't get swamped. So they look slightly different. And then that waterproofing will be discarded on the beach. It weighs 25 tons. It's got a 9-cylinder radial engine, maximum speed 25 miles per hour. And it carries about 105 rounds of ammunition on board. That's a mixture of HE, smoke, and a little bit of AP, just in case they have to come over, fire over open sights against any enemy armour. And it has quite an effective anti-tank capability, quite a punch to it. And the range on the gun is about 7.5 miles, so it's quite a useful piece of kit in the field. On D-Day itself, my father was a loader, so he would be taking the role of actually feeding the gun with ammunition. But all the troops on board were trained in all the roles, which was really useful in case you had losses or took casualties, or just basically exhaustion took over and you could drop in another role. So a really useful piece of kit. It gets its name Sexton because the British doctrine is to name artillery pieces after officers of the church. So in this case, a sexton, but previous to that, you've got things like the priest, the deacon, bishop, and later on, things like the abbot and things like that. So officers of the church for some reason. It is a really fantastic piece of kit, really. When my father joined the artillery, he was already a veteran of North Africa and the landings in Sicily. They were in limbered vehicles. They were just in the Morris quads, towing the limber with the gun behind. When they were brought back to England, they were presented with the American priest, and they trained on that for a little while before moving on to the sexton. And I think they all liked it. Meeting veterans of the regiments and speaking to them, they all approved of this vehicle and thought it was an excellent piece of kit, really, and a great place to call home rather than a small truck dragging a heavy limber and a gun that had to be placed on a big wheel to pivot.
Well, we had the comment coming in because we've got questions coming in. Someone said the other disadvantage of towed artillery is when you're making an invasion, the gun's pointing the wrong direction.
That's a very good point.
Which I hadn't thought of. It's a very simple point to make. But yeah, sextant pointing the right way, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
it points the right way. I mean, the thing is that not many people sort of have a full understanding of an event that was called the run and shoot. And these vehicles stacked together on a landing craft tank, each troop of 4 guns, facing, as you say, the right way, facing towards the beaches, and they would perform, the whole division performed a running shoot. So they would fire from the landing craft to support the assaulting troops. Basically, at the back of the stream of landing craft coming in towards the beach, you've got 3 regiments, each regiment with 24 guns, each firing a steady rate of 3 rounds per minute for a duration of 30 minutes. That's over 6,400 shells heading in the right direction. A lot of historians debunk the fact that that would have been effective because of the pitch and the yaw of the landing craft. But that was taken into account, really. And I do think that a lot of historians overlook the sheer morale factor in 6,000 plus shells heading the right direction over the top of the assaulted infantry. It certainly must have given you just that little bit of extra confidence that you'd got some support coming in. So the run and shoot, as I say, it lasted about 30 minutes, firing over the tops of the assaulted infantry. The landing craft then turned around, came in again, and then landed with the 3rd wave. As soon as the 90th Field Regiment hit the beach, including my father's own vehicle, they immediately went into action in the surf. He seems to remember that the water was halfway up the tracks at least, and they started engaging their first targets from the surf itself. It took about 20 minutes to de-waterproof the vehicle, and they left the waterproof screens. Mike's found the image of the running shoot there, which gives an excellent graphic. You can find that online. If you just put running shoot, there's enough images of that online to explain it to anyone that wants to understand it a little bit further. But yeah, they did actually fire from the landing craft. My father's recollection of the beach, as I say, that they immediately went into action. Their main target was a farm called La Roquette, where they were getting 88mm fire. And they pretty much knocked those 88s out through some very sustained bombardment from these guns. The gun itself, as I say, it's basically a tank. It's an enormous piece of kit. I have a recollection of a gunner, Harry Armand, who was one of my dad's pals. He landed on D-Day in his PT kit, and his role was to stand on the front of the landing craft in his PT kit. You don't get this in the movies. So he's got a pair of blue shorts on, some plimsolls and a white vest, and he's carrying a Bren gun. And his job, as soon as that ramp goes down the front of the landing craft, is to drag coconut matting onto the beach to allow for this vehicle to drive across, to absorb some of the weight. He does this as the landing craft goes down, as the gate goes down. Obviously, the heavy swell just takes the coconut matting away from him. And he makes his D-Day landing wearing his vest and shorts and carrying a Bren gun. I understand I've only got a few seconds left, but
yeah, we're running out of time.
Yeah, we're running out of time. But just these vehicles were vital, absolutely vital in the Battle of Normandy, and particularly in support of the British infantry divisions, who did rely on excellent artillery support. The item you can see there is a porpoise ammunition sledge. Each one of these was carried or towed behind the sextons and just dumped on the beach, containing a mixture of ammunition for the follow-up troops. And I guess I'll leave it there for today.
Well, that's been absolutely awesome, Chris. Thank you very much for filling in. We've got some footage coming in live right now from that's I've got the Pratt Monument, where General Pratt was killed with the 101st Airborne Deputy Commander in a glider crash. Chris, I'm going to say goodbye to you. My next guests are waiting. It's been fantastic. We'll have you on again.
Yeah,
and
thanks, Mike. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, Mike's going to go up to Point to Heart to do his thing. So I'll bring in my next guests now. So thank you very much. Goodbye, Chris. Thank you.
See you again.
Brilliant. See you.
Well done.
And Mike's off. Right. So coming in now, we're lots more to do. We're rushing through things now because we've got a busy schedule. So we're going to talk about another aspect of things now. And coming in very shortly are my friends Jared Frederick from the USA and Georgina Ratcliffe from the England. And we're going to talk about the civilians and their response to what was going on in someone's trying to telephone me. I can't answer the phone. I'm on TV. Right. So I'm waiting for Jared and Georgina's images to come in.
2 seconds.
Hello, Georgina, and hello, Jared. Well, we all hear
Hello.
it. Great.
Hello.
So we are going to talk about, we've got half an hour to tackle this subject. We're going to talk now about civilian response back in the USA and in England to D-Day. So what are your personal ties to World War II? How are you involved in this subject? Georgina first, we'll go.
So with me, it's all my grandparents fought, and somewhere had a RAF, ATS, and Army. So all my relatives have been a part of it. My granddad on my dad's side was on D-Day +1, and also my granddad on my mum's side was very high up in the RAF. And I've always I'm born on the same day as him, so
wonderful.
We've always sort of had that sort of link sort of thing. So I've always been there to sort of passionately shout out about what they got up to, and sort of one of my biggest things as well is sort of shouting about the women at war and what they actually did, because a lot of that nowadays is overlooked by what the lads did.
Brilliant. I'm going to put Jared on now. Hang on. I've got messages coming in left, right. Jared, over to you, please.
Hello, all. My grandfather served with the 20th Field Artillery Battalion of the 4th Infantry Division, and here is a picture of him that I keep here by my desk. So, as is the case with every June 6th, I often have him in my thoughts.
So, thank you very much. That's great. So, the reaction to D-Day and the news was perhaps rather different in the USA and England. Jared, how was the response in the USA?
The response in the United States is, how I would like to phrase it, it's one of fearful jubilation. Citizens are hopeful about what D-Day could possibly mean, but certainly victory was not a foregone conclusion, and there was a strong degree of cautious optimism. Everybody knew that the invasion was forthcoming, but of course they didn't exactly know when that would occur. And it was such a tightly kept secret that even the US Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, admitted that he didn't know about it until he heard it on the radio in the early morning hours of June 6th. And on a broader level, at the Pentagon near Washington, D.C., the head of the War Department, the intelligence offices were actually moving their offices on June 6th. And so all of their desks and all of their telephones were out in the hallway, and not even people at the Pentagon knew that it was happening. So it just goes to show how surprised all levels of American society were, whether they were civilian or military.
Super. And Georgina?
In
Britain?
It was every emotion possible, really. There was apprehension, there was worry, there was excitement, there was people planning parties as soon as they heard it was going on. There's a number of diary references that they knew that something was going on, but it could have been linked to the fact that they were near air bases, so they could see obviously all of a sudden just nobody was there sort of that day.
And tell us your story about the airfield, or the race course.
Well, there was an airfield actually up in Leicester. Is a friend of mine, his boss's father, I believe, had used to cycle up there. He was only about 8 or 9 by the time this happened, so he used to cycle up there to the Americans to pinch chocolate from them. And he then used to he went up there. It was filled with tents and lots of crates and everything else. And then on June 6th, when he went up there, it was completely deserted. The tents were still there, the crates were there, but it was just completely empty. It was like proper tumbleweed moment.
Sorry. I was just changing the battery in my light. No, that's wonderful. And the other thing we're going to touch on here, and I'm getting a bit frazzled now, it's the middle of the day. The news about when people heard about casualties, I think, is really remarkable, because it was very different. I mean, it's 4,000 miles across the Atlantic. So, Georgina, you were saying that the British families were hearing about people being wounded almost in real time. Yeah, so it's one of the veterans that I had the pleasure of meeting. He was on the first push at D-Day about 7:30 in the morning. He got shot in the leg, and 8 hours later, the Americans came around, picked him up, and he got ferried home that evening. And you had people from the WVS and also anybody from the towns really meeting these trains and lorries of people, taking letters from them and posting them for them. So even before they even got to a hospital station or field hospital or anything like that, their letters were being posted home already. So sort of within sort of days, or not even that, hours really, their families would have known that they at least survived and they were just injured and back on English soil. And that's very different in the USA, Jared, isn't it? Because your comment about the next month, I think, was amazing when we talked the other day. So tell us about July for the USA. Yeah, in my research of thousands of newspaper articles about how American newspapers covered the invasion, I found this pattern that emerged in early July of 1944. And it really wasn't until around Independence Day in the United States that Americans started receiving the dreaded Western Union telegrams. And so it took the better part of a month within the long stream of military bureaucracy for Americans to find out whether or not their loved ones who were involved in the Normandy invasion in fact survived. And so there's a much longer process of waiting in the United States in contrast to Great Britain. And of course, that is a long time to be hanging on emotionally to find out whether or not your husband or your brother or your sweetheart met their demise in the invasion. And so it was a very tumultuous time in that regard. Absolutely. And I think, you know, we also should mention the fact that D-Day brings about a sense of change as well. So Jared, again with you, that your stories about what people are hoping for in the future. Indeed. And, you know, D-Day became this symbolic cornerstone of a future that Americans were anticipating and were hoping for. And it came to signify so many aspects of that society in these days of anxiety. And in one regard, it serves as a stepping stone of the civil rights movement in the United States, because there's a very active African-American press in the United States that had been advocating civil rights advancement. There were over a million African Americans who were serving in uniform for the United States during World War II. And of course, they served in a segregated military. And D-Day became this symbolic new birth of freedom in the eyes of many African Americans
because there was this devout hope that by Black soldiers and sailors serving in uniform, by exhibiting their valor overseas, they would become more accepted in American society, and they would earn the rights that they should have had to begin with. And perhaps Georgina can supplement this a little bit, but it's important to note that in Great Britain, in the UK, there was no segregation, there was no color line like in the United States, and many Black soldiers felt more at home overseas than what they did in their own country. And one of the things that facilitated these sorts of discussions was the notion of the free press, a celebration of the press, of access to information, and a certain degree of transparency as well. And so all of these things feed into the future that Americans hope will emerge from D-Day and beyond.
I should remind people we've got Linda Hervier on in 45 minutes time, talking about one of the African Americans on Omaha Beach, and she's going to address that same issue of color and racism and prejudice. But I think in Britain, I'm returning to you, Georgina, it's more about, if we're looking for a future, it's a more sexually equal future we're hoping for. I mean, the women, more women served in uniform than men in World War II in the Great Britain, when you add up all the Women's Land Army and the WVS and the ordnance munitions. So do you think that was something that the women of Britain were D-Day was perhaps heralding a new future for them?
Yes, definitely. I think obviously we saw a bit of a light of that with World War I, where we had obviously the suffragettes, and then you had World War I coming at the right point, where you had obviously the WAF and the WACs and everything else coming in with that, or not the WAF, but that one, but the Land Army came in, and then again it sort of died down a little bit. Then as soon as it's about a year before World War II broke out, obviously they could see the same shifts happening that they saw with World War I. And so things like WVS were started up in 1938. You had the Land Army starting up in June 1939. So it was a massive push. And like the WVS had an extortionate amount of volunteers. I think they hit 1 million or something in 1943. And they were just initially there just to sort of help cook, help mend uniforms, things like this, but they ended up being bin men. They ended up, it's like with the run up to D-Day from about January onwards, they were parachute packing, they were making camouflage netting, they were doing ration packs for the boys. So everyone sort of chucked in their lot. There's like everyone wanted that, not glory, but it was a case of they actually wanted to feel like they were doing something for the war effort.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're touching on our last segment tonight, if I'm still alive, at 11 p.m. French time. We're going to touch on Churchill and FDR's speeches on D-Day. And I think, you know, we've already touched on the news getting to the USA about the loss much after the British received it. The poor people in Britain don't know that with their celebration of D-Day, especially on the South Coast, is going to be rather short-lived, because within a few days of the invasion, we're going to have a new blitz with the arrival of the V1 rockets coming over from Belgium and Holland. So things are about to get a little bit worse again in the cities. America, of course, is not in danger of imminent bombing, but it's in the contrast between their reactions, because Roosevelt's prayer was very religious. And Jared, you can add in about this sense of stopping to pause, to thank a greater being. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. And Roosevelt's speech, and like you said, one of your speakers will get into more in depth in this later on today, but it was very rare for a modern American president to invoke such a lengthy prayer. Because, you know, if you look at his speech in its entirety, it's several pages long. And it's a sermon, and it's a eulogy at the same time, and it is deeply spiritual, and it evokes these similar sort of themes that we might find in the Gettysburg Address or other themes of morality that we find in American political rhetoric. And so it was listened to by almost everybody in the United States on the radio. It showed up in every American newspaper the following morning, and it became part of the American gospel of the war years.
And yet we believe there's a strong chance FDR himself was an atheist, but he knows exactly what the American people need right now. And we're not going to go into modern politics, but he is trying to unite people behind something that he knows the majority of his population will be religious. And Churchill's doing the same thing, isn't he, in the UK, in that he's being typically Churchill, and he's not being, let's not get excited, let's not carried away, let's not take our foot off the gas, let's keep on going, over cautious optimism for a better future. But he doesn't bring the religious side into it. But his speech was to the House of Commons rather than being a speech to the public, so it's not a completely fair comparison there. But I think it is fascinating to look at both the both ways they responded, being what their nations needed that day, I think. And we've been talking a lot about the military on D-Day. Of course, that's what D-Day is all about. But I'm really glad we managed to have this little segment talking about the people back home. So we've got a few more minutes to go to deal with. Anything else you want to get across with regards to civilians on D-Day? And oh, by the way, while I remember, Jared's got an excellent book out there, Dispatches of D-Day, about some of the war correspondent and coverage of D-Day. It's another one. It's in the links below. You know the score now, description. Please don't forget to subscribe to World War II TV. Maybe you consider becoming a patron as well, so we can do more of these shows over the summer. But yeah, let's get back to civilians, and I'm keen to hear what either of you want to say about the reaction back in your respective countries.
I think sort of like the general sort of, like I said, reaction before was a lot of it from, let's say, from civilians themselves was apprehension, the excitement side of things. Like I said, there was people there going, right, okay, we'll have a party Friday night type thing, and they're all planning sort of for that weekend to have a bit of a blowout because this is what they were hoping for, and this is. There was something like 7 reports over the whole day from 8 a.m. till midnight, including a King's speech, including a special report at 12 o'clock, and then the 1 o'clock news as well. So it was being pumped out to everyone. And you had sort of quotes from Eisenhower coming through, you had quotes from Montgomery, you had so many different sort of leaders actually showing sort of the respect and everything else, and how that they want to put it across. But it's like, from a bit of a change from today, is that they actually told you sort of exactly what was going on, sort of going, oh, actually we didn't actually lose as many losses as, we didn't lose as many people as we thought we would, which is a good sign, and all this sort of thing. But it's like, now we're sort of very shielded from that sort of thing, and they're actually being quite brutal with their reporting of however much they could actually tell us.
And also, we said we're going to touch on the fact of positive propaganda. We use that word today in negative terms, with Goebbels famously using negative propaganda and brainwashing of the German people. But the press is part of the war effort. The press in our respective countries is part of the war effort. They're there to inform, but also to inspire and educate and be aspirational. So I think that's very interesting as well to touch on that they're working for us, and you can have positive propaganda. And Jared, I was talking to Chaz, who I'm on with in about how many hours it is, and he was saying, as a New Yorker, that Times Square stopped on D-Day, which is, Times Square doesn't stop very often. It's one of those busiest places in the world at any time of day, and it stopped on D-Day. So despite the fact in the USA, you've had maybe a few more landings with all that's happening in the Pacific with the island hopping and Peleliu and Tarawa, D-Day is another one of these invasions, but it was enough to stop Times Square. So clearly it was a big deal back in the USA.
Indeed. And there's a great visual supplement to that story of Times Square, because there was a photographer from the Office of War Information who roamed around the square that day and took a number of really compelling and revealing photographs. And it shows people from all walks of life who were just seemingly frozen by the news of all this. And of course, in Times Square, with all the skyscrapers, you have the news tickers and the marquees with all the news streaming across it. And people just stood there for hours, transfixed. And it seemed like they were incapable of doing anything. And there were men and sailors who put down their luggage in their suitcases, and they sat on top of their suitcases just looking up at the news for hour after hour. And so Times Square is a very good emblematic story that could have been seen in every community in the United States as well as Great Britain. People responded to the news of it in various ways. And in American newspapers for weeks beforehand, citizens and readers were trying to determine what was the best way to mark the occasion. Was there to be a celebration? Do we open up the churches? Do we close down our businesses? Do we work an extra shift at the factory? These are the sorts of conversations that are being had in March and April and May of 1944. But one of my favorite stories from the home front actually takes place at the Iowa State Penitentiary, a prison in the kind of the middle of the United States. And it was shortly after sunup on June 6th when these prisoners heard about the invasion, and there was a broadcast from London that was announced over the public address system within this prison. And the prisoners were all taken out into the courtyard of their compound, and the national anthem was played. And they had in this prison a moment of silence for all of the Allied service members who were embarking upon what Eisenhower called the Great Crusade. And some of them were some of the prisoners were a little bit pessimistic about how they were perceiving it all. And one of them said, "That stuff 4,000 miles away, that has nothing to do with us." But then one of his fellow prisoners shot back, and he essentially said, "How can you say that? It's our brothers, our fathers, our sons who are the ones involved in all of this." And so even in the confines of an American prison, the consequences of D-Day were experienced in a very heartfelt way. And I too think that is symbolic of the far-reaching consequences of the invasion on the home front.
Perfectly said. And Georgina, we've got 3 or 4 minutes to go now. Any remarks you want to make about how the people of Britain felt about D-Day, or anything you'd like to make, observations or comments?
Well, I could always sort of say, tell you about the story of Bill Betts, who is the veteran that I met, because he was absolutely wonderful. I met him for his 95th birthday party, just down at Stratford-on-Avon, and he was only 21 when he actually went over to D-Day. But on the eve of D-Day, he had a date with a girl in the local pub, and he ended up sort of trying to sort of waltzing out the barracks. So I'll be back soon, lads. And they stopped him at the gates because obviously they're all on lockdown. He then had to try and call his father up to go talk to this girl in the pub to say that he couldn't turn up. And he then went off that night, that morning, went across the D-Day. He was a radio operator for the Essex Yeomanry. And he got shot in the leg. He doesn't know if it was a direct shot or whether it was from a deflected bullet, because one of his friends next to him got shot in the head, so they didn't know if it was a deflected bullet from that. And then he had to basically lay still because there were snipers all around, so he would have been taken off if he actually moved. As I said before, sort of 8 hours later, the Americans came along, chucked him in the back of a Dodge ambulance, and sent him back home, where he received a letter from this said girl, which was telling him off for standing him up. So it kind of shows you how sort of some people didn't know anything about it.
As a letter there, and just for those watching, and it's almost like I planned this, which I didn't, but that the Essex Yeomanry therefore were self-propelled gun units. They'd have had the same unit, the same vehicles, the Sexton that Chris was talking about earlier. So that's a little bit further down the beach at Annell from where Chris was. So it's I knew there was that connection there. That's why I planned it exactly that way.
Obviously, yeah.
Not just randomly where I assigned people. No, but it's I'm glad we had this little time to talk about something not just military, because it's important to remember the civilian effort behind the victory, and I think we'll touch on that at the end. This idea of participating in something, a great endeavor, as you said there, Jared, and all the civilians who are collecting the newspaper to make shells, and they're saving their frying pans, and they're collecting this and they're collecting that, and it's happening in the USA and it's happening in Britain. And the fact is, you can't make Spitfires from frying pans, but that's not the point. It's the fact that you contributing your frying pan is your contribution, you believe, to the war effort. Next time you see a Spitfire flying overhead, you think, see that Spitfire there? My old frying pan made that. So we were all part of this. World War II, its victory was everybody. It was the men at the sharp end, and it was the men and women and children behind it that gave them the incentive to carry on. So Georgina, you can see her at many festivals and things when lockdown and COVID ends, doing her living history interpretations for the public, including how to get into Victorian underwear and all sorts of stuff like that. And thank you for bringing a bit of glamour to the show, frankly, because I've been staring at 50-something-year-old military buffs, which has been great. But and Jared as well. You're gorgeous too. But no, it's lovely to have something a bit different. And Jared, any last closing remarks over the last couple of minutes?
Yeah, I would just say the story of D-Day and World War II, there's so many enduring lessons from it, and there's so many things that our present world and the current crisis can take from this. And it includes putting personal interest behind the greater good. And I think in moments of crisis, it behooves us to look toward these instances of solidarity and people of different nations and societies working together. In my mind, that is one of the great moral legacies of the Second World War. And as we go through our current days of duress, I think that is something eternally important to keep in mind.
I think that's absolutely perfect way to end this segment. Unity, solidarity, working together, celebrate our common interests, our common good, not always emphasize our differences politically and everyone. So we are my next guests are waiting, and so thank you very much, Jared. And so Jared appears on TV in the USA, and is your teacher and lecturer and writer and author and living historian and everything. And I've enjoyed this segment, and I hope the people watching have enjoyed it as well. Thank you very much for joining, and we'll move into our next segment now. So I'll be saying goodbye to you two, and we'll speak again, because we've got lots more we can talk about, certainly. So
take care.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. I'll leave you now. So there we go. Bye-bye, Jared. Bye-bye, Georgina. And joining me now is another friend, because, hey, who do you call on when you plan an ambitious 14-hour live stream? You call on your mates first, don't you? And another close friend who's not that far away down on the road in the USA from Jared, who was just on East Coast, is Joe Muccia. And Joe, I've known a number of times. He also is the wearer of many hats. You're never an ex-Marine. You're just a Marine who no longer Marines. A gunnery sergeant. You're a reenactor. You have been. You are a tour guide, historian, author, veterans advocate, friend of the veteran, and just general all-round nice guy, basically. And Roman is out at. I'm waiting for Roman's video feed to come in now. I don't know what's going on exactly, but we'll be talking about a gun battery behind Utah Beach, and really for the first time today, the 101st Airborne. We mentioned on it in Peter Caddick Adams about the leadership statue in referencing Dick Winters. And of course, there's plenty of stuff on the internet about the 101st Airborne Division, and we could have devoted an entire day to any one of these divisions. But this is our little half-an-hour segment about some of the stories that are less well-known than the ones that are portrayed in a major TV show starring people that we all love and respect. So, Joe, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. You're holding up pretty well.
That's all right. It's going well. And Roman has got I'll show the image there where there's a little sign there in a little village, just inland, a mile or so away from Saint-Marie-du-Mont, and it's the little hamlet of Holdy. So, Joe, what was at Holdy, and what do we need to do about it?
Yeah, so I guess we have to look at Holdy in the broader spectrum of the German defense network. So when you think of the German artillery positions, most of the well-known ones like Pointed Hawk and Murreville and Crisbeck all come to mind. But then you have some smaller artillery positions that weren't known to the Allied planners. They knew that there were German artillery units in the area, but they didn't know exactly where. And just like its sister battery up in Brecourt, Holdy was unknown to the Allied planners. So it sits about, like you said, about 1 kilometer away from Saint-Marie-du-Mont, about southwest to it, and in between Couleville, which was in the 506 drop zone, with drop zone C. What you end up having here at Holdy, at the artillery battery, it was an artillery battery of 4 10.5 centimeter artillery pieces with its supporting artillerymen and security elements. And it was nestled into a small field and didn't show up on any of the aerial reconnaissance. The Germans were very good about site security. They didn't allow their troops to walk across the field so you could develop those little trails along the field. They moved along the edges of the hedgerow to avoid being picked up on aerial reconnaissance photographs. So it was very well hidden and nestled in there. So sitting near the drop zone, I mean, you have to take into consideration all of the difficulties as the aircraft were coming in, especially because you have a drop zone right there. And the artillery battery was from the 191st Artillery Regiment of the 91st Luftland Division. So these were artillerymen. They weren't infantrymen. They did have some security in the area, but it was hard to identify any of the other German elements that might have been supporting the battery. But anyway, you're in this confluence of space that's vital to the German defense of Utah Beach. These guns were supposed to fire in support of the German defenders at Utah Beach, about 7 kilometers away to the northeast. So you have aircraft coming over. Obviously, the well-known stories of the cloud banks and anti-aircraft fire coming up, forcing aircraft off their ingress routes over the drop zone. And so what happens is you have an aircraft bearing members of Fox Company 502, along with some of its headquarters elements from that 2nd Battalion, and also an aircraft from 1st Battalion headquarters of the 506. And these aircraft actually overlap the battery during their drop. And you have members from both of those units actually landing in and on the battery itself. So you have to imagine that it's low light, the aircraft are coming over the drop zone, and they're disgorging their troopers. And so you have the one aircraft from 1st Battalion headquarters of the 506, the jump master is a gentleman by the name of Eugene Iggy Knott, and he was the platoon commander for the 81 millimeter mortar platoon. And he leads his stick out. And by the time the stick empties, a number of their troopers drop right into the battery position. Basically the last 4 or 5 troopers that land in there. A gentleman by the name of Clifford Halstead, who was the push man, he was the last man in the stick. He ends up getting caught up in trees at the edge of the battery, and he's killed there. Some of the troopers like James Campoy and George Rougeau and George Bailey all land in the field along with a young trooper by the name of Lawrence Dickie Doyle. Dickie's captured and the others are killed on the field itself. Also, that stick from Fox Company of the 502 flies over at the same time. Most of their troopers miss the battery area, but one of them, Stephen Masetich, is killed in front of the battery in the field between Saint-Marie-du-Mont and the battery position. the rest of the stick from the Fox Company, which when I spoke to Joe Pistone, who was one of the members of that stick, Joe told me that only about 12 of the troopers on that 18-man stick were members of Fox Company. The rest were headquarters personnel, medics, doctors, and even a naval gunfire officer from the USS Nevada. And all those gents landed west of the battery position. And some of them, including who I believe Doc Loggy was the battalion surgeon for 2nd Battalion, I believe he was part of that stick. And he wrenches his ankles pretty bad, but he's able to move into the Holdie Village and establish his aid station. And I know, Woody, you know these positions very well. You've toured there and talked about a lot of these gentlemen in your tours. But what you have is Colonel Sink lands in his respective DC at Drop Zone C, and he establishes regimental headquarters in the little hamlet of Cooleville. It's actually just a little grouping of buildings. And a number of his troopers continue to gravitate towards the drop zone and the headquarters, including a gentleman by the name of John Reeder. John Reeder was a lieutenant, and he was the regimental communications officer assigned to the regimental headquarters. Now, John Reeder was a wonderful officer, but he was not a dyed-in-the-wool infantry officer. He was a communications officer. He had rudimentary infantry training, but he didn't really, that wasn't his specialty. His specialty was making sure the regiment maintained its communications within the battle area. He gravitates there along with some of the remainders of that stick of the 81 millimeter mortar platoon. Guys like Richard Brinkley and Barney Becker, Duke DeCalis, all these gentlemen all continue to proceed, these troopers all towards their drop zone, and they congregate around Cooleville. During that time, Colonel Sink orders Reeder to take a detachment of troops and seize the gun position. He doesn't know it's a gun position. It's just been reported that there's a group of German troops in that area. So that he moves up towards Holdie, the village of Holdie, and finally approaches the position from the farm that sits just west of the battery position. As he gets there, again, Reeder's not a dyed-in-the-wool infantry officer, and he doesn't deploy his troops like an infantry officer would. Instead, they just mill about a little bit, and the Germans catch wind of it, and they attempt to make their first attack, and they're repulsed. Reeder pulls them back across the road. They regroup again, and he attempts an attack again, and he's repulsed again. Now, feeling that he can't complete the attack with the amount of troops he has on hand, he goes back to Cooleville and reports to Colonel Sink that he was unable to take the position. Now, during this time, there's more troops in the 506 gathering in. There's even a couple of 82nd strays, and they all get together and Sink ponders what to do. And during this time, parts of that F Company 502 stick start moving because that's not their original drop zone area. Their mission was to drop in drop zone A all the way north near Saint Germain de Vierville.
They're 5-6 miles away, aren't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, almost 10 clicks. They got quite a ways to go, and they're way away from their drop zone. So they set out. So Pistone gathers up with his friend Ben Schaub, their medic, a guy named Edward Floyd Baker, the platoon radio man named Bill Carberry, John Haramchik, and Mike Minisenko. And these guys all start moving north. And what they do is they come up on the south side of the battery position. And they can see the Germans milling about. And there's probably somewhere between 12 and 14 German troops there. Not a full battery complement, because you got to remember, it's early in the evening. The Germans are not going to man the battery completely until either one, it's time to stand to, or they receive word that the invasion's on and they'll start to filter in and man their guns. So there's a small contingent of artillerymen on the position. Pistone and the others move up to the hedgerow that borders the south side of the position. And Joe never made it clear to me, but I think what happened was they could see some of the troopers that had been killed on the position. And this enraged a gentleman by the name of Ben Schaub. Ben was from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. He was a tough coal miner type fellow, really, really rough hewn. And he must have been incensed because he hopped the hedgerow and made his way into the trench line, all the way firing with his M1 Garand from the hip. And he, along with the supporting fire from the other members of Fox Company, they decimate these Germans on the position. They kill between 12 and 14, however many there, they kill every German that was on the position. And while after this is completed, they spend time in there ravaging through the German position, getting food, souvenirs, and they notice the other dead troopers. And especially Pistone sees Steve Matesich in the field, and they were friends. And he said to me that he could see that Steve had been riddled, and this really aggravated all of them. But after about 15 minutes or so, they know they have to keep moving because this isn't really their mission. So they proceed out of the position. And during that time, after they leave, the Germans do fall back on the battery. And I believe it's the rest of the battery contingent that falls back on it. Somewhere in the neighbor of, and again, the numbers are always a little contentious because you read the official Army history of it, and then you talk to some of the participants, and there's somewhere between 35 and 50 German troops on the position afterwards. And during this time, Sink, fed up with Reeder's inability to take the position, rallies a large contingent of men under Captain Knut Raudstein from Charlie Company of the 506, and Lloyd Patch, who commanded headquarters of the 1st Battalion 506. They got about 25, 30 men. They have a couple of 82nd men, including a grenadier. They have a machine gun as well, and they set out. And these are infantry officers. They understand that you can't just do a headlong assault into a fixed position. You'll suffer a number of casualties. And while 25 to 30 men seems like a fairly good contingent, it's not. You're going to suffer a lot of casualties. You're going to lose a lot of those men attacking a fixed position.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second, Joe, just so people can understand what we're showing. That is the gun line that Roman is showing there now. So the Utah Beach is to the left of that photo, and Roman's actually holding up a photo now. That was that perfect timing that was of a gun sitting in that position there. So we are live from that exact battlefield, which is rather cool. And we're going to have some footage coming from Omaha Beach as well in a second. So this is, it's all coming together. There's Mag there, my other half, looking cool and sexy. I want to also just put some context into what you're saying there as well, Joe. That's Mag going. That's the view looking west from Widerstandsdeer 60 at the eastern end of Omaha Beach. That's my favorite view of Omaha Beach. That's German trenches and a mortar to Brook there, viewing down towards Dog Green and the other area of Omaha Beach. But for some context for what we're talking about, Joe. So these gun batches, the Brecor Manor is the famous one we know about that was attacked by 2nd Battalion or elements of 2nd Battalion 506, not just Easy Company, but some D Company and F Company guys. That's up. We know about that one. Then there's another one up San Martin de Vareville at the 502 stakeout. There's another one at Poopville, possibly. And there's Holdy. We don't know about these. Now, Utah Beach. The danger of Utah Beach is, even if the landings themselves are incredibly successful, there are these causeways of 2 miles long that run through open flood areas. And these gun batches, we know these German gun batches would have been able to lay very accurate direct fire on these causeways and possibly critical road junctions. And we don't know anything about them. So they're not on the targets of fighter bombers. They're not in the bomb patterns. They're hidden in hedgerows. And the 101st Airborne or elements of the 101st Airborne basically stumble across these things. And Roman is holding up a map of the blue blobs there on that map are the flooded areas behind Utah Beach. Yep. And Sam Marie Dumont is, and Joe's got the same image there. And
so here's Sam Marie Dumont, and here's the battery with the black circle around.
So Joe, as you can, those who are watching it, is a small unit guy. He is this guy did this guy did that, which is incredible detail, and that's why I'm privileged to have Joe talk about it. So I just thought I would throw some context in there so everyone knows what we're talking about. And I'm going to put on full view Mag's wonderful view of Omaha Beach there. So for those who can't get to Omaha, to Normandy this year, there's some wonderful footage of Omaha Beach. The battery for her stabilizer ran out earlier, so it's just held in a hand. But Joe, please continue the story. I'll shut up now and let you get back to where we were.
No, not at all. Not at all. Again, just to add some more context, I'm sorry if these get washed out a little bit. One of the cannons on the position I also like to, as Woody said, I'm a kind of a small unit guy. I like to, this is Lawrence Dickie Doyle. Lawrence is ended up captured and murdered by the Germans on the position. I haven't been able to substantiate the rumor, but it's believed that some of his compatriots in the 81 millimeter mortar platoon could hear his screams as he was being killed by the Germans. And two in particular that I spoke about before, Richard Brinkley and Barney Becker. I mean, they really they took it personally. You have to understand that most of the guys in this platoon, they're all around the same age. They're 22 years old, 23 years old. Dickie Doyle was 22 as well, but he was looked at like the little brother of the platoon. I mean, the guys kind of looked out for him. He was a Mississippi kid. There were a lot of Ohioans and Pennsylvanians in the 81 millimeter mortar platoon, and he was like this little brother from the South that they all tried to look out for. And in particular, Becker and Brinkley, they were armed with carbines like most of the mortarmen were. When they got back to Coolville, they threw away their carbines and they got a BAR and a Thompson submachine gun. And they decided that they were going to wage war on the Germans in a very bloody fashion. And that continues throughout their time in Normandy. They were very aggressive against the Germans during that time. But anyway, so Colonel Sink pulls this scratch force together under Patch and Raudstein, two infantry officers, and sends them on the way. And they move up to the farmhouse in Holdie that's just west of the battery position. And I think Roman is turning his camera around so we can see in that direction. So what they do is they get into position in the farm. They set up their 30 caliber machine gun. And as they're doing so, the Germans see these American troops start milling around and they open fire on them. And the machine gunner's winged in the neck. And he comes off the gun. They actually send him back and he goes to Doc Loggy's aid station. They assign another machine gunner to the gun position. They bring up the 82nd Airborne Grenadier and he's in support. And then they break their force into two groups. And Raudstein leads one group and he sends another group around the flank. So they're basically going to do a double envelopment on the position, with Patch overseeing the supporting fires from the machine gun and the Grenadier. As they move into their assault positions, Wayne Bull Winans, he was the rocket platoon commander for 1st Battalion headquarters, shows up with a number of his bazooka gunners. They position a bazooka with a loader down at the southwest portion of the field to provide additional supporting fire. And they conduct this attack with Bull's rocket men firing bazooka rounds into the trench line, and they assault through from both sides. And as they do, the bazooka gunner hits one of the ammunition storage points, and there's a tremendous explosion. It kills a number of the Germans. And fairly soon after, you can see German hands waving. Now, it's readily apparent to the assault force, especially Patch, because he's in a little bit of an elevated position, that their American paratroopers have been killed in that position. And the machine gunner and Bull Winans ask him, should we cease fire and take positions? And he kind of folds his arms and he goes, keep firing. And they lay more rounds into the position and kill more Germans. But finally, he calls a ceasefire and they're able to overwhelm the rest of the German defenders. Now, according to official U.S. history, there was about 25, 30 prisoners taken, so they killed about 15 to 20 Germans on the position. Both Patch and Raudstein are awarded the Distinguished Service Cross for leading the assault here. But it's not the end of the story. So what happens is they've got the 4 guns captured now. They can see Saint-Marie-du-Mont, especially the church tower there. And so they decide to start destroying the guns, but they also decide they're going to take that church tower under fire. So they fire one round at the church tower and they miss. When they decide to bore sight the gun, which means just like it sounds, you look down the barrel and aim the gun. They fire one round and they hit the church tower. Unfortunately, there weren't Germans up in the church tower. There's actually First Sergeant Dave Rogers up there, and he comes scampering down, miffed at why he was being shot at because he could see the actions going on, but not in terribly good detail. But they're able to save one gun from being spiked. Sink sends 3 jeeps up and says, don't destroy the guns. We don't have any artillery support. Let's save the guns. So they're able to save one gun, but eventually even that gun is destroyed. So you have a tremendous series of small unit actions here. And you know, as you and Giles were talking about earlier, it's these small unit actions are really they're so disparate at times. It prevents the Germans from massing forces against U.S. positions because they're just small groups moving about on the battlefield, and they don't really present a large target for a large formation to go after. So this is, and these men have been taught to fight like this. So this is bread and butter time for them as infantrymen.
And unfortunately, we're stuck in a bit of a world where, you know, I was talking to James Holland earlier, it's the same actions that get talked about again and again, because it's just, it's not laziness, it's just sort of habit, really. So we do the same ones again. And even James himself told Dick Winter's story in his book, because people kind of expect it to be there these days. But Normandy and the success of D-Day is not because of any one battle. It's because of 100, 200, 300 battles. Sometimes it's 5 guys, sometimes it's 2. There's this one guy takes out one German that is a German that could be used somewhere else. And I've enjoyed being able to highlight some of these slightly more unknown, lesser actions to just remind people there's a wealth of information, that can be discovered and shared about these battles. And you know, Roman's bandwidth is very, very low where he is, because he's in La Manche, and Calvados, where we were this morning, is better coverage than the area up in the Cotentin. But it's extraordinary that I bring this footage to you. And Joe, what projects? So we've got a few minutes to go. What projects are you working on right now? Normally you'd be here with a tour group, like I would be now. But assuming we all are able to travel again, what are you working on?
Well, I'm still. I have my publishing and tour company, and we'll be taking out tours again next year when COVID hopefully is complete, and you know, we're all able to travel in groups. And I'm working on a book, and I'm going to cue the eye rolls early on. It's going to be the comprehensive history of EZ 506. It's sort of my tribute and love letter to the men and families that I've been friends with for almost 20 years now. So I felt that there was so much left on the floor with Band of Brothers and so many of the other books that they're available. They're all fantastic books, especially the biographies of men that have come out. But there are so many unknown men in the company that had really wonderful stories to tell in their own right. I don't know if it'll be a widespread issue. It might be just I do a handful of copies for the families, but I'm also, unrelated to World War II, I'm also writing a comprehensive history of Operation Urgent Fury, the invasion of Grenada in 1983. There's for folks who are interested in paratroop operations, the story of a couple of Ranger battalions jumping into Point Celine's airfield will resonate. So those are the 2 book projects I'm working on right now. Outside of that, I spent a lot of time helping military families develop the history of their loved ones, their veterans, by doing a lot of research. A lot of it ends up being pro bono.
Well, we all know that one. I just got a question coming in from Joe Balkowski, who's been one of our regular question askers, and he is saying, what happened to Radstein and Patch after D-Day?
Patch went on to command 3rd Battalion of the 506th. I should know more about Radstein, but I can't remember how far. Both of them stay in the service. They're both highly decorated. And I'll get back to Joe offline. He and I are connected, so I'll do my homework and get back with him.
I think Joe's just trying to keep me busy. I think he thinks it's all going rather well. So just throw in some questions every now and then just to keep me on my toes. And we should, you mentioned it, that some of the men who participate in this received Silver Stars, as they did at Brecon and numerous other actions. And
Chow received the Silver Star, but he was only briefly able to wear it because he was killed in November of '44 in Holland during Operation Market Garden. So yeah, there's a ton of back history to all these men, and I wish we had more time to discuss it because there's such a rich history when you start getting into the individual histories, and that made up all these varying personalities of these small units. And I think one of the reasons why there's such broad popularity for books like Band of Brothers is because it humanizes these giants in our minds that we've put on these pedestals, but it really, these small unit histories end up turning them into your grandfather or your father or your brother, your uncle, somebody you knew well, and all of a sudden you see a bit of them in these men. And I think that's why it's led to the popularity of books like that.
Well, exactly. This theme comes up all the time. I mean, it's not that they are highlighting those individuals for their own benefit. It's they're highlighting them as an example of all of them. And because realistically, only a very few veterans who served ever wrote down their memoirs. So we have to take what accounts we do have of those that did write and those that have been written about, and use them to try and understand the experiences of everybody. And that, you know, metaphorically speaking, there are plenty of Dick Winters and Major Howards and Chris's father on Gold Beach and a sexton, and the few stories we do have illustrate it for a wide ones. And we're bringing Linda on in a minute to talk about another soldier on Omaha Beach, so we'll do that shortly. So again, a bit of housekeeping, please. If you're watching us, is World War II TV, our full day live stream here. Click subscribe. I've got more of these shows planned during the summer. We can bring Joe back on and go into more detail about individual actions of the 101st. We've got a show planned where we're going to talk about the misery of being life in a soldier and comparing the kit of World War II with the kit of today, and that dealing with living on rations and not having enough to eat and crappy army issued toilet paper and getting malaria and all those things there. That's all coming up in future shows, and get back to some good small unit action as well. So it's been great having you on. And as I said at the beginning of this, when I started contacting people, you contact your friends first, and I'm so grateful that most of my friends all said, yeah, we'll do it, Woody. And I hadn't even got the idea worked out then. And you said yes. And it's been a pleasure talking to you. Any closing statements you want to make about this, the 76th anniversary? Any shout outs or comments?
Just that it's been an honor to be a part of this and be amongst so many of my esteemed historians and guides. And thank you for the invite. I really appreciate it.
That's you're more than welcome. So I'm going to say, we're all going to say goodbye to Joe, and we could everyone we've had on, we could have doubled, tripled, quadrupled the time we spent with them. And unfortunately, you're stuck with me all day, but there you go. Someone's got to host the damn thing. So I'm going to say goodbye to Joe. We'll speak again soon, my friend, and we'll have a beer in Normandy. And it's you know where I drink my Guinness, so we'll come and do a pint and bring David with you as well. So anyway, that's goodbye, Joe. Thank you very much.
Take care, everyone. Enjoy the day, and don't forget to say a quick prayer for all those men that gave their lives 76 years ago.
Excellent words. Bye, Joe. And now coming in, and when another feed coming in is Linda. We've still got the coverage of Omaha Beach, courtesy of Mag. And now coming. Right. Hello, Linda.
Hi, can you hear me? No.
I can hear you, yes. And
where is my video? Okay. Start video.
Right. Hello, Linda. Another one with a nice fancy screen behind you there.
The magic of Zoom.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't even heard of Zoom 2 months ago, and now suddenly it's become an integral part of my life.
I know. Now you wish you bought stock in it, don't you?
I know, yeah. We're going to have some more footage from Omaha Beach shortly. We've got Flo out there who should be at Easy Red, but he hasn't come back to me yet. But anyway, Linda, welcome to the show. Another
Thank you.
A wonderful segment I've been looking forward to. And I'm going to pull your book up, and you've got it behind you anyway, but I'm trying to do this for everybody I'm bringing on. There is Linda's incredible book. They're utterly compelling. It says They're Forgotten, about the untold story of D-Day's black heroes. So we touched with Jared and Georgina earlier, the hopes from D-Day that things in the world were going to change. And Linda is coming back on again at whatever time it is, 11 o'clock tonight, with Chaz to talk about the reaction of D-Day back in the USA, and is it going to be bringing in some hope? So Linda's going to be a two visit person today, which is lovely. So anyway, Linda, your story about a particular medic on Omaha Beach. You're going to begin, I believe, with his account of the run into Omaha Beach, which is Mag is walking off there in the screen there to show Omaha Beach again.
Yeah.
So please tell us the run in. We're going to have someone else hoping to come in and join us soon. So please tell us the story of and who your hero is, and I'll leave it to you.
So I'm here to tell you the story of Waverly Woodson, who was he was a medic with the 320th Barrage Balloon Battalion. The 320th was the only African-American combat unit at D-Day. They arrived, they began arriving in the morning. As far as we know, Waverly Woodson and the medics were likely the first African-Americans to step foot on Omaha Beach on June 6, 1944. And he is notable because he was nominated for the Medal of Honor and he did not receive it. And there is a movement now to award him that Medal of Honor. I would like to tell you a little bit about what happened with him, because when I read an account that he had written, he has passed away. So he wrote an account for the 50th anniversary of D-Day that I read, and I was struck by how he described the morning light as approaching the beach as absolutely beautiful. And we don't often think of the approach to Omaha Beach as anything, as a thing of beauty, right? We think of the terror, the sheer terror that those men must have felt. And so I began my D-Day chapter, which is the end of my book, because my book traces these men and their journey through Jim Crow America to freedom in Britain and to France at the very end of the book. And so I would like to read to you what I pieced together from Waverly Woodson's account and also other men on their approach to Omaha Beach. And then I'll skip over to when he landed, tell you a little bit about what he did in order to deserve this nomination for the Medal of Honor. So the greatest hour, we lead early morning, June 6, 1944. Waverly Woodson squinted into the distance. From the deck of the boat, he could see little. A thick cloud blanket hung overhead and the heavy air pressed in from all sides. Drenched fatigues clung to Woodson's weary limbs. For hours now, he had peered into the blackness. A stripe of pink brightened the eastern horizon, first light. In the dark, choppy waters of the English Channel, Woodson found serenity, even beauty. It would be one of his last tranquil moments on this very long day. It was a strange place to find peace. Above, the sky hummed with Allied planes, and all around, thousands of vessels of every size steamed toward France. On Woodson's ship, men were gray with seasickness. Their single-issue army vomit bags were long used up, so they heaved into their steel helmets, then tipped them over the side to be rinsed in the cresting swells. Puddles of sick pooled at their ankles. The metal boat pitched forward and back with each roll. Dying would be better than this. Some of them said that. The storied channel had thwarted generations of marauders to keep Britannia safe, at least most of the time. The Roman Emperor Caligula's soldiers mutinied rather than sail these waters thick with mermaids. On this day, the invaders were headed in the opposite direction, their mission to conquer a continent systematically crushed by an enemy for whom freedom meant very little. To Woodson, freedom meant a great deal. He'd lived it fully for the first time in a friendly village in Oxfordshire, England, where he'd met white people pleased to be his friend and a postmistress happy to dance with him. That might not have seemed like much to other men, but Woodson would never forget it. So Woodson was among 5 medics who were steaming toward Omaha Beach. It was a journey to France that was a most unexpected chapter in Woodson's young life. Odds were low that a Black man would be in this landing, yet Woodson was used to defying expectations. Unlike many of his friends in West Philadelphia, Woodson hadn't waited for a draft notice. He'd left his pre-med studies at Lincoln University, where he was in his second year, and enlisted in the Army on December 15, 1942. His younger brother, Eugene, had signed up too, and was stationed in Texas with a unit of the Tuskegee Airmen. It was a source of tremendous pride for their parents, and the doings of the Woodson brothers would become regular items in the newspapers back home. So now, among the deafening booms that shook these men to their boots in those boats, there was noise, smoke, flame. The noise, Ernest Hemingway wrote, was almost impossible to believe. It sounded as though they were throwing whole railway cars across the sky. An Associated Press reporter who was in one of those boats said the powerful concussion reverberated through the fleet and struck your air like a punch with a dry, heavy glove. And so amid this, Woodson's boat is approaching Omaha Beach. All eyes were on the water. Around them, men bobbed in a sea made red by their own blood. Those still alive waited to be pulled from the drink by boats that would never come. The skippers of the landing craft had been ordered to ignore their cries for help, and men in motor launches with megaphones dissuaded those with second thoughts. "You are not a rescue ship," hollered one of them. "Get on shore." First, Woodson's craft hit a mine, which blew out the motor. Then another blast exploded on the right side, felling troops like matchsticks. The heavy fire kept coming. The LCT's 40mm guns, which had been blazing moments earlier, now lay silent. The bodies of their gunners hung lifeless, as if from a gruesome clothesline. A shell landed on the hood of a Jeep, incinerating the 4 men inside. Woodson crouched beside a truck filled with medical supplies. Shells missed the ship, exploded in the water, sending a shower of burning metal shards raining on deck. A soldier besides Woodson was struck and killed. Woodson's lower extremities burned. He reached down, brought up a hand covered in blood. "I am dying," he thought. One of the medics slapped dressings on his buttocks and inner thigh, ripped open by shrapnel. "Close," Woodson would say later, "mighty close." The medics tended to the few men still living. The helpless craft drifted to a stop. The ramp fell with a bang. And to Woodson's surprise, a tank came alive. It rolled down the beach and turned right. The men followed it, splashing down in 4 feet of water. Woodson and medics Eugene Worthy and Alfred Bell, both from Memphis, hit the beach and ran, slugs popping mini geysers of sand at their feet. Woodson looked back and saw the tank's turret in flames. No men were coming out. It was 9 a.m. In the shelter of the shingle, Woodson unpacked a tent roll he had pulled from the water. Now there was a medical station. The rising tide carried in the dead and threatened to drown the living. Under constant fire, the medics dragged the wounded and the dead out of the shooting gallery at the water's edge. Their Red Cross brassards made them easy targets for German snipers hiding in the bluffs who ignored the rules of war and fired on many medics that day. There were too many men who needed saving. Their cries for help would haunt Woodson. On Omaha, war was a great equalizer. At that time, Woodson would say later, they didn't care what color my skin was. Throughout the day and night and into the next day, Woodson worked through his pain to save lives. He pulled out bullets, patched gaping wounds, dispensed blood plasma. He amputated a right foot. When he thought he could do no more, he resuscitated 4 drowning men. British soldiers, they were. 30 hours after he set his boots on Omaha Beach, Woody Woodson collapsed. And that is a summary of what Waverly Woodson did. No African Americans were awarded the Medal of Honor in World War II. And as you heard from in the last segment, there were 1 million African Americans in uniform. And while many of them were relegated to labor and service units, there were many who showed great bravery. I recount some of that in my chapter on Omaha Beach, because there would be service troops unloading ships in the gunfire, throughout the day on Omaha Beach. There would be about 2,000 Black soldiers. My unit, which was charged with putting up the barrage balloons, they arrived with the infantry. They were infantry soldiers until those small arms fire was cleared on the beach. There was about 621 in that assault force. Most of them landed on June 6th on Omaha and Utah beaches.
And not only did they not receive the Medal of Honors and decorations at that end of the scale, at the other end of the scale, of all the Americans who were convicted for capital crimes, the only ones that were hanged were the Black ones.
There was great injustice.
Yeah.
There was great injustice. And one of the surprising things that I learned when I was researching this book was how the British people and the British press really defended the African-American soldiers, the Black GIs, as they were universally called, who invaded their islands along with all the other Americans, an occupying force, a giant occupying force in the British Isles. My men spent a lot of time in Wales. I spent a lot of time in Wales, which I love, researching this book, also in Oxfordshire, Checkendan, near Reading. All of the British people who remember these men, and as you saw Waverly Woodson dancing with the postmistress, that was in Checkendan, they all have just tremendous memories of these men, and not one negative memory, which is interesting because there's a lot of negative memories, honestly, in these towns and villages of the Americans, but not of the Black Americans. And I found that was very interesting. So,
and I love the fact we're tying stories together. One of my friends who I haven't seen for a number of years, Harley Reynolds, who was B Company, 16th Infantry. He always said he was treated by a Black medic on Omaha Beach, and he was easy read. The view we're looking now, Flo is filming that we're at the Schuch-des Valley. That's exit E1. That's view is across towards Easy Red ahead and over to the right, Fox Green and Fox Red. So their paths may well have crossed that day. I was thrilled to have you on this to talk about. I mean, he's a medic first, and I think we will hopefully get to an era where his color is irrelevant to his story. It's a medic that needs attention. But of course, right now, it's the fact that he's been disregarded and forgotten for so long. And I've enjoyed having the blend of historians on, the military types. Peter Caddick Adams, a career in the military, writing military histories for military historians, and your people like yourself who are telling stories of individuals on a more social level. It's all the world is of D-Day history is wide and vast. You can read about tanks, you can read about individuals. So our time is running fairly short. We're going to cut to a few more minutes to go. Do you think Woodson will at any point get the Medal of Honor? The campaigns are still running. There's one to try and get quotas upgrade as well, or do you think that's just unfortunately never going to happen?
The problem with the Medal of Honor campaign, and I would urge anyone who has read Waverly Woodson's account, there's many links on my website, which you've nicely put in this on this YouTube
down below. Yeah,
there's a link to the petition. I would really, it takes just less than a minute to click in a signature there. That's very important that their support is shown. The problem with the Medal of Honor campaign is that we are lacking records to show the trail of the medal that he did receive the Bronze Star. They need to see, the Army wants to see what the decision-making process was. What I found and what other researchers have found is a piece of paper at the Truman Library that shows that Waverly Woodson was recommended for a high honor, and that recommendation was upgraded by a US general in Britain to the Medal of Honor. And there's a communication between the War Department and the White House about how, if the president chose to award this, he should do it in person to a worthy medic. And clearly the references to Waverly Woodson, I detail that. And so that is not good enough for the Army. Now, you have to remember that there are almost no records retained. I mean, the records are 1%. I mean, so statistically, we seem to have a lot of records. I certainly was looking through records for weeks and weeks at the National Archives in the US, but actually this is just about 1% of the total records are retained. So we don't have the records. The Army does not want to set precedents. And so that's the battle we have. They would have to bend their rules. And so far there has not been willingness to do so. But we're still hoping. Waverly Woodson's wife, Joanne Woodson, going strong. I just got off the phone with her about an hour ago.
Woodson's watching. There are Woodsons commenting on this. There's a C. Woodson commenting. So I'm hoping that's a relative.
I don't know. I hope, yeah.
I hope so, but it's someone with the same name anyway. But we're going to have to move on to our next segment now. I will speak to you again in a few hours' time, Linda. It's been extraordinary. We'll have you back on a show in the future when we can talk more about this, well, frankly, racism and segregation and the differences between the various countries. I think it's an interesting topic, especially in these times we are living in now with what's going on in the USA at the moment. So I've enjoyed that segment. In fact, the feedback coming in has been really good about, well, it's been good about everything so far, but this is...
Well, thank you for this. And also thank you for including African Americans.
I'm trying to cover everything. So
you do our country a service.
And I will see you again later on. And we're going to bring in our next guest, Patrick. So I'll speak to you later, Linda. Thank you very much. Bye. Bye. And we have footage coming in just for those who watch. We've still got Flo at Omaha Beach there. And then Duncan is out at Utah Beach. So that's just the Engineer Brigade monument there at Utah Beach. So we're trying to keep up this idea of keeping live footage coming back on this, the 76th anniversary. Patrick waiting for it to start video. And our next subject is going to be Pointe du Hoc. So it doesn't seem long since I last spoke to Pat, and this is Patrick O'Donnell, the author of, amongst other many wonderful books, Dog Company, a book about the D Company men at Pointe du Hoc. And the reason, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't seem that long that I last spoke to Pat is I was on his show last night. So we were broadcasting, or I was on the Drop Zone D up near Saint-Côme-du-Mont, where Jim Pee Wee Martin, a veteran, was in the States. We did another one of these Zoom things, and there was Patrick there, and Alex Kershaw, and me, and Colin, who was with us earlier, out beaming back live footage. So that's why I only got 5 hours sleep last night in front of a 15-hour day. So there you go. Patrick, hello, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be back with you, Paul. That was just, I can't even describe that show. That was just so remarkable that we were, you brought us to the beaches, you brought us to the drop zones, and then we brought in the man that dropped on that road that night, Pee Wee Martin. It was just extraordinary.
Yeah, it was amazing stuff. So we're going to talk about Pointe du Hoc. So we've still got the footage coming in from Utah Beach, and in fact, where Duncan is now on Utah Beach, that's for folks, that's in the bottom of your screen. Over in the distance, I'll pull up big for a while. Over in the distance is Pointe du Hoc. It's not good on mobile phone footage, but they're 9 miles away from Utah Beach. Is Pointe du Hoc. It's an outcrop of land. I'll just mute Mike's microphone. So this is what we're talking about, and then Mike, when he comes back, is going to be giving us footage from the site itself. So Patrick, let's start with the basics. Why are we interested in Pointe du Hoc? What's Pointe du Hoc? What's there? What needs to be taken out? Let's start at the beginning.
Sure, let's start from the beginning. Let me just share a little content here. I've got a map that I think explains it fairly well. If it'll come up. There we go. Pointe du Hoc is important because it sits in the middle of Utah and Omaha Beach, right? Kind of on the bottom of the map, you can see kind of where it lies. The reason why it was so important in 1944 were there were 6 large guns that could reach either beachhead, either Utah or Omaha Beach. Plus, the guns could go about 12 miles out into the channel. So they had to be neutralized at all costs. And the Allies threw everything at this. It was considered one of the most important objectives of D-Day. They shore bombarded it. They threw heavy bombers at Pointe du Hoc for weeks and turned the surface of Pointe du Hoc at the top into practically the crater of the moon. And but the guns were initially planned to be placed in a series of casements, 6 casements on top of Pointe du Hoc, but they were moved. The Germans were wise. They knew that the Allies knew where those guns were going to be at, so they moved them about 1,000 yards inland, further inland, into an apple orchard, and that's where the guns were placed. So the mission of the Rangers, which was considered one of the most dangerous missions of the entire war, or at least for D-Day, was to take out those guns. They had to mount a frontal assault and scale a 90-foot cliff under direct machine gun fire, hand grenades, and even suspended IEDs. So they had a plan was devised to send in an initial force. It was called Ranger Force A, which was roughly 3 companies of Rangers, about 225 men, give or take, that were supposed to initially assault the cliffs and establish a small foothold, and then they would bring in Ranger Force C, which was the entire 5th Ranger Battalion, as well as A and B Company, the 2nd Ranger Battalion, and Headquarters Company. Another Ranger force was Force B, I'm sorry, which was C Company of the 2nd Ranger Battalion, which would take Pointe de la Place, which is on an extreme flank of Omaha Beach. Here, the Germans had put a series of mortar positions in place, and they had to be neutralized, and the Rangers scaled those cliffs. But so what happens is, in the morning of D-Day, a series of odd events takes place. A young naval lieutenant with the Royal Navy, Beaver, is leading Force A. This includes the command that's under, the command is under Lieutenant Colonel Earl Rudder. And Rudder's force is moving, he thinks initially, towards Pointe du Hoc, and then to his dismay realizes that Beaver is actually taking them to Pointe de la Place. And Beaver's navigation set on his boat is not working properly. So they're heading towards Pointe de la Place, but this creates a massive delay, which has an impact on the entire chain of events at Omaha Beach and at Pointe du Hoc. As they're proceeding to Pointe de la Place, Rudder realizes the mistake and orders Beaver to redirect, but this puts them 40 minutes behind schedule, roughly. At the time that they were supposed to land, a series of Allied heavy bombers plasters Pointe du Hoc, but they are also late. Had the Rangers landed on time as they were supposed to, the landing craft at Pointe du Hoc and Rangers force would have probably been destroyed. So that's the first fortunate series of events. So they're 40 minutes behind schedule. They start to land near the base, the eastern side of Pointe du Hoc, which I've got on that map. It's here that they receive very heavy machine gun fire. As you can see from the live footage that we have, they land in this area here. And you can still see the shell craters that are inside the beach at the lower tide here at this point. It's here that the 3 Ranger companies, D, E, and F, land. And Dog Company kind of lands in the middle of the 2, but the 2 are kind of commingled as they start to climb up the side of this cliff. And before that happens, though, the landing craft doors drop, and Len Lamel and what's left of D Company, one of their entire platoons is actually on including the company commanding Duke Slater, is on a landing craft that is swamped. They think it was a near miss by a shell, and it swamps the entire craft, and these men are forced to bail out. Many of them swim and some drown because of what happens there. But Lamel's landing craft door opens up, and he lands in the middle of a shell hole, literally goes down about 8 feet. All of his equipment is completely covered in seawater. He's going down. Kind of picture that scene of Saving Private Ryan where there's machine gun bullets that are going through the water itself as he's trying to swim up and along with his men and get ashore. And at that point, Dog Company, which is the focus of my book, Dog Company, they make their way to this kind of rocky beach, as you can see, and he's hit in the side, by a machine gun bullet, an MG-42 machine gun bullet. I mean, the Germans were positioned right where we had the camera. They had their machine guns firing directly down onto the landing craft in Rudder's Force, and they were also hurling potato masher grenades. And for an added, added to their defenses were also old French artillery shells that they had suspended on wires around the side of the cliff that were effectively IEDs that they could explode as the Rangers were coming up. And this is a situation that was very tenuous. Some of the craft fire their grapnels a little bit early, so they miss the top of the cliff and they're not able to get the rope attached to the top. There's a great story that I have in Dog Company. A Lieutenant Wintz sees what's going on, and he pulls out his .45 and points it right at the naval officer in the craft and says, "Don't you dare open that the door until I tell you, or fire the grapnel." And, that was effective persuasion on that craft, and the grapnel was properly fired. Anyways, they have to climb this cliff, and there's these slick ropes that they're dealing with, I guess they're coated in sometimes cases seawater, and they're making their way up the side of the cliff and sometimes slipping down. They're being shot at, like as Lamel had been, but they make their way to the top because, I mean, the training that these guys went through was absolutely extraordinary. They were climbing cliffs that were 500 or 600 feet high in Great Britain, and their training was so extensive and realistic that they actually had the officers would fire their M1 Garands down at them with live rounds, obviously missing several feet above their heads, but they wanted to give that combat simulation of what it would be like to scale this cliff. And these guys were able to do it, and some men actually did it without using a rope. That's how skilled they were climbing up. And then they quickly climbed up to the top. And it's there that they had an incredible situation. It was the top of Pointe du Hoc, as you can see today, is still shell pocked and cratered. The entire large bunkers were unearthed and tilted over and repositioned by this bombardment. And it was up here, as we can see now, there's a shell hole it's just an absolutely massive crater. And these men were firing, the Germans were firing from that crater, or in many cases, we were taking it and kind of leapfrogging or working our way through this minefield, the surface of the moon almost, where there were shell holes and bunkers and some tunnels that connected. It was a very, very, very tough position to take, and the Germans were tenacious up top. They had an anti-aircraft gun off on one of the flanks that they were using, and they were firing directly down and in keeping many of these Rangers pinned down. But as Len Lamel and Dog Company and the other Rangers got to the top, the casements that were there were empty to their shock. And I think this is what's so important, though, that makes, I think, we had General Ron on the History Happy Hour about 3 weeks ago, and we asked him the question, and General Ron is the last surviving Ranger officer from Omaha Beach. And we asked him what differentiates American soldiers from German soldiers. He said German soldiers were superbly trained, expert at close combat, but the difference was often one of being able to improvise and initiate and work on your own. And this is where the leadership of a small squad, in this case it was Len Lamel's group with Dog Company, his company commander was swamped in that landing craft. He was working on his own, and they were working their way through across this moon-like crater, and he found a set of tire tracks, and he started to follow them. And you can kind of sort of see where we're going with this, but they followed those tire tracks, and they had to go through several enemy positions and several machine gun positions, which they cleared. and they worked their way out to a. This is an example of one of the casements that was built on top of Pointe du Hoc. The guns themselves would be positioned in the center of this casement, and then they could be moved in a 360-degree angle, any position, and allow them to fire. And the casement itself provided a degree of cover protection from enemy fire. But as they worked their way past these casements, we put up the map here. They worked their way towards this orchard down on the far corner of the map.
Yeah.
That I've got here, and the far southern corner, basically, of the map. And it's here that in this orchard were 5 of the guns that were the objective of the entire Ranger mission. There's another gun that was a little bit further. The 6th gun was nearby, but Lamel and his Sergeant Jack Kuhn, the 2 of them worked together, and these Rangers were given they were called thermite grenades. And what they did is they superheated the thermite, and it would superheat. If it was placed on metal, it would melt it. And that's what Lamel did. He placed the thermite grenades on the gears of these large 155 millimeter old French World War I guns, and disabled them. Another Ranger, Frank Rapinski, was able to disable the 6th gun by blowing up ammunition next to it, which detonated. And as Lamel was doing this, there was a detonation that went off, and that they were able to achieve their objective, which was to disable the first element of their objective, I should say, which is to disable these guns. But going back to what the navigation error and everything I was talking about there, Force C, which included the 5th Ranger Battalion at this earlier, about 40 minutes earlier, as they were scaling the cliffs, does not receive the message from Force A that they were able to scale to the top of the cliffs. So they proceed to their secondary objective. And this is incredibly important. It's a direct impact of the operation at Pointe du Hoc. It's an indirect impact, I should say. Their secondary objective is Omaha Beach. And Max Snyder from the 2nd Ranger, from the 5th Ranger Battalion, who's their commander, is one of the few men that was with Darby in North Africa and in Italy. And he's in charge. He's a man that didn't really want to be there. He, in fact, asked to be replaced because he was suffering from PTSD. He had a steel plate in his head from an injury from earlier in the war, and asked to be to go home. And Rudder even reassigned him. But it was General Eisenhower himself that interceded and said, no, we need a skilled Ranger officer. And he was kept on at General Eisenhower's behest. And it's so important because Max Snyder is supposed to land with the 5th at Dog Green, which is the charnel house of Omaha Beach and one of the bloodiest sectors of Omaha Beach. But Max Schneider negotiates.
We'll be there in 25 minutes. That's our next segment. So for those who are watching, we're going to be picking up this story in 25 minutes. Sorry to interrupt your flow there, Pat.
No problem. But Snyder's audible, if you will, to redirect the 5th to a little bit further over to Dog White, and a little bit further over from that even, is where the entire 5th Ranger Battalion lands intact on Omaha Beach and leads the way, literally, through the variable, creating one of the important breaches on Omaha Beach. An incredibly important inflection point in history, in that Ranger Battalion would have never been there had it been not for a weird quirk and Lieutenant Beaver's navigational error and the error from the radios. So it's you know, it's a really quite incredible story in terms of a chain of events that take place. But that's what makes this operation and its indirect effects so important. So
well,
anyway,
I'm going to jump in and unravel some things there as well and give a bit of perspective as well, because great stuff, by the way, Pat. But we've been talking earlier on our show today about how we have generally good communications and we generally take out the German communications. But Pointe du Hoc is one of the cases where our communications just have problems, and the failure to get a message that they have successfully scaled the cliffs. The radios fail, which is understandable because you've got to lug them out of landing craft through water, up cliffs, and they've got glass valves and fuses. And so, yeah, they had expected the radios to be casualty. But the next issue is they were hoping to use smoke signals, but someone had packed the wrong size flares for the pistols they were carrying, so they can't use smoke. And the crate of carrier pigeons was in the landing craft that was lost on the run in, so that main force of pigeons has gone, and the two pigeons that two rangers have attached their ankles, one flies inland towards Germany, the joke being it was a German spy pigeon that infiltrated the American Pigeon Corps, and the other one refuses to fly at all and just sits there and
well, okay, so you need to ask yourself, maybe it was meant to be.
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's funny. They had these three fail safes about communication. In the end, they all failed. And we've also got, we had it there. We've got live footage coming in from the monument. We had it there a second ago. That was a Brecourt Manor up behind Utah Beach from Duncan there. While we've concurrently still got footage of Pointe du Hoc. Mike, who's at Pointe du Hoc, has got a problem with his camera stuck on it at the rotate. Well, yeah. And now we have Duncan back talking about Brecourt Manor. So that ties in with what Joe was saying earlier on about the gun battery at Holdie. Well, Brecourt is the one we know about from Band of Brothers and Dick Winters and all those guys there. But let's come back to Pointe du Hoc. And I want to make sure people watching this realize that Pointe du Hoc, and Sean covered this right back at 9 o'clock this morning, is one of, there's a German gun battery approximately every 10 miles along the coast of the Atlantic Wall, with each gun battery having an overlap of about 5 miles. So the Pointe du Hoc guns can cover to where the next gun battery is their left, which is Crisbeck on Utah Beach. The next battery is their right, which is Long-sur-Mer between Omaha and Gold. Then you go across to Montfleury and then Merville and so on and so forth. And we are taking out all of these gun batteries on D-Day. We've bombed them. We bombed the hell out of them on the morning of D-Day, over 5,000 tons of bombs after months and months of bombing, or weeks of bombing in advance. Pointe du Hoc, though, gets a lot of attention, because it seals the reputation of the Rangers, and the Rangers now an integral part of US history. And Pat writes about American history, Revolutionary, Civil War, World War II, and current forces as well. So the Ranger legacy is incredibly important, like we have in the Britain, the Parachute Regiment and the SAS. Ranger, which was new in World War II, is part of their legacy. And also the fact, as Mike is showing there, it's a site that was left undisturbed after the war with the craters in place. So it's been a magnet for tourists. You would, if all the sites have been preserved, seem to see the same craters behind Long-sur-Mer and Merville and Montfleury and Crisbeck and all the others. And I'm not saying that Pointe du Hoc isn't more important than the others. I'm saying it's equally important as all the others. It gets a lot of attention because of the fame of the Rangers and because of its proximity on that outcrop of land there and the view being so good. But, and you touched on it earlier, Pat, I want to come back to that. We mustn't get sidetracked into thinking the mission of the Rangers is all about the guns. They've got more to do than that involving.
Well, I was going to get to that because that's that is one of their objectives. And the next part of that objective is after Lamel and Rapinski disable the guns, their next objective is to sever the coastal road that runs atop of or nearby Pointe du Hoc. And they are supposed to set up a roadblock. And it's as we can see kind of on the map that I had. Let's see here. There's the highway.
Yeah.
And it's on if you look towards the bottom of the map, they create a L-shaped, so-called L-shaped defensive line with Dog Company on the western side, Easy Company kind of on the top, and Fox also on the top. And this is a a fairly significant defensive position, which they set up shortly after about 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock in the morning. They make as many, they put as many men up there as they can, but they're still having to deal with a large German force that occupies the bunkers near H661, for instance, that personnel bunker. There's an anti-aircraft gun, a 37 millimeter, and then there's also 20 millimeter anti-aircraft gun down there on that far flank that keeps firing, and it'll fire for an entire day longer. But the position in and around the top of Point du Hoc is never cleared, and they're setting up this defensive position near the highway, and they're also dealing with the enemy from within, if you will, within the bunker systems. And it's a very, very significant threat. And that night on the 6th, the Germans counterattack in force, 200 or 300 strong, maybe more. And they hit the L-shaped defensive position. And this is kind of I think this is an aspect of Point du Hoc that's very, very much overlooked. And the Germans overrun that position. They overrun the bulk of that L-shaped defensive position that the Rangers occupy. Only Dog Company holds. They're in a series of hedgerows, and they're fighting, but the Germans don't necessarily tangle with them as quite as much. But they overrun E Company and part of Fox. And there's an incredible story in there from one of my favorite Rangers, L. Rod Petty. I've been interviewing these guys, by the way, since 1996. I've interviewed everybody. Some of my closest friends were the Rangers. Len Lamel was a very, very dear friend. In fact, when all the books I've ever written have found me, and I was up in New Jersey and near the Battle of Monmouth, and the quandary always sometimes is, what's the next project? I'm finding myself up there. I decide to go to visit Len. We have a beer, we watch a baseball game, and I said, hey, I've got kind of an issue. What do you think next book should be? He's like, you should do Dog Company. I'm like, there it is. That book suddenly found me. And it's a national bestseller, and it's about Dog Company, not only at Point du Hoc, but it's also their entire story through the war, including Hill 400, where it's in the Hurricane Forest, where there was a bayonet charge and these men had to hold a hill for over 2 days, which was the most important objective at the Hurricane Forest. And Len always told me our longest day, Pat, was at Hill 400. Just incredible story.
Well, we can come back and talk about that in another show in the future when we do the Hurricane Forest. But bringing it back to D-Day and the counterattacks, I think it's important to understand. We had Neil Barber on this morning and out there with Colin talking about the east flank and the British holding the area of the Breville Ridge. Although there's still Utah over to the west, Point du Hoc is the western position. That is the road passing Point du Hoc is the western position, and we know now that the Allies were aware of the 352nd Division being in the area inland from the coast behind Omaha near Saint-Lô, and there's a largish force of Germans in the Grand Corps-Mazy area, the Isigny-sur-Mer area, and the Rangers, if they can hold, let's say, half a mile of road on that section there inland from Point du Hoc, that road is the road that eventually will link Omaha and Utah beaches. So if we can hold that road for a day, a bit longer, we're blockading the Germans from pushing up, driving a wedge between those two beaches, and then actually possibly moving towards Omaha Beach and rolling up our flank, which would have been an absolute disaster. So I'm going to emphasize to people when they read about Point du Hoc, it's way more than just the guns. The guns are very exciting because they're big and we blow them up, or with thermite grenades, we melt them, as Pat accurately said. But there's this holding operation. And the Longest Day film, which is fine, I like the Longest Day film, it leaves the Rangers with not finding the guns in the bunkers, which is not explained. They went on to find them in the hedgerow, but it never explains this job of just sitting there and holding that position for the next 48 hours. Because,
and I think it's super important, Paul, that they accomplished that mission to some degree. And what I mean by that is they severed the road.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Germans weren't able to link their forces between the two beaches in mass. which was a mission accomplished. But the Germans made the mistake of trying to annihilate the Ranger force on Pointe du Hoc. And what I mean by that is they were funneling their troops into the Pointe du Hoc, into the Rangers, when they should have been pushing them into Omaha Beach. That was 400 men that were used in that counterattack that could have been used at Omaha Beach, which is another indirect effect of this operation, which is extremely important, because those may have made the difference. Thank God they didn't, for the Germans. It could have been a tipping point, but they weren't. They were sent the other way, along with the fire missions that were used to support that attack by the Germans, their artillery, their mortars, etc. So it's a diversion of forces, which is very important. It's also very important to understand that that Pointe du Hoc almost got wiped off the map. The Germans were very, very close to overrunning Pointe du Hoc. They almost annihilated them. One of my favorite quotes comes from the Rangers had a man that was assigned to them, Lieutenant Colonel Trevor from the Royal Commandos. And Trevor was a very interesting guy. He was an experienced and seasoned commando officer who had fought, his men had fought in North Africa. He had kind of a weird set of predilections, if you want to call them. He believed that if you were being fired up on by a machine gun, if you did like a stutter step, the German bullets would miraculously miss you. And he tried this down at the beach. And a German bullet drilled right through the center of the top of his helmet. Luckily, it only grazed the top of his skull, but he survived. But I mean, his little theory kind of vanished immediately. But he was a good man to have there, because he was another experienced leader with rudder. And he was in the command bunker, which Rudder used as his kind of, if you will, command post. Communications bunker is another term for it. But they set up in there an aid station. It was where Rudder was issuing commands and coordinating his defense of Pointe du Hoc. But when asked, Trevor thought about the situation, he said, "What do you think? What's going to happen next? Never have I been so convinced of anything in my life as that I will either be a prisoner of war or a casualty by morning." That's how precarious things were on the night of the 6th into the morning of the 7th. It was that precarious. It wasn't a situation where these guys could launch some sort of attack outward. They were fighting for their very lives.
Absolutely. And I'm gonna pull up a photo of Colonel Trevor, and I'm gonna tell you my funny story about Colonel Trevor, because he was wounded. He shows up in the photo of the survivors of Pointe du Hoc. I'm not stealing your thunder here. I'm just adding some stuff to this. I'm gonna hold this up to the camera there. That's a photo of survivors there at Pointe du Hoc, and Colonel Trevor is the guy with a bandage around his head. I'm trying to find him in the photo there. I've lost where he is now. There in the corner, bottom corner there. Can you see there? That's Colonel Trevor there in the corner with a bandage around his head. And he's also, there's a portrait of, I'll show him here, portrait of Colonel Trevor. There he is there. You can see him there. Now, that wound was sustained on the bottom of the cliffs. And he was probably hit by a 20mm shell fired from Pointe de la Percée, which you mentioned coming in. And apparently, the shell grazed across the side of his skull and blood gushed out there. And he was knocked off his feet, and he jumped up to his feet and he held up his fist to the Germans and said, "Is that the best you can fucking do?" and carried on going. And he was like 6'5" and built like a brick outhouse. And that's my favorite Colonel Trevor story, which I didn't. But did you know that one, Pat?
I do, but you've excellent highlight right now.
Yeah, and
I wrote Dog Company, I think 12 years ago. So my mind is a little bit more in the American Civil War right now and the American Revolution. But yes, excellent point, excellent story.
Yeah. So we've got a few 5 minutes or so to go with this. What you just mentioned the Revolutionary War or Civil War. What are you working on right now? And we'll come back to Pointe du Hoc in a second.
I'm working on my obsession has always been since I was a child, the American Civil War. And I live in the area that I write about. And that's always nice to be able, I'm somebody that always visits the place I write about. I think it's a crime if you don't go and to visit the places you write about. I visited, and I've given tours at Normandy many times, all these places that I write about with the Rangers and the Airborne. And I think that's really critically important. But it's, I can't really get into it too much, but it's a link to my prior writing, and it's a very powerful untold story. That's my books are all untold stories that are built around main characters, and they're cinematic. Like Dog Company, for instance, is a band of brothers, if you will, of Dog Company. It's about that company. It's about the main characters in the company and their struggles through World War II and being able to do some really extraordinary things. I mean, the main character is my good friend, sadly no longer with us, Leonard Lamel. Just an extraordinary individual, just a great man and a great friend for me. Miss him, along with most of these other guys. But I've been blessed. I haven't worked for over 21 years. I love what I do. This is my passion. I've interviewed thousands of World War II veterans and hundreds of Korean War veterans, men from modern American wars, even the enemy. Always trying to find both sides of the story and tell it in a neutral way, to let the story tell the story. And I think that's an important thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I for those watching this, I don't actually know when I first became aware of Pat, but you had that wonderful website you were running in the early days of website when you had another job. You had an ordinary, regular, boring job, whatever you were doing back then, but you started collating the accounts of Carwood Lipton and paratroopers and rangers. And
it's still around.
It's a copy of your Beyond Valor book. Is the first one of yours I got. I
started a website called thedropzone.org. It's still there. And I began in 1992 interviewing World War II veterans, and almost 30 years ago. And it was a quest to preserve their stories. And I created an online website called thedropzone.org, which is the first online oral history for World War II veterans. And I used email in a virtual community to gather their stories, as well as the traditional oral history methods, and create a virtual community and place them in a museum. And the museum's focus was not artifacts, but their stories themselves, and their scrapbooks and the films, etc., to tell the story of these men through their own words and to share that story. That's always been kind of my mission through my books. And they asked me, when are you going to write a book? And that was the result of that was my book called Beyond Valor, which is the first oral history of the Rangers and Airborne. And this is about the hidden war. It's what I call the hidden war. It's about the feelings and emotions that many of these men bottled up for years. I was the first person that they'd ever talked to about the war. Some had PTSD and other things, but this was a hidden war for the most part. They had never told their families. I was the first person that they had ever talked to about World War II, and it was an honor to be able to tell their stories. And the book was a national bestseller. It sold 100,000 copies and more. It was incredibly successful. And on all the books I've ever written, I've had the reunions with the people that are in it, and that's the greatest thing for me, is to have the families and the veterans that I write about embrace the book and be a part of it.
Yeah, and you and I, who
better than any review you could ever have,
who are a little bit older than some of my guides going out there today. Flo, who's going to be giving footage of Omaha. So Flo has met a lot of veterans, but I don't know how many veterans I've met, but the next generation of guides and historians will just not be able to meet them.
I know.
One of my stepdaughters, Maddie, Chloe, sorry, she worked as a tour guide for 1 year. She met one veteran that she was so excited about, and I was like, great, but back in the day, you could meet 30 from one unit, and it's sad that chapter of being able to meet World War II veterans is coming to an end. But I'm urging those watching this is there are veterans of other wars you can go out and reach out to and go to your veterans hospital, speak to those who fought in Iraq, speak to those who fought in other wars, because it's not all about the World War II generation. They were a great generation, but all people who served their countries in all wars, regardless of whether or not
each generation was a great generation.
It makes no difference.
Very true.
The people who served their countries in good wars, bad wars, whatever. I'm going to draw things to an end soon, Patrick, because I'm going to, and it's been wonderful talking to you, Pat, and we'll do some more stuff. We'll do some
I can't wait, Paul. I really enjoyed this conversation and last night as well. It's just been great. Thanks for your friendship.
No,
and the great work you're doing.
And yeah, I'm kind of buzzing now. I'm well over halfway through now, so it's all coming on well now. So we'll talk again, and that was our little segment about Pointe du Hoc. Coming up very shortly is our section about Omaha Beach. So I'm going to close out, Pat, and bring in our new. See you, Pat. We'll speak again sometime. Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
So we have more guests joining us now, and two more friends. And we are going to move to Omaha Beach soon. And I'm going to drop Mike out into the waiting room because we've done with Pointe du Hoc, and hopefully Roman will join us soon. And we're moving a little bit further east from Pointe du Hoc to Omaha Beach, where we were with Linda earlier. But now we're going to talk about the actual landing. So there's Joe Balkowski there calling us in from the States, and John McManus is calling in very shortly soon. And we did a little test chat yesterday evening. And we're going to pick up the story about Omaha Beach, and hopefully Flo will join us soon with some live footage from Dodd Green. I'm just going to message Flo and make sure he knows that we are. This is the perils of live TV and doing it on all my own. Here we go. We are ready, I'm saying. So, good afternoon, John. Good morning. Well, I don't know what time of day it is now. I completely lost track.
Hey, Paul.
Hi.
Hey, Paul.
Good to see you. And Joe, you've been asking some incredible questions earlier today, keeping on my toes, I see, all day. Some nice, challenging ones.
Well, one day a year it pays to be an insomniac, I think. So I was up early, and it was good reason to be up early today. Yeah.
Have you enjoyed what we've been doing?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing, really. I've been totally thrilled. Yeah.
Well, we've been pleased to have you, and we've got Flo coming on now with some footage. So, Omaha Beach. So these two guests, let's run through who they are. We have Joe Balkowski, the author of Beyond the Beachhead and a series of books about the 29th Division, and a book we all in Normandy call the Bible in terms of Omaha Beach. That's not in any kind of anti-religious praise, just saying if you want a single volume book at Omaha Beach, it's all in there. Navy, bombardments, all the units, blah, blah, blah. And then John McManus, another incredible historian who has gone a little bit more into the detail of one particular unit at Omaha Beach, the 1st Division, with his book, The Dead and Those Who Are About to Die. And of course, numerous other books. There's one currently in the bestseller lists about the Pacific campaign. You've written about Americans on D-Day. And anyway, your websites are all in the links below. So go and check both these guys out. You can't go wrong with either of their books. So I'm thrilled. In my rock star analogy I used earlier about comparing the historians we have to rock stars, I've got, is it Bruce Springsteen and Queen we have now? Is it the Rolling Stones and the Beatles? I don't know, but we've had some amazing people on, and I'm going to shut up and let these two guys talk. So, Joe, we're going to move west to east on this little journey because we are. And we've got Flo there beaming back footage from Omaha Beach right now as he's up there. So thank you, Flo, for doing this. So I'm going to put him on spotlight video now. So that's Dodd Green, recognizable to anybody who's been to Normandy. That is the sector, the west end of Omaha Beach. And this is the area to be assaulted by the regimental combat team that is part of the 29th Division. Then John will join in later on. We go to the other end of the beach, the eastern end, and talk about the 1st Division's regimental combat team. And Joe, for those who are watching this, who are not familiar with the expression, or John, either of you can answer this. Why am I not saying division? Why am I saying regimental combat team?
Well, because, essentially the American Infantry Regiment, as constructed according to U.S. Army tables of organization, was a standalone unit to engage in modern combat as we had witnessed it in the Mediterranean and the Pacific. It needed to be directly supported by all of the supporting arms of the division and outside the division, in particular engineers, artillery, and signal. So really, the 116th Infantry Combat Team is the regiment, plus an attached artillery battalion, an attached medical company, an attached engineer company, and all kinds of other supporting platoons. It's one of the things I wanted to mention, Paul. Number one, it's just magnificent what you're doing today, because what I realize when I watch your streaming today is that we're really replicating the coalition warfare of D-Day. It's just magnificent to be able to see the great historians from Britain, from Canada, from America, France, and realize that that's what made everything tick on D-Day. And in particular, your listeners may not know this, but the scene you're looking at right now is one of the most remarkable representations of coalition warfare. Now, of course, we talk a lot about coalition warfare at the strategic level, with all of the bumps and hiccups between Churchill and Roosevelt and Marshall and Brooke. But what we almost never talk about is that eye-to-eye handshake, tactical cooperation between servicemen of the different nationalities, because it almost never happened. But right here on Dog Green Beach, it did indeed happen. The officers and enlisted men of the 551st Assault Flotilla of the Royal Navy brought one battalion of the 116th Infantry ashore. As John will tell you, every single assault regiment on D-Day from the American side had a single battalion brought ashore by British servicemen. So it was a magnificent level of cooperation that we have learned a lot about in the last 20 years. And, we're really looking at the scene where that happened right now. So anyway, the question of the regimental combat team, essentially, the various diverse traditions of the Allied armies, the regiment in the American Army, as John will tell you too, was the soldier's family. But it was a much larger organization than you think. It was the equivalent of a British brigade. It had 3,300 men, and really on D-Day, the 116th had way more than 3,300 men because of expectation of high casualties. So in the British and Canadian armies, the family is really the battalion. But in the American Army, it was the regiment. And the regiment that's about to storm ashore here is one of the most magnificent American fighting units that ever entered World War II. It was very perceptive what your Canadian historian, the magnificent Canadian historian you had on a couple of hours ago, Mike, said when he discussed, the controversy about when a unit is at its peak. Is it at its peak when it's about to enter combat for the first time in its history, or is it a better unit when it has seasoned veterans? And from the 29th perspective, the 116th Infantry had been mobilized now for over 4 years, as Mike mentioned about the 3rd Canadian Division. So this unit had weeded out virtually every man who could not hack the rigorous physical and spiritual rigors of preparing for this invasion. And believe me, the regiment knew it was going to be in the forefront for virtually a year ahead of time. So to what Mike had been saying a couple of years earlier. And you know, the funny thing is Colonel Taylor of the 16th Infantry, who John will tell you a lot about soon, wrote a memo once when he said exactly what I'm saying now. He said the 16th Infantry Regiment of the 1st Division was in its finest condition in World War II when it was storming ashore in North Africa in November of 1942. So that's what I'm trying to get across here. The 116th Infantry was in its finest condition of World War II on this day. So we're looking toward the Point de la Raz de la Percée, and we're looking toward the Dog Green exit. So what's very significant about the great camera work that Flo is doing is it's low tide right now. And, you know, this is roughly the condition of the sea. It would, of course, much rougher on the day, much rougher than this, although this is more typical of Omaha Beach. The conditions on Normandy on D-Day were much more rare. And of course, you're also missing the German obstacles. So, you know, don't imagine the beach looked like this. It would have been honeycombed with literally hundreds and hundreds of hedgehogs, tetrahedrons, log ramps, all of which could be fatal because many of them were mined. So also, it's a little bit of an old wives' tale that the Omaha Beach invasion happened at low tide. It did not happen at low tide. It happened actually 1 hour and 12 minutes after low tide. So it was a significant period. Had the invasion happened as intended on June 5th, the tide would have been closer to truly low. But the tide had been rising for 70 or more minutes when the 116th Infantry came ashore. And it was rising dramatically fast, as probably we'll see in the next hour. In fact, it was only a little over 3 hours from high tide when the 116th came ashore. So, do you have any questions, Paul, or am I?
No, I just want to cover a little bit in terms of the geography. We're talking low tide on the beach that has the biggest tides. I mean, compared to Sword Beach, where even at low tide, we're talking barely 200 yards. Omaha Beach, depending on the time of year, the big spring equinox tides, you can have 600 yards. So even an hour after low tide, you're still talking about 300 or 400 yards of sand in some places, which is more than most people visualize. I'm not going to be Mr. Sad referencing war movies, but Saving Private Ryan, which is a great film. I have no problem with Saving Private Ryan, but watch it again. The beach is too small. Tom Hanks' men are landing, and there's about 50 yards of sand, and then there's that ridiculous bunker that never existed. Well, at least not on Omaha Beach. And you've got to, when everyone comes to Omaha Beach for the first time, I'm sure John and Joe, this both applies to you. You go, yeah, I thought it was big. This actually blows me away how big it is. And unfortunately, with Flo filming on a cell phone without the panoramic, you're never, those watching this, if you think that view of Omaha Beach is actually really recreating what it's like to stand on Omaha Beach, you're kind of wrong. You've got to come here yourself, choose a day when it's low tide, and walk out there and stand at the water's edge and just embrace what that environment is. And if perhaps people like Eisenhower and Bradley had been able to stand on that beach a year or two earlier in the planning, they would have, been able to view it in a very different way. It's one of those battlefields you absolutely have to stand at. And then I'll come back to you, Joe, and let's talk about the assault wave coming in and what they're facing. Well, actually, I'll run through. Omaha Beach, 5 miles long, defended by 11 Vita Stons nests. That's bunkers taking machine guns, mortars, 50 millimeters. There's 288s, one at either end of the beach. There's artillery inland that's trained on the beach. This is no different to the other beaches, by the way. I'm just saying that we're on Omaha. We're talking about those defenses. And it's being attacked by 2 regimental combat teams over its 5 miles of length. But despite the size of the force, we can't get all of that force there in one go. We have to do it in successive waves. And the first wave down the entire beach is about 1,500 men. That's in both Don and Joe's units. And that's not a very large number of men over a very large area. and about 60 landing craft in that first formation combined. Is that about right?
I think it was 26 on the 29th Division sector, which included 2 from the 2nd Ranger Battalion, and then 24 on the 1st Division sector. So
yeah,
50, I believe. Yeah.
So when you're looking at 70 per hour and you see those landing craft coming in and they're like 25 feet apart, even if you spread 100 landing craft down the 5 miles of Omaha Beach, the space between them is quite considerable because it is a vast environment. And again, I'm repeating myself, the camera footage we're getting, which is great, but it's not going to do Omaha Beach justice. So Joe, over to you and your Salt Wave, and then we'll for those waiting, John will get his turn later on. But actually, John, have you got anything you want to add in now, just while we're talking about the preparation?
Yeah, you know, a couple things. One thing that is kind of similar is it's cloudy. It looks to me, you know, watching on my computer here, that's very cloudy, and obviously it would have been on D-Day too, most famously to impede the bombing raids, the bombing support at Omaha Beach, which is next to useless. The other thing too, we were talking about the lower tides and all that expanse of beach, and that's, you know, the biggest experience I've had with taking people to Omaha Beach is many of them just blown away by how much ground a lot of the assault troops had to cover, especially the first wave people, of course. How much ground they had to cover and how vulnerable you feel when you're standing out there at the water's edge and you're kind of looking up at that high ground. You know, even though it's many, many years later and you're far more comfortable than any assault troop was on D-Day, you still do kind of begin to get that sense of how daunting a task this would have been when you're one of those first wave guys.
Yeah.
So Joe, over to you. Please continue.
Okay. I think one of the things I want to touch on is what you mentioned, Paul, in the beginning, the so-called combat team. You know, and I think people would be surprised by many details of the 116th Infantry's landing. Number one, and I say this even though I've devoted my entire life to the 29th Division, they sometimes call this sector of the beach the 29th Division sector. It's not really correct. The 116th Infantry was fully under the command of the 1st Infantry Division during the assault phase. So realistically, all of Omaha Beach was the 1st Infantry Division. The 116th was simply attached. The 29th Division headquarters did not activate until 11 o'clock that night, right in that draw that you're looking at right now. So that's one detail. The other detail I want to mention is I think your listeners would be very surprised at the percentage of people that came ashore in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the invasion who were not infantrymen. It was a very, very high percentage of engineers, demolition engineers, and tankers. Let's discuss the engineers first. Number one, it was overwhelmingly composed of the 146th Engineer Combat Battalion, but what a lot of people don't realize is that every single one of those teams was reinforced by a U.S. Navy on Naval Combat Demolition Unit of 7 to 9 people. So these men perhaps had the toughest task on the entire beach. As late as late March of 1944, the understanding of the Omaha Beach invasion was completely different than the final execution. And that was because we developed air photographs of the beach taken in March, and we discovered that the Germans had been working like little beavers since the last air photos had been taken, and the entire beach was being strewn with obstacles at a level that was truly, truly alarming. Major General Giroux, really the essential leader of the entire Omaha Beach invasion, was, shall we say, talk about getting sleepless nights. He had to modify his plan within 5 to 6 weeks to compensate for the new development, and the engineers that I spoke of were the result. Their job was to come ashore a minute or two behind the infantry and to blow gaps through those obstacles so that, in the beautiful picture that Flo is showing now, this section of the beach was entirely covered with water, that landing craft could come through and not be destroyed by the mined obstacles that they would have to pass through. Very, very notable story. And among all of the units that participated in the Omaha landing, I venture to say that those demolition engineers and naval combat demolition units suffered the highest casualty rate of anybody. It was in the range of 55 to 60%. Long story there, and I urge you to look it up. The other story, of course, is the DD tanks. The 29th Division was supported by the 743rd Tank Battalion, which had been trained, very magnificently trained in DD tanks. But it had a very fine commander named Lieutenant Colonel Upham, and in particular, a very fine company commander named Ned Elder, who as early as 5 o'clock in the morning, when it was still pitch dark outside, looked at the state of the sea. And as I said moments ago, the state of the sea on that day was much, much different than it is today. I mean, a mile offshore, you were getting 4 to 5 foot waves. And anybody who drove a DD tank understood fully that even a 3-foot wave could be fatal. A tear in the canvas shroud of a DD tank of a couple of inches could sink the tank. Everyone noted that in pre-invasion reports. And thankfully, Captain Elder, although he doesn't get the credit, he gets the credit in my book, but before my book came out, the Navy got the credit for it. Captain Elder absolutely said, we are not launching the DD tanks in this sector. He brought them to shore directly on the landing on the LCTs, which was a wonderful decision, which is not to say they in any way were safe the moment they landed on that beach, because they walked from one hell right into another. But this is the sector where approximately 50 tanks of the 743rd Tank Battalion would be coming off of LCTs. And in particular, right on Dog Green, where Flo is right now, LCT, well, it was an armored LCT, landed 2 tanks and a tank dozer immediately before the 116th Infantry landed, right about here. The tide rose so fast that as the infantrymen came in, they actually passed that LCT and went another 50 or 80 yards closer to the seawall. So right here in the Dog Green sector, we had the 1st Battalion of the 116th Infantry, and leading the way was Company A, commanded by Captain Taylor Fellers. This was from Bedford, Virginia. I know you all know the story of Bedford, so I don't have to repeat it here, but the 1st Battalion was a very, very fine unit. It had the toughest job in the 116th Infantry sector, because the Beerville Draw was known by the enemy to be a very attractive egress point off the beach, because it was the only draw that had a paved road. And if eventually Flo can get up to the National Guard Monument, you will see the actual remnants of the anti-tank wall that the Germans had erected across the mouth of the wall. So that wall was a very, very difficult proposition for the Americans. They knew they were going to have to demolish it at some point, and it wasn't until about 2 o'clock that they did. Long story there. But so the assault on the Dog Green sector was a little different than the assault in the D3 or Les Moulins sector. The battalion came in column of companies. It came in the order of A, B, D, and C. And with the exception of C, they were all brought in British LCAs. The LCAs were chosen for this spot because they knew that they were going to be subjected to small arms fire, and the LCAs were armored, whereas the U.S. Navy and U.S. Coast Guard landing craft were not armored. So you really wanted an armored landing craft here. So we're walking up now to, the sacred ground of the WN-72, where Company A strove to get to. In fact, the whole 1st Battalion of the 116th strove to reach on D-Day, but failed to reach.
I think I'll leap in here, Joe, just and mention the fact that when we come to talk about John's sector later on, the seawall we're seeing here, there was no seawall at the other end of the beach. The Omaha over its 5 miles has different characteristics. This seawall had been there since before the war. When people look at it now, they often think that's a post-war addition. No, it was there before D-Day. There was a bank of shingle, and shingle, again, I always try and explain to American audiences, shingle, that's the European British use of the word shingle, meaning small pebbles, not the American use referring to kind of roofing shingle. There's not much left in the western end of the beach because it's been cleared away, but the other end of the beach, when we come to talk about the big red one, and John, you don't have the seawall, but what you do have is a naturally occurring wall of shingle that moves around with the tide and is sort of 6 foot high, 20 feet across, something like that. And there's flows showing us some of the shingle that's still there, and you can still pick up bits of shingle today that have shrapnel embedded in them, particularly down Fox Green, the other end. Mag, my other half, was out the other day and we found bits of shrapnel on the beach. So it's still 76 years old. You can find evidence of it, but it's the seawall that was the objective of, as you say, the 1st Battalion. And Flo is taking us up to the road now, and you're right, absolutely, the only paved road leading off the beach. And again, for those watching this, these buildings that we're seeing now, they are on the sites of buildings that were there before the war. There was a house over to the left there where the modern houses are now, and the casino hotel had been the casino hotel before the war, and even the bunker itself in Vida Stanza 72, that had been on the site of a hotel before the war, and Joe will back me up on this. The bunker was actually camouflaged by the original kind of balustrade and almost patio bit of this hotel there to camouflage it, and behind this facade of a pre-war hotel was a deadly 88mm Pak 43 howitzer, which is Flo is walking us to right now. And I'll hand back to Joe to explain the significance as our 29th Division official historian. This is his sacred ground. This is are you going to have your ashes scattered here when you die, Joe? Not that I'm wishing your death, but
I'm not. You know, if it weren't for the bureaucracy of the French government, I would do it. But can you work that out for me?
Yeah, we'll just put them there anyway.
Okay.
So what are we looking? Well, Flo is showing us inside the bunker there. So that is the original gun that was there on D-Day, and not the V88. It's not the anti-aircraft, anti-tank 88 that we think of. It's a ground howitzer designed to use in the Russian campaign. There's one the other end of the beach at Vida Stanza 61. John, I think I'll bring you in to say who knocked out this gun, because that comes from your end of the beach, doesn't it?
Which gun do you mean now?
The 88. That's the McCook, isn't it? We think.
Yeah, the thing about the 88 at WN-61, the ironic thing, it's knocked out by the 2 tanks that actually did swim ashore as they were designed to.
Yeah.
The big one sector. There were 32 DD tanks, 27 of them sank. 3 got in because they never left their landing craft, and 2 swam in. And I would say that gun at WN-61 is knocked out within about the first half an hour, roughly. Staff Sergeant Turner Shepard is really sort of the key figure. So if not for that, you're going to have a lot heavier casualties at Red.
And this gun here behind us, where Flo is filming the view of this gun, and this gun, it could fire potentially 8 or 9 miles, which means hitting the other end of Omaha Beach 5 miles away is an absolute piece of cake. And for those watching this who are unaware, inside these bunkers, invariably, the Germans had a painting on the wall, often done by the resident artist in the unit, who would paint the view down the beach with the ranges marked off. So they would know that at 2,600 meters, there is a particular feature, and they would know that if they saw an enemy force at that point there written on the wall was the range and the elevation. So the Germans can theoretically go into very accurate fire very quickly. We, of course, our artillery is coming in on landing craft, bouncing up and down in the water. We've got to work out our ranges on the day. The bunker behind us, though, or where Flo is filming, was probably knocked out by the McCook from a destroyer coming in later on, and both of you can come in on the role of the Navy later. And we've got Kevin Hymel coming on in a few hours' time talking about the U.S. Navy and the Beachmasters. But Flo, can you show us the plaque there on the side wall there that lists the unit? He's following my instructions perfectly. He's a well-behaved French tour guide there. Thank you, Flo. This is listing the National Guard units. Now, I'll let Joe and John. It's the forced landing on Omaha. It's mostly East Coast. I mean, it's not exclusively. There's some Kansas and Michigan as well. But a rule of thumb is National Guard units on the West Coast went to Pacific, and on the East Coast went to the ETO. It's not quite that neat, but broadly speaking. And Joe, as a 29th Division historian, why the insignia of the yin and yang?
Well, it denotes the Civil War when, supposedly when the division was raised in World War I, half the troops came from what had been Confederate states, and half the troops had been raised from states that had remained loyal to the Union. But what most people don't know is that the states that remained loyal to the Union that they refer to in 1917 were actually New Jersey units that were removed from the division in 1921. Ironically, every unit in the 29th Division in World War II was actually from south of the Mason-Dixon line, including Maryland, so nominally was a Southern unit. So, but, I have to emphasize to your listeners, Paul, that, this whole concept of quote unquote a National Guard unit and the 1st Division Sector 2, a regular Army unit, it was very, very diffused by this time. I've made a study of soldiers' serial numbers. You can really read a lot into a serial number. And realistically, as surprising as this may be to you, only about 5% of the 116th Infantry were original Virginia National Guard soldiers. Maybe another 10 were Virginians, and 10% or 15% were Virginians and Marylanders that were part of the initial conscription batch with no military experience. But we're talking 80% of the division, for the most part, were draftees, mostly from the East Coast. Probably more Pennsylvanians in the division than Marylanders at this point, even though Pennsylvania was really not part of the 29th Division territory. And, that being said, the aura of the division still was very much a National Guard division. As John will tell you, the aura of the 1st Division was very much a regular Army division. Ironically, the two cities from which are the heart and soul of these two divisions are my two hometowns in my life. I'm a New York City kid, and the real training and recruitment ground of the 16th Infantry was New York City. And when you look at the roles of the 16th Infantry on D-Day, you still see those Italian names, those Polish names, those Russian names. But if you look at the roles of the 29th Division, you see virtually none of those names. So there was still a regional flavor to each of these divisions, and certainly the National Guard Corps, the senior non-commissioned officers, company commanders, very much National Guard guys. John will talk about the 1st Division, but your average private and PFC probably couldn't have told you anything about the history of the 29th Division. So we're walking up to the National Guard Monument right now. This is always, you know what? If it weren't for the coronavirus, I'd be standing there right now.
Yeah, we'd be having a celebration together, or commemoration. So I'm going to ask Flo already to start moving off, I think, back towards the other end of the beach, because we're focusing on the fact that we're the 29th Division. We've got to bring in John's expertise as well. So Flo, in a minute or two, I'm going to ask you to head off back towards Dog White. And then when you get, we'll bring John in to do an introduction. When you get to Dog White, we don't need to do long there. We'll talk about the next stage for the 29th, and then you can move on to Easy Red, and we'll carry on this presentation with John. But I'm conscious of the fact we're just about halfway through our hour now, and we've got to bring us in, both of our guests in equally, because we cannot focus on one unit more than the other. So we'll bring it to you for a second, John. So while this assault wave is happening up here, run through what was happening up at the eastern end of the beach. Were they facing things quite as bad as the 116th here? Was it worse, better? What's your take on that?
almost as bad or perhaps even worse, at least in some spots. And the unit that really gets hit hard is 2nd Battalion of the 16th Infantry, which is the sort of core of the first wave at Easy Red at near Colville, right under WN62, which of course is the most formidable of the German defenses at Omaha Beach. And so these guys happen to come in really at the worst spot at the worst time. This whole assault is designed to present the Germans with far too many targets, all at once. This kind of combined arms assault. Joe mentioned earlier the Gap assault teams, the engineers. I'm glad he brought that up, because what they're supposed to be doing is clearing gaps in the mines and obstacles as the infantry comes in, hopefully to move inland under the support of those DD tanks and other tanks, to present the Germans with all these targets and overwhelm them so that you can kind of envelop them. Well, instead, they land piecemeal, and especially 2nd Battalion, 16th Infantry, E&F companies come in almost right in the worst cones of fire of WN62. And so the casualty rates in those two companies, E and F company, by my calculations, generally run anywhere between 50 and 80%. It's just a terrible bloodbath that happens. And the problem that the engineers have is that the infantrymen are trying to take cover behind the obstacles, the very obstacles that the engineers are trying to blow up and get rid of. You end up with a really confused situation. I would agree with Joe that those Gap assault teams have perhaps the toughest job on D-Day, because they're told, hey, you need to get these gaps created within a 20 to 30 minute window or so, roughly. That was a tall order given the level of opposition, given how crowded the beach could be in certain choke points. We all know, obviously, they're much more spread out than we see in the movies, but still, they're going to gravitate towards where they think the safer spots are. And so for many of the infantry who come ashore, especially the 16th Infantry, they're gravitating toward what they think will be cover of these obstacles. And obviously it's a really dangerous place to be. But they're absolutely terrified. They have nowhere to go on this open beach. You've got the shingle bank in front of you, which limits and restricts your maneuverability and mobility. The other thing too, I wanted to chime in a little bit on who these guys are.
Please.
Joe's point is a really good one about how, the Army is kind of turned over from these sort of stock identities of full National Guard or full regular or whatever. But I do think that these two divisions, interestingly, represent those two combat sides of the United States Army at this point in time. Yes, you've had these National Guard units that have been, mobilized into service, most of them in 1941, even before Pearl Harbor. And they've turned over in terms of their personnel, but they still do have that kind of local character, local flavor in terms of their identity and in terms of how they've been structured and some of their home support. And the 1st Division has a completely different identity as a regular division, the first of all, divisions in the history of the United States Army. And it has seen a lot of combat in North Africa and in Sicily. It's a go-to unit. And I like to think, in spite of what Colonel Taylor said, which is a really interesting comment about how he thinks the unit hit its peak before North Africa, I like to think that in a way, though, really, if we look beyond that, it's hit its sweet spot by D-Day, in the sense that it's got enough experience to profit from that, but it also has a lot of new people too, as inevitably any combat unit is going to, World War II, because the casualties are so high. So there, in the Big Red One, there is a kind of muscle memory about what to do under very, very difficult circumstances that I do think that helps on D-Day. I see we're moving here along.
Yeah, we're moving along towards Dog White then. I want, for those who are watching it, to emphasize the troughs of water you get on Omaha, that unique thing where when the tide is moving, you get these running parallel to the coast troughs of water that can be 6, even 8 feet deep. And when the men are coming ashore, they're plummeting down into water that's going over their heads, and it's difficult to maneuver. And it's a particular feature of Omaha Beach. You don't have these troughs of water on the other beaches. And we've talked about the problems of Sword and that this morning. And I think Joe was listening. I don't think John was. it was interesting that Jonathan Ware, one of our tank experts, found the documents in Kew in London, 5 pages of documents specifically saying that it was impossible to use the assault vehicle Royal Engineers, the Churchill tanks on Omaha Beach, because the sand conditions were not suitable. There's the idea that Bradley had been offered these funnies and had said it was too late to train the troops. But no, there's this 5-page report saying it would be impossible to use these Churchill tanks on Omaha Beach. Interestingly, though, because the Churchill tank has a better weight ratio on the ground than the Sherman tanks. So apparently Sherman tanks were okay, but Churchill tanks wouldn't have been. But anyway, I'm digressing now. But we're going to move back to Joe now, because I think Flo has now popped out at Dog White now, and is going to show us an area of the beach that I know Joe's got to. We'll come back to you in a minute, John. But this, we've talked about we haven't actually addressed the casualties, but we're talking a sort of 80% casualties in the first wave, aren't we, guys, in your relative sectors? But the guys coming ashore maybe half an hour later, things are already changing. Things are already better. We're now in a section of the beach just a few other yards down from Dog Green where Flo started. And I think Flo is going to bring the camera around and show us an important part of the beach. There we are. So, Joe, what are we looking at there?
Well, I believe we're looking at the so-called Coda's Draw. Am I right? I can't quite see it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to hog John's time. I'll be as quick as possible, but you touched on the right point, Paul. Essentially, we're in the zone of Omaha Beach in the 116th sector where the wall was finally cracked effectively and relatively early, much earlier than you think. And it really was due to the very wise, purposeful, I should emphasize purposeful mislanding due to smart coxswains, some Royal Navy coxswains and some smart junior officers who said, take us to the point of least resistance. And if you know the topography of Omaha Beach, you know that the point of least resistance is going to be in the sections between the draws. So we're there right now. And in the period from, let's say, 7:15 to 8:30, this is roughly where the first penetrations of the bluffs, or really the coastal crust in its entirety in the 116th sector, were made.
I'm going to ask Flo to move on down to Easy Red now. You can keep on talking for a bit, Joe, but I'm going to ask Flo. Yep, he's got the message. He is very good, Flo. I'm going to use him again. He's absolutely obedient. It's because he's got an American wife there, Jenny. His wife is American, so there's a little teamwork, and his Jeep's going down. So, yeah, the progression up, as you say, the so-called Cota's Draw, very important. But we're going to drive on down to Easy Red. I always say in my tours, Omaha Beach is not a disaster. It's a successful landing that started badly. That's one of my little mantras. And I'm hoping you kind of agree with me there. It wasn't a slaughter all day. It was terrible first few minutes. And then because of brave men, because of a bit of luck here and there, some units landing in the right place, things progressed very quickly. So Cota's Draw, I'll let you go back and have a couple of minutes on that, Joe. Then we'll bring John in to say what's happening, the same kind of breakthroughs that are happening in the Big Red 1 sector. So, Joe, just briefly, how many men went up Cota's Draw, and just a couple of minutes on that, please.
Well, it was a very perceptive point, Paul. The first trickles in breaking the coastal crust on Omaha Beach that eventually turned into a storm really happened in under an hour. So that's a very, very interesting and little known point. We had teams from B Company of the 116th and many teams from C Company landing here using Bangalore torpedoes, moving out over what would have been here minefields, barbed wire, etc. At 7:30, General Cota comes on the scene, and if you've read my books, I need say no more about him. Yeah. He organized those penetrations in the Dog White sector, personally led them, came very close to death himself on several occasions. And frankly, he wasn't the first, but he was certainly the mastermind behind the change of strategy in exploiting the unexpected breakthrough between the D1 and D3 draws. And with that, I really should leave it to John. I've talked.
Yeah, I'm going to turn to John now, because I'm hoping John's going to leap in and talk about Colonel Taylor and others as well, who's doing a similar role to Code the other end of the beach. So what's happening up in your sector to make the breakthrough? The first waves have been a bit tricky, but what's happening now?
Yeah, absolutely. If I would say, you know, sort of in the heart of Easy Red, you have famously a boat section led by two of the remarkable personalities with the Big Red One, and I think really in the invasion itself, Lieutenant John Spaulding, Tech Sergeant Phil Stresik. And what's different about them, unlike everybody else in their E Company, 16th Infantry, and also an F Company and many of their units, they happen to come in more or less at the right spot. And it's, as Joe had just mentioned, great point. There were weaknesses, there were gaps, obviously, in the German defenses. And so the Spaulding group lands in what is definitely kind of a dead spot in some of the German firepower. And to cover the dead spot, they're mining, you know, a lot of that high ground that you see as you're heading up from the beach. So using a Bangalore torpedo, and because of the know-how of Stresik and several other soldiers in that section, Spaulding is a rookie. He is a brand new combat soldier, though not young. He's almost 30 years old. They are able to find a way through what is roughly along the path that leads up to the cemetery, find a way through and become what is probably the first group off the beach, but I guess we could argue about that forever. But no doubt about it, they begin to kind of weave around behind the German defenses at WN64 and be in a position for others to come behind them and outflank WN62. The Spaulding Stresik group is really a kind of remarkable story of what happens when something actually goes right. And Paul's phrase about how, you know, it's a successful landing with a bad beginning. Exactly right. The bad beginning, it seems like it's going to be a disaster, but because of the Spaulding group and others like them, the situation turns around. I've often compared them to like knives in the vitals. They're probing around in the guts of the German defenses. They're creating enough problems for the Germans that the follow-on forces are not going to take as heavy a casualties. And eventually they're going to create a situation where they're going to be able to get off the beach, which is the whole key to this thing in the first place. Taylor, if General Coda has an alter ego in the Big Red One, it's Colonel George Taylor. Colonel George Taylor, I think you could say quite fairly, by the time of D-Day, was one of the Army's leading experts in amphibious warfare. He had seen a lot of it in the Mediterranean. He had written about it. And of course, he should be associated with the great phrase of Omaha Beach: only two kinds of people are going to be on this beach, the dead and those about to die. Now get off the beach. Unfortunately, the longest day attributed that to our friend Coda. But it was actually Taylor who said it. And one of the neat things I found in my research is actually this was not a spontaneous phrase. He wrote about it several months before in a very thoughtful memo about amphibious warfare and how he hoped to attack the division's ultimate objective. So Taylor comes ashore about an hour and a half after H hour. And so I guess you could say some of the worst has passed, but still it's a bad situation that he has to then salvage in order to get enough people off this beach and move in across the draws that we'll hopefully get a look at. I guess Flo's on the move.
I think Flo's gone the other way now because I believe he's had to avoid a ceremony. So he's going down the other way to Omaha Beach. So he's going to come down the E1 draw is what he's doing now. So just for a different view to Easy Red. So this is the back way in. I think that's where he's going. I don't know which way he's going now.
Yeah.
I said Easy Red. He's going. I don't know where he's going to. Anyway, he's going somewhere. He must be going down the E3 draw then. Okay, whatever. He's going somewhere. But yeah, continue, John, where you were. Sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Yeah. You know, the other thing too is that the Big Red One, the other key assault battalion, 3rd Battalion, 16th Infantry, has gone even more off course than a lot of the 2nd Battalion had. The tides were taking them east. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of mist, a lot of winds, and of course you end up with this kind of bracket of Omaha Beach. It's a bracket between two cliff structures Point de la Rez de la Percée, you know, obviously in the west, and then what we often just call WN60 or the Fox Green Beach, that kind of those sort of cliffs that begin in the east. And so unfortunately, a lot of these guys from the 2nd Battalion, or excuse me, 3rd Battalion, 16th Infantry, come in about a half an hour to almost an hour late, and under the snout of WN60 and other random German positions that are in a position to fire at them. They're in heavy waters, and that was a really good point somebody made earlier about just the sort of unique waters at Omaha Beach that make it hard to get in the first place, much less under fire. So a lot of these guys are hung up in the water and really close to drowning, much less, you know, hoping not to get hit too. There's a great quote from one of the key assault troops from 16th Infantry who comes in the first wave, a guy named John McPhee, and he was like, you know, 18, in phenomenal shape, best condition you could ever be in, and by the time he gets ashore, you know, he's carrying so much stuff. He's so exhausted, so seasick, that as he later put it, I didn't care if Adolf Hitler himself was waiting for me, you know. So I think that tells you a lot about, you know, the adversity you would have faced in those early hours, 2 to 3 hours. Once you get to midday, in the Big Red 1 sector, things are starting to become more stable. And one of the reasons they are is something we hinted at earlier, is the role of the Navy. The Navy is this incredible, and Kevin will talk about this in more depth later today, but just in terms of how it applies to the Big Red 1's fight, the Navy has this sort of incredible duality to its effectiveness on D-Day. The initial bombardment lasts all of about 45 minutes. By my calculations in the Big Red 1 sector, it lightly wounds 2 German soldiers, knocks out a flamethrowing device at WN62. It's not pleasant, but it doesn't really do much. You know, and of course the aerial bombardment is useless. So the beach isn't quite untouched, but it's not neutralized in any way, shape, or form. So you might have been tempted as a Big Red 1 soldier to think, well, these guys are going to be useless to us today. No. What happens later in the day, as of about 10:30 in the morning and after, is destroyers start to come in closer. USS McCook, the USS Frankfurt, many others start to come in within about 1,000 yards of the beach. And they just through very non-technological kind of dead reckoning, seeing what the soldiers are shooting at, some rudimentary communication, things like that, start to place 5-inch fire on some of the tougher German defenses, most notably at WN64, the 50 millimeter gun there that gets pummeled by a lot of different firepower, because I know the anti-aircraft veterans were very touchy about that, because obviously their guns were nailing WN64 as well. But no question that the destroyers started to have a very important role in terms of direct fire to assist the assault troops to get many of them off the beach and later on. So this was the positive side. Then there was a negative side late in the day, because in the wake of Lieutenant Spaulding's group comes G Company, 16th Infantry, part of the sort of reserve wave of that battalion, led by Captain Joe Dawson. And they go more or less along the same path, but just in a different direction, more towards Colville, by coordination between Spaulding and Dawson. Well, late in the day, they're fighting in Colville, and the Navy had pre-planned fires there as of about like 6 o'clock at night, roughly. And they went ahead with them because they didn't know that friendly troops were fighting in Colville, and this inflicted significant casualties on G Company. In fact, its worst casualties of the day, tragically, were inflicted by the Navy.
Well, Flo is now on the beach again now, so that was we finally got to your sector of the beach. But that was an interesting drive for those watching, and it also gives an idea of the fact that you can't just walk Omaha Beach in a few minutes. It is 5 miles of beach, so to get from one end to the other end, and we're not at the other end. There's another nearly a mile to our east now, but we're now on the beach again, and again getting across the side of this beach. So we're seeing in the distance there Point de la Percée, and beyond that Pointe du Hoc, and then 9 miles beyond that, so 14 miles away from where we are now, is Utah Beach. So these are the bluffs to the left that, as we said earlier, do not have the man-made seawall. There would have been more shingle there at the time than we have now. Most of the shingle was actually taken away after D-Day to make roads. But, you know, this is an area that you know very well, John. Well, Joe knows it as well, and I know it quite well. And But that's the view the men of the 16th Infantry and other units attached would have had on D-Day, and the distance is just incredible. So John, fill us in with some more Big Red 1 stories of this sector here. If Flo can pan around more towards the west, these are the slopes down there that Spalding and Strezick and all those other guys moved their way up. So I'll hand back to you, John.
Yeah, right. You're in the heart of Easy Red, the Easy Red sector right now. And Easy Red is the largest single sector of Omaha Beach. So you get a sense of that from where Flo is walking here. And you also get a sense of how open you are on the beach. And obviously you would have had obstacles and the like on D-Day. So it's way more open than it was that day. But still, you can see at lower tide, this is what you're looking at. The shingle bank, as we looked in sort of inland, the shingle bank was right above you and it was kind of sloped. So the tendency was if you made it past that initial obstacle belt, and you can see you've got this high ground, it's a ridge line more or less brooding down at you. And beyond those trees would be the cemetery and whatnot. So, this high ground brooding down at you, your next step might have been to get to that shingle bank. So you have a lot of guys, you can see a lot of photographic evidence of this when you look at Omaha Beach photography on D-Day. Especially looking from the perspective of the waterline inland, you can see a lot of guys taking cover at the shingle bank, and it's hard to tell whether they're dead or whether they're alive or whatever. Most of them are alive, but they're under the illusion that they're safe there, and they may have been from some small arms fire coming from the higher ground there. But there's a lot of mortar fire, and what I think is the Germans' most potent weapon on Omaha Beach on D-Day is the inland artillery. In the Big Red 1 sector, you have 24 different 105 millimeter artillery pieces, most of which, of course, have pre-sighted the beach, pre-sighted targets. And I think your most dangerous adversary that day at WN62 is a guy named Lieutenant Bernard Frerking.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. Are we, everyone? Is everyone back here now? We had.
I'm here. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah. Are we still on YouTube?
All right.
Yeah. We had a technical issue there. I think we're back. Are we?
Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think so.
No video. There we go. There we go.
Now the problem was at my end. Something went wrong here. Phew. That was a bit of a panic there. I nearly crapped myself.
Well, it's just like D-Day, things go wrong, right? So
yeah, I think we're all good.
I don't know if it lost me. I may have been talking.
We're all back on. Everyone says everything's okay on, but good.
It looks like Flo is heading east from what I can see here. I'm only getting a little corner of a screen.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So he's heading towards Fox Green and those cliffs I alluded to earlier. So he's going in a little bit of a different direction from where the Spalding group would have gone, and Dawson and all of them. But also in heading in both directions, he's doing precisely what Colonel Taylor did. Because Colonel Taylor is going back and forth between Fox Green and Easy Red, and telling people, I think I was talking about the shingle bank.
Yeah.
Guys are taking cover at the shingle bank because they think they're okay. And Frerking and the artillery, Frerking is calling in artillery. And of course, the problem with the taking cover at the shingle bank is, as we saw earlier, we were looking close at the stones, those large, kind of almost smooth, rounded stones. That can multiply the fragmentation effect of any ordnance that's exploding. So the shingle bank is actually not a safe place to be. And in front of you, you have, standing pools of water, barbed wire, and obviously mines beyond that. So that's why Bangalore torpedoes are going to be so important. So the contribution of Taylor is not quite as like hands-on, here I am at the front and let's blow up the wall and open a draw thing as with Coda in the 29th division sector, as Joe was talking about. What Taylor's doing is he's giving direction to so many people who had been kind of immobilized at the shingle bank and who were coming in still because, you know, you've got people landing in the course of the day, and he's giving them instructions of where to go and what to do. As I often say, you know, as an American soldier at Omaha Beach, when you're on the beach, you're a target. When you're moving inland, you're a hunter, typically. And so that's why the Spalding group is so important. Captain Dawson's G Company is so important. Kimball Richmond, Jimmy Monteith, these guys who are operating, you know, at Fox Green near WN60 on the eastern side of Omaha Beach. So Colonel Taylor gives sort of tangible direction to so many people. And I think this helps reinforce a lot of these first groups that are moving off the Big Red One side of Omaha Beach to then overwhelm the German defenses because they're terribly outnumbered. And in a way, they're outdone in terms of firepower too, especially when the destroyers come into play. And so now if you can start to move groups of soldiers around who are flanking behind them, who penetrated through these minefields, and that was quite an issue too, dealing mines, engineers from the 37th Engineer Combat Battalion, that 1st Division engineers, so on and so forth. Once you're confronted with that as a German soldier, really your temptation is to get out of there if you can, or, you know, more likely you're going to die in place. So it looks like we're heading back west on the heart of Easy Red.
Yeah, and I think we're going to start closing things off. I mean, I know it was, we lost a few minutes there, but we're going to get back on schedule again fairly soon. But I'm going to thank you both for being here and listening and joining in. This has been great. I lost about, I aged about 10 years a few minutes ago there. I was like, oh my God, it's all gone wrong. But we seem to be back and everything's going okay. So, yeah, you could spend a day just talking about Omaha Beach. You could spend a day talking about any of these sectors, but it's been absolutely enlightening. And you can't imagine, Joe, when you were saying earlier, not a lot of people know this, and what people don't realize is that's exactly what we want to hear, is people saying what people don't know. As I was saying right at the beginning today, I didn't want this to be a BBC type History Channel regurgitating exactly the same old stuff they do every single time. We've done some really challenging things today, and it's been only because of people like yourself, good selves, coming on and sharing your absolute incredible knowledge with us. So before we move on to our next section, closing remarks from both of you. How would you like to leave this segment? I'll turn to Joe first. We'll come back to you, John.
Well, with the obvious that all of us have had the privilege of knowing World War II veterans intimately, and of course the knowledge that so many of them we would never know in the flesh because of what happened where you are right now, and we will never forget them. And I always think of that on D-Day because I have befriended thousands of 29th Division soldiers, and the ones I never got to befriend are the ones that are always in my mind. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I mean, I haven't befriended that many in the Big Red One. Yeah, by the time I came to this, unfortunately, most of them were gone. I knew quite a few, of course, over many years, and I always think of them on this day. And I especially think of the 88 Big Red One soldiers who were buried in that cemetery overlooking Easy Red. That's really what sticks out in my mind. The people that I never could have known, and that that I think many of their comrades who did survive never forget them.
Well, on that wonderful summation there, I'm going to move on to our next segment. So it's been brilliant. I've enjoyed this, but I'm looking forward to all the sections, but I was particularly looking forward to that section there. And I will have Joe on again in some other shows later on in the summer, talking about the actions of the 29th Division inland towards San Lo and beyond. And John, please come and talk about whatever the hell you want to talk about, Pacific, whatever. But it's been extraordinary. We must, and again, thank Flo for racing around the beach there and getting us that great footage there, which has been extraordinary. This is really quite unique. We got historians in the USA. I'm a British guy sitting in Ware, and we got live footage beaming back with the conditions as they would have been on D-Day. So thank you very much, gentlemen. I will speak to you again, and it's been wonderful. And I did find a few stressful minutes earlier, but we'll talk to you again soon. And thank you very much. And again, for those watching, click to subscribe. Please consider being a patron of this. And thank you very much. And I'll sign you two guys out and bring our next guest in. So thank you very much, gentlemen. We will speak to you again. And it's been wonderful. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
So we are now bringing in another friend of mine from the, and thank you, Flo. I'm going to meet, well, you can keep on filming if you want, Flo, that's absolutely fine. I'm bringing in another friend of mine, Alexander Scott. Alex Scott, I've known for another 25 years, 30 years, something like that. We're going to go back to Gold Beach, which has been somewhat overlooked. Alex is coming in now. Just asked to start video. And hello, Alex. Can you hear me in Suffolk? I can't hear you, Alex. Could you turn your phone sideways as well, please, Alex? It'd be easier. And I can't hear you, Alex. Nope, still can't hear you. But Alex, when Alex's audio works, I don't know what's going on wrong at the moment. But Alex is going to be talking about a friend of his who was on Gold Beach coming in. In fact, the next day, we'll come to Alex as soon as we get Alex more technical difficulties. Still can't hear you, Alex, for some reason. Don't know what's going on there. We'll give it a minute or two. I don't know what's going on here. Can you hear me, Alex? Can you put your thumb up if you can hear me? I'm not sure what's going on here. Well, this is the hour where we are fraught with technical difficulties. It was going to come eventually. It's D-Day. Can you hear Alex? I've got nothing, Alex. Can't hear you. I can see you, but I can't hear you. Can you hear me, Alex? We've got no audio, Alex. I can't hear you. Hang on. Looks like we're coming in now.
Ah, right.
Aha! Hooray, Alex. Thank you. You're making me age another 5 years there. It's all good.
Well, man.
Live show. Everything's going to go wrong. So, Alex, another old friend joining me from Suffolk, and you've dressed for the occasion, I see. There's me sitting here in a T-shirt all day.
Well, I thought I'd better scrub up a bit. It's either smart or workshop clothes here, really.
Yeah. Well, by this time of day on D-Day, it's 8 p.m. here in France. The beachhead was pretty much secure now across all the sectors. We've just heard some thrilling accounts of Omaha Beach. But someone, that you were very close to when you were a young lad was not yet in Normandy, but he was on his way here. So tell me about Harold and where he was and what unit was he with on D-Day?
Well, he was 24th Lancers. He was a pre-war regular. He was a squadron sergeant major who was part of the cadre that raised the 24th Lancers in 41. And they were in fact, the second wave of conventional tanks, first wave of conventional tanks, second wave of armour in. And they were supposed to be on the beach with at least their recce party by H+90, but it didn't happen. They lost most of their Rhino ferries on the way over in the bad weather, and it all went sort of fairly wrong, really. So they were supposed to land by lunchtime on D-Day, and they were supposed to be on their way by now to Villers-Bocage to take the crossroads and hold it. But that didn't happen. And they actually only got one squadron ashore on D-Day, and they were in action on D+1. But the rest of the regiment weren't ashore until the following day.
So 24th Lancers, we're talking about a pre-war cavalry unit that has, of course, by now been converted to armour. And I wanted to get across.
No, they're a war-raised regiment.
War-raised regiment. Sorry, my mistake. But
yes, they were called Lancers, but none of them were horsemen at all. They were an armored regiment.
And one of the things I was going to talk to you about is, and well, Joe Balkowski touched on in the earlier section, is the organization of the assault waves to take the beachhead took, of course, priority over the waves coming in over the next even hours and certainly days. So the 24th Lancers, which is not a huge unit, they're coming ashore in 5 different transports over several days. So that's what's happening a little bit further down the line, is you can't even bring your unit in one place at the same time. That's I'm right in saying that, aren't I?
There were 5 LSTs, which were all due to land before lunchtime on D-Day. One of them got lost and had to be steered into the right place by one of the Lancer officers, who was a war yachtsman. But the problem was they couldn't get into the beach because the beach was so congested and the weather was so rough. And they lost most of the rhino ferries, which are these sort of barge things that they were supposed to unload their tanks a mile or so out onto these rhino ferries, which were sort of a barge lighter with an outboard motor, and then run them ashore on that. But of course, they'd broken all their tow ropes and cleared off into the night, sort of thing. So I think only 1 or 2 of the LSTs actually had its rhino ferry. So just getting the tanks ashore was next to impossible.
So we're also going to be focusing as well on the fact that, we've touched on it earlier in earlier segments of the show, is that establishing the beachhead is all very good, and we have accomplished that by this point on D-Day. But now the Germans are fully on alert. They're sending up their reinforcements now. So the 24th Lancers are one of those units who nothing really to speak of apart from navigation issues on the beach itself, but they're going to be moving inland, and Villa-Bocage, for those watching it, is about 25 miles inland. So to expect to have got there on D-Day, a little bit ambitious, one would say, I think.
Yes, borderline impossible, I should think.
If there was no Germans anywhere near there, it would have been very difficult just in terms of miles. But the fact is, by the time they're on their way there over the next couple of days, you've got a couple of rather formidable German units coming towards the beach, and that is the 12th SS, which we touched on with Mike Bechtold earlier. We're talking about the Canadian 7th Brigade, and Panzer Lehr, who are a rather nasty, rather formidable panzer division. So for those watching, the reason I wanted to bring Alex on particularly is to emphasize, again, we've talked about it, is that D-Day is just one step of a vast armada of troops coming ashore and units coming ashore over the next few days and weeks and indeed months. So the 24th Lancers, and what should our readers, our watchers know about what this particular regiment, what's unique about them? Is there something special you'd like to share with us?
Well, they were a war-raised regiment, so none of them had actually been in action before at all, apart from the sort of the formation cadre, the old soldiers who were with them, and they were in the thick of it right from word go. I mean, they had a squadron in action on D+1 by lunchtime, but they were so badly cut up that by 2 months down the line after D-Day, they actually disbanded them because there wasn't enough left of the regiment to make it worth reinforcing, which is pretty amazing. And very, very unpleasant. It just gives you an idea of what the casualty rate in armour at that time was. But they managed to get ashore in fairly good order, as fast as was humanly possible, I think, given the magnitude of the task they'd been given, really. I got interested in this because Harold lived in the same household as me when I was a child, and there are lots of things I didn't really understand until much later. But he left me all his kit and all his photographs and all his diaries and so forth. And one of the things that I found out nice little story, when I read some of the accounts that other veterans had written down about this particular time, was that they'd swapped their greatcoats with the US Navy landing craft crews on D-Day. And I didn't know this until years after, but I found a coat that was hanging inside one of the shed doors at my parents' farm. And when it nearly got thrown away on many occasions, and then we eventually found that it said US Navy under the collar. So it hasn't been thrown away, because I know that that Harold actually swapped that for his greatcoat on D-Day because it looked warmer.
And we've been having some great historians on who spent their life preserving the archives and the testimonies of men who came ashore on D-Day and indeed fought in World War II. Your preservation of things with regards to World War II concerns big lumps of green metal. Alex, for those, Alex is my friend. Alex has warehouses full of armored cars and green, anything that goes green, and not just green, and is doing sterling work restoring pretty much single-handedly using the traditional methods, staff cars, armored cars. And where most of us would look at an armored car and think, yeah, that's a museum job, Alex just takes it apart, puts it back together again, and makes them running again. So you would have been, had this not been coronavirus, you'd have been driving around Dunkirk last week in an 80-plus-year-old staff car. Am I correct?
I would. Yes.
And in June you'd be in Normandy. You've been in Normandy before in an anniversary in a Humber heavy armored car. So other historians write down the archives. You bring the green machines out of mothballs and drive them to the battlefield, which is something else I think worth covering. So. Wonderful. So it's been a pleasure bringing you on, and I'm going to just remind our audience that I'm sure Americans watching this have never heard of the 24th Lancers. They hadn't heard of the Sexton self-propelled guns that Chris talked about earlier, and we're trying to be diverse in this show and cover multiple nationalities. We've got Adam Lunney coming on much later on talking about Aussie Spitfires. We talked about the Norwegian ship this morning. A huge array of people were involved in the operation and its success. And I wanted to give a little bit of a spotlight to a friend and his unit, the 24th Lancers. So we're going to move into our next section fairly shortly, Alex. And thank you for sharing your stories. Have you got another little funny, one little funny anecdote about armor you'd like to share with us?
Well, I had a friend who was actually Monty's driver at El Alamein, his tank driver.
Ah, yes.
And, he's driven all of my Humber staff cars. He's passed away now, but one of the things that I said to him one day about the command tank at El Alamein is, didn't it really bother you that it only had a wooden gun? And he said, no, not really. The Germans only fired wooden bullets at us. And that just really covers the attitude that those guys had.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say goodbye, Alex, because I'm bringing my next guest on. So, Alex, thank you very much. Have a pint of nice Suffolk ale for me.
Definitely.
And I will see you again shortly, my friend. And thank you very much for giving us that short section. I'll sign you out now. And my love to Constance, and say hello to Archie the dog for me.
All right, mate. Cheerio.
Cheers, Alex. Bye. So joining me now, another friend. I keep saying that. I'm fearing I'm repeating myself, another friend, but it is another friend and another American friend. So we're leaping all the further to the west again now and back to the story of the Airborne. And Ed Ruggiero has joined me from the USA, West Point graduate, author, leadership consultant, you name it, he's done it. I told you earlier, I'm only bringing on the best of the best for this show. There's no support acts. Everybody's headlining. It's just different times of day. And Ed, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm flattered to be included. I've been watching for a long time and getting texts from a lot of my friends, and it's terrific. And for your listeners who are not aware of the camera, the agility of your camera crews is remarkable. This is a huge area that your folks are covering, so it's quite a big deal.
Well, yeah, and we have the issue of coverage and bandwidth and connections and ceremonies and rain now we've got. But anyway, we are going to talk about the 82nd Airborne, our first mention of that unit today. We are however many hours we are into it. We've done the 6th Airborne this morning with Neil Barr. We did some stuff with Joe Mucci about the 101st Airborne. Now it's time to talk about the All-Americans. And I'm going to hold up in my traditional way Ed's book about Normandy, First Men in There. And it's one of several books Ed has written, and it's one of the better books about the 82nd Airborne. And we are at Lafayette, which is an area just west, about 1.5 miles west of Sainte-Mère-Église. And Roman is filming for us there at the Lafayette Memorial there. And Roman, can you pan across to the Murderay River Valley there? Fantastic. Hold that shot there. I'm going to bring you up on full screen there for a few seconds. So that's the Murderay River down there. In fact, we can barely see it. It's just in front of the hedge that runs on the middle there. But at the time, that was a floodplain. All of the area from the grass starting at the bottom of the little slope ahead of Romance, where we're standing there, right across just in front of the buildings that you can see, several hundred yards away, all of that was underwater because the Germans had closed the lock gates, and the Murderay River Valley was one that had been inundated by the Germans as a deterrent to us landing there. And there, hold that shot there, Roman, is a little stone bridge on the left there. You pan around a little bit to the left, and that stone bridge is what Ed is going to talk about. And Roman, can you just show us the plinth there with the memorial on it as well? Hold the shot. I love how obedient these guys are. The Battle of Lafayette, and there, can you see that, viewers? There is the causeway across the floods there, and there's the bridge, and there are explosions going on in the water there. There's tanks there coming across the causeway, and there's a bazooka there. Well, that is the action we're going to talk about right now, and I'm going to hand over to Ed, because I've been talking way too much. And Ed, tell us why the Lafayette Bridge was so vitally important.
So just to orient your viewers, we are looking now generally west-southwest. So behind where the camera is, about 4 kilometers, is the crossroads town of Sainte-Mère-Église. Sainte-Mère-Église is sort of the center of mass of where the 82nd Airborne is going to hunker down. Their job, along with the 101st, whose center of mass is supposed to be around Carentan, their job is to protect the rear approaches to Utah Beach. So, so if you look back, please again, Roman, across the valley, this roadway that you can see stretching into the distance and across these green fields is one of the major approaches that any counterattacking German units are going to have to use to get to Sainte-Mère-Église and then beyond that Utah Beach. So it's absolutely critical that the paratroopers very quickly seize control and cut off those counterattacks. This becomes, if you look at a map, a natural choke point and one of the obvious places to control any German counterattacks. It's interesting, Paul mentioned the 1 kilometer wide lake that was here on the 6th of June, 1944. The Germans had closed off floodgates of the Murderay and the Douve River. And so all of this area was flooded. And it's interesting to contrast what was going on here with what was happening on the far eastern end of the invasion area, where the British airborne forces and glider troops knew so much about the area around a Pegasus Bridge, the depth of the water, the rate of the current, where the buttons were for demolishing the bridge. And on this side, the Americans missed the presence of a 1 kilometer wide lake right in the middle of what was going to be the drop zone for the 82nd Airborne Division. So sadly, a lot of paratroopers drowned in the first hours of the invasion. Some troopers, including General Gavin, who was the senior leader on the ground, they were on the western side of the lake. Some were on the eastern side. So right away, right from the beginning, they had these serious challenges. They have to figure out where their troops and equipment are, and then get to these choke points that the Germans are going to have to use if they want to counterattack. So if you pan to the left, if you would please, Roman, so we can see the manor house at Lafayette. So it's a collection of stone buildings that really guards this this crossing, and has for many centuries. Apparently, there's a giant berm around one of the buildings that's just beyond those trees to the left of the barn that you can see there. So this was, these buildings oversee this crossing. So the paratroopers who are scattered to the left of where we're looking, so back towards Sainte-Mère-Église, they have to get down to, they do two things. One is they have to seize those buildings because when they get close, they're going to realize they're occupied by a unit of German engineers. And then once they clear those buildings, they're going to have to secure the bridge. And this will be terrific. We'll get up here and see just how small a space we're looking at. You know, this battle looms large in the history of the invasion, and especially in the history of the Airborne. And it's really just a tiny little place. I said in my book that a healthy young paratrooper could probably leap across this river at some points were it not for the flood. So early in the morning of June 6th, one of the companies who was assigned for this mission, A Company of the 505 Regimental Combat Team, that was the only regiment, by the way, of all the U.S. paratroopers that were combat veterans. They had a pretty good drop, and they start making their way towards the manor house here, this collection of buildings. So what we're looking at there on the left is an outbuilding for the farm, which is still active. And in the background there, you can see the manor house itself, which is gigantic stone building. It's about 80 feet across on the front, and it has a tower on the back, very impressive, very medieval looking.
Entrer dans la cour, montrer à tout le monde. Ça dérange pas?
So the paratroopers are, where we're looking from sort of the German point of view, the paratroopers are coming at this farm from beyond the buildings that we're looking at. And you can see that the landscape rises a little bit, and there are all these hedges, parts of the famous hedgerows. And as it gets light, the paratroopers are getting close, and they immediately come under fire as soon as the Germans realize what's going on. Oh, look, we can see.
Roman is pointing out the bullet hole there in the wall. Can you show us back to the bullet hole there? That is a German round from D-Day that's embedded in the wall there. Fired. We'll come to the action in a minute, but that's been there for 76 years exactly, I'm guessing. So there, fantastic. Well done, Roman.
Visiting this farm in 2004, the owner showed me a mortar round that he had recently uncovered. It was in some thick vegetation, and he called the local police department to come and take care of that. As the paratroopers approach this complex of buildings, they're taken under fire. What had happened just the evening before, a unit of German engineers had come and rousted the family that was in the house, and that's the first time that had happened. Clearly, these engineers were warned that something was going to take place. So when the sun comes up, the paratroopers are approaching through this patchwork of fields. And when they get close, the commander of A Company is a first lieutenant named John Dolan. His nickname was Red Dog because he had red hair. Dolan had left. He had a year of law school under his belt back in Boston, and had left to join the war effort. And he's in command, and he's got a sizable chunk of his A Company. When they get to an open field that is overseen by the upper windows of the manor, you know, this is really what it comes down to. And somebody mentioned this earlier, one of your other guests, James Holland, talked about what a tough job it is to make an advance like this across an open field when you know there's a very good chance you're being observed by somebody who wants to kill you. Dolan sends the scouts forward under a lieutenant named Donald Coxon, and Coxon takes a look at how open the terrain is on the other side of the manor house from where we're looking. And he says, well, if I have to send the scouts forward, I'm going to go myself. And he is mortally wounded in that field. Dolan then gives it to the next lieutenant, a supernumerary named Robert McLaughlin. And this is something interesting about the American forces. Many of the forces had an extra lieutenant at the platoon level, because if you are an aggressive leader, there's chances that casualties are going to be very high. So you actually went into battle with your own replacement next to you, which had to be a little chilling. McLaughlin is second in line, and he goes and tries another approach to the manor, and is also mortally wounded. By this point, it's a couple hours in. Dolan has lost 5 men. He's got to get that bridge secured somehow. The sun has been up for a little while. So he takes the lead himself, along with the Major James McGinnity, who is the second in command of the battalion. And the 2 senior officers then, trying to make sense of what's going on, press the attack against the manor house from the far side as we're looking at it. And it cost James McGinnity his life as well. McGinnity was an experienced combat commander in his late 20s. Dolan pulls back and starts a multi-pronged approach. He sends a platoon to approach the manor house from along the Medway River, back where we had started this. Maybe could you, I don't know, if you pan to the left, Roman, what can we see from here? Or we just see the building. There we go. So there's a platoon approaching from that direction. There's another platoon approaching essentially parallel to the road that we're about to see. So from our right towards the manor house. And then unbeknownst to Dolan, there is yet another unit of paratroopers approaching from the south. So behind us as we're looking at this. So 3 prongs approaching this, essentially what's a fortress for the Germans. Some of the German snipers who are out in the fields are killed by the paratroopers, and in essentially an uncoordinated but very aggressive attack, the paratroopers eventually carry this position. There is some confusion there who's surrendering. Some parts of the German unit want to surrender. They raise their hands, they put out a white flag, but others aren't aware of it. And paratroopers expose themselves thinking the fight is over and get shot, and there's an exchange of fire. So it's very confusing. One of your earlier guests talked about the level of stress at this point. If you've just been in a fight for your life, it's very hard to just dial that back then and start accepting prisoners. So the fight for that courtyard is messy and bloody, but by late morning, the paratroopers had secured the foothold on this, what is the eastern side of the bridge. So as Dolan, and I understand we have permission to go onto the private property, is that right?
We do, but maybe the gate's not open.
Maybe the gate's not open.
They
Okay,
may
well,
have
we'll peer over the fence. So when Dolan looks, you can see there the bridge in the foreground, and you can see the road beyond it. And then the river underneath the bridge takes a sudden turn, and then within a few meters, the river runs parallel to the road. So Dolan realizes that he can put a bazooka team with an anti-tank weapon on what is the friendly side of the river, but they're going to have a flank shot against any German armor that approaches down that road. And maybe since we can't go on the property, maybe we want to walk on the road, you think? Oh, no, we can. All right.
No, he's just trying to get a better angle. I guess Viv, oh no, they're coming. I think he's...
We'll see who we encounter here.
Oh, no,
this, by the
now.
way, now is a bed and breakfast. So, so Dolan sends bazooka teams, each one supported by riflemen, forward on either side of the bridge. Now, the bazooka is a shoulder-launched, essentially a recoilless weapon, a rocket launcher with a small rocket. Not a terribly effective weapon, and you have to be kind of close. You have to be, if you're not within 100 meters or so, your chances of having an effect on enemy armor goes down significantly. That, in order to get close to a tank, of course, you have to get close to the tank. So the Alpha Company, which comprises the bulk of the unit here, they dig in on the hill overlooking the bridge where we started our little tour. And then these bazooka teams go out along the river. And one bazooka team made up of Marcus Heim, Private Marcus Heim, and a Private First Class Leonold Peterson, who's an immigrant from Sweden, go out very far forward of where we're looking at it now, off to the left, where they're going to be looking up at the roadway. So if you can walk along there, so this would have been the route that Marcus Heim and Leonold Peterson took.
Their foxhole, sorry to interrupt you, Ed. Their foxhole was near the stone slab, Roman. If you can see the stone that's lying in the grass there behind you to the left, that's where Marcus Heim and Peterson's foxhole was approximately.
And don't fall in.
Don't fall in, Roman. I'm too far away to rescue you. But the point I want to make for those who are reading about this, I'll let you talk again in a minute, Ed.
Yeah.
Because people may well have read about this battle, but it's the elevation of the ground and what have you, because even where Roman is there's no view of the road. And if Roman steps back up to where the stone is, to where the foxhole was, so back up on the slope there's no line of sight to the road. So they've dug themselves a foxhole and prepared for a position, but there's no view of the road. So they had to come up and back up a bit. But I'll let you talk again, Ed. I'm just trying to add a little bit of detail as the guy who goes there a lot.
Yeah, I want to make sure we keep people oriented. So
you're facing west.
There we go. We're facing west, and the road parallels that stretch of river that we're looking at. And in fact, in 1944, the vegetation along the road was much heavier than it is now. So you're thinking you want to be out there to get a flank shot against any German tanks that come down the road. But of course, you're exposing yourself by putting yourself way out there forward of the hill where all of your buddies are. And this just takes incredible courage even to go out there, much less to engage. The Germans lead off their assault on D-Day with mortar fire, and one of your earlier guests talked about what a deadly weapon the mortars were in the hands of the Germans. They pepper the hillside. Everybody knows that this is a signal that an attack is going to come, and Marcus Heim and Leopold Peterson, hunkered down in a foxhole, can hear the tanks approaching. Now, they're not giant tanks. They're actually French Renault tanks that the Germans had taken after they conquered France in 1940. So they're kind of on the small side, but they're also accompanied by Panzer Grenadiers, so German infantrymen who are going to walk alongside the tanks, looking for exactly what Heim and Peterson represent. They're looking for tank killer teams. So you have to be concerned about the German infantry up on the road, and of course you have to be concerned about the German tanks. For some reason, the German commander of the lead tank decides this is a splendid opportunity to pop out of his hatch. The paratroopers had put mines, anti-tank mines, on the road in full view, because what they want to do, the tank to slow down so they can shoot at it. And they managed to drag a disabled German truck onto the bridge as well to try to block it and slow everything down. When that tank commander pops up, the paratroopers manning the machine gun up behind us on the road open fire, and they kill that tank commander. And that's when Peterson and Heim climb out of their foxhole, essentially just a few meters from this tank and the Panzer Grenadiers, who have gone to ground but haven't disappeared along that road. And they start a slugging match with a tank that is just across the river and just up the road a little bit. Poor visibility, and the tank turns to them and fires its main gun, and it strikes a concrete utility pole that is right next to the foxhole. And when I was writing this and had interviewed paratroopers who had witnessed this, one of the things struck me. So you're standing up, fully exposed. The tank has a machine gun and a main gun and the Panzer Grenadiers, and they're looking for you. And the tank hits a pole right next to you, and yet you don't get back in the hole. These two men with this flimsy aluminum tube, with Heim putting the rockets in the back, he's the loader, his job is to keep it loaded, get in a toe-to-toe slugfest with this tank. And it's just who's going to get a kill shot off first. And it's Heim and Peterson. They destroy the first tank, catches fire, and as the second tank moves forward, they engage that as well. And Heim manages to hit the turret ring, which disables that tank too. Now, as if this is not enough, they're out of rockets now at this point. So Marcus Heim, a 20-year-old from upstate New York, Peterson sends him to the other side of the bridge to find the other bazooka team to see if they have any extra rockets. So Heim has to leave that point, that foxhole, run along the riverbank on the side that we're seeing from here, climb up onto the roadway, which is elevated. And now, of course, he's within sight of Germans on the causeway. Down the far side, looking for rockets. What he finds is that the other bazooka team, their weapon has been dented and is inoperable, but he finds some spare rockets, and he turns around and runs back again, exposing himself twice up on that elevated roadbed where German soldiers are keenly looking for him, because he and his buddy have just destroyed two of their tanks. So this is just, to me, an incredible story. And I want to share something. I want to see if I can do this here. And it's my favorite picture of Marcus Heim. I'm going to see if I can share this screen here. And I'm not. Let's see. Am I doing that? Are we seeing my screen?
We are, but yep, there we are, Marcus
We're seeing
Heim.
Marcus Heim. Okay. I love this picture of Marcus Heim. Now, Marcus had passed away by the time I cottoned to his story, but I talked at length to his wife, and the way she described him was just like he looks like in this picture, this gentle soul. And I love this picture because, you know, he's not really looking very soldierly. He's got his hat perched up there on this thick shock of hair, and he's got this smile. And remember, he's all of 20 years old, and he's in his first combat. And he turns out to be exactly the right guy the paratroopers need to choke off the German advance at this bridge. And I just love this picture. Marcus is one of those paratroopers who didn't talk about his war experience. It was too difficult for him until the 40th anniversary of D-Day, when he was invited to speak at a local school in upstate New York. And his wife said he decided to do it, and it was very emotional, and it was like a dam breaking for him. And he told her, and he wept, and he told her it was for all those guys who didn't get to do what he did, come back and get married and raise a family and have their own home. And so I just love that picture of Marcus Heim. So I just wanted to show that to you. So so now we're up on the let me see, we're looking north along the American River. Yes, okay. This is the long causeway. The Germans will try this again on June 7th. The Americans will make a crossing on June 9th on this long causeway, which, and if you think about the Germans trying this on June 7th, they're stepping past the bodies of their comrades who were killed the day before, and it is a struggle. But this is the spot where the Americans, the 82nd Airborne, has to control this. This is the best spot to control this. If the Germans get past this bridge, they're going to start maneuvering against St. Mary-Glise, and they'll have the advantage because of tanks. This becomes the critical choke point for the 82nd Airborne here to protect the backside, their portion, the backside of St. Mary-Glise and eventually Utah Beach. But let me stop there, Paul, and see if you wanted. Oh, and you can see that the roadway here, the way, is named after young Marcus Heim.
Yeah, well, I mean, everything you've been saying is fantastic, and I agree with it all. I think we've had one of my people commenting on our show is Niels Henkemann, who's my Dutch friend who's studied the Germans. He has done the research saying the first tank actually was a Panzer III. Then there were 2 Renaults. So he's, this, as we develop our history, but he has kind of conclusively proven that it was a Panzer III. But we're now walking west across the causeway, and I will just briefly mention Lennell Peterson's story, because he, alas, is not involved in any of the stories because he never went to reunions. He seemed to be very interested in things, and I heard he was quite bitter about things after war, Swedish immigrant, and but Marcus Heim did come back to know. I've toured with his family a couple of times, Marcus Heim, so he's someone I'm rather close to as well. But let's go back to June the 9th, Ed, and continue with the story to push west and continue this thrust. Oh, I will add, the whole point of pushing west as well is to cut off the peninsula at the base, because we don't want the Germans to try and reinforce the Cherbourg area, or indeed the Germans in Cherbourg to escape south. So the 82nd Airborne Division, followed by the 90th in the next couple of days, are racing across the peninsula. It's only about 40 miles across. And this bridge is one of, there's a view there, my man is holding up, of the knocked out tanks there. And the track in the foreground there is a track off the Panzer III. The tanks there in the back are all definitely French tanks, but the track in the front there is part of the evidence that Niels has worked out, proving it's a Panzer III. So yeah, cutting off this peninsula is very important. And I'll let you talk a bit again, Ed, please.
Yeah. So one of the points I make here when I bring guests is we talk about leadership a lot. When the plan falls apart, you need people who are going to step up and make a new plan. So if you think about the plan for the whole invasion, or just even the plan for the 505, this portion of this paratroop unit, it's a pretty elaborate plan. But when the sun comes up on June 6th, it's clear that plan, and people know this story, that paratroopers are scattered all over. We said that this Lake has separated units of the 82nd. But you got to come up with a new plan. So there's a thing that the American military uses. It's called the commander's intent. And what it is, it's a clear picture of the desired end state. So all of the paratroopers on that hill, including an 18-year-old, also from Boston named Bob Murphy, they don't know what's happened to the plan. They don't understand why there are no other paratroop units around. But they know in the final analysis, they got to stop the Germans from getting across that bridge. So the commander's intent is like this hard nugget of what we have to do finally. And if we have to make up a complete new plan to get to that same end state, so be it. We can do that. We're flexible enough. We are tactically proficient. We have a shared language. We bought into this mission. The old plan is out the window, but we're absolutely going to get to that end state. So all of those paratroopers who wake up or there that afternoon, who stop that German attack, they know that that's what they have to do. Clearly, the old plan is gone, but Lieutenant Dolan's, he's coming up with a new plan. And the commander's intent, control that causeway, is still the same. So what we're looking at here is this long stretch of causeway. And 76 years ago, if you look to the right and the left, you would have seen a giant lake. So this causeway is the only place to get across quickly if you're on foot, and the only place to get across if you're on vehicles. And on June 9th, after the Germans had failed twice in their attacks, their westbound attacks, eastbound attacks, now the paratroopers, followed by regular infantry, have to push west. And it is a long run across an open area with Germans on the far side. And as you can imagine, it's a glider regiment, the 325th Glider Infantry, that makes the first assault across there. And it is a long run through what is essentially a shooting gallery. I mentioned earlier that from photographs in 1944, there was a little more vegetation, but there's no element of surprise. The Americans used an artillery bombardment to precede this attack, but the timing is not great. And the bombardment stops and gives the Germans enough time to recoup. But some of these glider infantrymen make this long run across this causeway and do get a foothold on the far side. And as Paul pointed out, if you just kept going for another probably 35 miles, you're going to cut off the Cotentin Peninsula. And then, this is one of the main objectives of the force coming ashore at Utah Beach. There's a little bitty crossroads town up here, Coquigny, and a handful of paratroopers who had landed on the west side had dug in there, so they were familiar with the area. And on June 9th, they're going to be reinforced, or they're relieved by these glider troops who are going to fight their way across this causeway. Thinking about running across this open area when the Germans know you're coming, when they have mortars, when they have machine guns, when they have small arms to resist, I can't even imagine the courage it must have taken. In fact, the commander of the first unit who was detailed to do this didn't quite make it. He lost his nerve, and General Gavin relieved him on the spot and put another officer in charge who led the glider troops across this causeway. And it is a long way across.
564 yards is the measurement I always use, and I don't know exactly what starting and end points for that, but that's the figure I always quote. And we were talking when we did our Zoom test, whenever that was, it seems like eternity ago now, about the quote I was going to look for, and I remembered what the quote was. I knew I'd get there in the end, and it was the SLA Marshall, referring to the action at Lafayette being the costliest small unit action in the history of American warfare. And 3 days of fighting at this area here, and Roman is now across at showing a photo of Corkiny, the Corkiny Chapel there, where people like Richard Johnson of the 401st attached to 325th are fighting there, Captain Sauls moving in this area. And we do, I think, tend to forget the glider elements of the airborne divisions. We love the elite nature of the paratroopers, and of course they got the extra $50 a month jump pay. that the glider guys didn't. And I think the glider guys didn't really get their just dues until much later in history. I think the Battleground film 1949, that was a glider company, the 101st in Bastogne, but there's a new monument on the side there. So Roman is going to show that to us in a minute. Well, that's the Corkney Chapel he's taking us to now, but there's a monument to the glider infantry there that only went up, I think, in 2014, if I remember correctly. And so it had taken 70 odd years to be a monument to the glider infantry, and yet the paratroopers have had their monuments for, well, a long, long time. I think Roman is going into the courtyard, the graveyard there.
I would point out that the only Medal of Honor recipient in the 82nd for the action in Normandy was a glider soldier named Charles de Glopper, who saved his platoon from annihilation. It cost him his life. Another New Yorker, in fact. And at Fort Bragg, and it's now the home of the 82nd, one of the athletic fields is named de Glopper Field.
And he was 6'5" or something. Incredible guy, wasn't he? He's a huge guy. Huge guy.
Yeah.
I think Roman is having bandwidth connections now, which is not surprising given where he is. It's notoriously bad in the area. But we can continue talking. We've got another 4 or 5 minutes to go. It's been extraordinary listening to you. I've enjoyed every minute. Well, I've enjoyed every minute of all of this. So we've been doing all day. The glider operations to secure the causeway were not by any means the end of the 82nd. Oh, there is the glider monument there. So I'll bring that up on full screen. It's in the shape of a glider wing, a Waco glider there with the black and white invasion stripes. And hopefully Roman can sort of zoom in on the text there. He's got low bandwidth because of where he is. But it acknowledges the men of the 325th and the 401st glider infantry who pushed their way across there and under terrible fire. And I don't know what your idea of casualties is in this battle, Ed. And it always gets very complicated as to what you count as the Battle of Lafayette, because do you just draw a 500-yard loop around the bridge and say within that is Lafayette? Because there's action happening in little hamlets, a quarter of a mile that way, half a mile that way. It's all part of the greater Lafayette battle. But the figures I always give is essentially one life was probably lost for about every one of those 564 yards in the battle that took place here. So the casualty rates in this area here easily come up to rivaling some of the invasion beaches. And I think Roman is going to take us. Well, I'm not sure where he's going to take us now.
So the takeaway. So when I bring clients, it's a leadership experience. We talk about what lessons we can learn about leadership. And one of the things, to your point about all these small actions taking place everywhere, what that means is, if not a large number of the paratroopers had bought into this mission and the importance of this. So if you wound up with 4 other guys and the ranking person was a private first class, you still knew, okay, well, we have a job to do. And what that tells me is that the command had done a great job of conveying to the soldiers the importance of what it is they were doing and building a culture really where the soldiers almost to a man embraced what they were about. And of course, in the final analysis, you don't fight for God and country, you fight for the people next to you, which is also true. But it's pretty remarkable that in these, in the American Army, we call them little groups of paratroopers who are going to stir up trouble. And famously in the invasion of Normandy, even though the paratroopers were scattered, all that did was inflate the German estimates of how many Allied soldiers had landed. But they were out there stirring up trouble. And that's a remarkable comment on their culture. One of the paratroopers I interviewed for my book about Sicily, which was less than a year before this, he said in the morning of D-Day in Sicily, he heard shooting. So he said, well, clearly there were some paratroopers up there. Let's go get in the fight. And that decision, that buy-in, that, oh, this is my fight too, that's very powerful. And it's not peculiar to the paratroopers. And it was true for many, many units, enough units, in fact, that the Allies could press through.
I think I want to just make sure our audience are going to be giving Roman a good round of applause for this, because he's pretty much running across the causeway now to get back to the right area for us now. So, I mean, he's younger than me, Roman, by about 20 years, so that's fine. But the comments coming in are saying thank you to the cameramen, and I can only extend my gratitude to these people who aren't getting a chance to talk. They're letting us waffle on about the stuff, and they're out there taking this footage for us. We couldn't be doing it without them. This live footage coming from the battlefields is making this what it is. So thank you to the historians, but thank you too to Roman and Duncan and Mag and Flo and Mike and Colin and Matt and
Goodness.
Have I got everybody? If I've missed anybody out, I do apologize, but he's racing back across the causeway now to the eastern end of the causeway. So Gwen is the other one. Yeah, I didn't mention. Thank you, Mag. So yeah, we'll conclude things off very shortly soon, Ed. But what would your closing remarks be about the 82nd Airborne in Normandy? What should our viewers know about their performance? And I think your points about leadership are very valid. But anything else you'd like to add?
So, as many of your historians have said, working with veterans and interviewing veterans is a highlight of my work life. Meeting those folks and their families and learning their stories. I always think of a story. A lieutenant, one of the lieutenants in the 82nd, whose name eludes me at the moment. He lands. It's dark. He approaches a French farmhouse, trying to figure out where we are, and the homeowner, the person who comes to answer the door, asks, "Is this a raid, or are you, is a raid, or is this the real thing?" And in his best high school French, this American lieutenant says, "Nous restons ici." We're staying here. And I always make the point to my clients, because we end up at the American cemetery. Many of them are still there, and that's pretty remarkable that these young men would come from so far away to help a country whose, for many of whom, the culture they didn't understand, whose language they didn't speak, but a country that needed them, and a country that had helped America too, in the beginning of our history. So I'll just leave it with that.
Well, that theme has come up a couple of times during the day, that of unity and working together. And I think in these times we are in now, and when later on the show, when Chaz is on and Linda's back with us, we're going to talk about some of the sort of the effect of the speeches of Churchill and FDR, and the hopes that D-Day and World War II would bring for the world, some of which we've achieved and some of which we haven't. We're just going to have time, hopefully, for Roman to just give us a little shot of the Iron Mike statue. I think that would be a wonderful way to end this off, in this segment. And while he's going up there, again, Ed, thank you so much for coming and joining us on this. And we'll bring you back in to talk about Sicily or whatever else you want to talk about at some point in the future. And as I said to everybody else, whether this rock star lineup of historians have had today, anybody who's anybody has been here, and Roman is losing a few, burning a few calories off running up the slope. So tell us about the Iron Mike statue, Ed.
So Iron Mike represents an American paratrooper. Iron Mike is sort of a catch-all name like G.I. Joe or World War II Kilroy. There was an Iron Mike statue at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, which is the home now of the 82nd Airborne Division. He is clearly a paratrooper. He's got the boots. I think he's carrying a Tommy gun. Yes. His chin strap is undone in a sort of devil-may-care pose. But he is here standing on the ground where these young paratroopers dug in on the morning of D-Day to control that bridge. I often think when I look at this of young Bob Murphy, who was 18 years old and a Pathfinder when he jumped in that night, and he said he wondered, every day, is this the end? Is this the day I get it? But he must have, at least in his own mind, looked something like Iron Mike, who's definitely a badass. So on that note, I'm going to let you go off and do whatever it is you're going to do now, Ed. And it's been fantastic talking to you on this, the 76th anniversary. My next guest, Robin, is in the waiting room to talk to us. So that's been a fantastic presentation. I've learned a few things. I hope our audience have learned a few things. Again, thank you very much, Roman. Put your thumb up. We all love you. We think you're great. Wonderful. Good job, Roman.
Good job there. So Ed, we'll speak again. I'm going to move you out and move to our next guest now, and I'll speak to you soon, my friend. So thank you very much for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that.
Good evening. So we're going to bring in our next person very shortly. Roman, you're off duty now. You can still give us footage if you want, but I'm bringing in another guest from the UK now, Robin Savage, who's a photographer, and he's
Hello, Paul.
Hello. We haven't got your video yet, but we're going to talk to Robin for about 15 minutes or so. There we are. So,
how are you doing?
Robin, I'm very well.
Good.
Surprisingly doing okay, given how many hours have been going. So where are you, Robin? Because you're out and about somewhere related to D-Day, aren't you, in England?
I'm indeed, yeah. I'm at what remains of RAF Broadwell out in the Cotswolds. It stopped raining, which is nice. But it's quite amazing. If I just flip the camera around, here's what remains of one of the runways. There's two runways here, this one and then another one running adjacent to this one just behind me. And it's the most preserved runway of all the airfields that I've visited today. I've done a bit of a tour of airfields that the 6th Airborne Division took off from. There's also the control tower back over this way. It's about a minute walk. I don't know if we've got time.
Yeah, just to walk and talk, yeah. Can you
Sure,
put your phone landscape? We get a slightly more bigger picture. There we go. Fantastic.
No problem. Can you hear me right with the wind?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. Well, what's interesting about this airfield is this is where the bulk of the 9th Parachute Battalion took off. The advanced parties took off from Harwell, I think it was, and the GB Force, the glider-borne guys, took off from Brize Norton. So the bulk of the battalion took off from here, and I think part of the 8th Parachute Battalion took off from here in the evening. The 1st Royal Ulsters took off from here in the evening as part of Operation Mallard to land in Ranville on landing zone N, and they took off around about this time. So I'm here sort of pretty much 76 years to the hour almost that they took off down that runway or the other runway. If I come up here, can you just see the control tower over there right in the distance? Do you see that?
You can just about, yeah. It's telling me your bandwidth is a bit lower here, but we're still getting you at the moment, so that's fantastic.
Okay.
So anyway, for those watching, what the reason Robin has come on to the show is Robin is a photographer and has been taking photos of veterans of the Normandy campaign at the locations where they fought over the last few years, and produced a wonderful book that I would show a copy of, but I actually don't have your book, Robin. Hint, hint. I'll give you my mailing address later. But Robin is going to give us a little slideshow, I hope, of if it all works, of a couple of photos, and I'm going to be very cheeky and say I'm going to hand over to Robin for just 5 minutes or so, because I'm going to have a little stretch my legs. I'm getting a bit of cramp coming into my left leg a bit, so I'm going to walk around for 5 minutes and come back and leave you in Robin's capable hands, if that's okay, and I'll be back as soon as I can. But Robin, when are you ready to be able to show a slideshow shortly, or are you still...
No, I'm fine, mate. I'm just walking back towards the car.
Superb.
I lost you a little bit then. I think the 4G's dropping out, but I think it's all right. Well, I'll let me bring up, because I watched before I left the house. I watched some of Neil Barber's excellent broadcast on the 6th Airborne Division, and